The Shear family has a hidden rule that is never revealed to the outside world, and that is, the moment someone turns 12 years old, they are absolutely required to make a choice, either stay home and become a tool for an arranged marriage, or get out at 12 and forge your own path alone, and the family won't provide even a single cent. So in that 12th year of mine, I didn't even hesitate for a second before choosing the second option. After all, since I was a kid, I'd seen more than enough tragedies, people forced into arranged marriages in those novels, and I had no intention of being a pretty bird trapped in a cage. So the moment my 12th birthday arrived, I gathered all my cash and slipped away in the dead of night. I didn't want to suffer under the watchful eyes of my relatives, so I resolutely fled to a place where the Xi family's influence had never reached, far across the ocean. Even though the annual tuition was millions of yuan, enough to make one's heart ache, it wasn't my money I was spending, so why should I worry? When the old man back home saw I had run off, he immediately added a new rule to the family code. For those choosing independence, tuition is capped at 20,000 a year, with living expenses of only 10,000. Thinking of draining the family's assets? In your dreams. However, much to his regret, I had already made off with a massive sum of money long ago, and I even played the game of vanishing from the face of the earth. My family had absolutely no idea which corner of the world I was hiding in, and as for those new rules, they couldn't possibly control someone who had already flown far away like me. Even when I was eventually found, the old man didn't force me to pay it back. Since I was already all the way abroad anyway, could he really just stand by and watch? His beloved grandson starved to death in a foreign land. Who would have thought that? The obedient little child who was the family's treasure before turning 12 would have the guts to embark on the most difficult path of all. After all, the old man had already picked out a marriage partner for me, just waiting for me to grow up and become a big boss. Instead, I ran away faster than a rabbit, as if I were terrified of being dragged back into that fiery pit. Back then, the old man was so furious he skipped 3 meals in a row, immediately setting down incredibly strict rules, leaving my younger sisters, who were thinking of following my lead, with faces turning pale from sheer fear. Only then did the old man feel a sense of balance restored, wanting to band together and run away. Don't even dream about it. So every time there's a family video call, I can feel it right through the screen, the resentful and envious glares from my younger siblings. But unfortunately, being 10,000 miles away, this kind of mental attack deals absolutely zero damage to me. I just scoff and advise them to accept their fates as soon as possible. I originally planned to play around until I was 22, waiting until I graduated from university before returning home. But my siblings back home wouldn't let it slide anymore. They threw a fit, saying that I was spending millions each year without doing a single thing. So why shouldn't I be the one to return and enter an arranged marriage? They even screamed, threatening to go on strike like me in the future. To calm the angry mob, the old man set me a direct ultimatum. Either graduate and obediently go through with the marriage, or pay back every cent since the end of 12th grade, transfer back to a school in Jiangcheng immediately. After a night of intense mental conflict, I still decided to choose the path of returning home. Mainly because to play around freely abroad, I had poured money into an accelerated school. And in reality, I had already graduated 2 years ago. That massive sum of 6 million yuan had actually been spent almost down to the last penny long ago. If the family found out about this and forced me to pay back the full 6 million, then I'd truly be at a loss to the point of no return. The money's already gone. Thinking I'll cough it up now is nothing but a pipe dream. In this life, don't ever expect me to pay you back. Isn't it just coming home to repeat university one more time? If I have to study, then I'll study, no big deal. Might as well grab a free degree while I'm at it. It'll make job hunting easier in the future, right? Once I'd made up my mind, I immediately transferred all the expenses from those 5 years back into the family's shared account, keeping only enough for exactly 1 month's worth of food. After loafing around for 2 more days, holding on to the last 10,000 yuan I had left, I booked a plane ticket to head back home. The ticket price was so steep it made my heart ache. I pouted as I watched the cabin doors slowly close, casually switched my phone to airplane mode, glanced at my bank card balance, which had hit a solid 0, and resolutely snapped it into pieces before tossing it straight into the trash. From now on, farewell to my glorious past. I pulled up the blanket and settled into a deep sleep. I intentionally chose a midnight flight, just so I could sleep for over a dozen hours. By the time the plane landed, it would be exactly 6 a.m. back home. Calculating it this way, I wouldn't even need to bother with adjusting for the time zone. The moment I stepped off, I could start the fun right away. It's been 5 long years since I've been home. This time, I'm going to take advantage of summer break and really tear up Jiangcheng, so I can sleep until the world goes dark. On the plane, the night before, I had been grinding games all night and partying hard, so now the second I closed my eyes, I fell fast asleep in an instant. It wasn't until a gentle flight attendant woke me up that I comfortably stretched and sat up straight. After I was wide awake, I smugly smirked. I have to admit my timing is absolutely top-notch. Dragging my small suitcase, I walked out of the security checkpoint. And the moment I looked up, I saw the massive sign, Beihai City International Airport. At that moment, I froze for a few seconds. Are Beihai City and Jiangcheng even in the same place? Obviously not. I frantically rummaged through every single pocket, but I couldn't find even a single loose coin. And those bank cards? I'd already snapped them with my own hands. Now and truly in a bind. How on earth am I supposed to get back to Jiangcheng? I stared down at my phone, my only lifeline at this moment, quickly switching off airplane mode. Luckily, my international roaming was still on. At least communicating with the outside world wouldn't be an issue. As soon as it booted up, I called my dear father. The phone rang incessantly for 2 whole minutes until an impatient roar came from the other side. Shesi, do you have any idea what time it is? It's not even 6:30 in the morning. If you don't have something important to say, just wait until the family meeting. You'll see how I handle you. I quickly let out a sob and used my most tragic tone to cry out, Dad, help. Something terrible has happened. On the other end, Xie Huayan suddenly stopped shouting. He bolted out of bed and scrambled to find his clothes, his voice instantly laced with deep concern. What on earth happened to you? I looked around like a thief on the job, then sneaked into a quiet corner and began my top-tier performance. Boo-hoo, Dad, my wallet was stolen. I don't have a single cent left on me. I'm standing right in front of Beihai Airport. Send someone to save me, please. Otherwise, I'm going to die out here on the streets. Xie Huayan ground his teeth in rage after hearing that. Shitzi, do you really think I'll fall for that? With that stubborn streak of yours from kindergarten, you actually let someone steal your wallet. You obviously spent every last cent. And now you can't afford to come home, right? Yet you still have the nerve to call me and play the victim. Xie Huayan threw his jacket aside, his voice cold as ice. If you can't spend responsibly, then learn the hard way. I absolutely will not help you this time. And don't you dare think anyone else in this house will give you a dime. If you're so tough, find your own way back here. Before I could unleash any more of my acting skills, the other end of the line went dead with a long dial tone. Truly my biological father. Hearing the busy signal, I wiped away a non-existent tear, turned around and immediately called my superstar mother. But unfortunately, my mother was buried in work, and only her little assistant answered the phone. I could abandon my shame in front of my own father, but in front of outsiders, I still have an image to maintain. So I really couldn't bring myself to ask for money. I just made some small talk and hurried to hang up. My father ignored me, my mother's out. Could it be that I really have to bother the old man in the end? I grit my teeth, stopped my foot hard, and shamelessly called the landline at the old house. My third cousin, Shi Chuan, picked up the phone. She's only exactly 2 months older than me. She's currently in her final year of high school, and chose the same grueling path of independence as I did. She was squatting in the living room, struggling to memorize English vocab. But the moment she heard I was in trouble, she laughed with pure delight, only leaving me with one sentence. Fend for yourself, dear brother. Then she resolutely pulled out the phone cord. I could only roll my eyes at the dark phone screen. Now calling back was hopeless anyway, because my phone balance was officially 0 and outgoing calls were blocked. Anyway, my father had made his declaration. And my siblings, who were already green with envy, because I've been partying abroad all this time, would definitely not be lifting a finger to help me. It seems I have only my own 2 hands to rely on now. But how am I going to make any money? In a big city like Beihai, opportunities are everywhere. And since it's summer break, the number of places hiring seasonal workers must be countless. I aim for small roadside eateries. They're the easiest places to get a job. No degrees needed, no fancy requirements. Just hard work and you'll at least have something to eat. As someone with no identity or qualifications, it was a struggle just to land a gig washing dishes. Who would have thought that after just 1 hour, I had already sent 7 plates to meet their ancestors. The owner was so furious he almost twisted my ear off and then threw me straight out the door. I clung to the table leg for dear life, putting on a pitiful act. Boss, please calm down. Uncle, calm down. Ah, these plates, they really had a mind of their own. I wailed, crying out to the heavens about the injustice. Boss, please don't kick me out. My entire family, young and old, is depending on this money just for rice. I swear, I'll break fewer of them in the future. It's just that the dish soap is so greasy. I tried to hold them tight, but they just kept slipping away. The boss was so angry his face turned bright red. He grabbed me by the collar and roared, "Cut the crap, kid. If you don't get out right now, pay for those plates. 30 yuan each. You broke 7 of them. Pay me 180 yuan. I froze right then and there. Boss, did your math teacher pass away early? 3 times 7 is 210, uncle. After a moment, the boss was so livid he actually started laughing, suddenly letting go and glaring at me. Fine. So you're good at math, are you? Then pay me exactly 210. I immediately feigned a look of shy embarrassment, blushing hard and covering my mouth with my hand, gracefully taking small steps to back away toward the exit. Uncle Boss, I'll just see myself out as smoothly as possible. As for paying you back, it's absolutely, positively not happening. Because my pockets right now are even cleaner than my own face. I gloomily dragged my suitcase out of the restaurant, not forgetting to look back for a tearful farewell with the boss. Seeing my lonely, dejected figure wandering the streets, the boss even began to feel a pang of guilt, questioning himself. Had he been a little too harsh on the kid? Originally, I was only assigned to serve tea and water, but I was so clumsy I got demoted to washing dishes in the back. Turns out this young master failed at everything from washing veggies to slicing meat. Veggies were pulverized, and the meat was hacked to bits. Plus, his appetite was so terrifyingly massive, even the pigs in the pen would bow down in defeat. The owner suddenly realized this wasn't hiring staff. It was more like bringing home a massive debt. And so the boss's heart instantly hardened as he walked away. Defeated in my first battle, I had to endure the scorching sun. Not 5 minutes in, and I felt like I was about to melt right there. So I bolted as fast as I could into a nearby mall, just to catch some of that sweet, cool air conditioning. Once I'd stopped sweating, I hurried over to the reception desk to ask for a cup of water. The receptionist had been eyeing me curiously for a while. After all, seeing me now with heavy, smoky eye makeup, vibrant, edgy braided hair, and massive silver hoop earrings dangling from my ears, paired with an ethnic-style tank top and those unique crop pants, I looked every bit the energetic, rebellious teenager. As she handed me the water, she couldn't help but look closer, then curiously asked if I was a professional model. I casually waved it off, saying this was just my everyday battle armor. Her eyes lit up and she couldn't stop praising my top-tier physique, mentioning that there was a fashion week happening in this very building, suggesting I try my luck there to see if I could make some pocket money. She noticed me staring at job advertisements, which is why she was so helpful in pointing me in the right direction. The moment I heard that, my eyes widened in surprise, as if I'd just discovered a promised land. I quickly asked if they were still hiring seasonal help. The receptionist saw I was hooked and smiled easily, saying they might still be looking. Even if they aren't hiring anymore, just going in to see the world and learn about the latest fashion trends wouldn't hurt. I chugged the rest of the water in one go, then overcome with excitement, I grabbed her hand. Nuna, you are truly my lifesaver. Once I make some money, I'm definitely treating you to a massive meal. The girl was startled by my sudden burst of extreme enthusiasm, looking quite taken aback, only able to manage an awkward but polite smile. I grinned so wide my eyes nearly disappeared, released her hand and hoisted my heavy suitcase. Spinning around and racing toward the escalator at lightning speed, the receptionist watched my fading figure and could only shake her head, thinking that the young really are made of something else. To carrying a dozens of pounds suitcase with those skinny limbs. As if it were just a toy, climbing up one floor, I realized the stairs were designed in such a confusing way. So I resolutely jumped into the glass elevator to head straight to the 9th floor. With a ding signaling the elevator had reached its destination, I yanked my suitcase and rushed out, only to slam right into a giant advertising board. Talk about a twist of fate. It turns out this is Shen family territory, the mortal enemies of the Z family. The corner of my mouth twitched repeatedly. Instinctively, I just wanted to bolt right back into the elevator. But seeing my hideous reflection in the polished steel, with smoky eye makeup so heavy even my own mother wouldn't know me, that realization suddenly gave me a massive surge of courage. In an instant, I felt like I was reborn, earning money from my own family's enemies. That's basically doing a public service and bringing glory to the Xia ancestors. If the old man knew, he'd surely applaud me, praising my brilliant handling of the situation. Gathering my courage, I wove left and right, until I finally found the model's makeup room. Inside the room was a chaotic pile of belongings scattered across the floor. I tossed my suitcase into a hidden corner. After all, I was penniless right now. With nothing of value, I didn't have to worry about any thieves. I sat on the floor and pulled my precious makeup kit from the bottom of my suitcase. As a master of transformation, this gear of mine was truly professional grade. I scanned the room, noticing over 30 models but only 3 makeup artists serving them. At this rate, those artists were clearly about to collapse from exhaustion. I gave a smug little smirk to myself, grabbed my kit, and walked straight toward the manager. The person in charge was so stressed he looked like he wanted to headbutt a wall. He stared intently at my face, observing me for a long time. Not bad, your makeup looks quite impressive. It's true we're desperately short-handed right now. But first, I need to test your actual skills. Because modeling makeup isn't just about looking good. The most important thing is speed. This fashion runway is no different from a battlefield. Everyone has to count every single second to be ready for the stage. from changing clothes to getting back out there. You only have about 10 minutes or so. In that time, you have to remove makeup, redraw the face, and do the hair. It's an ultimate challenge for any professional makeup artist. Because of these strict demands and high pressure, plus the fact that big shows are currently fighting over talent, we had to work incredibly hard. Just to get these 3 top masters to carry the load, I confidently raised an eyebrow and gave a smile as if everything were already in the bag. So, Uncle, would you be willing to be my test subject? The man in charge was stunned for about 2 seconds before snapping out of it, resolutely waving his hand. Fine. I'll give you exactly 5 minutes to show me what you've got. I quickly pushed the man down into the chair, looking at his face, which already had a light layer of makeup, and began the removal process with fierce intensity. My eyes darted to the finished look of the model nearby. My hands moved so fast they were practically a blur. The man was so nervous he held his breath, afraid he'd choke on the powder I was flying around. It felt like only a blink, quick as a snap of the fingers. When I dusted my hands off and told him I was finished, the man couldn't wait a second longer, rushing to open his eyes to the mirror. His whole body went stiff with shock at the flawlessly clean makeup. Every line was so neat and sharp, there was nothing left to criticize. Looking exactly like the model's face without a single flaw. My whirlwind makeup speed was truly beyond any normal person's imagination. This kid really does have some skills, fully capable of taking on this seasonal makeup gig. Recognition shone clearly in the eyes of the manager, Jiang Wang, as he gave me an incredibly positive assessment, his voice full of praise and satisfaction. Jiang Wang quickly negotiated and finalized my pay, then directly assigned me to a group of models. I scanned each of their faces to commit them to memory instantly, and just like that, I officially started my very first job. Anyway, the sample makeup looks were all on their phones, so I just had to follow them exactly and everything would be fine. As soon as I finished one person, the hairstylist would immediately take over to do their hair. Everyone coordinated with flawless rhythm, and soon the entire team had finished all the preparations. Now there was nothing left but to wait for the show to start. Everyone gathered for a quick dress rehearsal, then dispersed to take a short break. Everyone was eagerly waiting for 7:30, when Fashion Week would officially open. The models, wanting to keep their figures perfect for the runway, accepted starving themselves before the show for a flat stomach. But I didn't follow those fancy rules. As soon as rehearsal ended, I pulled out my phone to surf the web while waiting. Quickly at 6:30 p.m., I nonchalantly grabbed a lunchbox and ducked into a corner, to start devouring it with absolute madness. At the growing age of 17, refueling is truly the most important thing to do. Seeing the eat looked so satisfying, my mouth didn't stop moving for a single second. I quickly connected to the building's Wi-Fi and started binge-watching, switching my phone's language to Chinese for ease of use, downloading the most popular local video apps, browsing back and forth to see if anything was interesting. Who would have thought that while casually scrolling, I'd accidentally find a movie starring my beautiful mother, a youth campus drama she filmed when she was young. My mother's peak beauty back then was truly beyond reproach, looking perfectly suited for a high schooler even at 17 or 18. Even though the plot seemed a bit cheesy and forced, thanks to my mother's stunning beauty on screen, I was still able to sit through the whole episode with ease. After finishing my lunchbox and another half episode, I felt satisfied and tucked my phone into my pocket, pulled out a tissue to wipe my greasy mouth, and took a little water to rinse my mouth until it was fresh. Then I carried the empty lunchbox outside to throw it away. Even though there was a trash can right in the makeup room, the smell of the food was just too strong and unpleasant. I didn't want the smell to bother or annoy anyone else, so I decisively opened the door to find a place to dump it. By now, the audience had started filing into the hall. 6 beautiful hostesses were standing on duty in the elevator lobby. Every now and then, people would step out of the elevator to this floor, heading straight into the fashion show area. It seemed elevator access was being strictly controlled at this time. Except for the VIP guests attending the show, almost no strangers were loitering around here. After I finished throwing out my trash, I leisurely hid behind a nearby corner to secretly observe the situation outside, to see what kind of big shots this grand show would attract. Around 7:10 p.m., Jiang Wang suddenly came running frantically to find me, urging me to get back to the makeup room immediately. With only 20 minutes left until the show officially began, I really did need to head backstage to finish up. I just gave a chuckle and happily went to greet him, obediently following Jiang Wang back to my makeup room. All along the way, Master Jiang Wang kept observing me with meaningful glances, making me feel incredibly confused and uncomfortable. Just as I was wondering what was going on in his head, what exactly he was planning or what his intentions for me were, Jiang Wang suddenly asked, "Have you ever walked the T runway?" I looked at him with a completely dazed expression, Jiang Wang's face now showed clear anxiety and restlessness. Just now, a model was careless while walking and ended up breaking a leg. I desperately need someone to step in and save the situation. The ceremony is about to start any second. I really don't have enough time to go out and look for another model. Your look seems quite suitable to me.
If you agree to go out there, I'll pay you exactly 20,000 yuan. The moment I heard money mentioned, my eyes instantly lit up. In an instant, my eyes sparkled as if it found a treasure. I nodded frantically. Yes, I've done it before, I can do it. This 20,000 yuan is definitely enough for me to live it up for a long time. Then show me a few steps right now so I can see. I nodded slightly, then slowly looked straight ahead. With a cold, expressionless face, I took confident strides. After I finished my practice round, only then could Jiang Wang breathe a small sigh of relief. All right, hurry inside for makeup and change into the costume. Since you still have to do makeup for others later, I'll arrange for you to be the first one on stage. Yes, sir.
I quickly stepped back into the makeup room. My current makeup could be reused perfectly. I just needed to add some sparkling sequins to my face to make it pop. The biggest trouble now was the braids on my head. Taking them out would be incredibly time-consuming. The hairstylist seemed a bit impatient about untangling that mess, so the stylist turned and brought over a different wig, carefully helping me put it on properly. My skin was naturally fair and smooth as porcelain, a pale white tinge with a vibrant rosy glow. With a golden blonde wig on my head, combined with my deep blue contact lenses, sharp eyebrows and eyes sparkling like stars, I looked incredibly handsome, elegant, and full of life, just like a prince from a fairy tale. Once the hairstylist quickly finished the hair, they froze in astonishment at the face reflected in the mirror. This young man's natural features were truly beyond perfect. The main focus of this fashion show was supposed to be the clothes, so the models absolutely couldn't outshine the attire. Therefore, the hairstylist decided to put a pair of sunglasses on me, which unexpectedly made me feel overjoyed. Because with the sunglasses as a shield, no one would recognize me even if I looked closely at the crowd below. I moved to my assigned position and began a pose in preparation, looking down from the high stage to take in the entire show. The fashion show hall was uniquely designed in a fan shape. The T-shaped runway was very long and majestic, running from the center and occupying 2/3 of the hall's area. Those sitting in the front VIP row were all representatives from renowned corporations and businesses, while small and medium-sized enterprises were seated in the back. In a large-scale fashion show like this, most guests aren't just there to admire the clothing, but actually use their invitations as a networking opportunity. Right now, those sitting in the back rows are all being incredibly cordial and eager to strike up conversations with those in the front. I scanned the room to observe the general situation, when my gaze suddenly froze on a young girl sitting very straight. She sat with her back straight, her gaze never wavering for even a second. The young girl looked to be only around 16 or 17. Her face still held a lingering touch of innocence and elegance. Her skin was as white as pure snow. With her ruby-red lips and perfectly even white teeth, she was absolutely captivating. Sitting there, she radiated an aura of purity, grace, and dignity. It was as if she possessed a unique charm that completely set her apart from the crowd. Occasionally, she would slightly tilt her head to share a few words with the person beside her. Her voice sounded incredibly calm, without a hint of haste or agitation. It was warm and so pleasant to the ear. I felt it was so strange. Despite the blaring music and the loud, bustling crowd, somehow I could still hear her voice. It was fine to look directly at a beautiful girl, so I watched her for a while longer, secretly trying to guess who she might be. The group performance lasted for 5 minutes. Before I could even figure it out, I had to leave the catwalk. I returned backstage to change back into my own clothes, and even help pack up the makeup supplies. This fashion show was quite a hectic ordeal. I soon pushed the thought of that beautiful girl to the back of my mind. After cleaning up the stage area, Jiang Wang came to find me and handed over my wages. To achieve the best presentation for the outfits, most makeup artists and models belong to agencies and have their own studios. Everyone here was part of a temporary team assembled for the job, so the pay was distributed immediately after the work was done. My pay was quite generous, placed inside a delicate small black pouch. When Jiang Wang handed it to me, I felt the thickness without even bothering to count it. I simply expressed my thanks and prepared to head out with my luggage. It was Jiang Wang's first time seeing someone on their first collaboration who didn't bother to verify the amount right in front of him. He raised an eyebrow. How about we exchange contact info? If another job opportunity comes up in the future, how can I get in touch with you? My face showed a hint of apology. I'm sorry. I just arrived from abroad today, so I don't have a local phone number yet. How about you give me your business card, Manager Jiang? Once I get a SIM card, I'll add you on WeChat, if that's okay. That works. Jiang Wang rummaged through his pocket, pulled out a business card, and handed it to me. Accepted it with both hands. Jiang Wang still had things to attend to, so he said goodbye and turned to leave. I didn't linger either, pulling my luggage as I followed the crowd, heading downstairs through the staff exit. The mall closes at 10 p.m. When I reached the first floor lobby, I checked the time on my phone and saw it was only 9:40. I ran to the customer service counter with a bright smile. "Hi, I'm back. You're about to get off work, right? Can I treat you to a late-night snack?" The female employee didn't expect me to come back for her. She was a bit dazed. "Are you really planning to treat me to a meal?" "Of course. A promise is a promise. I said I would, so I will." A person should at least keep their word. I was being generous and wanted to treat her, but the employee felt she hadn't helped much. She kept waving her hand. "I really appreciate your kindness, but let's skip the meal. It's getting late now, and you're still carrying your luggage. You should find a place to rest soon." People in this country have hospitality embedded deep within their bones. No matter what the employee said about not meeting it, I was determined to treat her to a meal. Once she finished her shift, I dragged her to a nearby spot for milk tea and barbecue. The employee and I were strangers, and her face clearly showed a sense of resigned weariness. I noticed it, so I quickly finished up the late-night meal. I used a tissue to wipe the grease from my mouth. "Nuna, let me walk you home." She waved her hand again. "I'm over 30 already. Nothing's going to happen to me on my way back. As for you, if you don't find a place and let your family know you're safe, your family will be very worried." I just nodded but still did as I pleased, stubbornly escorting her all the way to her door. Only then did I go find a hotel to rest. The more prosperous the place, the more chaotic the flashing neon lights seemed late at night. After checking into the hotel, I threw the sunshade jacket that had been slashed with a knife into the bin and took fresh clothes into the bathroom to wash up. Stepping out of the shower feeling refreshed, I poured myself a glass of red wine and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze at the view outside. Even at this hour, with the neon lights and heavy traffic, the world outside the window still looked as bright as day. I slept until 10 a.m., bought a new phone in City H, and then began my journey back home. I had planned carefully this time. It saved my money, and only start spending once I reached Jiangcheng. Otherwise, it'd end up in that endless loop of being broke again. Being broke isn't the scariest thing. The scariest thing is being broke when school starts. The 10,000 yuan allowance from my family could never last me the entire year. Having been used to a lavish lifestyle abroad for so long, I simply couldn't return to live a life of poverty and simple meals. City H is quite close to Jiangcheng. After a 2.5-hour taxi ride, I had finally entered the Jiangcheng territory. I rolled down the car window, leaned against the frame, and exclaimed to the driver, "Mister, Jiangcheng is so beautiful. These streets are so clean and tidy. Fresh flowers are everywhere you look, and lush greenery stretches as far as the eye can see. Feels like this taxi has wandered into a vibrant and dazzling land of Oz." The driver nodded in agreement. "You said it. Jiangcheng isn't just a top-tier city. It's also the city with the highest greenery coverage in the whole country. It's not just the roads either. Every household grows all sorts of flowers and plants. Every day you only need to look up to see so many different kinds of scenery. There are plenty of famous landmarks too. Mister, from the way you talk, you must know this place very well, huh? Haha. Don't let my City H license plate fool you. I'm actually a true blue Jiangcheng local. I've been through every single nook and cranny of Jiangcheng. I can tell you exactly where to find the best food and the most fun, right off the top of my head. I am from Jiangcheng too, and yet I was not familiar with this city at all. When I was young, I received an elite education. My life basically revolved only around school and home, so I rarely had time to go out and explore. Later, after I made my life's choice, I went abroad, and that place was truly a mess. Dirty, dilapidated streets. Passers-by who could pull a gun at any moment, a heavy stench hanging in the air, and neighborhoods that were eerily silent once night fell. Perhaps there are undercurrents beneath the night here too, but this is definitely the most suitable place for ordinary people to live. I pulled back my thoughts. Mister, I don't know Jiangcheng very well. Could you share some fun places with me, so I can take a look around during my summer break? Well, there's plenty to tell. As soon as I mentioned it, the driver started talking non-stop. Boring long-distance travel time was completely filled with his humorous introductions to local spots. Time just slipped away before I knew it. I got off the car in Jing'an District, Jiangcheng. I paid the fare, took my luggage out from the trunk, and waved goodbye to the driver. The driver gave a bright smile. Take care, young man. Call me if you ever want to visit City H. I come back to Jiangcheng for a day every week. Okay, I replied softly. Driver hit the gas and left, so I turned around and asked a passerby for directions. First, I needed to head to the Jing'an District Police Station to apply for an expedited ID card. Even though it was expedited, it would still take 2 days to get the new card. I applied for a temporary ID card to make transactions easier. Before receiving my official card, I was too lazy to keep going back and forth, so I found an esports hotel to stay in. I took my key card and went upstairs in the elevator. After entering the room, I tossed my luggage aside and went downstairs to find something to eat. I got a new SIM card before finally coming back to rest. The first thing I did after getting into the room was to insert the new SIM into the tray of my new phone and power it on. I downloaded a bunch of popular local apps and registered for various accounts. Having lived abroad for years, I had to catch up with the local digital pace, and I needed these apps to explore. Once I finished setting up all the accounts, I immediately logged into Weibo to check the latest gossip. While scrolling, I unexpectedly saw news related to myself from the Fashion Week hosted by the Shen family yesterday. Unedited photos of my performance were sitting right there on the hot search rankings. Even though it was only ranked 10th for a complete newcomer like me, this was already quite an achievement. I smiled broadly and clicked on the hashtag. The article started with a brief introduction to the Shen family's Fashion Week, as well as the big names in the fashion world. In the section showcasing the outfits, my photo was placed right at the very top. There were photos of other models behind it, but mine was clearly the most striking. Even without any retouching, the beauty of the clothes was fully and perfectly displayed. This was my first time on Weibo's hot search, so I excitedly scrolled down to read the comments. I'm so in love with this designer. I liked this outfit the second I saw it. This guy is basically a human clothes hanger, right? Amazing. I predict that this guy will definitely be a rising star in the modeling world. Being able to perfectly portray the clothing and receive such positive feedback, a model who makes the clothing even more appealing will be sought after by everyone, no matter which runway they're on. Within 1 hour, I want every bit of information on this man. Most of the comments were discussing the outfits and the designers of this fashion week. A small group was trying to find out my identity, but for now, no met is in and found any matching information. Can't find a single shred of news. This guy must have been a 100% normal person before. I scrolled through the comments for a while, and seeing that no one could dig up any personal photos, I felt relieved and exited the hot search page to click on other trending keywords. After catching up on all the news of the day, I switched over to the TikTok app to have a look. TikTok is the largest live streaming platform in China. From beauty and gaming to outdoor music, they have everything. And the funny videos are incredibly entertaining. I watched some live streams for a bit and suddenly realized a business opportunity. These streamers get a lot of gifts while live, and those gifts can all be converted into cash. If I were to jump into the live streaming world, I might not have to go out and work hard in the sun and wind to earn a living anymore. As I thought about this, I tossed my phone aside, turned on my specialized gaming computer, and searched for some online tutorials. I registered a live streaming account and began experimenting. I haven't thought of what to stream yet, but I don't want to show my face, so I started a gaming live stream. I played games in my usual style, barely turning on the mic to talk. I played quietly for 3 hours. I played until I was satisfied, but the number of viewers was miserably low, and absolutely no one gave any gifts. Perhaps I just can't make a living as a streamer. I had tried streaming before, and there weren't many viewers then either, so I didn't feel disappointed, calmly turning off the stream. I stood up and flopped onto the bed, picking up my phone to search for part-time jobs in Jiangcheng. They say at home you rely on parents, and out in the world you rely on friends. Right now, I can't rely on my family for anything, and after being away for years, I don't have a single friend. I have no choice but to stand on my own 2 feet. In today's information age, finding part-time work is quite convenient. I spent 2 hours and found 2 part-time jobs I could handle. I immediately called the bosses, discuss interview times. These kinds of entertainment-based part-time jobs don't really require much work experience. After some back and forth with the shops, they even waived the interviews and directly finalized the start times. Part-time jobs are set, right? Now all I need is a place to live, but I still don't know where my family will arrange for me to go to school. After some thought, I decided to go home first before finding a house. On the day I received my ID card, I prepared to go home. Riding my newly bought bicycle, I followed the map and headed back to the Shi family estate. The Shi family mansion is nestled on the slopes of Mount Beishan in Jiangcheng. I arrived at the house in the morning, had a grand family reunion meal at noon, and by the afternoon, I had already been kicked out. Grandpa Shi gave a fancy reason. Didn't you like being outside so much? Haven't you refused to come home for the last 5 years? Don't you want to stand on your own 2 feet? So wait until I'm in a better mood before I invite you back to this mansion as a guest. After the meal, I was kicked out of the house without mercy. I pitifully clung to the iron bars of the main gate and wailed, "Grandpa, you're my real grandfather. Xie Shushin thought I would kneel and apologize, saying I shouldn't have spoken such arrogant words, but instead he heard me shouting, "Grandpa." The mountain road is hard to travel. At least provide a car to take me down the mountain. With a slope this steep, surely you don't want to see your beloved grandson falling to his death on the mountain path, right? Xie Shushin was both angry and amused by me. Xie Qi, do you want to get lost right now on your own, or do you want me to call someone to give you a beating before you get out? Hearing that, I immediately let go of the bars, swiftly tied my luggage to the back of my bike. I pedaled as if my wheels were on fire, and in a flash, I had completely disappeared from sight. Xie Shushin stood watching worriedly for a moment, and seeing that I was pedaling steadily, he finally gave a kind smile. This restless boy is still just as scatterbrained. His personality hasn't changed one bit. Xie Shushin leaned on his cane and returned to the mansion. The younger generation was still sitting in the living room. Not yet gone, over 10 members of the Xie family sat in a circle, looking very lively. The words Shietsa just said at the table. You've all heard them now. He wants to be independent and won't even stay at home. Xie Xuan. Tomorrow, you move out too and find your own place. Xie Yun, once you reach high school, you must move out as well. Everyone else, manage your own wallets well. Strictly adhere to the rules. If I find anyone dares to break the family code, don't blame me for using the family discipline on you. Xie Shushin left those final words and leisurely headed upstairs. At that moment, Xie Xuan was holding her phone, messaging her circle of friends to complain about her arrogant and annoying younger brother. Hearing Xie Shushin's words out of the blue, she froze in place. Grandpa, are you being serious? As a high schooler, she had absolutely no intention of getting a part-time job. Though a 10,000 yuan allowance was a bit tight, if she just stayed at home during summer and winter breaks, then 1,000 yuan a month would still be enough to get by. Only then did Xie Xuan realize that, as much as she was happily laughing at the table earlier, she now felt just as aggrieved and bitter. No wonder I acted so noble and self-sacrificing earlier, vowing not to spend another cent of the family's money. It turned out it was all a trap for her. I was definitely taking my revenge on her for the time she unplugged my phone cord years ago. Truly, it was way too sinister. Of course, those two cold words rang out, shattering all of Xie Xuan's expectations and delusions. Immediately after, Xie Shushin's silhouette also disappeared, at the corner of the second-floor stairs. At this moment, I was on my bike, speeding down the mountain slope. After reaching the bottom, I looked back up at the midpoint of the mountain, a slight smile playing on my lips. My phone cord isn't something just anyone can unplug. Let Xie Xuan get a taste of her own medicine. Happily, I pedaled toward the city's center, finding a milk tea shop to drink and enjoy the AC. I sat by the window with my phone to look for a place to stay. I heard that once school starts, I'll be attending Jinyuan High School in Jinggan District. Naturally, I had to choose a place near the school. I browsed through rental websites and noticed that even the dilapidated houses near the school cost at least 1,500 yuan per month. I kept searching and then looked at my bank balance, so I decided not to rely on the websites anymore and directly head near the school to search in person. Sometimes, even though websites are convenient, not everyone knows how to post rental ads online, leading to a shortage of listings on the web and prices that are much higher. If that previous study abroad money was still in my hands, I would have definitely rented a place immediately without blinking. The trouble is that now, I'm just a poor guy with a balance of less than 15,000 yuan, so I have to be very frugal. After finishing the milk tea, I put my phone in my pocket and pedaled toward Jingyuan High School. The summer break had only just begun, so there were still some students at school taking extra classes. I stood before the school gate, gazing at the place where I'd spend the next entire year. Then, with the school as the center, I scoured the alleys across from it, constantly checking the ads posted on each building's door. After wandering for over half an hour, I finally found a house I liked. This room was only 500 meters from the school, consisting of one bedroom, one kitchen, and one bathroom, about 15 square meters in size, and the furniture was quite complete. The rent was 800 yuan, well within my budget. I immediately dialed the contact number. The phone rang 3 times before the call was connected. Hello, landlord. I'm standing downstairs at the rental unit. I was wondering if it's convenient for you to show me the room now. Yes, I'm right upstairs. Wait a moment. I'll be down shortly. I locked my bike securely and took down my luggage. After waiting about a minute, a young woman wearing a floral-patterned sunshade jacket and slippers stepped out of the building's entrance, carrying a large bunch of keys as she came down. Judging by her appearance, this entire building surely belongs to this D-Tai. The landlord opened the iron gate from the inside and stared me down a few times from head to toe. She brushed her hair back. Hey there, handsome boy. You're the one who wants to rent, right?
Are you here all by yourself? Yes, I'm the one renting. Once the semester starts, I'll be studying at Jinyuan. My parents are busy with work, so I came on my own.
All right, come on in. I carried my luggage and followed her inside. Tai spoke as she led the way. Right now on the 3rd, 6th, 7th floors, we have vacant rooms. Which floor do you want? Could you let me see the condition of the rooms first? There was only one room left on the 3rd floor, and the rent could be reduced by another 200 yuan, but I discovered that the room was shaped like an equilateral triangle. It would be truly difficult to arrange furniture, so I declined. I then followed her upstairs. This building was quite peculiar, with 16 rooms on each floor. The 6th and 7th floors had vacancies because the stairs were tiring, but there were still only 3 rooms left to choose from. Living on the 7th floor without air conditioning in summer would be unbearable. I thought for a moment, chose the room at the end of the 6th floor hallway. The whole building had a U-shaped recessed design, so this room directly faced the door across the way. The orientation was quite good. It probably wouldn't get too hot in the summer. Tai led me into the room to check the facilities. Take a look. Everything works. I won't deduct from your deposit for natural wear and tear. I don't have many major requirements for renting. First, absolutely no pets allowed. Second, no making noise that disturbs the neighbors before 8 a.m. or after 9 p.m. Third, no littering from high up. Fourth, keep the place clean, whether inside the room or out in the hallway. You know, students like you don't rent for very long. I hope that when you move out, the room can be rented out to the next person immediately, without me having to redecorate from scratch. Otherwise, I'll charge you 10 times the cost. If you have no objections, well, sign the contract and you can have the key. I could manage everything, Tai said, and the room itself had no issues, so I nodded in agreement. Tai told me to wait a moment, and went to get 2 copies of the contract, one for each of us. A 1-month deposit and 3 months rent in advance. If everything looks okay, just sign it. The contract was only 2 sheets of paper, clearly stating responsibilities, obligations, and penalties. After reading it, a bright smile spread across my face. Tai, if I pay for the whole year at once, could you give me a discount of a few hundred yuan? If you weren't so good-looking, it would be one thing, but the problem is you're this handsome, and you're still asking for a few hundred yuan off. Are you trying to kill me or what? I obediently signed the contract, and then handed over the 9,600 yuan. This is all I have on me right now. I'll give you the 800 yuan deposit in a few days. Landlord grunted in response. After writing the receipt, she detached the key for room 602 from her bunch, placed the receipt, the key, and a key card on the table. The key card is for opening the iron gate downstairs. There's only this one single room key. Don't you dare lose it. If you get locked out and I have to replace the lock, it'll cost you 200 yuan each time. Thanks, I got it. The landlady had nothing left to say. She shuffled back downstairs in her slippers. I closed the door and began to unpack my suitcase. There were only 2 changes of clothes inside, plus a single razor. The rental room had no bedding and no toiletries whatsoever, which meant I have to buy everything myself. Great, finding a part-time job just became an absolute priority. But first, I need to get some dinner. I went downstairs and grabbed a meal at the shop across from school, spending every last bit of my remaining 28 yuan. Then I casually headed back to my room and scrolled to my phone for work. I managed to find 2 part-time gigs. One was signing up as a delivery driver on a food app, using my spare time to make deliveries. The other was a steady part-time job at the Zhongcheng amusement park. This steady job was located inside a massive escape room attraction called Alluring Ghosts Smile. I'd be an NPC hanging from wire cables. It's a bit dangerous and challenging, but the pay is actually quite good. 380 yuan a day. The reason I chose this place, besides the satisfying salary, is that it's actually fun. The park operates on a 6-day week with 1 day off, and on that day off, I can use my staff card to enjoy all the rides for free without paying a dime and getting priority access to skip the lines. That means I get to have fun while making money. It's truly the best of both worlds, a total steal. I've been balancing play and work, and in a flash, over a month has passed. On payday, looking at that fresh 10,000 yuan balance on my bank card, the corners of my mouth couldn't help but curl into a grin. I just love money so much. Money loves me too. It's flowing in from every direction. I whispered that to myself twice, then tucked my phone into the locker, started changing into my work costume. Alluring Ghosts Smile is a massive escape room spanning 5 stories, operating on a strict reservation system, offering top-tier entertainment with an entry fee of 5,888 yuan. You have to play in teams, and the group size cannot be less than 30 people. The reason the tickets are so pricey is that they only host one session per day at most. The amusement park doesn't let a new group in every hour to ensure the current player's experience isn't interrupted. This escape room is so vast that anyone who completes it in one day must be a high IQ genius. Many players can't finish it all at once, so they end up coming back for a second or even a third day. Those who can afford to play here all day usually don't mind spending a bit extra for a second day, and the appointment for the next group will only be confirmed once the previous group has fully cleared the game.
When I first started working here, I played the role of a red-robed zombie, responsible for only a few rooms on the first floor. Later, thanks to my outstanding agility and unique scare tactics, I can now go to any floor I want, popping up wherever I please. Sometimes I even infiltrate the player's team, so they can experience a truly authentic sense of dread. Today, my assigned role is within the group of players, a team of 30, not all of whom are necessarily friends, as they can be strangers randomly grouped together. With me blending in as staff, no one will notice anything's off. I finished changing into the schoolboy uniform for the game, tidied up my short hair, and stepped out of the dressing room. The dressing rooms are separate spaces, and as soon as I emerged, I saw other boys coming out in the other changing rooms as well. Everyone was a stranger to one another. Shy ones kept their heads down and headed for the meeting point, while the extroverts proactively greeted others or moved closer to strike up a conversation. I'm the extreme extrovert type, the kind who has to say a few words to everyone I meet. Before long, I was surrounded by 4 others, all 11th graders from the elite Jingyuan High School, and they spoke with quite a polite manner. Shetzi, your surname is She? Could you be from the She family of Beshen and Jiangcheng? I raised a hand to cut him off. Whoa, a hero's origin shouldn't be questioned. Asking further would just be rude, right? I guess not then. But don't worry, we've already decided you're one of our brothers. I broke into a wide grin. Noticing their stunned expressions, I quickly pulled it back. Oops, I accidentally let my creepy NPC smirk slip out. The little game hasn't even started yet. Scaring these kids off wouldn't be good at all. The 4 of them looked at each other uneasily. Fu Shijin, the one who just said he wanted to be my brother, immediately backed away, a few meters from me. This guy looks as bright as the sun. So why did that smile look so terrifying? Just like those school bullies they have. But obviously, I'm no school bully. Aside from that sinister grin at the start,
my behavior afterward was incredibly friendly. Once at the meeting point, I goofed around loudly with the 4 boys, successfully making everyone believe I was also a student at elite Jingyuan school. Everyone assumed the 5 of us came together. Later, when I start making suspicious moves, the chances of being suspected will be significantly lower. After all, business is about making money, but if there are too many people, the experience suffers. We can't have 5 NPCs guarding one spot. I almost let that creepy smile show again, but fortunately, I restrained myself just in time. I lowered my head, rubbed my cheek, and looked toward those standing on the outer circle. It's past 10 already? Why hasn't it started?
I couldn't wait any longer. Chen Duoduo glanced at me, unable to hide the grin on his face either. Please wait a moment longer. There are still a few players caught in traffic. They should be here in about 20 minutes. To express their apologies, they've covered the ticket costs for everyone present today. Some of the wealthier players couldn't help but shout out in amazement. That's no ordinary player. That's a living god of wealth. We'll wait. Even another hour is fine. Just tell them there's no rush. Anyone who can throw around money for that many tickets must have a background that's anything but ordinary. Even as some of the guests here were rich, they wouldn't be foolish enough to cause a stir. To avoid bumping into the wrong people, the risks outweigh the benefits. I tugged on Fu Shijin's sleeve, my face full of admiration and curiosity. Wow, that's amazing. Treating everyone to hundreds of thousands like it's nothing. Shijin, can you guess who it might be? Hearing my question, Fu Shijin actually began to think seriously about it. After a long while, he offered a few uncertain names. Maybe Shen Qingshu of the Shens, Yun Weiwei of the Yuns, or Liu Ruyan of the Lius. They often hang out together, and they spend money very freely. Muga thinks the odds of running into those ladies is like finding a needle in a haystack. Shijin, I really don't think so. Children of those 3 major families don't even show up at ordinary banquets. Fu Shijin waved it off. I was just guessing. It's not like I'm sure.
Fair enough. They didn't pursue the topic further, switching to where to find good food and cool spots in Jiangcheng. This escape room probably can't be finished in one day, so let's plan for 2. Then we take a break the day after tomorrow. How about we go to the forest garden for photos on the day after that? Sounds good, I'm in. Muji and Qin Feng said in unison. We're fine with that too. Little C, what about you? Want to come along? If you're short on cash, we'll cover everything. It seemed Fu Shijin really liked me. He was incredibly generous with his offer to treat me. I did a quick mental calculation. That day happened to be my day off.
And I'd already worn out all the rides at the park. So it was about time I expanded my map a bit. No need for a free ride, brothers. I actually have a professional photography license. Just hire me as your group's personal photographer. You guys pay for my ticket, I'll bring my camera, and I'll give each of you 30 professionally edited shots. I'll provide the rest as raw files, no albums included. Deal? What do you think? Good? Even though they'd technically still be paying for me, having a fair trade in place felt much better than just taking their charity. While we were chatting, the latecomers strolled in as if they were walking through their own garden, and the entire lobby suddenly fell silent.
As Muji spotted those 5 radiant figures, he caught his breath. Shijin, my man, you actually guessed 3 of them right. Are you some kind of psychic or what? Fu Shijin rolled his eyes. They call this being a master diviner, not some psychic ghost. Muji, do you even know how to talk? I looked toward the crowd. I couldn't match all the names to faces yet, but my gaze was drawn to one girl in particular. It was the same girl I'd seen at the Fashion Week a few days ago. Her aura was truly one of a kind, with the otherworldly grace of a noble lady, a gentle, quiet demeanor carrying an elegant, scholarly charm that was impossible to look away from. I lightly tugged on Fu Shijin's sleeve. Hey, Shijin.
Who's that girl? Second from the left.
Her aura is incredibly striking. Fu Shijin leaned in and whispered in my ear. That's Shen Jiyi of the Shen family, one of Jiang Cheng's big 4 clans, Shen Qingshu's older sister. She's gorgeous, but she's quite cold. She also goes to Jingyuan High, so it's best to keep your distance if you see her. There are some crazy guys at Jingyuan who form some kind of support squad, and any guy who dares get close to Shen Jiyi usually ends up in a bad way. Qin Feng grumbled in annoyance. Shijin. Never mind that squad. There's no shortage of idiots at Jingyuan as it is. Is that even something you should be listening to? Regardless of whether I should have or not.
You've heard it now, I chimed in.
That's great. Let's exchange WeChat after the game. We're family now. Family shouldn't stand on ceremony. If anything interesting happens, you must tell me. I want to hear it all. I love hearing about it. I'll never get bored. Mu Xuan grinned mischievously. Curiosity killed a cat, you know. Aren't you afraid of knowing too much and getting taken out? Everyone had arrived. The game was about to begin. Before entering the escape room, each person was given a blindfold. Blindfolded, they lined up and moved inside. Shen Jiyi, Shen Qingshu, Yang Weiwei, Liu Ruyan, and Wen Wan had all chosen not to change into the game costumes. The clothes they were wearing
were all custom-made, costing anywhere from tens to hundreds of thousands. Those who didn't know their identity didn't dare stand behind them or hold their clothes, fearing they might accidentally ruin something they couldn't afford to replace. And those who knew their status dared not get close either. After all, they were all just students. Even if they knew these families were obscenely wealthy, there was no need to crawl and flatter them. Knowing they wouldn't catch the eye of such people anyway, rather than risking offense through some careless interaction, it was better to keep a respectful distance and stay safe. That way, everyone could feel at ease. You certainly have some guts, but do you really want to pull that attention-seeking stunt? Of course not. The group briefly discussed it for a moment, and finally decided to let the young ladies go first, while the others would follow a meter behind. Since there was more than one guide, having 2 people lead the procession was no problem. With the plans settled, the formation was set. I took the very last spot in the second half of the line. Fu Shijin had originally intended to look after me, but he was quite the coward himself. Alluring Ghost Smile had topped the rankings for the past month as the most terrifying escape room. He really didn't dare go last, so I started putting on an act. I lowered my head and said tremulously to Fu Shijin, Shijin, don't worry, I'm not scared. I'll protect you guys. Fu Shijin looked down at my hand on his arm, noticing it was shaking uncontrollably, and after a moment of hesitation, he ultimately couldn't bring himself to be at the rear. Little C. If you're scared, just stay close to me. Everyone put on their blindfolds, and the group began to move inside. At first, light still seeped through the edges of the blindfolds, and even without seeing the path ahead, everyone's steps remained fairly steady, until they truly entered the pitch-black zone, where a chilling, eerie breeze within the chamber brushed against their skin, sending goosebumps across their bodies. Once fear takes root in the heart, everyone, male or female, will naturally. Of course, I was not among them. Hearing the sudden piercing screams echoing ahead, the corners of my mouth, hidden in the darkness, finally curled into an unabashed grin. Hey babies, Daddy's coming to give you some love. Ha 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 ha. Fu Shijin suddenly spun around, nearly knocking me over. Little C, did you just laugh? You just laughed out loud, didn't you? Gained my balance. But how could I admit that? Of course not. Shijin stopped joking. I didn't hear any laughter.
I spoke while reaching out to grab his shoulder. Fu Shijin screamed in terror again. What was that? What just touched me? This guy is truly scared out of his wits. I quickly spoke up. Shijin, it's me. It's me. I'm so scared, you just threw my hand off and I fell behind. I have no idea who else is around me.
Hearing that, Fu Shijin calmed down slightly. He continued following the group forward, but I received no further reply, only the sound of footsteps growing more distant. Puzzled, I stealthily pulled back my blindfold just a fraction to peek. The lights in the escape room were a dim haze of red, blue, and total blackness, greatly limiting visibility, with some spots being utterly pitch black without a sliver of light. But my eyesight was exceptionally sharp. Everything appeared perfectly clear. Fu Shijin was leading one of my colleagues by the hand. I fell silent for a moment. Shijin, it's not that I wanted to scare you. Occasionally, someone in the group would get separated from the front, and whoever fell behind would invariably come face to face with one of my colleagues. At the moment, I looked the most normal among the staff, whereas the others, under these dim lights, were truly terrifying to behold. Once the staff led everyone to their designated spots, they quietly withdrew. Everyone held their breath and waited, with only the howling wind in their ears. Why is it so quiet? Can we take off the blindfolds now? As soon as the words were spoken, the crackling hum of electricity suddenly rang out. Players, please remove your blindfolds. Great, finally. I pretended as if I had just taken off my blindfold too. In the next second, screams erupted one after another from everywhere, piercingly loud. My colleagues had scared the guests so much they were falling over, shaking uncontrollably. Before they could have any extreme reactions, the NPCs quickly withdrew. By extreme reactions, I mean flailing around, or running blindly, which could easily lead to injuries. So the NPCs had to vanish instantly. Usually someone faints right at the start, so it was a relief this group was only screaming and running, while their complexions seemed mostly okay. I quickly scanned the area, then pretended to tremble as I rushed toward Fu Shijin, helping him up while his face was pale as a ghost, flailing his arms and legs while sitting on the ground. Shijin, that was so scary. Are you okay? Fu Shijin's lips were trembling, and it took a long time before he could even speak. I gripped his shoulders tightly. Shijin, can you hear me? He took 2 deep breaths. Little C, weren't you just holding my hand? How did you turn into an NPC in the blink of an eye? As soon as I took off the blindfold, I almost saw. Poor me. I widened my eyes with a look of pure innocence and sincerity. I don't know either, you just pushed me away. And you didn't answer when I called. When I took my blindfold off, no one was around. I was scared to death too. Then I added, someone pulled my hand, and I thought it was you. I just kept walking while holding on. Must have been. The other side taking advantage of the situation. I nodded, cautiously looking around, then pulled him along to regroup with Mu Ji, Mu Xuan, and Qin Feng. Mu Ji and Mu Xuan looked okay, but Qin Feng was completely traumatized. Mugi was gently patting his shoulder to comfort him. I stood quietly to the side and observed. Once Qin Feng regained his composure, someone already started searching for clues. Everyone's already getting to work. We should join in too. Qin Feng's eyes were already red. Shijin Mugi, I'm a bit scared. I don't think I can keep playing. But we've come all this way already. You can't exactly tell our friends when school starts that we ran away as soon as we walked through the door, right? But oh well. No more buts. Once you started, you have to see it through. The group finally began to explore their surroundings. Fu Shijin Mugi and Mu Xuan teamed up to protect Qin Feng. Only then did he stand up, hunched his neck, and moved into the center of the formation. This escape room at Alluring Ghost Smile is not the type where everyone stays in one space together, opening room after room by solving puzzles. Sometimes the system intentionally triggers mechanisms, trap players in different areas, scattering them into small groups of 2 or 3 to explore on their own. I had already planned everything in my head. Amidst the chaos, I trapped Fu Shijin and the others in a room with a bit of light, while I pretended to accidentally step on a mechanism and vanished into the darkness. I slipped into the staff corridor, quickly changed my costume, and moved through the darkness, leaping and running around, crawling eerie style right in front of the players, and chasing them, all while letting out blood-curdling laughs. What on earth is that? Is that even human? How can someone crawl backward like that? And it's moving so insanely fast. Holy crap, it just flew upward. Mommy, help, it's coming this way. Run, stay away from me. Good grief, we can't escape. Chen Wan slapped me so I can wake up. My legs have completely turned to jelly. Of course, I wasn't just scaring them. Occasionally I drop a few lines to reveal some crucial information, though whether it actually registered with them wasn't my concern. Among the players, there were the total cowards,
But of course, there were also the bold and daring.
Shen Qingshue's group, who clearly enjoyed thrill-seeking, didn't run when they saw me rushing at them. Instead, they actively moved to surround me. Are you a guy or a girl? Qingshue, what are you thinking? It's definitely a guy. No girl could crawl that fast. I slowly raised my head, long messy hair veiling my face. I broke into a wide grin, revealing fangs that glowed with a faint green light. In the next second, I suddenly lashed out with my sharp claws and lunged forward. Shen Qingshue quickly leaned aside to dodge. By the time she turned back, I had vanished without a trace. She rubbed her eyes, using her flashlight to search everywhere. Behind her was a wall. She reached out to touch it. The wall was solid as a rock. Where did it go? Did you guys see anything? No idea. It just seemed to vanish on the spot. Can you not say such scary things? How can a person just disappear like that? There's definitely a secret passage. Let's find it, or I won't be able to sleep tonight. I had already been pulled up high by the cables, hiding in the shadows above, taking out a mirror and putting in contacts to hide my pupils. After adjusting my position, I widened my eyes, showing only the whites, aiming for the blind spot in their vision, and suddenly dropped down from above, lightly tapping Yun Weiwei on the shoulder. Senior, were you looking for me? Yun Weiwei froze and turned her head, only to face a deathly pale face tinged with gray, the most horrifying part being the eyes that were pure white, with fresh red blood dripping from the corners of them. The jump scare was a total success. She let out a piercing scream while, flailing her arms and legs instinctively, quickly backed away, and using the cable to swing myself, I glided over beside Wen Wan. Literally gliding, the body was limp as if there were no bones at all. A cold gust of wind swept past, and a figure suddenly loomed right in front of her. They stared at each other in utter shock. Wen Wan couldn't even manage to let out a single scream. She squeezed her eyes shut and fainted on the spot. Liu Ruyan hurriedly reached out to catch her, backing away with a pale face. At that moment, they couldn't help but wonder, was the person standing before them really human? Shen Qingshu stood in front to protect her friends behind her. Pursing her lips, she shone the flashlight directly into my face. I bared my teeth in a grin. The fangs, glowing green under the light, looked even more gruesome. Stiffly twisted my neck. Nuna, do you want to play with me? I love playing with twinkling lights the most. Snap one picture, then another. So there are many, many beautiful photos. Suddenly, the lights in the secret room flickered incessantly. Even the flashlight in Shen Qingshu's hand began to blink along with them. Now she was truly stunned, since she had bought that flashlight from outside. Her hands moved faster than her brain, throwing the flashlight away immediately, and the flashlight shattered as it hit the ground. Snap! The secret room was plunged into pitch-black darkness. I silently appeared behind Shen Qingshu without a sound. It hurts so much. Why hasn't anyone come to save me? Nuno, will you come save me? My name is Tan Meili. They're here. They're almost here. A mournful scream echoed through the space, as if someone were enduring brutal torture. Shen Qingshu trembled, her hair standing on end, frozen in place. Sister, are you behind me? Shen Jiyi gripped the bridge railing and took a deep breath. I'm here. This place really is a bit scary. She had also been startled just now. My live horror scene ended. I quickly withdrew, removed the makeup, changed, and sent the photos. Everything finished within 10 minutes. Fixing myself up, I didn't return to the room where Fu Shijin's group was locked up, but blended into another area to solve puzzles with other players, eventually leading everyone to rescue Fu Shijin's group. Bright lights always make people feel at ease. Fu Shijin's group hadn't been scared at all. They sat together exploring comfortably, but the puzzles in their hands were truly difficult. They still hadn't found the answer. The door suddenly opened, and those outside discussed cautiously. Hey student, are there any jump scares inside? Fu Shijin and Mu Gi shook their heads. None, but the puzzles here are very hard. We still haven't solved them yet. They say there are no jump scares. People started walking in one after another. I heard they still hadn't finished solving, so I intentionally went last and closed the door. After locking the door tight, I pounded on the door frantically from outside. Why did the door suddenly lock? I'm not even inside yet. I'm so scared more than a dozen people in the room jumped. The lights are still on, so they quickly regained their composure. Fu Shijin handed the paper in his hand to a newcomer. That voice sounds like Xiaoxi is locked outside. Mu Gi, I'll go check. The rest of you just keep solving the puzzle. All right, Shijin, there's strength in numbers. Everyone contribute what they can. Use your muscles or your brains. Fu Shijin pushed through the crowd to the door and called, Xiaoqi, Xiaoqi. Is that you? I heard his voice from outside. I rubbed my face with my hands. Shijin, yes, it's me. Xiaoqi, don't be scared. We're all right here inside.
We'll be out as soon as we solve the puzzle. I'll stay right by the door with you, so don't be afraid. Yeah, I replied softly with a weak voice. I pulled my knees up and sat leaning against the door, curled up into a ball, looking truly pitiful. Someone exploring arrived at this area and found me sitting on the ground, fearing I was an NPC in disguise, so they cautiously probed. Hey, are you a human or a ghost? The corner of my mouth almost twitched upward, and I had to quickly suppress that twisted urge. I put on a distressed face and looked up. I'm a player. I lost my friends. They're locked inside over there. I'm too scared to go alone. Several people emerged from the shadows. These ladies, after exploring for a while, also looked a bit disheveled. Wenwan had regained consciousness, sitting right next to Shen Ji like an accessory, occasionally peeking out to look around, both curious and terrified. Their wary expressions clearly showed they still vividly remembered the horror from earlier. I secretly observed them, pretending to have seen them but not knowing them. Still sitting stubbornly on the ground without moving. Shen Qingshu was likely the bravest of the group.
She walked over to me and reached out to push the door behind me. This door was open before. I nodded. It was open, but just as I was about to walk in, the door suddenly swung back and slammed shut. And after that, no matter how hard I push, it won't open. Shen Qingshui hummed in response, then raised her hand to knock on the door. Hey, are there any clues inside? The people inside looked at each other blankly. They hadn't solved anything yet either. Thinking more people meant more help, they copied the puzzle onto another piece of paper and slipped the paper and a pen through the crack in the door. We've passed the puzzle out. Take a look at it. This one is pretty tough. Something from the door crack poked me. I instinctively flinched aside and looked around warily. Shen Qingshu glanced at me, letting out a sneer. So cowardly, yet you still want to play. I blinked my eyes, quickly stole a glance at her, then shifted myself away. Shen Qingshu picked the paper up from the ground and opened it, then handed it to Shen Jiyi. Sister, it really is a bit hard. Let me see, Shen Jiyi said as she took the paper. Her fingers were slender, emitting a soft silver glow under the flickering candlelight. These hands are just way too beautiful. I couldn't help but mutter to myself. They're more than good enough to be a hand model. I stood up, leaning my back against the wall next to the door, silently waiting for them to solve the puzzle and open the door. This group had clearly come prepared. The puzzle that stumped a whole crowd was solved by them in just over 10 minutes of scribbling. The door had to be opened from the inside, so Shen Qingshu slid the answer sheet back through the crack, and the person inside immediately entered the code to unlock it. A moment later, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. I hunched my shoulders violently, my lips turning pale. Shen Qingshu stepped forward and grabbed my hand, then pushed me toward Wenwan. Don't go screaming randomly. Just follow behind Wenwan later. We're brave. If any NPCs show up, we'll block them for you. But if you start running and screaming like crazy, then don't blame us for leaving you behind. I nodded repeatedly. Since we weren't close anyway, I just kept fiddling with the hem of my shirt, intentionally avoiding any physical contact. The screaming in the room lasted for 3 minutes before stopping, and Shen Qingshu stepped forward to push the door. This time it opened very easily. The once bright room now only had dim, flickering light, barely enough to see shadows. Shen Qingshu led Liu Ruyan inside to scout around, then called from the second-floor stairwell. Sister, there's no danger. The path is over here. Come quickly. We're going up this way. Yun Weiwei was the first to move. Shen Ji turned to look at me. You go ahead of me. Nodded slightly, cautiously nudged ahead of her, and followed behind Yun Weiwei. As we reached the middle of the darkened room, several NPCs suddenly rushed out, flailing their arms and legs wildly, making strange, eerie howling sounds. I let out a soft cry and quickly covered my mouth, frozen in place and trembling all over. Shen Ji hesitated for a moment, then stepped closer and pushed away the NPCs approaching me. I seemed stunned, showing no reaction at all. Once the NPCs had all retreated, I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Wenwan wasn't doing much better than me, except she was clinging tightly to Shen Ji's arm, her complexion looking a bit better. Are you okay? It's fine to scream if you're too scared. We all have earplugs anyway. My suppressed manner of not daring to scream earlier looked truly pitiful. I'm okay, my voice trembled. I pulled a tissue from my pocket to wipe my face, then slowly stood up. Shen Ji pulled her hand back, her voice cold. Let's keep moving forward. Young Weiwei led the way, and they successfully moved to the stairwell. In the dilapidated corridor, a light flickered constantly, illuminating everyone's faces in flashes. Just stay close to the wall. While walking, the light suddenly went out completely. The pitch-black passage made the sense of oppression even heavier. I quietly pressed a hidden switch on the wall. The next second, a man's sobbing echoed through the passage. Help me.
Please save me. No, don't come over here. Shen Ji stared into the dark void ahead to the left,
taking 2 more steps up the stairs. Wenwan immediately grabbed her hand.
Ji, don't go any further. Wait until it gets a bit brighter ahead before moving. What if it doesn't get bright again? Wenwan was silent for a few seconds, then whispered a suggestion. Then could you crouch, low and well crawl up slowly? Shen Ji crouched down, leading Wenwan as they inched upward. After moving up 2 steps, she asked in a low voice, "Are you still okay?" Yun Weiwei was fumbling in the dark. "Sister Ji Yi, I'm fine, I've linked up with Qing Shui. I wasn't asking you, I was asking that boy." Yun Weiwei teased in a drawn-out voice, "Oh, asking that boy, I see." She just wanted to lighten the mood a bit.
But unfortunately, no one joined in and I didn't speak either. Since it was dark, there was no need to act anymore, and a sly smile played on my lips. I silently dashed to the upper floor, scaring the daylights out of Shen Qingshu, then quietly returned to my spot and lay down, pretending to have fainted. Shen Qingshu didn't see anything. She only felt a cold hand touch her neck. She screamed in terror, drawing everyone's attention. Liu Rian asked, "What happened, Qingshu?" Shen Qingshu irritably rubbed her neck. "Something just touched me. How can they move around so easily in this pitch-black darkness? They probably have night vision goggles. There's no sound and their steps are light. They must have dance training." Everyone knows NPCs are just people in costumes. Don't get startled by every little thing. Shen Ji analyzed calmly, then looked down. "Hey student, can you hear us? If you can, say something." I kept my eyes closed and remained perfectly still, since a fainted person can't talk. I had to commit to the act, which made even Shen Ji fall silent, since I was the only boy there. They couldn't bear to leave me all alone. After a brief silence, the lights began to flicker again. Wenwan saw that I was still motionless and let go of Shen Ji's arm. "Sister Ji, I think he's been scared unconscious. Let me go check on him." Shen Ji glanced at her. "Your hands are still shaking. Let me go." I was lying in a corner of the stairs, where a pile of blood-stained white bones lay on the floor, and I just happened to be leaning right against them. Shen Ji walked up a few steps, bending down to give me a light pat. Before her hand could reach me, the white cloth behind me was suddenly flung open, revealing a hideous demon face. The demon lunged towards Shen Ji with bared teeth. Her hand reacted faster than her mind, instinctively throwing a punch straight at its face. The NPC, who hadn't intended to actually attack, clutched his eye and wailed, in an aggrieved tone, "I told you not to hit the NPCs. How could you bring yourself to punch me like this?" Shen Ji awkwardly withdrew her hand. "Sorry, it was just a reflex." The NPC, Ji Bada, took a few steps back, complaining to me through the earpiece. "Brother Chi, that pretty girl just hit me. Wah, you have to get revenge for me." My face was covered by the white cloth, making it a bit hard to breathe. "Shut up, I feel like hitting you too." Shen Ji felt a little embarrassed, and seeing that Ji Bada was no longer bothering them, she let out a sigh of relief. She pulled the white cloth all the way off. "Hey student, wake up, there's still more to the script. You can't just stay fainted forever." I took the opportunity to flutter my eyelashes and slowly opened my eyes. After a few seconds of confusion, I bolted upright, looking around with a terrified expression. Something just grabbed me. The NPC was gone, so I relaxed my body, and immediately flashed a bright smile. Thank you everyone for not leaving me here alone. Under the flickering, intermittent lights, my smile carried the fragility of someone who had just escaped disaster. Shen Ji wavered slightly, but quickly regained her composure. "Let's keep going." I clumsily stood up and brushed the dust off my cargo pants, my hems still hugging the edge of the wall. Stepping up slowly, Shen Ji glanced at the pile of white cloth, thinking she would find that NPC guy later to apologize. The difficulty of the secret rooms kept changing, and the challenges on the second floor weren't too demanding. 2 hours passed, and everyone finally reached the last stage. At this round, I met Fu Shijin's group, and immediately ran over to hug them excitedly. "It's so good to see you all." Fu Shijin was equally delighted. "Xiaoxi, are you okay?" Earlier at the first floor stairwell, an NPC suddenly rushed out. We panicked and just ran straight up here. I nodded, then pointed towards Shenji's group solving puzzles nearby. I met them outside the door. When the door opened and I couldn't see you guys, I had to stick with them to clear the stages until now. Shen Qingshu happened to overhear, and let out a slight smirk. This guy only knew how to be scared the whole way. When it came time to act, he didn't help at all. He didn't know how to solve a single puzzle, yet he had the nerve to say he cleared the stages. I caught a glimpse of Shen Qingshu's expression, laughing secretly to myself, but still pretended to be oblivious.
Fu Shijin saw clearly who those people were, and a gossiping glint immediately flashed in his eyes. He leaned into my ear and whispered, "Xiao Si, your luck is really something. I can't believe you ran into that group. Doesn't Shen Jiyi look incredibly refined and ethereal? Shen Qingxue, isn't she always as hyper as a monkey? Isn't Liu Ruyan extremely gentle? And young Weiwei, doesn't she look as arrogant, as if she has millions of yuan in her pocket?" I blinked my eyes, acting naive. I don't really know. So many NPCs targeted me the whole way. My mind is still a complete blank. What a waste then.
But I have to admit, this escape room is truly terrifying. When you're walking around in constant fear, there's no mental energy left to observe others. Fu Shijin thought for a moment, then lowered his voice again. "Listen, Xiao Si. If you manage to get their WeChat later, you absolutely must add them. Chat with them often, so that after graduation, you won't have to worry about finding a job." I lowered my voice as well, my tone extremely serious. "Will the salary be over 6,000 yuan? I was browsing the web the other day and saw an expert said the average salary now is 5,999 yuan. I don't expect to be super rich. I just don't want to be a burden to anyone." Fu Shijin slapped the back of my head, saying earnestly, "Jiangchang is a first-tier city. What can you do with just 6,000 yuan? Do you plan on living in a basement and eating box meals every day? If you can get into the headquarters of the Shen Group, then the lowest monthly salary would be around this much." As he spoke, he secretly held up 3 fingers in front of me. I took a wild guess and muttered, 300,000. Fu Shijin was speechless. How could it be that high? That it must be 30,000. If 30,000 is the lowest, that's already pretty great. I even looked around cautiously before whispering in his ear, "Shijin, I'll do my best to get their WeChat." Fu Shijin raised his hand in an encouraging gesture. 10 or so minutes later, everyone finally solved the code for the path to the upper floor. Shen Qingxue walked up to me, saying with disdain, "Now that you've found your friends, just stick with them, because you sticking with us only slows everything down." Fu Shijin couldn't help but glare at her, as if anyone was dying to follow them anyway. With his left hand, he led me, and with his right, he led Qin Feng. "Let's go. Let's clear this stage quickly so we can go home and rest." "Yes, boss." I obediently replied and quickly left with them, my attitude being very clear. Shen Qingxue shrugged and went back to Shen Jiyi's side. Shen Jiyi looked down at her. "What is it?" "It's nothing. I just went over to tell that kid to stop following us, and then they just left." Shen Jiyi said nonchalantly, "The passage is open. Let's go too." Going up, the first room on the 3rd floor was a restaurant brightly lit. Since the game lasted so long, they couldn't let the players starve all day. Meals were divided according to the number of people, each with a balanced portion of meat and vegetables, along with drinks and fruit for dessert. I was just wondering if I was going to starve to death. Turns out there's food upstairs. Let me find the restroom first. They said there's one on every floor, but I couldn't find it until now. Ha ha ha, be careful. What if while you're in there, a hand suddenly grabs you? That person's face turned pale instantly. The staff here wouldn't be that cruel, would they? Hard to say. You might get scared out of your wits as soon as you enter. That person immediately grabbed their friend's hand. "Come find it with me." To the left of the 3rd floor restaurant was the restroom. Several players entered trembling, checking every single stall before daring to settle in. I also felt like I needed to use the restroom. "Shijin, are you guys going?" After receiving a no for an answer, I headed straight for the restroom. How could I find it so accurately? Because there were signs in the restaurant, and anyone who wasn't blind could see them. Restrooms in the dining area usually didn't have NPCs to scare people, but whether there would be a scare depended on my mood. After finishing up and sitting out, I was in a very good mood. I conveniently turned off all the lights in the restaurant and restroom to give the players inside the restroom a high-end VIP experience. Hearing a thunderous, terrified scream from the women's restroom next door, I contentedly turned the lights back on, then slipped back into a men's stall to eavesdrop. Not long after, Fu Shijin and Mugi and Dee came running over frantically. "Xiao Si, are you in there?" I opened the stall door, and with slightly reddened eyes, I poked my head out. Fu Shijin ran up with a face full of guilt. "The restaurant was so bright. I thought this was a safe zone. I'm so sorry. I should have come with you earlier." Seeing that he was genuinely worried about me, I secretly blamed myself for overacting a bit. I gave a slight smirk, then turned to comfort him. "I'm fine." It didn't seem like anything rushed in just now. It was just a sudden power outage. But the screaming from the women's restroom was so tragic that it just startled me. Now that the lights are back on, everything's okay. Fu Shijin sighed in relief. "That's good then. Are you done?" "I'm done." "Then hold this for me. I need to go too, since I'm already here anyway." He was still holding a plate of fruit.
I nodded and went to wash my hands, taking the item from Fu Shijin as he entered the restroom. Mugu stood waiting for a while, seeing no scary segments. Xiao Si, am going for a bit too. All right. Once the two of them came out, we all returned to the restaurant together. The girls who had just come out of the restroom
were loudly complaining about the NPCs. Are cruel, they wouldn't even let us be in the restroom. I smiled faintly, quietly hiding my achievement. Shen Qingshu happened to look up and caught my relaxed, effortless smile. Her brows twitched slightly. Sister. Quick, look over there, handsome guy. Shen Ji remained unmoved, only focusing on her meal. Originally thinking she'd just eat something to get by, she didn't expect the flavor to be exceptionally good. Liu Ruyan didn't look up at all, while Wen Wan and Yun Weiwei followed. Shen Qingshu's gaze. Under the lights, my face looked truly radiant. He really does look a bit familiar. Wen Wan suddenly slapped her thigh. Qingshu, isn't this the handsome guy? Who was with us on the second floor? You even said he was annoying, but seeing him clearly now, he's a total heartthrob. Shen Qingshu's face stiffened, her brows furrowing deeply into a frown. Are you kidding? Is he that little crybaby? It's definitely him, Wen Wan stated with absolute certainty. Shen Ji's gaze flickered slightly, and she looked up toward me. I felt her gaze, and when I turned around, it was Shen Ji. I gave her a friendly smile, then naturally looked away, continuing forward with Fu Shijin. I can look at beautiful girls anytime, but if the food gets cold, it won't taste good. The food in the restaurant was exquisite in color, aroma, and taste. There are times I'm willing to play the guest, just to snag a free meal, since the food at the staff canteen is quite ordinary. After sitting down, I opened my lunchbox and began to eat heartily, eating quickly but with refined manners, a testament to my natural upbringing. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Shen Ziyi staring at me from a few tables away, as if she were lost in thought. Shen Qingshu snapped out of it. Seeing her eldest sister in a daze, she waved her hand. Sister, what are you looking at? Shen Ziyi pulled her gaze back. It's nothing. Eat quickly, we still have more exploring to do. Once everyone was finished, they returned their lunchboxes and continued through the stages. I followed Fu Shijin's group through 2 secret rooms. Amidst the harassment of the NPCs, I scrambled around. Once I managed to separate from Fu Shijin's group, I slipped into the staff passage to change costumes, ready to start a new round of scaring. Other NPCs usually target the faint-hearted, jumping out at anyone who looks scared. But not me. I love messing with the brave ones. Think you're brave? Then let me give you a real taste of fear, making even the toughest ones tremble with horror. That's where the real sense of achievement lies. Among this group of players, there were 7 who were quite bold. Besides Shen Ji's trio, there were 2 other men and 2 other women. The 2 young men, one named Sun Chao and the other Mu Chang, were friends. I contacted the tech department in the monitoring room, asking them to lock onto the 2 groups with the best teamwork and the sharpest puzzle-solving skills. Then I used 3D projections combined with physical triggers, blending illusion and reality to haunt them. Watching their faces turn pale, I couldn't help but smirk from the shadows. Now this is more like it. Leaving behind clues for the stage, I moved on to find my next target. The others were in for a real shock. When I reappeared before Shen Qingshu, I was hovering steadily in midair. Shen Qingshu's face darkened. Show me whatever tricks you have left. I won't be scared this time. I smirked. Is that so? I lightly raised my hand, and a wicked gust of wind suddenly blew from behind her. The wind was powerful, and while I remained motionless in the air, she was forced to slide inch by inch toward me. To an outsider, this scene looked like something straight out of a sci-fi movie. The wind was so strong it made Shen Qingshu scowl. Shen Ziyi and Liu Ruyan rushed to pull back. She was almost lifted off her feet, yet she kept sliding forward. The 2 of them pulled until they were out of breath, trying to change positions, but the wind seemed to be mocking her. Whichever way she moved, the wind followed. Wen Wan couldn't help but exclaim, "This wind is so weird. Sister Yi, what kind of prop can control the wind and only blow at Qingshu like this?" Shen Ji's mind raced, but she had never encountered such equipment, and unable to find an answer, she could only shake her head. So what do we do now? Just wait for the wind to stop. They can't move at all against this force. Floating in the air, I let out a loud laugh, my voice deliberately low and elongated, sounding exactly like the dubbed voice of a monster in a movie. Shen Qingshu's blood ran cold at the sound. Even though I was right in front of her, the laughter she heard came from behind her, so close it felt like a whisper in her ear. Sister, why don't you turn around and look? Mei Li is right behind you. She stared at me in front of her, her voice catching. Sister, do you hear something behind me? Shen Ziyi shook her head, glancing behind Shen Qingshui. I don't hear anything, and there's no one there. You're imagining things.
There's probably no technology right now that can make sound audible to only one person. They were standing so close, yet she wasn't wearing any Bluetooth headsets. Shen Jiyi paused for a moment, carefully observing Shen Qingshu's ears, and sure enough, there was nothing. I leaned in close to her ear, lowering my voice. Sister, don't overthink it. Only you can hear my voice. This is a special treat from Mei Li just for you. Shen Qingshu was clearly panicking. He said only I can hear him. Do the rest of you really not hear anything? Shen Jiyi shook her head. Lu Ruyan and Yun Weiwei also shook their heads. There's no sound. Don't try to scare us with your acting. Wen Wan was suddenly terrified. Wait, is this place actually haunted? How could there be ghosts? Don't scare yourselves. Isn't that NPC still hanging there in the air? I quietly landed behind Shen Jiyi, placing a hand on her shoulder. Sister, were you talking about Mei Li? Shen Jiyi shivered. She looked at me still hovering in mid-air, stiffly turned her head around. There was no one behind her, but the weight on her shoulder was unmistakably real. I whispered in her ear, Shh, sister, don't tremble. Mei Li is going to tell you a secret. She turned her head sharply, but there was still no one.
I chuckled. I'm right here in front. She instinctively looked up, and from midair, I suddenly lunged down in my blood-stained uniform. She threw a punch by instinct, but it only hit empty air. I passed right through her with a blast of icy wind, an immediate sense of horror overwhelming her mind. You're so fierce, sister, getting physical the moment we meet. Well, meet again. And when we do, Mei Li will take very good care of you. The wind had stopped before they knew it, and the group turned around together. Under the dim blue light, I stood there without a shadow. Shen Qingshue's voice trembled. Sister, he doesn't have a shadow. Wen Wan looked down, and beneath my feet was a patch of pitch black, making it look as if I were floating in a void. In the next second, I turned into a wisp of blue smoke and vanished, leaving no trace, impossible to follow. Wen Wan quickly ducked behind Shen Jiyi, sandwiching herself in the middle like a hamburger. The faces of all five were deathly pale, as the unknown and the inexplicable are always the most terrifying things. Where I vanished, there was actually a secret mechanism, just a trapdoor to slide down to the first floor. But to outsiders, it looked like disappearing into thin air. Stepping out of the staff passage, I looked down at my ankle, having accidentally twisted it in my haste earlier. Luckily, my acting remained steady, and no one noticed how I had actually moved. But after this, I definitely won't be able to go out and scare people myself anymore. Whatever, I'll just play as a guest to finish the game. I limped toward the bathroom, washed off the makeup and red paint, changed into the Qingcheng school ghost uniform, fixed my hair, and took the staff elevator to the 3rd floor. Once upstairs, I checked the situation first, and while the secret room was empty, I quietly slipped back inside, leaning against the wall as I moved inch by inch. As soon as I stepped out, I bumped into 2 players. I immediately put on a pitiful face. Can I go with you guys? I've twisted my ankle. Surely there are still good people in the world. What bad luck, getting injured again. Sun Chao and Mu Cheng immediately agreed to let me explore with them. Those two were truly brave, standing in front of me whenever an NPC appeared, less than greater, except before protecting me, less than greater than. They would give the NPC a thorough beating first, less than greater, then shield me in the center. Since I was the mastermind, I had no right to complain, so I just followed along like a ghost. After passing through 2 rooms, they ran into Fu Shijin's group, who, seeing me limping, ran over and crouched down. Xiaoxi, how did you twist your ankle like this? It looks quite serious. I lowered my eyes and explained softly. I was careless while hiding from an NPC. Luckily, I ran into Sun Chao and Mu Cheng. The 2 of them protected me, and nothing dangerous happened after that. Fu Shijin stood up to thank Sun Chao and Mu Cheng, actually considering me one of their own. My eyes sparkled, and I put my arm around Fu Shijin's shoulder. Shijin, for the next stages, I'll have to cling to you like an accessory. Oh, that's nothing. Actually, it's better that you're stuck and can't run around everywhere. At least I won't lose you while running. I chuckled. True enough. Seeing I had found my friends, Sun Chao waved goodbye and pulled Mu Cheng away to explore elsewhere. Their group already had 5, and if I joined, it would make the team too crowded, so it was better to go our separate ways. Without strangers in the group, Fu Shijin and the others felt more at ease. Fu Shijin took the hand on his shoulder, leading me over to sit on a chair. Xiaoxi, now that you're here, take a look and see how to solve this one. Muji said, bringing out a large sheet of paper. I glanced over it. Haven't you already solved it? We filled in the blanks, but we still don't know what the password is. As a staff member,
I obviously couldn't give them the answer directly. After a thought, I said, maybe search the room again. You might have missed an important prop. We've already searched everywhere. Nothing? Then try the other rooms. Sometimes props aren't kept in the same room. You have to look very carefully. True. We've already turned this place upside down. Let's check the other rooms.
Xiaoxi, can you walk? I smiled and held out my hands. Fu Shijin stepped closer, helping me up. Then let's go. The group walked along, chatting and laughing when they ran right into an NPC. Both sides stared at each other, and instantly the NPC screamed and lunged toward them. I don't know where Fu Shijin got the strength, but he scooped me up and ran for his life. I was speechless. So you're actually this kind of person, Fu Shijin. Fu Shijin carried me for at least 200 meters, successfully losing the NPC. Muji, Muzuen, and Qin Feng were all shocked. Shijin, why didn't you tell us you were a strongman? Fu Shijin put me down, blushing as he replied, I don't know where the strength came from, but Xiaoxi is really light. I called him out immediately. I weigh 70 kilograms right now. For a height of 178 centimeters, that wasn't heavy, but carrying it while sprinting was definitely no easy feat. By the time we reached the final room on the last floor, it was already 10 p.m. the next day. The third and fourth floors had resting areas, but except for me and Fu Shijin's group, most players chose not to rest. Despite having battled for 2 days straight, no one felt tired. On the contrary, as they reached the final stage, they were all incredibly excited. For instance, Shen Qingshu and Wen Wan's group hadn't stopped muttering since I scared them on the third floor. Didn't he say he'd show up again? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Is that NPC planning a massive grand finale? How did he even disappear into thin air like that? If I don't find out how, I won't be able to sleep tonight. According to the layout, this must be the final room. Don't tell me he's not going to show up at all. He's actually going back on his word. Everyone gathered again in the final room, where the lights were bright, a clean and spacious space, without a single trace of a horror atmosphere. Everyone scoured the room, but found nothing, as if there were no clues at all. How are we supposed to get down from here? What's this ball for? There's a rope too, let's try pulling it. Zhang Xiao spoke as he reached out and gave it a hard tug. The words, "Don't touch it," from the group, rang out at the exact same moment as Zhang Xiao's action. With a loud bang, the lights in the room suddenly went out. Outside the window, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Torrential rain battered against the glass. It looked just like that stormy night when Yiping went to ask her father for money. Ah! Don't come near me, stay away. I'm about to burst into tears. Anyone else is fine, but I really don't want to see Dan Meili. The group screamed for a long time. In the room, aside from their own frantic screams, there wasn't an NPC in sight. The door was blocked, and it seemed like no one could enter. Really? The girls were so scared they kept their eyes shut, trembling. The boys kept their eyes open, looking around. Lightning flashed continuously outside the window, illuminating their faces fitfully. And indeed, there was no sign of that terrifyingly made-up NPC. A moment later, someone crept over to the window to peer out. Good God, the production value is insane. That thunder and rain looks so real. Successive peals of thunder rumbled, making their hearts quiver with every strike. There were no other guests in the amusement park at this hour, and it was pitch black in every direction outside. The only light came from the street lamp at the school gate, its glow steady and reliable, like a beacon guiding everyone back home. I remember now. Qingcheng School Ghost is about school bullying. The tragic deaths of all the students were caused by the cruelty of bullies. In the end, the bully died because of the very pranks his own cronies orchestrated. The school ghosts are divided into bullies and victims, and the victims are the ones who bring life to the survivors. Dan Meili mentioned earlier that the only student who escaped was the class monitor of 12A1, who on a rainy night used a safety rope outside the classroom building window to descend to the ground and leave the school. Since then, Qingcheng High School No. 1 has been sealed off with no one ever daring to return. They wouldn't actually make us do that, right? This is the 5th floor, and without any professional training, who would dare to go down? Someone tried to push the window open, but it wouldn't budge. There was a hidden combination lock in the bottom right corner. It must be real. I can see the ropes swaying out there, but the window is locked. They're literally trying to kill us. I don't even have the motivation to look for the code. Just let me die here. No one save me. I don't dare either, it's too high. I've always been afraid of heights. Since it's the last stage, can we just quit the game? No wonder, on the Qingcheng School Ghost Hall of Fame, there are only photos of a few people. Setting aside how hard the previous stages were, hardly anyone would dare to attempt this escape route. Is it any use screaming for an exit now? Of course it's useful. If a player wants to leave the game, please return the way you came to the first floor entrance, where our enthusiastic ghost classmates will take very good care of you on your way back. Through the static of the intercom, there was a clear note of smugness. No one here wanted to go back the way they came, terrified they might cross paths with Dan Maley again. Though Dan Maley was supposedly a good ghost bullied to death and was quite playful, his way of scaring people was absolutely horrific. In contrast, anyone who dared to face Maley was a true hero, while they were just cowards. Hesitating before the escape rope, a long silence filled the air as the brave ones began searching for clues, and the timid ones sat in a corner, feeling gloomier than ever. During their exploration, everyone managed to find a flashlight, and the beams of light swept back and forth across the room. One light caught some photos scattered on the floor, another shone toward the locker area, where a safety sliding device had appeared out of nowhere. On the photos scattered across the floor, many had writing on the back. The group gathered all the photos together, sorted out the ones with writing. When they saw the words, and the youthful faces in every photo, the entire group suddenly fell silent. Why are our faces in these photos? When were these even taken? It must have been Dan Maley. Maley kept making clicking sounds back then. It turns out he was actually taking photos. Can we please stop mentioning Dan Maley? Just hearing those 3 words terrifies me now. Chin Feng picked up his own photo. It's actually quite a good shot. Can we take these home after the game? Of course we have to take them. It's our own faces on here. We can't just leave them here. Every single one looks great. Wow, who is this guy? He looks just like a king from an apocalyptic world. Fu Shijin glanced over and his eyes lit up, snatching the photo away. Xiaoxi, it's you. Did you secretly bribe Maley? Only your photo looks like it has some high-end filter. You look insanely handsome. I scratched the back of my neck. Maybe it's just my flawless handsomeness. Doesn't matter the angle, I always look good. Fu Shijin punched my shoulder lightly. Xiaoxi, do you have any other friends? Can I have their WeChat? I just want to know how they put up with you, and let you live in peace until now. My eyes sparkled like 1,000 stars as I looked around. Aren't all of you my friends? And I know why you put up with me. It's because the law doesn't allow murder. As I was joking around, Shen Qingxiu saw her own photo, and the corner of her mouth twitched. Did Dan Maley hear me cursing him the whole way? What's wrong? Let me see. Wen Wan crowded closer to Shen Qingxiu. Seeing the photo in Shen Qingxiu's hand, she pursed her lips tight, not because she was angry, but because it was just too funny. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to stop herself from bursting out laughing. In the photo, Shen Qingxiu wore a tight tank top, revealing arms covered in tattoos, a tattooed neck, and a massive gold chain, paired with tight capris and shiny leather loafers, while she attempted a smug smirk for the camera. Shen Qingxiu's face was originally very beautiful, and she was overall very attractive, but this gangster boss style clashing with her pure features was a contrast so ridiculous it was unimaginable. Who could possibly hold it in? Wen Wan was suffering internal damage from holding back her laughter. Young Wei Wei peeked over and burst into a fit of laughter. Ha ha ha. Qingxiu, don't say a word. This is absolutely legendary. The Photoshop on this photo is incredible. Ha 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 ha. Young Wei Wei laughed even harder. Wen Wan couldn't help but roar with laughter too. Shen Qingxiu's face turned black with rage. She gnashed her teeth, stuffed the photo into her pocket, and frantically searched through the pile on the table. She found photos of Shen Jiyi, Liu Ruyan, and Yun Weiwei as well. She grabbed Young Weiwei's photo and laughed triumphantly. Weiwei, this one of yours isn't any better. I'm definitely keeping it as a souvenir. Yun Weiwei sensed trouble and immediately lunged to get it back. As arrogant as she had been while laughing just now, she was equally pathetic while struggling for the photo. Shen Qingxiu was indeed a bit mischievous. If she got her hands on these photos, they would surely be spread across every group chat, and all her dignity would be gone in an instant. Shen Qingxiu, Yun Weiwei, and a few others had their photos photoshopped as Cat Cafe staff. There was clearly a connection between them. Everyone transcribed all the writing from the back of the photos onto a large sheet of paper. Then Shen Jiyi took charge of rearranging the words. Once the assembly was complete, the back of Mu Xuan's Cat Cafe staff photo revealed the contents of a letter. My name is Dan Maley. When I first arrived at Qingcheng High School No. 1, I was very happy, because Qingcheng is a top-tier school in the province, with an incredibly high graduation rate. After getting here, I realized that this school was always shrouded in a strange atmosphere, with people mysteriously disappearing every single day. Otherwise, they were just injured. I secretly formed an exploration team to delve deeper into the story behind it all. Just when I had finally managed to uncover a sliver of the truth, I was treated so cruelly. My friends fell one by one right before my eyes, until finally only I remained, my dear friend. If you are reading this letter, that I am likely no longer of this world.
If you possess a heart full of courage and can bear the weight of the consequences, please take the evidence I gathered and get it out of here. Let the world know exactly what kind of terrifying purgatory Xingqiang High School number 1 truly is. Let the world see clearly how this place harbors demons disguised in human skin. Thank you, Tan Mei Li.
Following the instructions in the letter, everyone moved all the cabinets in the room and found where Tan Mei Li had hidden her things, secured by a combination lock. What's the code? I have no idea. I wonder if the code on the back of that photo is meant for something else instead. Let's just give it a try. Sun Xiao entered the numbers 530914. The screen displayed incorrect code. This isn't it. Maybe we need to search the room more. How about we open the window first, so if anything unexpected happens, we can make a quick escape. 530914 isn't for the chest. It must be for the window. Wen Wan walked to the window and entered the code. This time it was correct, and the window opened automatically. This wasn't a sliding window, but a folding one, retracting completely into the wall, revealing a massive opening. Why did it open so wide? This feels really unsettling. Just as Qin Feng finished speaking, a dark shadow lunged inside from outside the window. Ah! Wen Wan shrieked in terror and dashed behind Liu Ruyan. As the scream rang out, there was a heavy banging and crashing at the door, as if something outside was desperately trying to break in. Everyone descended into a frantic panic. I was holding onto a shivering Qin Feng, the two of us leaning on each other to regain our composure. What do we do now? It feels like we're running out of time. How are we supposed to find a code in this pitch black? Should we just forget the chest and go down now? If we get down there, the game will probably end. But what was that dark shadow just now? Is it gone yet? My heart is about to jump out of my chest from fear. Shen Qingshu held her flashlight, sweeping it across the room, until the beam stopped in the middle of the group, illuminating a long-haired NPC in a tattered, blood-stained uniform. This figure was none other than Tan Mei Li. All right, she's actually here. Shen Qingshu pulled Liu Ruyan along as she strode forward. You scared us enough times. Now that we're a big group, you still dare to crawl over here all by yourself. The long-haired NPC adjusted his wig, revealing a delicate face hidden behind the messy strands. He grinned at Shen Qingshu, disguising his voice. Don't be upset, senior. Right now, I'm the safety officer, in charge of putting protective gear on everyone. Later, when you slide down the rope, you must go one at a time. In order, please, no pushing or shoving. Goodness, look at that cheeky face. As everyone got a clear look at Tan Mei Li's face, their mouths twitched in disbelief. So it was this guy who had been spooking them the whole time. Or they had imagined he was some handsome guy. What a bunch of fools they were. The rapid pounding on the door added a sense of urgency. The safety officer, Tan Mei Li, quickly began to strap the safety equipment onto everyone. Shen Zhuyi called Shen Qingshu back. We need to find the code for the chest first. A lot of people have probably slid down the rope already, but there are only a few names on the leaderboard, which proves that just escaping doesn't necessarily mean you've cleared the stage. Once everyone had finished putting on their gear, Tan Mei Li patiently gave step-by-step instructions on how to hold the rope to slide down. One player was eager to go down immediately. He walked over and asked, Hey, Tan Mei Li, can I go down now? Of course you can. Just let me hook up your safety line first. Outside the window, a light rain was falling. As the young man climbed through the window, with the help of the safety rope, he slid down quite smoothly, reaching the first floor in only about 5 minutes. There were safety staff waiting below as well, with very thick air cushions spread out. Every safety measure was meticulously taken care of. Once the first person had safely descended, the others felt much more at ease. Fu Shijin also thought that just getting down would end the stage. He turned to Mu Gi and me. Let's go down too. I shook my head vigorously, and too scared. I don't dare to. You two go for it. Fu Shijin didn't push me, since it was the final stage anyway. Even if they didn't slide down, the organizers couldn't keep them locked in here forever. Fu Shijin was always one to challenge himself. He was the one who had invited the whole group here to play. He walked to the window, hooked on the safety rope, and slid down. Shen Zhiyi had by now found the chest, containing those secret documents. The 5 of them gathered around the chest, entered the code, and opened it, revealing a thick stack of documents, including both texts and photos. Shen Qingshu was the first to pick them up. After reading, her face went pale, and she gasped. How disgusting. Those teachers really deserve the worst. I can't believe they built an underground lab to treat students like lab rats for their experiments. The reason King Cheng number 1 has such a high pass rate is because hardly anyone lasts until the college entrance exam, and only the absolute best students remain. No wonder something felt off this entire time. We didn't see a single teacher throughout the whole journey, It turns out those ghosts were all students. No wonder the school bullying was so severe. With the teachers never showing up, it seems they were never doing anything good in the first place. What do the documents say? Wenwan curiously took the stack of papers, and after reading expressed her outrage just like Shen Qingshu. Shen Jiyi calmly reached out. If there's a lab, then there must be a hidden plot as well. Let me see them. Only 7 people were left in the room now. Qin Feng and I glanced at each other. He whispered, Shao Si, there's still a hidden plot. Are we joining in? I hesitated slightly. They probably won't want to drag along extra baggage. They likely won't take us with them. True enough. Well, let's just see what happens in a bit. Shen Jiyi, suspecting a hidden plot, carefully read through the documents from start to finish. When he was done, he told Shen Qingshu to hold on to the files while he circled the room, discovering an elevator door that blended perfectly with the wall. The elevator was still functional. Qingshu, everyone come over here. There's an elevator leading to the first basement level. Shen Qingshu and the others hurried over and stepped inside the elevator. Just as Shen Jiyi was about to close the door, he saw the 2 of us still standing in the secret room, paused for a moment and asked, Do you 2 want to come along? Qin Feng quickly looked up at Shen Jiyi, asking uncertainly, Can we really come with you? Of course, Shen Jiyi confirmed. Shao Si, let's go with them. The game is almost over anyway. Since I was free to choose, I nodded eagerly in agreement. Qin Feng pulled me along, and we both entered the elevator. Shen Jiyi closed the door. In the confined space, no one spoke a word, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Qin Feng awkwardly adjusted his uniform. Hi everyone, I'm a junior from Jingchuan High School in Jiangcheng. My name is Qin Feng. Liu Ruyan nodded politely. Hello. In Liu Ruyan, also from Jingchuan, and these are my friends. The elevator then went straight down to the basement, where a hidden room awaited, like a miniature museum of atrocities. There were no NPC jump scares here, but the sights before us were utterly horrifying. The narrow corridor stretched for 2 kilometers, with a bright red carpet covering the floor, and walls plastered with slogans. The first slogan read, Keep moving forward, and never look back. Qin Feng stared blankly at those words. His emotions suddenly boiled over, and he burst into heavy sobs. I pulled Qin Feng into an embrace, patting his back. There, it's okay. Stop crying. We just need to remember history and never forget our original resolve. I just can't help it. It's so tragic. So many students. All died under the experiments of those demons. Did they have no parents or children of their own? That's why they met their retribution. A massive fire, and they all perished. Only the class president escaped, exposing their atrocities to the entire world. So everyone could see their shameless, wicked faces. Qin Feng nodded, his mood seemingly brightening slightly. At the end of the passage was a sprawling plaza, with a sign reading Museum Exit hanging diagonally above the door. A few reporters were waiting under a nearby streetlight, waiting for Shen Qingshu to hand the documents over to them. The very moment the reporter received the file, the game officially came to an end, and the group emerged as the final winners. None of those present wore expressions of joy, but were instead solemn and silent. The staff here were well acquainted with this reaction. After presenting the Medal of Bravery to Shen Jiyi, they led everyone to gather with the other players. Shen Qingshu wondered, We all came out together. So why is my brother the only one with a medal? The staff explained, only players who decoded the correct code for the document chest and found the elevator leading to the museum are eligible to receive a medal. Everyone gathered in one place. Escape room staff stood before the crowd and announced, Dear players, it is now nearly midnight. I'll give everyone 30 minutes. Change back into your own clothes. For those who wish to go home and rest, we will have staff members escort you to the park's parking lot. If anyone would like to hear a debrief of the game, please meet me after you've changed. I went to wash up thoroughly and tossed the game costume into the laundry basket. Less than 5 minutes later, I have returned to the gathering point. As for Shen Jiyi's group of 5, since they wore their own clothes during the game, they did need to change, and naturally, they weren't about to shower or change here. They were currently gathered around the escape room. Manager to hear the plot explanation. I walked over and sat down, yawned, and rested my chin on my hand to listen in. Shen Qingshu turned to look at the boy who had just arrived. It's you? She was slightly surprised. She'd thought I was only handsome because of the costume and styling, but it turned out these looks were entirely natural. Sensing someone staring at me, I looked right back at her, with a hint of confusion in my eyes. Who is this? Why is she staring at me? In this information-heavy era, while I was posing as a player, I absolutely couldn't reveal my NPC identity. Even under her gaze, I remained silent. After a 2-second lock of eyes, Shen Qingshu grew flustered and glared at me sharply, before quickly looking away. Shen Qingshu pursed her lips, her heart suddenly racing for no reason. She was already a junior, and as a wealthy, beautiful young lady, she certainly wasn't a stranger to the feelings of romance.
But my expression earlier had just been so adorable, matching her favorite type perfectly. However, my personality seemed too fragile.
Wanting to cry at every little thing, not exactly the kind of person she would normally go for. Thinking this to herself, Shen Qingshu snuck another peek at me. I had already looked away by then, fiddling with my phone, a faint smile playing on my lips. I wondered what they were saying in the group that was so funny. Afraid of being caught staring, Shen Qingshu hurriedly shifted her focus back to the manager, listening intently as he recapped the game's mission milestones. Once the summary was over, it was time for the Q&A session. Wenwan raised her hand. Mr. Liu, I want to know how Tan Mei Li controlled the wind, and why did our flashlights stop working? Manager Liu Feng smiled at Wenwan. Trade secret. I can't reveal that. Basically, it's all down to engineering and technology. Nothing supernatural or ghostly involved. Shed thought she'd find out once she got out. Wenwan switched to another question. Then how about how Tan Mei Li would appear and disappear, as if she had teleportation powers? That's also a trade secret. I can't tell you. Wenwan still didn't give up. Then how did she make only one of us hear her voice, while the others couldn't? Surely you can tell us that. Miss Wen, that's still a trade secret. We truly cannot say. If every player knew the tricks, we wouldn't be able to create that sense of dread anymore. Besides, we can't let other studios copy our exclusive techniques. Wenwan looked around. Seeing no strangers around, she leaned in close to the manager's ear, whispering, Mr. Liu, just tell us quietly. I swear I won't tell anyone else. And I won't breathe a word on the escape room forums. Liu Feng remained firm. I'm sorry, we have a non-disclosure agreement. If these methods are leaked by us, we would face massive fines. For Wenwan, anything that could be solved with money wasn't really an issue. Oh, that's fine, I'll just pay the fine for you. Please just tell me. Liu Feng smiled and shook his head. I believe I still have professional ethics to uphold. Chen Jiyi, who had been silent until then, suddenly spoke up. The safety officer in our final room, was that Tan Mei Li? That I can tell you. Liu Feng replied, yes. He was playing the character of Tan Mei Li. Shen Jiyi thought for a moment, then asked, so he and the Tan Mei Li NPC, who scared us in the previous rooms, are they the same person? I raised an eyebrow, slightly lifting my head to look at Shen Jiyi. Why was he suddenly asking about this? Shen Qingshu, Liu Ruyan, and the others also turned their eyes towards Shen Jiyi. Clearly, after seeing the safety officer's face, they had already assumed that the safety officer, Tan Mei Li, was the one who had been spooking them all throughout the game, because in terms of both build and costume, they were almost identical. Hearing this, Liu Feng shot me a quick glance, before nodding firmly, yes, it was the same person. Having received the confirmation, Shen Jiyi stared at Liu Feng for a long while, but he couldn't extract any useful information from Liu Feng's expression. He stood up and said, it's time to go. It's getting late. Let's head back and rest. Shen Qingshu's group stood up one by one, and the five of them walked out together. I looked away and went back to my phone, my fingertips sliding gently across the screen. A few seconds later, I suddenly remembered something. Wait, I almost forgot. I jumped up and ran after the five of them. Shen Jiyi, wait a second. Shen Jiyi stopped. Shen Qingshu, who was talking to him, also came to a halt. Both turned to look at me. I approached Shen Jiyi, and as I neared them, I intentionally feigned a trip, lunging straight forward. Shen Jiyi instinctively reached out to catch me, but was pulled by such a tremendous force that we both ended up tumbling down. Using the momentum, I grabbed both Shen Jiyi and Shen Qingshu by the necks, wrestling them both to the ground. As it turned out, I didn't fall into anyone's arms, but instead landed face first on the floor, getting a mouthful of dust. I was really choking on it. My first reaction upon falling was to frantically scramble back up, coughing to spit out all the dust. Then, looking apologetic, I reached out to pull Shen Jiyi up. Shen Qingshu refused any help, standing up on her own with a dark, frustrated expression. Hey, are you some kind of four-stomached herbivore monster? How are you as strong as an ox? The two of us couldn't even withstand one collision from you. Shen Qingshu was about to say more, but Shen Jiyi pulled her back, told her to be quiet, and asked, Hey, are you hurt anywhere? Hearing this, I looked down at my hands, then at my legs. My hands were fine, but my knee was slightly scraped. I glanced at the scrape and quickly pulled my pant leg down. I'm okay, thanks for asking. It's just a minor scratch. No problem. Shen Jiyi didn't personally check on me either, to see if I was truly all right. Since I said I was fine, he believed me. Was there something you needed me for? I held out the medal in my hand. You dropped your completion medal. The medal lay in my dusty palm, yet it still shone brightly. Completion medal for the ghostly laugh of Ching Chang game was actually quite beautifully designed. Shen Jiyi took the medal and tucked it into his pocket.
his voice gentle and polite. "Thank you." With that, he turned and continued walking. I didn't just stand there either, limped back to the chair and sat down. Having started the act, I had to see it through to the end. Liu Feng saw me pull up my pant leg and stood up to bring over the first aid kit. In our line of work, getting a few scrapes and scratches every day is pretty common, so we always keep the first aid kit fully stocked with everything needed for minor skin injuries. Shen Qingxiu reached the door and turned back to see me tending to my own wound, whispering curiously to Shen Jiyi. "I thought he ran after you to ask for your WeChat ID. To be so close to you and remain completely unfazed, that's really something you don't see every day." Shen Jiyi gave Shen Qingxiu a light tap on the head. "It was just a chance encounter. Do you think I'm just some walking trophy that everyone who meets me has to fall for me?" True. Maybe he also knew this was just a fleeting meeting, so he never mentioned his real name from start to finish, and they only heard from my friend that my name was Xiaozi, without even knowing which characters were used to write it. 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and everyone had changed into their own clothes and gathered once again. Those who wanted to hear the debrief surrounded Liu Feng, while the others, after receiving their souvenirs from the escape room organizers, followed the guide to the bus park outside to be taken back to the parking lot. Fu Shijin wanted to check out the museum, so he decided to skip the plot analysis and went excitedly to find a staff member to ask if they could lead the group on a tour of the museum. I quietly followed behind them, since I didn't have anything else to do at the moment anyway. Movie saw me limping and hurried over to support me, asking, "Xiaozi, isn't your sprain supposed to be much better by now?" I replied shyly, "Yes. But I accidentally tripped again while walking just now. It should be fine by tomorrow. It won't affect our trip to the botanical garden." Fu Shijin stepped to my left side, bending down to inspect my leg. Seeing that the surface wound was indeed not too serious, he stood up and said, "Xiaoxi, since you've already walked through the museum once, you don't need to come with us again. Just go home and get some rest first. We'll pick you up tomorrow at 2 p.m., and then we'll head to the botanical garden together." Knowing my own situation well, didn't insist on tagging along. "All right, let's exchange WeChat IDs then. See you tomorrow." Everyone took out their phones, added each other on WeChat, and immediately created a group chat. Mu Ji and Mu Shuen helped me outside and put me on the bus to leave the park. Meanwhile, Fu Shijin went to find his staff member to ask for a guided tour of the museum. After leaving the park, I hailed a taxi to go home. As I climbed the stairs, my steps were light and swift, with absolutely no sign of being injured at all. That fall was never a big deal in the first place. How could such a tiny scrape make me so weak that I couldn't even look after myself? When I work at the escape room, I normally get some rest during the night anyway, so I didn't need to spend much time catching up on sleep. At exactly 8 a.m., I woke up feeling perfectly refreshed and alert, taking a leisurely skateboard ride out for a spin. Delivering food was actually just along the way. I planned to stop by the mall to grab some clothes when I returned from abroad. My clothes and all those miscellaneous items were basically all thrown away or sold off. I only sent back the electronics I use daily. The few outfits in my closet right now really aren't fit for a photo shoot with friends. Hanging out with friends who are perfectly compatible. Of course, I can't afford to look sloppy around them. After finishing a few deliveries, I headed to Jiang Cheng's largest budget mall. Items costing only a few dozen or a few hundred yuan. I honestly can't get enough of them. I took a long stroll through the mall, slowly getting lost in the sweet calls of "Hey Handsome." Everything looks so good. I might as well take it all. Left empty-handed, came back fully loaded, stepping out of the mall with bags in both hands. Back home, I cut off all the price tags, dumped everything into the washing machine. After washing, I dried them, ironed them smooth, and hung them neatly in the closet. Only after that did I shower and blow-dry my hair. Feeling refreshed in my newly bought shirt and trousers, sitting in front of the mirror, I styled my hair to look neat and masculine. Not bad at all after a bit of grooming. It's only 1 p.m. now. I grabbed some fruit from the fridge to snack on. Feeling bored, I flipped open my sketchbook and casually doodled a few strokes. Without realizing it, the image of a girl, as beautiful as a painting, appeared on the paper. I froze for a second. Why her? Tossing the pen aside, I tore the page from the book, crumpled it up, and threw it in the trash. Shen Jiyi truly possesses a beauty that could make anyone's heart skip a beat. I drew her without even thinking. Too bad when I think about it. I can't help but let out a soft sigh. Just then, a pleasant ringtone echoed. I swiped to unlock the screen, answered the call. "Xiaozi, we're downstairs at your place now. Hurry up and come down." Hanging up, I pushed Shen Jiyi to the back of my mind, grabbed my camera gear case, and headed downstairs, pushing open the building door to step outside. Waiting beside a black Vito,
4 sharply dressed guys were standing by the car, and they all looked up at once. When they saw me in my cream white shirt, looking refined and clean cut, they all swallowed hard and swarmed around me. Mugi threw an arm around my shoulder. Xiaoxi, the second I saw you, that cinnabar mole from the novels suddenly appeared right here in the flesh. Fu Shijin patted my other shoulder. Xiaoxi. I was almost regretting not being a girl just now. I looked at Fu Shijin with a playful, mocking glint. Well, my standards aren't that strict. True love knows no gender, you know. If it's you, I think I could go for it. How about it? Go for it, my foot. The 4 of them looked at each other, stunned. It took a moment for them to react, before they all stepped back at once. Fu Shijin said in an exaggerated tone, I see you as a brother, and you want to be my boyfriend. I bit my lower lip and sighed melodramatically. Sigh. As expected, some people are all talk. Love that isn't backed by actual deeds is nothing but a lie. The other 4 couldn't help but burst out laughing. Fu Shijin grabbed my arm again. Xiaoxi, with these looks of yours and this acting talent, it would be a waste not to be in movies. There's a really popular guy on Kuaishou lately who's doing commercials and even feature films. He must be making over 10 million yuan a month. If you joined Kuaishou, there wouldn't be any room left for those guys. Your top-tier visuals would crush them in an instant. I sighed upon hearing that. I actually tried live streaming for money on Kuaishou before, but barely anyone watched. Life is always so cruel. It was a stinging slap in the face. It seems in this world, for some people, just having looks isn't enough. Fu Shijin cleared his throat. It's too hot out here. Let's get in the car and keep talking. Yeah, I went to the back of the car, intending to put my case in the trunk. But when I opened it, it was stuffed with gear, not a single bit of space left. Oh well, luckily it's a 7-seater. There's still an empty seat inside for my things. I was the last one to join the group, so I naturally took the very last row. Once in the car, the live streaming topic was dropped. Fu Shijin briefed everyone on the afternoon plan. The Forest Botanical Garden is in the suburbs. It's a 40 to 50-minute drive from Jing'an District. Luckily, it's summer break, so traffic isn't too heavy at this hour. We reached the Botanical Garden entrance around 2:20 p.m., bought the tickets, and drove straight inside. As the photographer, I opened my gear case, assembled the camera, and hung it around my neck, walking with Fu Shijin while pulling my case. Fu Shijin played with my camera for a bit. This whole setup of yours isn't cheap. This didn't cost anything. Did you rob someone for it? What exactly gave him that delusion? I didn't have to go that far. This was a prize from a youth photography competition. Fu Shijin immediately looked impressed, giving me a thumbs up. That's awesome. Any contest that gives out million yuan gear as a prize definitely isn't some amateur event. It's nothing special, really. Just trying to be modest, don't want to be too arrogant. Fu Shijin's lip twitched. Even so, Xiaoxi, could you try being just a little more humble? I feigned shock. Shijin, is my radiance blinding you? That I'm truly sorry. I ended up laughing myself. Fu Shijin felt his hands itching. He really wanted to punch me. Luckily, years of etiquette training helped him hold back. They chatted and laughed as they walked, reaching the shore of Yujiao Lake, where Fu Shijin wanted to shoot. Unfortunately, the inner lake area was cordoned off. A brand was there shooting a magazine cover. What now? It's blocked off, we can't get in, and no telling when they'll finish. Let's just go shoot somewhere else first then. Let's go. Group changed locations, heading to the greenhouse garden, and shot until after 5 p.m. Everyone was exhausted, but Fu Shijin was still hung up on Yujiao Lake. I had Uncle Jean the driver get the lake viewing gear ready. Let's go back and check Yujiao Lake. See if that crew is done yet. If they've finished, we can still make it there for the sunset. All right, let's go. They picked up the pace and hurried over, but unfortunately, the lake was still cordoned off. Fu Shijin was a bit speechless. Don't they care about lighting for a cover shoot? It's just a few photos. How can it take this long? We've taken hundreds of shots all afternoon. Shijin, maybe we should go over and ask, see if they can spare a corner for us to shoot. The lake is so big, it's not like they're shooting wide shots forever. Feeling unwilling to give up after coming all this way, he had to try. Let's go. They walked down the steps together to ask. Before they could get close, the photography teams. Staff at the cordon line stopped them. Hello, handsome young men. This is an important closed set area. You can't come any closer. Fu Shijin offered a polite smile. Miss, I see you've been shooting all afternoon. My friends and I just wanted to go by the lake, snap a few quick photos. It'll only take about half an hour. Could you please make an exception for us? I'm sorry about that, but we're in a huge rush to finish this cover. If I let you in, I won't know what to tell my superiors. Fu Shijin was a bit frustrated. Then can your team speed it up a little?
Yuzhou Lake is a public area after all. It doesn't make sense that we paid for tickets, yet only you guys get to use it. The staff looked awkward. I'm really sorry. We're also stressed out of our minds. This is our first time working with Ka7GA. I assume you've heard of Ka7GA, the one who went viral on the hot search list over a month ago. His runway photos from H City Fashion Week.
Honestly, they were breathtakingly beautiful. Who knew that once we hired him, he was nothing like we expected? Every single shot requires endless editing, and he can't even control his facial expressions. We were supposed to be done by this morning, yet here we are, and it's still not up to standard. We urgently need these photos by tomorrow. I'm afraid the whole crew will have to work through the night. So could you handsome guys please bear with us? Kabai-J? I narrowed my eyes slightly, looking past her, toward the busy crowd by the lakeshore. Wait, the person on the hot search over a month ago. Wasn't that me? Since when did this involve Ka7GA? I spoke up and asked, are you talking about that internet celebrity? Ka7GA is the same Xiao Qi from the Shen Fashion Week. Exactly, he used to be very low-key. But just 2 weeks ago, he admitted online that he is indeed Xiao Qi and has been working with several big brands lately. Let me tell you, no wonder the brands look like they're watching a comedy whenever he's mentioned. Their expressions are just priceless. His work is a mess, yet he charges a sky-high price. No wonder they're laughing bitterly. The staff member was mid-sentence when she suddenly seemed to notice something, staring at me for several seconds. Her eyes slowly widened. Hey, handsome, I think your looks are top-notch. Are you interested in doing a magazine shoot? I shook my head slightly. I never had any intention of entering the entertainment industry. So even though I have Jiang Wang's business card and set up a new phone number, I've never actually reached out to him. Because compared to living under the constant scrutiny of the spotlight, I prefer working for hire when I'm out of cash and disappearing to enjoy absolute freedom when I have money. I don't want to join showbiz, but that doesn't mean others are allowed to borrow my name to harvest fame out there. If I didn't know about this, it would be fine. But now that I do, I definitely have to take the time to settle this once and for all. That staff member gazed at my perfectly handsome face and couldn't stop sighing, even going so far as to claim outright that compared to that Ka7GA fellow, I'm much better suited for this profession. But I just offered a casual smile and led the troubled Fu Shijin and the others swiftly away from there. Shijin complained as he walked, glancing back. What a waste! The lake photo shoot I spent a whole week preparing for. It's all gone down the drain. At that moment, I suddenly suggested, how about I just Photoshop the photos? My skills are actually pretty good. I'll just edit a lake in behind you guys. Though Fu Shijin hesitated a bit, the only option now was to head back to camp for a feast and wait until later to do a night shoot. While on the botanical garden lawn, colorful star lights had been strung up, and the scene was incredibly lively. I sat at the dining table, snacking on fruit while scrolling through my phone, and only then did I discover that fake guy had been using my photos to impersonate me, to swindle money for the past half-month. So I pulled my laptop out of the case, getting ready to sort through the 500-plus photos taken this afternoon to begin the selection process. Not only did every single one need editing, but this massive workload was enough to give anyone goosebumps. I casually sent a few portrait shots, which were meticulously edited into the group chat. Unbelievably, they were so good that Mu Ji literally shouted in shock right there. He didn't just confess his love in the group, but even offered to pay 30 yuan per photo to hire me as his long-term editor. I looked at my phone and chuckled. Sure, that works out great. More skills mean I won't go hungry. This long-term gig just came knocking on its own. Right after that, Fu Shijin brought over a plate of fragrant grilled beef fat. That mouth-watering aroma was honestly better than any BBQ joint out there. I kept praising his skills while picking up my phone to call Mu Gi, urging them to hurry back and eat. Unexpectedly, from the other end, came the sounds of Mu Gi's excitement, his voice sounding utterly thrilled. I casually asked, what are you guys up to? You won't believe who Mu Xuan and I just bumped into. Hang on, I'll take a photo for you. Before I could even react, he hung up and charged into the crowd, heading toward the RV party over there, snapping away with his camera. A second later, on my laptop screen, a few photos sent via WeChat suddenly appeared. The moment I saw the content of those photos, my gaze instantly turned sharp. I stared at the pictures on the screen, eyebrows knitting together. I didn't expect to run into them here too. In the photos, Shen Qingxiu was holding a guitar, Young Weiwei was on the drums, and even Liu Ruyan and Wen Wan were there. The whole group was having a massive outdoor party together, yet Shen Jiyi looked completely out of place among them, sitting alone in a corner, focused on an English book. Because their looks were so striking, they didn't just attract a crowd of tourists, but the atmosphere became incredibly loud and vibrant.
I casually set my phone down, my fingers flying across the keys so fast they left after images. I finished editing Muji's photos in a flash, and even the mouse moved so quickly it was a blur. Then I stood up to help out at the grill, only to find that my help just made things more chaotic. I cleared my throat awkwardly, trying to save some face. I thought I could learn a thing or two. Fu Shijin raised an eyebrow. Clearly, you haven't learned a thing. Go over there and just wait to eat. I had no choice but to give up helplessly, sitting back down and opening the group chat, only to find it had absolutely exploded. Mugi was spamming "You're my god," and was practically ready to lick the screen in awe, especially the shots of Shen Qingshu, which ID edited to look breathtakingly beautiful. Mugi swore he'd be knocking down my door. Not only that, but he decided to promote me heavily when school starts, certain that he helped me make a fortune this time. Holding a golden sizzling beef fat skewer, I could only helplessly text back in the group. "I've finished editing your photos. Stop staring and come back here to eat." While I was in the zone with the editing, I didn't forget to shower Fu Shijin and Qin Feng, who were nearby, with a flurry of non-stop compliments. Fu Shijin casually took off his disposable gloves and shoved a photo of a boy right in front of my face. "Then take a look and tell me, is this person good or bad?" I stared at the photo and suddenly lost my voice, my eyes darting around aimlessly. Why aren't Muji and the others back yet? Let me go look for them." Exposed too quickly, I had to tuck tail and run for it. Seeing my panic retreat, Fu Shijin and Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud, not only amused by my humorous bragging, but also secretly envying my unrestrained freedom. Wealthy heirs like them are destined to become tools for family political marriages, so even if I have to work hard for hire later, at least I get to live an independent life, staying by the side of the one I love forever. In a flash, I found Muji and his brother nearby. Hearing that Shen Qingshu had just been rocking the dance floor, a slight smile touched the corner of my lips. Instead of wanting to avoid them, I actually felt curious. Now that we're full, why don't we go over and join the fun? I put my arms around my brother's shoulders, and the three of us walked back side by side. As the night party was only just getting started, I had just finished cleaning up the mess and was putting on my camera to change locations when Mu Xuan suddenly approached, face flushed. "Xiao Si, take more photos of Liu Ruyan for me later, okay? I'll pay you." I shot him a glance, my tone full of teasing. "So you're into this kind of gentle goddess?" He suddenly choked on his own spit, hastily clarifying, "It's just pure admiration." But I dragged out my words on purpose. "Got it. I totally understand just admiration, right? It's only natural, after all." I laughed loudly and dashed off. But surprisingly, Fu Shijin suddenly looked troubled, since after all, Shen Qingshu and the others were far too famous at school, and the boys in the campus beauties support group were notoriously fanatical, practically obsessive. If they were caught snooping and it got posted on the school forum, the consequences would be too dire to imagine. So to avoid trouble, the group decided to turn back and go straight to Yuejiao Lake. Unbelievably, their luck was off the charts, as the cordon around the lakeshore had just been removed. I quickly coordinated with Uncle Zhang, the Fu family driver, to help with the lighting. The shutter in my hand clicked non-stop, and in just one short hour, the final photos left Fu Shijin completely stunned. He gripped my arm tight, eyes shining with pure admiration. "Xiao Si, from now on, am coming to you for all my photo edits. Money is no object." I let out a soft laugh. Already calculating the service fees in my head, this side gig was bound to be pure profit. Just as they were heading back, laughing and joking, they spotted Shen Qingshu's group's outdoor party from afar, beside the parked R verses. The troubles they'd worried about didn't exist at all, because the scene had long been surrounded by layers of people, crowded like a festival. In a situation like this, even if the campus beauty support group was right there, there was no way they'd notice any of them. Mu Xuan immediately felt his interest piqued. "Let's go over and take a look." He didn't forget our earlier deal while speaking. "Xiao Si, since it's such a rare chance, snap a few more photos of Liu Ruyan for me." I zipped open my backpack, while adjusting the camera focus, and casually said, "Why bother squeezing in there? Let's just take group photos from right here." Mu Xuan was completely dazed on the spot. "We can take group photos from this far away?" I smirked, pointing toward the distant crowd. "As long as we find a good angle, I'll zoom in and edit the two of you together later. When it's printed, it'll look just like a real group photo." Right after that, even someone as usually composed as Muji couldn't sit still. "Xiao Si, I want a group photo with Shen Qingshu too." I flashed a decisive OK sign. The lens instantly locked onto the distant target, followed by a sharp click of the shutter. I quickly transferred the photos to my phone, leading the group toward the noisy throng. Before we even got close, deafeningly loud music blasted straight into our ears. Mu Shen desperately jumped up and down from the outer edge, but sadly couldn't see a single thing inside. Using my height advantage, I stepped onto a bluestone slab, looking down and taking in everything. Just then, Fu Shijin brought up the old topic again, asking if I'd finally added Shen Qingxue on WeChat. I just shook my head in silence, causing him to let out a heavy sigh, even advising me to aim for a job at the Shen Corporation. But I just offered a faint, calm smile. Who can say what the future holds? All I am really thinking about right now is making money. So I raised my camera again, adjusted the focus, aimed it straight at Liu Ruyan's gentle face, and snapped over a dozen candid shots. In my eyes right now, these were all just glowing red banknotes. Never in a million years did I expect that Liu Ruyan, sipping milk tea on a high chair, suddenly look up. Her gaze landed right in my camera lens. Not only was I not panicked at all, but on the contrary, I saw it as a perfect opportunity. So I hit the shutter button instantly, freezing the moment where her eyes shone like stars, as she looked up with that mesmerizing, focused gaze. At this moment, Liu Ruyan's heart fluttered slightly, and she leaned in closer to Shen Jiyi. Her voice carried a hint of excitement and joy she hadn't even realized herself, praising how refined and well-mannered this boy seemed, adding that his looks were incredibly handsome and charming. She even mused that with someone like him, she was starting to feel like she wanted to get to know him. But Shen Jiyi didn't even bother to look up, tossing out a cold, icy remark. He's not in the same league as us, since there isn't a single designer brand on him. His background is probably just average. Liu Ruyan fell into total silence. In this high society world that worships money, the wealth gap turns out to be crueler than fate itself. No matter how handsome he is, if his background is just ordinary, then in the eyes of those high-born young ladies, he's just a passerby who will definitely amount to nothing. But I never actually cared about those judgments, because right now the only thing I see is money. The moment Liu Ruyan moved, I decisively put my camera away. After all, editing photos for money is much more practical than watching the drama. Then I declined my friend's invitation to stay, and returned alone to the quiet little alley where I rent my place. Then I dived straight in front of the computer screen, selecting and editing photos. The process of sending photos went incredibly smoothly. As it turned out, just as I sent them, Mu Chuan's transfer arrived in the blink of an eye, an easy 1,100 yuan in my pocket. Not only that, even Fu Shijin reached out to me on his own, wanting to hire me for all this future photo editing, just to help me save up a bit for tuition before school starts. So I casually threw out a price list, split into internal and external rates, getting ready to make a fortune in this elite circle. After everything was settled, I called my father, who had been missing for 5 years. Faced with his ice-cold tone, not only was I not afraid, but I even joked about whether I was his real son. In response, Dad dropped a line that left me speechless, and even threatened to hang up. This time, I quickly dropped my reckless attitude and started aggrievedly reporting today's schedule. Even though I lost the right to spend lavishly for my freedom, this feeling of earning money with my own 2 hands is honestly insanely satisfying. Even though Shizu Chang is still as sharp-tongued as ever, at this moment I understand better than anyone that even after leaving the shelter of a wealthy family, I am still loved. A top-tier player who dares to set his own rules. Back then, I made a bold declaration that I wouldn't spend a single cent of the family's money. Yet here I am, shamelessly begging my dad for help, facing my father's mockery and sarcasm. I didn't back down at all. Instead, I argued back boldly. You didn't even bother to stop me back then. You know how I speak without thinking sometimes, making Dad so angry he hung up immediately. I casually called him back again, my expression suddenly turning serious. Dad, there's a streamer impersonating me to get outside ads. Help me deal with him. Thanks. Love you, Dad. Who knew that once Dad opened the photo, seeing my heavy makeup look at Fashion Week, he was stunned, completely blindsided. I just returned to the country and already dared to cause trouble on Shen family turf. If Shen Jiyi had recognized me on the spot, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, despite his complaining, Dad's actions were lightning fast, directly mobilizing a top-tier legal team. Right after that, he leisurely called back, "A trivial matter like this? Couldn't you have handled it yourself? Why come to me suddenly? Something's off about you. Did you cause some huge mess out there?" I lay on the bed, tone full of obviousness. "With you here, Dad, why should I have to get my own hands dirty? It's not like I'm an unloved child." Those words immediately made Dad's heart feel incredibly warm. He softened his voice. "Your mom's filming wraps up in 3 days. Come home then for a family meal." Early the next morning, under the overwhelming legal assault from the Shi family, 7-Second Fish posted a notice at dawn, asserting he wasn't the guy from the Shen family's Fashion Week. Even
even blaming the netizens, saying they were the ones spreading rumors, and that he never claimed to have walked the runway. The live stream where he admitted to being Xiao Si had no screen recordings, so for his explanation. Indeed, no one could provide evidence to refute it. As for 7-Second Fish's ad contracts, he used his real name to sign them, so while there was an element of deception, it didn't count as a breach according to the contracts. The brands that signed him could only swallow the bitterness, wasting all that money just to hire some bottom-tier streamer. I just didn't like others, using my name to do shady things, but I had no intention of driving him into a corner. After 7-Second Fish posted the correction, I stopped worrying about it. After checking the hot search, I tossed my phone aside. Woke up, got cleaned up, and skateboarded to work. School's starting soon. I plan to work through this week. I'll stop working at the amusement park next week and focus on delivery jobs while waiting for the first day of school. I thought to myself that it's been a long time since I've been in school, so I was feeling a little bit excited. I worked for 2 days and then took a day off. On the day the great beauty Zhao Lirong finished her filming, I went to the airport to pick up my mom. Zhao Lirong returned very quietly, wearing a hat and mask to hide her face, bringing no assistants or managers, and without announcing her schedule on Weibo, so naturally, no fans were there to greet her. Picking up Zhao Lirong went very smoothly. I spotted her in the vast sea of people and ran quickly to fall into her warm embrace. Sadly, her precious son had grown too tall. No matter how much I tried to snuggle into her, I didn't fit like I did when I was little. It actually looked a bit funny instead. Zhao Lirong stumbled as I lunged at her, but looking at my delicate and handsome face, she felt incredibly proud. Smiling as she stroked my head, Okay. Xiao Bao, I can't stand steady. I missed you so much. I've always believed that love should be voiced loudly, so I wasn't shy even in public. Since I'm not in the entertainment industry, others who saw this show of affection would just comment on how close the mother and son are. How could Zhao Lirong not miss me? Tears welled in her eyes. I miss you so much too. Now that you're back for school, don't go far away again. Yes, I know, Mom. I'll attend high school at Jingyuan, and I plan to go to university domestically too, so it's easy for me to visit you on set, and easy for you to come find me to hang out. Then you must remember to keep your promise. Definitely. I spoke as I left Zhao Lirong's embrace, then turned to take Mom's hand, along with Si Chujiai. Si Jichang was standing in a secluded corner, constantly looking around. He must have been incredibly anxious inside. Zhao Lirong's film was shot in a closed set, requiring absolute confidentiality, so he hadn't seen his wife for months. Shi Jichang is the chairman of an entertainment company. His face is very easily recognized in public, so picking up his wife had to be all sneaky, like he was committing a robbery. Otherwise, if the news of Zhao Lirong returning to Jiangcheng leaked, they could forget about having a peaceful meal today. I led Zhao Lirong over to Ji Jichang, discreetly making way while taking Ji Chujia's hand. I thought to myself, Mom and Dad are the true love. Children are just accidental incidents. Best if the two of us incidents don't stay here, to play games for attention right in front of them. Ji Jichang put his arm around Zhao Lirong's waist. The two, separated for so long, were like newlyweds, whispering to each other intimately. Needless to say, they were incredibly affectionate. Once we got her, the four of us headed toward the parking lot. Shi Chujie felt like she was an adult now and didn't want to be led by the hand by her brother anymore, constantly trying to pull her hand away. Instead, I held on to her even tighter, teasing her with a sad face. Jai Bao, before, when I didn't want you following me, you were stuck to me like glue. Now it's only been 5 years since I was home, and you're already acting so distant. My heart is about to break. Shi Chujie looked a bit flustered. I didn't mean to, brother. I'm sorry. Please don't be sad, okay? Jai Bao, let me hold your hand. 12-year-old girl was no longer as mischievous as when she was 7 or 8. I found her reactions to be incredibly adorable. I beamed a bright smile, reaching out to gently pinch Zi Chujie's rosy cheek. Jai Bao is the best. Zi Chujie bowed her head shyly, thinking to herself how nice it was to have her brother back, knowing that if she got bullied at school, she'd have someone to back her up. The four of us got into the car. The driver headed toward the Century Jindu, which is a hotel owned by Zi Jichang. Since both Zi Jichang and Zhao Lirong are public figures, they naturally chose their own property for the family meal, comfort and privacy. We arrived at the hotel and went straight to a private room where the food had just been served, so we could start eating as soon as we sat down. The door closed. With no outsiders present, Zhao Lirong took off her mask and hat, revealing a face, exquisite and almost entirely untouched by time. I sat to my mother's right, resting my chin on my hand, admiring my mother's top-tier beauty, wondering if she had found some elixir of youth, as she seemed to get even more beautiful over time. I was lucky to inherit more of my mother's looks,
Because if I look like Dad, my looks would probably have faded. You think looking like me is faded? Shi Chang seemed to read my thoughts, glaring at me and silently cursing under his breath. But in front of Zhao Lirong, he still maintained his dignified elder persona, not deigning to engage in petty squabbles with me. Zhao Lirong looked around at all of us, unable to keep from laughing, seeing that everyone still treated each other the same as years ago, as if we had never been apart. Xiao Bao, your mouth is certainly sweet. As honey. Come on, let's eat. I giggled, nodding in agreement. Let's eat, let's eat. I picked up my chopsticks, waiting for my parents to start first, before I began picking up food and feasting heartily. We all talked while we ate, catching up with one another, and time quietly slipped by before we knew it. Once the meal was finished, Shi Chang put down his chopsticks and glanced at me, mischievous smile flickering in his eyes. He handed Shi Chujiai over to me and quickly whisked Zhao Lirong away, clearly planning to go off and enjoy their own private time, leaving only me and Shi Chujiai staring at each other in confusion. After a moment, I asked, Xiai Bao, do you want to go to the amusement park? Since I already took the day off anyway, I'll take my sister out for the afternoon. I could take my sister out for the whole afternoon. Shi Chujiai shook her head, saying she was bored of the amusement park. Brother, can we go to an arcade instead? To play basketball, the dance machine, and the crane games. Of course we can. I spoke while picking up my phone, searching for a moment to see where the biggest arcade in Jiangcheng was. The biggest arcade in the commercial district was the Qixing Games Center, and it wasn't very far from the Century Jindu. But the midday sun was very harsh, and I was worried about my sister getting heat stroke. So I used an app to call a taxi. Putting my phone away, I reached out my hand. Let's go. Shi Chujiai looked at the fair hand extended toward her, a bit shyly. Brother, I'm a big girl now. I can't keep holding a boy's hand all the time. I looked at her meaningfully. Fine then. Then the big girl needs to stay close to me. Shi Chujiai and I headed out one after the other, and just as we stepped out of the room, a waiter smiled at me. Mr. Shi, are you preparing to leave? Please come this way to settle the bill. What is going on here? I managed a wry smile, and took out my phone to call Shi Chang. But after only 2 rings, he hung up on me. I silently groaned inside. Is this something a real father would do? Earning tens of millions of yuan a month, yet leaving a part-time worker like me to pay for the meal. I tentatively asked, can I put it on account? The diligent waiter shook his head. Chairman Shi gave specific orders. No accounts, you must pay. I gritted my teeth as I pulled out my bank card, feeling such heartbreak I could barely breathe, asking through clenched teeth, where do I pay? The staff, unaware of the underlying drama, shrank back slightly. At the front desk, sir. Please follow me, Mr. Shi. I looked at the notification on my phone. 7,300 yuan had just been swiped. As I slowly put my hand to my chest, Jiai Bao. My heart hurt so much. All the Xie family employees present knew I was the wealthy young master, so they found the exaggerated expression quite amusing, thinking I had none of the typical young master's poise. Only Shi Chujiai knew her brother was genuinely hurting, thinking to herself that the family only provided 10,000 yuan for yearly living expenses, and that amount was barely enough for survival. Shi Chujiai awkwardly pulled out her phone. Brother, I still have a little pocket money. Should I transfer it all to you? Since I live and eat at home anyway, I don't really have anything to spend it on. I looked at Shi Chujiai's adorable face and suddenly felt much better. I put my bank card and the receipt in my wallet and said, I'm not so pathetic that I have to spend your money. Let's go, Jiai Bao. I tucked my left hand in my pocket and put my right arm around Shi Chujiai's shoulder as we walked out. Shi Chujiai quietly bowed her head and tapped on her phone, transferring all the pocket money on her phone to me. I thought to myself, the Shi family doesn't encourage luxury and indulgence, so Shi Chujiai's accumulated pocket money probably only amounted to a few thousand yuan. After making the choice for one's own life, those who choose self-reliance are truly dirt poor. I didn't accept the money and sent it back to her. If you transfer any more money to me, I won't take you out to play anymore. I'll take you straight back home. It had been a long time since Shi Chujiai got to hang out with her brother, so my threat was very effective. She quickly put her phone away. Fine then, brother. Just remember to tell me when you run out of money, and I'll transfer some to you. I smiled, my voice tender. All right. Definitely ask you when I'm broke. Jiai Bao knows how to take care of her brother. It's worth all my love for you. Shi Chujiai awkwardly scratched her head. Shi Chujiai and I walked to the front of the Century Jindu lobby, right by the entrance steps, and the car I'd ordered through the app arrived just in time. We both got in, arrived in about 10 minutes, got out and entered the Qixing Game Center. I went to the cashier and got a membership card. After topping it up with 1,000 yuan, I exchanged it for 500 game tokens, then slipped the membership card into Shi Chujai's pocket. Shi Chujai stood there stunned. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother, this is 1,000 yuan. You still have to work part-time every day. You don't need to spend this much. Buying 200 tokens would have been enough to play. Should we return the card? You just swiped over 7,000 yuan earlier, and now another 1,000. If you spend like this, what will you do once school starts?" I put my right hand on Shi Chujai's shoulder, curling my lips into a smile. Spending money on Jai Bao is nothing, and as for the money, don't worry about it.
Dad asked me to do a few things lately, so he paid me this much,
I said as I spread out my 5 fingers. Shi Chujai asked in surprise, "Grandpa, didn't you say we weren't allowed to take family money?" "It's not about being allowed. This is payment for work. It's perfectly reasonable. Grandpa never said I couldn't earn money working for the family." Shi Chujai thought for a moment. "Brother, can I do that too in the future?" I shook my head, no. Shi Chujai didn't understand. "Why, brother? Why not?" I laughed and said, "Because I'll take care of everything for you." Shi Chujai was still young after all, so she didn't think too much about the future. I saw that once she knew her brother had money, she grabbed the tokens and happily started playing. Since it was summer vacation, the arcade was crowded with kids. I wasn't interested in any of the games myself, so I just quietly followed her around, keeping my eyes on my sister at all times, to prevent any accidents from happening. After all, she has such delicate skin, and was wearing expensive designer clothes from head to toe, looking exactly like a wealthy little princess. The crowd here was diverse and messy, so I remained quietly vigilant, just in case someone got any bad ideas. It'd be there to protect her. I followed her like that, not even bothering to take out my phone, focused like a dedicated bodyguard. Yet Chujai played alone for a while, but every time she turned around, she saw my tall, steady figure standing there.
"Brother, why don't you play with me? It's not that much fun playing alone."
I glanced at the crane machine in front of us, thinking to myself, doesn't this thing only take one person to operate? Well, then we can take turns playing. I nodded in agreement. Seeing that I had agreed, Shi Chujai quickly made room. "Brother, can you get this one for me?" What she pointed at was a character figurine, probably from some game or anime. Currently, I don't really know much about what domestic kids are into these days, so I couldn't name it, and simply nodded my head in agreement. I put 3 tokens into the machine, manipulated the crane, moving it directly over the figurine she liked. Once it was lined up, I pressed the button. The crane descended, grabbing the target perfectly before lifting it to the top. But in those few tiny fractions of a millimeter of movement, the crane suddenly snapped open, and the figurine fell back down. I silently mocked it in my heart. This machine might as well just go rob someone, and yet it pretends to give you a chance to control the crane. Shi Chujai's heart, which had been tight with anticipation, fell right along with the figurine. She exclaimed with regret, "Brother, that was so close. Let me try." I put in another 3 tokens and stepped aside for her to take over. The result was exactly as expected. The crane unexpectedly opened as soon as it lifted, dropping the figurine it had just caught. Brother, what a shame. It was almost at the drop slot. I stared at the machine, thinking for a moment, then said, "Jai Bao, let me play a few more rounds to get a feel for it." "Okay." Shi Chujai leaned to the side, pressing her face against the glass to watch. First, I played 2 experimental rounds to accurately gauge the crane's grip strength. On the 3rd round, I quickly shook the joystick to make the crane swing wildly, then timed it perfectly and pressed the button decisively. The crane flew out at an angle, snatching up the figurine Shi Chujai wanted and pulling it up to the highest point. Then with a click, the figurine dropped straight into the delivery slot.
"Ah, brother, you're amazing."
Shi Chujai bent down excitedly, pulled the figurine out of the slot, and stood up with it in her hands. "Brother, you even got Sasuke's wife out. It's Sakura." Thinking I might not know her, she pointed back inside the machine, to the young girl with pink hair. I nodded, executing the token dropping, joystick shifting, and button pressing with total mastery. Haruna Sakura was successfully retrieved. Then she excitedly pulled me to another spot. "Brother, I want this Lotso bear too." After getting Lotso, I got a Sasuke plushie, then moved from bears to a giant dinosaur, eventually filling 3 large bags. Surrounding staff looked at me with quite peculiar expressions. I didn't care about those looks at all. I just thought carrying 3 giant bags of plushies was a hassle. Seeing Shi Chujai ready to play more, I quickly stopped her. "Jai Bao, you've just been watching me play. Let's go play something else." Throughout the entire afternoon, the 2 of us tried almost every machine in the arcade, until Shi Chujai was completely worn out. I returned the leftover tokens, then went back to collect the 3 massive bags, heavily loaded with stuffed toys. I pulled her close, and without a word hung one bag in front and one bag on her back. These bags are so heavy. Brother, I can't carry them. Just wear them for a little bit. Once we're out of the mall, we'll sell the ones you don't like.
So you won't have to carry them anymore. I casually threw the giant teddy bear over my shoulder and led her out by the hand. The sight of the two of us in the crowd was truly conspicuous. By the time we stepped out of the mall, it was completely dark. I opened one of the bags, spreading it on the ground as a makeshift stall, and lined up the plushies she didn't want in a neat row. After setting up, I called the family driver, telling him to come pick her up immediately. After hearing the call, Ji Chujiai tugged at my hand. Brother, aren't you coming home to stay with me? I'm not going back, I have to work tomorrow. And it's really too far from the house. Okay, Ji Chujiai said, looking a bit reluctant. But you also know how hard I work at my part-time job to pay for school. And she didn't bother me any further. The family driver was nearby, so he arrived very quickly. I saw her off to the car, making sure she was settled, and only then did I turn back. Squatting behind my makeshift stall to start hawking my wares. Nighttime Jiang Chang had shed the sweltering heat of the day, and even more people were out with their children. I looked at the pile of plushies on the ground, thinking that since they were all authentic, priced lower than the market value, they would surely sell easily, except for a few ugly ones that no one looked at. The rest of the plushies, under my clever and persuasive sales pitch, were sold out in no time, as expected. I tucked the 400 yuan I just earned into my pocket, thought for a moment, then headed back to the amusement park for another batch to sell. The park manager looked on, his heart bleeding, but he still had to keep a smile on his face to welcome me. I didn't push things too far, though, and after I'd earned back the money I spent on the card, I immediately packed up my stall. Looking at the few unsold plushies, I picked a few lucky people at random and gave them away, mostly just to end a trip with zero expenses. And then the next day arrived. Hello, Mr. Xia, I'm Xiao Si, the delivery guy. Here is your food, sir. If you're happy with my service, could you please give me a 5-star rating? I beamed a bright smile, handing over the bag of food with both hands. That middle-aged man named Xia snatched the bag away, not even bothering to look up, not even giving me a single glance. With a loud slam, he shut the door. A gust of cold air hit my face as the door slammed shut. I took a deep breath and then another, trying to calm my emotions before turning to head downstairs. I comforted myself in my heart, thinking that I was an excellent delivery rider, who would absolutely never get angry with any customer, yeah, right? Just 2 floors down, I threw a flurry of Wing Chun punches into the air to vent the boiling rage in my chest. Then I dashed downstairs, getting ready for my next delivery. Delivering to this apartment complex really frustrated me. They had an elevator but wouldn't let delivery riders use it, forcing me to take the emergency stairs. I had to trudge up 21 floors, exhausted by the time I reached the top, and yet the customer didn't even show me a decent face. I cursed under my breath that in this world, everyone is just a working stiff. What a total jerk. I even swore to myself that if I ever took an order from this place again, I would just bash my own head in. I ran frantically down to the first floor, sprinting like a 100-meter dash toward the complex gate. That's right, this Xuanguang apartment complex didn't even let delivery bikes inside. What a hellhole, and its area was incredibly vast. After 5 minutes of this grueling run, I had been cursing in my head for exactly 5 minutes. When I reached the main gate, I still had to force a smile to greet the security guard. Stepping out of the main gate, checked the delivery box first, seeing that the food inside hadn't spilled or been damaged. Only then could I breathe a sigh of relief. After finishing this run, it was already 2 p.m., and my stomach was sticking to my back from hunger. I tugged at my sweat-soaked delivery uniform, deciding to take the afternoon off and stop riding. Actually, my current funds were enough to get by. Going out to deliver like this was purely because I was too bored at home. I parked my bike by the roadside, looked around, and found a noodle shop to recharge. It's not that I couldn't afford a fancy restaurant, it's just that I was covered in sweat, and I didn't want to go to those places and become the center of attention, only to be looked down upon. I went to a fairly famous place on Shisong Road called Fang Fang Stir-Fried Noodles. It wasn't peak dining hours, so most people eating in the shop were fellow delivery riders. I naturally joined them, and soon I was chatting lively with everyone. Are you talking about the Xuanguang complex? That place. We blacklisted that place long ago, handsome. Aren't you in the delivery group yet? Once you join the group, you'll know which locations to avoid taking orders from. Otherwise, taking a cheap order just to get upset, it's really not worth it at all. Hearing what they said, I could only smile helplessly. I'm just doing some part-time work for living expenses, so I haven't joined any groups yet, Sister Liu. Why don't you add me to the group? Sure, just scan my code. Sister Liu opened her QR code. I scanned it and joined the group. Since people weren't very busy around this time, quite a few were chatting and complaining in the group. I discovered that,
The scandals in this social work group were even more numerous than in school groups. In just 10 minutes, I overheard 8 major stories. My previous feelings of frustration suddenly began to improve.
I thought to myself that this group was actually great. Just reading a bit instantly put me in a better mood. Ha ha ha, of course. Everyone is running around everywhere every day, so we've seen it all and broadened our horizons. There's no drama we haven't experienced. Stay in this group for a few days, and you'll become much more open-minded. Of course, just keep the gossip in the group. Don't spread it around outside. Sister Lou, I get it. I get it. Just then, the bowl of noodles I ordered was served. I tucked my phone into my pocket and focused on eating, leisurely slurping my noodles. It took about 15 minutes to finish the battle. I paid the bill and went outside, planning to stop by a mall to buy a new outfit so I could change out of these sticky, sweat-drenched clothes. But I had only walked a few steps when the phone in my pocket rang. Turns out I forgot to clock out earlier, so the system automatically assigned me a new order. I glanced at the price, nearly 200 yuan, and couldn't help but feel it was a bit strange. How could such a lucrative order have no takers? Clearly, if something is abnormal, there must be a reason. I quickly sent a message to the delivery group. Let me ask you guys something, colleagues. Is there something fishy about this order? Forget about it, that order. Brother, you've hit the jackpot. Haha. Let me explain. This complex is for the wealthy. It's massive and they don't let delivery bikes in. You guessed it. Why won't they let us in? Because there was a kidnapping involving a motorcycle about 3 or 4 years ago. It caused quite a stir back then. Good luck, young man. Life isn't easy. I gave a helpless sigh, put away my phone and headed to the Shiji Jindu Hotel to pick up the order. I knew in my heart that this place originally had its own internal delivery staff, but since it appeared on the public delivery platform today, they must be incredibly busy. When I walked into the kitchen of Shiji Jindu, the head chef, Qian Kun, stared at my delivery uniform for a long time, his eyes practically bulging out. Young master, are you out here experiencing life or something? I coughed awkwardly. Ging. Could it be that I'm just trying to make a living? Qian Kun looked dazed and didn't dare ask more. Only asking, young master, do you have a driver's license? This order has quite a few items. You might need to drive our vehicle to deliver it. Let me see how many items there are first. I calculated in my head. Since you have to be 18 to get a license here, the license I have is from abroad, and it's completely unusable back home. Qian Kun raised his hand, pointing to a massive thermal box on the side table. Young master, that little electric bike definitely won't be able to carry this. I looked where he was pointing. It was true. An electric bike could never haul something that size. I couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, what's the whole shop so busy with today? It's the grand birthday of Old Master Li in Beifu City. Prominent families from all over will be attending. President Xi specifically ordered that there be no mistakes, so everyone is busy preparing the food. This order was placed by one of our Black Card VIP customers, so we had to squeeze in time to make it. Otherwise, we wouldn't normally take it. I nodded after hearing that. I see, wait for me for a few minutes. I turned and dashed outside, circling the nearby area once. Sure enough, I found a colleague with a driver's license. That was Zhao Ji, a student working part-time. He was still dazed when I pulled him into the shop. Hey kid, are you sure you'll give me half the money? Of course. If you don't believe me, I can record it as proof. No need for that, no need. Entering the Shiji Jindu kitchen, I took the car keys, changed into the shop's internal staff uniform, and headed toward the Xiangjiang Villa area with Zhao Jie. At the villa gate, a security guard named Zhao stepped up to stop us. I rummaged through my card holder for a bit, then pulled out a residential entry card and handed it over. I noticed the guard looking at me with a suspicious expression, looking at my clothes and then at the card in his hand. Although he didn't say out loud, this card. You didn't just pick it up somewhere, did you? It was clear his heart was full of doubt. But truly, one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. He was probably afraid too. What if I was some rich kid out experiencing life? If he wrongly blocked me and got reported, losing his job would be a huge mess. After all, the salary in this high-end area was quite high. He couldn't bear to lose this job. Please, Mr. She, here is your card. Please go right in. I calmly drove into the villa area without any hindrance. Zhao Jie, sitting beside me, was still in shock. Hey kid, do you live in this neighborhood? I put the card away, then answered nonchalantly. I don't live here. I live near my school. Then what about this card? Just a coincidence. I didn't pick it up off the street. Zhao Jie was speechless at my answer, only able to silently give me a thumbs up in admiration. The Shangjiang Villa area was truly unbelievably massive. In front of each magnificent villa were rockeries and lakes, with gardens spanning dozens of acres behind them. In the most prime location in the city center, to own such a large piece of land proved that those living here were either tycoons or aristocrats.
Zhao Ji drove following the GPS instructions, looking at the clusters of buildings in various styles, unable to stop his amazed gasps. He even lamented that if he could live here, he'd probably wake up laughing in his sleep from joy. I realized Zhao Ji was sneaking glances at me, his gaze seemingly hiding shock and a bit of wariness. After driving for about 40 minutes, we finally reached our destination. I compared the house number on my phone, confirming that the information was completely accurate, before stepping out of the vehicle. Standing tall right before my eyes was a magnificent garden in the profound Suzhou architectural style. Perhaps because the owner trusted the neighborhood security team, the garden had no high walls for separation, but was only fenced by a modest layer of bamboo stalks. I reckoned I could step over it with just a lift of my leg. The garden gate was also made of purple bamboo, a perfect blend of nostalgia and modern technology. Octagonal palace lanterns at the door spun with the wind, creating incredibly clear and pleasant sounds. I looked up, realizing they weren't lanterns, but wind chimes shaped like lanterns. Zhao Ji stood beside me, his mouth agape in amazement, looking like he could fit a whole egg in his mouth. But when he turned, seeing my nonchalant expression, he quickly pushed his jaw back up. "Hey kid, aren't you even a little surprised by this beautiful garden?" "I am surprised," calmly replied. "It's called expression management. They say if you manage your facial expressions well, you can pose as a rich young master. I've been practicing this for a long time, planning to make a shocking debut when school starts, to intimidate everyone, so that no one will dare bully me anymore. My primary style is talking nonsense with an incredibly serious face, giving irrelevant answers to questions." Zhao Ji was speechless, only silently giving me a thumbs up. Though only 3 years apart, it was clear he couldn't keep up with my strange train of thought. Seeing that it fooled him, a mischievous smile played at the corners of my lips. I scanned the area around the gate and found the doorbell. I stepped forward and pressed the musical chime button. The melodious sounds of listening to the rain rang out, perfectly matching this elegant setting. I patiently waited for about 3 minutes. The intercom screen below the bell suddenly lit up. An elegant girl in a white shirt appeared right before my eyes. "Crybaby," I mouthed silently, my expression instantly changing to one of gentleness and surprise. "Shen Qingshu, so you live here?" Shen Qingshu nodded slightly, then asked casually, "Do you live in this area too?" I gave an enigmatic smile, neither denying nor confirming. Did I come here just to deliver food? Food from Shiji Jindu. Shen Qingshu paused for a moment and said, "Wait a bit, I'm coming out." The electronic screen went black. I took 2 steps back. Zhao Ji's eyes darted around, thinking for a while but asking nothing further. My knowing children of the wealthy had nothing to do with him anyway. He was just someone I happened to pull in for a driving favor, so it was best not to ask unnecessary questions. Shen Qingshu came out, pulling Liu Ruian along. When Liu Ruian saw the staff uniform on, her eyes suddenly dimmed. This was already the 3rd time they'd met by chance in just half a month. She felt it was the arrangement of fate, but the gap in their family backgrounds was a vast chasm, incredibly difficult to cross. She didn't have the strength to fight her family yet. Shen Qingshu already knew I was there to deliver food, so her expression remained calm and natural. "You're still a minor, aren't you? How did you manage to get a part-time job at Shiji Jindu?" "I don't work for Shiji Jindu, and writing for Flash. The system just assigned this order to us." "I see, so where's the food? By the way, Xiao Si, if you need part-time jobs for living expenses, how do you have the heart to go play at Qingqing Ghost Alley? The costs there aren't low either. Since I'd already quit that job anyway, there was no need to hide my identity further." I answered honestly. Back at the amusement park, I was just working part-time too, like a companion player for support, to enhance the customer experience. Actually, I'm quite brave, so I wasn't scared of those NPCs at all. Shen Qingshu's eyes suddenly lit up. She turned her head abruptly. "Then you must know why the flashlight I brought into the escape room was flickering automatically like that. Are you still thinking about that?" I reached up to scratch the back of my neck. "I do know, but that's a trade secret, and even though I've quit, I can't just reveal it casually." I paused for a moment and continued. "Just consider it the power of technology." Hearing the exact same answer as Liu Feng's, Shen Qingshu understood she wouldn't get anything more. She turned back and walked on calmly, passing straight through the main gate. Zhao Ji was trying to keep a dead serious face to avoid showing his ignorance and being laughed at. He suddenly realized the importance of facial expression management. Look at the guy beside me, so calm, as if he's weathered every storm in the world. Looking like this, who would know that I'm actually just a normal student, working hard part-time to make ends meet? In the villa's living room, a group of teenagers aged 14 to 20 was gathered. When Wen Wan saw Shen Qingshu personally carrying the box, she was so shocked she rushed over to help. "Good grief, Qingshu, are you possessed?" As soon as Wen Wan finished speaking, she saw me. "Xiaozi, you're so handsome, is that you?"
I raised my hand awkwardly to greet her. Hello, Wenwan. Shen Qingshu is actually just helping me carry it. Before I could even finish, Wenwan seemed to understand something, snatching the handle from Shen Qingshu's hand, eagerly lugging the thermal box straight toward the kitchen. Wenwan dashed ahead, while Zhao Ji trudged along behind her. Seeing someone else doing the work, Shen Qingshu felt quite relaxed, gently rubbing her hands, which were a bit red from the weight. We have juice and coffee. Would you like something to drink? I was a bit flustered, reaching up to adjust my clothes. No, it's fine. I'm just the one delivering the food. A delivery rider can drink juice too. Shen Qingshu acted as if she hadn't heard my refusal, going to the fridge and taking out juice, before pouring a glass for me. The whole crowd in the living room looked at each other in surprise. Suddenly, a boy in a pink t-shirt ran over. Sister Qingshu, let me pour some water for you. My eyes darted between the boy and Shen Qingshu, seemingly understanding something fishy was going on. I waved my hand in refusal while quickly slipping into the kitchen, not wanting any trouble while I was working. Wenwan and Zhao Ji set the thermal box down. Wenwan washed her hands and took a stack of plates from the cupboard. I walked over and squatted down, skillfully opening the thermal box and bringing out the dishes inside, one by one. Takeout from Shiji Jindu usually isn't fully stir-fried, as the chef calculates the transit time, so the food finishes cooking on the way. This way, the flavor of these dishes won't lose its excellence, even if they were prepared a while ago. I opened the packaging, plating each dish onto appropriate plates. Then I told Zhao Ji to carry the dishes to the table. There were many people in the living room. Zhao Ji was a bit hesitant to walk back and forth in front of them. Hey kid, how about I plate the food, and you bring it out to the table? You can't do this. These dishes need a specific presentation. Zhao Ji looked at the plated food, and they were indeed presented beautifully. No idea how I'd even plated them. Every single dish looked just as it would when served at the restaurant. Zhao Jia had no choice but to bite the bullet and carry the plates out. Fortunately, everyone was currently engrossed in their phones, playing a team competition game, so few had the time to notice their surroundings. Shen Qingshui only poured water for me out of politeness, and Du Zidong ran over offering to lend a hand. She immediately handed the items to Du Zidong, then walked back to the sofa to watch the match on her phone. Currently, everyone was playing the hottest game right now, Honor of Kings. 10 people per match, split into 2 sides to compete for the high ground. Because Shen Qingshui had just gone out to help carry the box, they had already started a new match. Seeing Shen Qingshu walk away, Du Zidong suddenly felt relieved. He had just gotten a good look at my face, a very striking physique, along with a handsome, dashing face, and Sister Qingshu had even personally poured water for me, which ignited a sense of threat in his heart. Luckily, Sister Qingshu wasn't the type of person to be easily swayed by appearances. Du Zidong quickly poured 2 glasses of juice and brought them into the kitchen. I paused what I was doing, washed my hands and dried them, beaming a bright smile as I reached out. Hey, handsome. Thanks so much. My voice was incredibly clear and warm. Du Zidong's mind suddenly went blank, immediately withdrawing his earlier scrutinizing gaze and stammering awkwardly. No need to be polite, Xiaoxi. Try this orange juice. The maid just squeezed it today. Even though the sense of fret remained, called him handsome, so for someone with such a discerning eye, his attitude naturally had to be gentler. I reached out for the glass. It was indeed refreshing, and I downed it in one go, not leaving a single drop of juice behind. Seeing this, Du Zidong immediately ran out and brought the whole pitcher of juice inside. Wenwan watched, her mouth agape in shock. The little master of the Du family was normally the most arrogant, yet now he wasn't just personally serving drinks, but even going for a second serving. What kind of magic did I possess? Wenwan couldn't help but look at me a few more times. I finished the second glass of juice, and sensing her eyes on me, I looked back, my eyes showing full curiosity. Wenwan, is there something you need help with? Caught in the act of sneaking a look, Wenwan's mind raced at top speed, asking impulsively, do you play Honor of Kings? Everyone's forming teams for it, and my sister Ziyi is really amazing at it, ranked as a 70-star King of Glory. I shook my head and said it never played, but I can download it and give it a try. Are you inviting me to play a game with you? Wenwan had already steered the conversation toward games, so it would be a bit awkward to refuse. I could only nod. Then let me swap my electric bike and come back. I still need to go back and return it. Mainly because Zhao Ji was still here. If I didn't leave, then Zhao Ji wouldn't be able to leave either. I'm not the type to only think of myself, while ignoring others' struggles. I could tell. Since the moment he stepped into this house, Zhao Ji hadn't felt comfortable at all. All right, let me go tell them. After saying that, Wenwan hurried away, as if something were chasing her.
Zitang still hadn't left. Yu Yue asked, Xiao Si, do you want more to drink? I gave a faint smile. No thanks. My name is CAC, nice to meet you. I put the glass down and reached out my hand. Zitang quickly put down the bottle she was holding and took my hand. My name is Zitang. Nice to meet you too. The two shook hands and let go immediately. Zitang, go play with your friends. I'll just clean this up. Zitang took the fruit juice and walked out, putting it into the fridge. On the other side, Wen Wan slipped over and sat down right next to Shen Jiyi, whispering, Sister Jiyi, emergency help needed. Shen Jiyi's eyes remained glued to the screen, her fingers skillfully controlling her character for the kill. What did you do now? I accidentally invited Xiao Si to play with us just now, and he agreed. He said he'd be back after returning his gear. Could you tell everyone? Otherwise, when he comes later, it would be awkward if no one welcomes him. Shen Jiyi turned to look at Wen Wan, her brows furrowing slightly, her gaze clearly showing disapproval. But we don't even know him. Why did you suddenly invite him? Well, I got caught staring at him, so I just blurted out we were playing games. Shen Jiyi fell silent, pondering, and after a long while she said in a low voice, Wait until they go out, then I'll tell everyone. Thank you, Sister Jiyi. Wen Wan was moved to tears and went back to her seat to watch the match. I gathered up the disposable lunchboxes, clearing them all away, putting them into a plastic bag, then washed the used glasses and put them into the sterilizer. Let's go. Okay. I had just confirmed the delivery on the app and sent the promised money to Zhao Ji. Having received the money, Zhao Ji's spirits were now lifted, and a radiant smile spread across his face. As the two of them crossed the living room one by one, I greeted the owners of the villa. Shen Jiyi gave a slight indifferent nod. Shen Xingshu picked up the remote on the table and pressed a button. The villa gates opened automatically, and light from outside poured in through the main entrance. Zhao Ji hurried over, changed his shoes at the door, and went out. I was stunned for a moment, then quickly chased after him. The two left the villa and put the items in the trunk. After getting in, Zhao Ji drove me back. I opened my phone and went to the App Store to download Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings is a fair 5 versus 5 team competition mobile game. The main map is divided into 3 lanes, where everyone coordinates to defend towers, attack the enemy's defensive towers, and the goal is to destroy the enemy's base. It never played Honor of Kings before, but it played similar genres on PC. It took a minute to download and install the game. The updates finished, and I officially entered the gaming world. There's a tutorial for beginners. I initially planned to skip it, but saw that completing it gives free heroes. So my hand, which was about to skip, moved to the confirm button for the tutorial. Not because I didn't have money to buy heroes, but because free stuff is a much better deal. After finishing the tutorial, I received the new heroes Arthur and Shan Yu. Closing the tutorial gave me Daji and Angela, 4 heroes now sitting quietly in my collection. I didn't start a match right away. Instead, I clicked through all the buttons once, then checked the Arcana and equipment pages. After careful study, I realized buying heroes and grinding Arcana myself was a hassle, so I spent 200 yuan online to buy an account with all heroes unlocked, making the tutorial I just watched completely useless. Changed the linked phone number to mine, changed the password and game ID, set up a firewall before logging in, and wiped the entire friends list. After finishing that, I exited the game, went to Kuaishou to watch Honor of Kings live streams to learn how to use the skills. I watched streamers play 4 matches before exiting. Just as I was about to try my hand at it, Zhao Ji had already driven to the back kitchen of the Century Jindu Hotel. I had to stop, put my phone away, and said goodbye to Zhao Ji. I returned the car keys, changed back into my delivery uniform, and hopped on my small electric bike. I stopped by a mall to buy a new set of clothes to change into, and there went 500 yuan. Looking at today's earnings, only 310 yuan. This job really isn't worth it. One trip and I spent more than I made. I walked out of the mall, tossed the delivery uniform into the back box, put my helmet on properly, and rode my precious electric bike, heading straight for the Xiangjian Villa area. Nowadays, no one checks licenses for electric bikes, so I didn't care much for the rules. All along the way, while keeping it safe, I sped like the wind to the gates of Xianjiang. The guard saw me return, and still had to check my gate pass briefly before letting me through. By the time I reached the Shen family villa, it was already 4 p.m. I parked neatly, took out my phone to check, and saw several missed calls from my dad. I called back, Dear Dad, why were you calling me? At 7:30 tonight, go to Century Jindu for a birthday party. You've been gone for 5 years. Hardly anyone in Zhangcheng remembers you now. I raised an eyebrow, my mind racing. Dad, for that party. Are you expecting me to pay for my own prep? On the other end, Xie Zhichang's laugh was a bit devious. My lip twitched slightly. I get it. I'll be there on time. I thought to myself, my dad is really the type who suffered once and now wants to tear away everyone else's umbrella. I just helped the family earn $500,000, and before the school term even started, he was finding every way to make me spend it all. If that's how it's going to be, don't blame me for showing off. With a smirk, I stuffed my phone in my pocket and reached out to ring the doorbell. The display screen lit up, revealing Shen Qingshu's face again. After seeing me, her gaze paused for a moment. Don't you have any guard up against strangers? I invited you to play, and you actually showed up. I blinked, lowering my head slightly to maintain my innocent youth persona. Then, should I go back now? Shen Qingshu rolled her eyes. Come in. As soon as she finished speaking, the villa gates opened. I wheeled my small electric bike inside, parked it right at the entrance, and strode straight toward the main door. The villa's large main door was also open. I closed the door behind me, swapped into disposable slippers at the entrance, and walked to the living room, which was a bit less crowded now. Shenji's group of 5 was still waiting, plus 2 fairly handsome guys, and a young lady as delicate as cherry blossoms. I'd met that beautiful girl before. Lee something? I couldn't quite remember her name, but I'd seen her at a concert 3 years ago. My gaze brushed past her, then rested on Shen Ji for a moment, before quickly looking away. With a slight smirk, I began my self-introduction. Perhaps because I deliver food for a living, everyone had a biased view of me, never associating me with the powerful Z family of Jiang Cheng. The girl as delicate as cherry blossoms scrutinized me, then coldly looked away, uttering 3 short, emotionless words. Li Mu Han. The 2 guys looked at my cheap tracksuit, openly showing their contempt, their voices dripping with undisguised arrogance. Zhao Group and Beifu, Im Lin Lei. After the introductions, we were considered acquaintances. I was curious about a few people's actions, but remained calm on the outside as if nothing happened. My eyes scanned the room, and I found an empty spot to sit, my smile as bright as ever. I didn't care at all about the attitude of the third Li Miss and the Lin brothers. Wen Wan felt incredibly apologetic. She felt very awkward, despite warning them beforehand. But the others' attitudes were really something she couldn't control. She hurried to pour some tea for me, then spoke up to break the silence. Let's form teams and start playing. A few more matches, then we have to get ready to head to Century Jindu. Shen Ziyi gave a faint, indifferent hum, and following her lead, the atmosphere suddenly became lively. Lin Qian spoke in a whiny, spoiled voice. Sister Ji Yi, I want to be on your team. Lin Lei looked at Li Mu Han. Sister Li, team up with me. While they were busy fighting over teams, I spaced out for a moment, my eyes landing on the giant poster right in front of me. I pursed my lips, trying to suppress a laugh. Is there any normal family that turns a photo of them at an escape room into a poster and hangs it right in the middle of the living room? Though the 1-to-1 scale photo was indeed beautiful, it was honestly cringeworthy, not matching Shenji's elegant and ethereal aura at all. Shen Qingshu saw me, staring at the poster, and asked proudly, My sister's beautiful, right? Cough, cough. I choked on my saliva and coughed repeatedly, hurriedly grabbing the glass on the table for a few gulps to clear my throat. Lin Tian heard Shen Qingshu's words and immediately glared at me with burning eyes, as if it'd take me down if I had even the slightest improper intention. I calmed down and set the glass down, ignoring Lin Tian's stare. As I pulled my phone out of my tracksuit pocket, I smiled faintly and said, Everyone here is very beautiful. Shen Qingshu was about to tease further. Lin Tian tilted his chin up arrogantly. That goes without saying, but Sister Ji Yi is the most beautiful. While speaking, Lin Qian looked shyly toward Shen Ji Yi, opening his mouth to say more but quickly looking away instead. I thought, call it what you want, but don't be so cheesy in front of everyone. I lightly rubbed the goosebumps on my arm and quietly scooted over to sit next to Wen Wan. Why, you ask? Obviously because this spot is the farthest from Lin Tian, and I wasn't the only one getting the creeps. The others probably couldn't stand Lin's personality either. Without a word, everyone tacitly ignored Lin Tian's comment, each person looking down and fiddling with their phone. I logged into my account and lowered my voice to Wen Wan. Wen Wan, I've never played this game before. Can you carry me? Wen Wan gave an okay sign. Add me first.
Then I'll pull you into the team. I nodded, glanced at her ID, and sent a friend request. Wen Wan received it, glanced at my ID, clicked accept, and as soon as we were friends, she immediately sent a match invitation. After adding me to the team, Wen Wan suddenly remembered, Oh shoot, I forgot. You're new, so you can't play ranked. Let me switch to draft mode. I bought this account just for hero selection. It's a king tier account. I explained. I looked into it earlier, and if the ranks are similar, we can still match. Wenwan said nothing more, only offering a mysterious smile. She decisively switched to draft mode. Pulling a newbie into a high-rank match was a guaranteed loss, right? How hard they worked to reach King of Glory with dozens of stars, I wouldn't know. I was completely unaware of that struggle. Seeing Wenwan leave the team to change modes, I didn't say anything else. Wenwan added everyone present to the team. Lin Tian saw he wasn't on the same team as Shen Jiyi and immediately turned to me. Xiesi, swap teams with me now. It made no difference to me which team I was on. I clicked on an empty slot on the opposing team, switching to Li Muhan's side. Lin Tian smirked triumphantly, jumped to Shen Jiyi's team. Then Shen Jiyi glanced at Shen Qingshu. Qingshu, you should come over here too. Otherwise that team won't be able to play. There are 2 boys over there, and one of them has never played this game before. When we get a random 5th player later, Lin Lei and Li Muhan really won't be able to carry you. Shen Qingxue immediately swapped teams. Wenwan was the room leader. She pulled in a random online friend to fill the team, and without waiting for their reaction, immediately hit start on draft mode. I could see which heroes the opponents were picking. I was the first one to pick a hero. The characters on the screen were a blur to me. I don't know which positions you're good at. Which role should I take? Lin Lei said he only knew how to play support. You play mage or go top lane. I hesitated between mid and top lane heroes, and finally chose Zhenji with her snowy melody skin. This account has so few hero skins, and out of the ones I saw, this was the prettiest. Aside from my indecision during selection, the others knew their strengths well and picked very quickly. Just as the match started, I whispered to Wenwan for tips on Zhenji. Wenwan giggled, and just as she was about to give me a few tips, Lin Tian shouted, Wenwan, don't tell him. He's not on our team. I was speechless. Isn't this just a draft match? Does really no one find him annoying? Fine, then I'm opening fire now. Shen Qingshu frowned in annoyance. She glared at Lin Tian, then stood up and sat next to me. We're on the same team. Let me guide you. I took a deep breath. My budding anger instantly extinguished. I nodded silently. Lin Tian pouted resentfully but said nothing more. He liked Shen Jiyi, and since Shen Qingxue was her sister, he obviously couldn't get into a heated confrontation with her. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Shen Jiyi glanced at Wenwan. Wenwan quickly clasped her hands together, silently signaling an apology. I had originally agreed to come and play because I enjoyed gaming, without thinking much of it at the time. After all, the Xie family's status was right there, and I never said I wasn't part of the Xie family. As it turned out, before the game even truly began, people were already picking on each other. Fine, I quietly added these people's names to a blacklist, never to be on the same team again. No matter who I play with in the future, I'll never play with this bunch again. Thinking this, I still listened intently to Shen Qingshu's instructions on casting spells, and the details of performing combos to trigger the passive. When she finished, Shen Qingshu asked, Understand? Shen Qingshu, I understand perfectly. Good, I'm heading to the bottom lane. I steered my mage straight to the middle lane, cleared a wave of minions, bought boots of speed, and smoothly roamed to the bottom lane. I didn't know exactly who the others were, but I knew the enemy's Sun Bin was Lin Tian. Then I'll target him. I hid in the grass waiting for Sun Bin to approach, tossed a perfectly aimed freeze skill, then immediately returned to mid lane to clear minions. The enemy mid lane mage was Angela. I didn't bother dueling her, just cleared minions and ran back down to freeze the enemy again. Every single time it hit Sun Bin, I wasn't in a hurry to kill, just freezing him for fun. After several times, Lin Qian glared at me. Shitzi, what is the meaning of this? I feigned innocence, with my usual naive expression. Lin Tian, what's wrong? Am I not allowed to freeze you? Lin Qian was so angry his hands holding the phone were trembling. Shen Qingshu didn't give him any face at all, and said loudly to me, Of course you can. If they're an enemy hero, feel free to kill them with passion. If you can't kill them, run fast. Just don't get taken down. I got it. My fingertips glided across the screen, casting my ultimate to send Sun Bin straight to the respawn screen, then calmly returned to mid lane to clear minions. I wasn't being aggressive, just very persistent. In the mid lane, whenever I saw a shadow getting close, it'd turn and vanish, then take a detour to the bottom lane to find Sun Bin. Only after killing Sun Bin would I return to mid. My target was extremely clear. Lin Qian was about to explode with rage, but since we were on opposing sides, it's only natural to target squishy heroes to gain an advantage. I'm a newbie, who I attack is my choice, and if you argue with me over it, Sister Ziyi would only see him as narrow-minded and annoying. Damn it, a mere delivery boy. What right did he have to play games with them? Lin Tian couldn't help but glare at me yet again. Shen Qingshu stared at the screen and chuckled. Wow, the newbie's mechanics are pretty good. Taken down the support several times in less than 10 minutes. I smiled back. I've played similar games before, so getting used to it wasn't hard. Just as I spoke, I sent Sunbin down again and returned to mid lane. After clearing the minions, I casually slipped into the enemy jungle to steal camps, and after invading the jungle, I continued hunting Sunbin. Wherever Sunbin went, I followed, and whenever there was a skirmish on the road, I'd casually throw out a combo to help, before resuming my pursuit. Lin Tian was on the verge of tears, his eyes red as he looked at Shen Ziyi. Sister Ziyi, help me.
Shen Ziyi didn't answer, because the Li Bai she was controlling had just been taken down by me a second ago. Wenwan gasped in shock. Oh my god. Xiaoxi, you're amazing. You actually managed to take down Sister Ziyi. I asked with an innocent face, is this Li Bai person Shen Ziyi? Yes, in top lane. Ruyan is mid, our in-game friend is bottom, and Sister Ziyi is playing Li Bai in the jungle. It was only then that I fully distinguished who was who on the enemy side. I smiled. I just got lucky. I just saw a yellow shadow flying by and wondered what it was. When Lin Tian saw that even Shen Ziyi had been taken down by me, he truly couldn't take it anymore and stood up in a rage. Lin Lei hurried to pull him back down, calmly saying, Tian, it's just a game. Why get angry? He's only playing these few matches with you. Who knows, maybe later he'll have to rush off to deliver food. Just to earn some school living expenses. Why lower yourself by competing with this kind of person? It's beneath you. Lin Tian thought about it and laughed along. You're right. Struggling all day on the streets for some spare change. I should show some pity. Wenwan immediately couldn't stay. Still, what's wrong with delivering food? Don't you guys find yourselves annoying? I was the one who invited Xiaoxi. If you have a problem, take it up with me. Her voice was naturally loud, and this shout almost shook the entire villa. I was also startled by Wenwan's scream. Whoa, it's not that serious. Making a big deal out of such a trivial thing isn't good. I quickly looked up at Wenwan. Wenwan. Fine. And not sad or angry at all. So don't you be angry either. Lin Tian wasn't afraid of Wenwan at all. Wenwan, what's it to you? Am I wrong? Isn't CAC just a food delivery guy? What status does he have to be playing with us? He thinks he can step into our circle? Is he worthy? Just a pretty face dreaming of clinging to the wealthy. Pfft, that's enough. Shen Ziyi slammed her phone down. I remember giving instructions before CAC arrived. He didn't specify what he had instructed, but Lin Tian's face instantly turned pale. I lowered my eyelashes, and a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. So words had already been exchanged in advance. With a powerful family backing every person here, making a scene wouldn't benefit anyone. Liu Ruyan hurriedly stepped in to mediate. I realized I had come to the wrong place. I exited the game and stood up with an apologetic look. It seems I've disturbed you all. Please continue your game. I have some business to attend to soon, so I'll take my leave first. Shen Qingzhu also put her phone away and called out softly, Xiaoxi, let me walk you out. Since things have turned out this way, leaving really is the best choice for you. Thank you for your trouble. I nodded slightly. At that very moment, I retracted my gentle demeanor. When acting is no longer required, there's no need to pretend. Cold, sharp aura surged forth. Looking exactly like the sovereign of the apocalypse in that escape room photo, his expression was almost a perfect match. I could sense Shen Qingshu observing me. She raised an eyebrow slightly, but she didn't say a word. Shen Qingshu walked me all the way to the villa's courtyard gate, hesitating for just a moment. Can I have your WeChat? I never refused that, sure. That little bit of unpleasantness just now was nothing. My smile became harmless once again. Of course. I took out my phone and opened the QR code. Shen Qingshu scanned the code and added me to her list. Next second, I hopped onto my small electric scooter, twisted the throttle, and whoosh, I vanished into thin air. The wind whipped against my face. I felt quite refreshed inside. Playing the White Rabbit is fine. And racing is no problem either. Shen Qingshu stood dazed, watching that speeding departure. It seemed he wasn't just some white rabbit who only knew how to cry. She gripped her phone tight, smiled faintly, and tucked it back into her pocket. Turning to the villa, no one was in the mood to play games anymore. Shen Ziyi stood up politely. There's a banquet tonight. Everyone should head back and get ready. Lin Qian bowed his head in apology. Sister, I didn't know. It was Wenwan who invited CAC. I thought it was you who invited him, so I got a little jealous. I'm sorry, I didn't anticipate this. Since I wasn't there, I naturally didn't hear a thing. Shen Ziyi only looked toward Li Muhan. Muhan didn't say anything just now for your sake. In the future, please keep a better eye on this distant cousin of yours. Li Muhan shrugged. Like you said, he's distant.
No need to go easy on him for my sake. Lin Li's face stiffened. The Lin family in front of the Li and Shen families was truly nothing to speak of. The reason the brothers could sit here today was because Lin Li's mother and Muhan's mother were close friends. He quickly followed with an apology. Truly sorry. I will discipline Tian Tian properly from now on, and absolutely won't cause any more trouble for everyone. They had to attend the banquet tonight as well, in places like that. Every move is under the scrutiny of others. If they were seen being snubbed by the Li and Shen heiresses, the sycophantic forces would surely squeeze the Lin family. The Lin family's prestige would suffer because of it, so that would be best. Shen Ziyi leaned over to put her phone in her pocket. Seeing Shen Qingshu enter, she said, "Qingshu, when you come back from the banquet tonight, I don't want to see this poster here anymore." For Old Master Li's birthday celebration, their gathering was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. The villa is usually only occupied by Shen Ziyi and Shen Qingshu. The part-time maid only comes to clean in the morning, which led to her coming downstairs today. Seeing that large-scale poster and not having time to take it down. Embarrassing to death? Of course, it was extremely embarrassing. Shen Qingshu giggled. Doesn't it look great? A gentleman like Jade on a lonely road, unmatched by any beauty in this world. It's so wonderful having it here. Shen Ziyi said nothing, only silently watching her little sister. Shen Qingshu raised her hands in surrender. Nuna, it'll take it down right now. After saying that, she dashed outside, headed to the garage to get her car, and left. This villa was in her sister's name. They needed to change and get their hair done to head to the company headquarters. Shen Ziyi and Liu Ruyan couldn't help but laugh. Qingshu sure runs fast. Yun Weiwei stood up, stretched her arms. Let's go, let's go. My family will take our leave too, Ji Nuna, Muhan Nuna. See you tonight. Everyone headed to their respective homes. Shen Ziyi, as the host, saw everyone to the door. When she was finally alone in the house, she called the cleaner to come over, then grabbed her car keys and left. Meanwhile, I was riding my little electric scooter, speeding like a flash toward the Century Jindu. Wind rushed into my collar. I narrowed my eyes, silently calculating the time. Century Jindu is a 7-star hotel. Outside the main gate was a vast plaza. Birthday banquet wouldn't start until after 7 p.m. Today was only the banquet for Old Master Li. There were hardly any vehicles at this hour. I found a neat spot to park the scooter, and while calling Zhou Yuancheng, the restaurant manager, I strode into the Century Jindu with an air of confidence. The call connected. After Zhou Yuancheng heard my request, he was a bit conflicted. Young master, we have already invited a pianist. Suddenly replacing them would be a bit unethical. I replied nonchalantly, then add a violinist. Just pay me half the market rate for the fee, but you guys have a suit ready for me. Getting a free suit while working a job, I thought to myself, giving myself a mental thumbs up. So clever. Zhou Yuancheng was even more conflicted. Young master, there are only 2 hours left before the banquet starts. High-end tailored clothes can't be made in time now. As for borrowing clothes, you know very well. With the status of the Z family, how could we possibly borrow something to wear here? I don't need high-end tailoring. Any ordinary suit brand will do. Just have scissors, needle, and thread ready for me. I'll alter it myself a bit. Zhou Yuancheng pondered. Young master, perhaps I should ask for President Xi's opinion. Whatever you do, don't ask. I'm planning to give my father a surprise. If you let my father know about this beforehand, don't blame me for what happens to you. Not using family money didn't mean I couldn't use family employees. Zhou Yuancheng had no choice but to agree. If President Xi blames someone, he'd probably get scolded again. Being an employee caught in the middle is truly miserable. I hung up the phone, took the elevator upstairs, and went to the temporary rest area that Zhou Yuancheng had arranged for me to wash up, taking 10 minutes for a quick shower, dried my hair, fixed the suit that Zhou Yuancheng brought over, then went to the dressing room across the hall to freshen up. Zhou Yuancheng had already given notice that there would be an additional violinist. As soon as I entered, my aura shone brightly. The people in the room gave me a glance but said nothing, continuing with their makeup. I found an empty spot and sat down. Placing my personal tools on the table, glanced over the cosmetics and hair wax on the desk, and skillfully styled my hair myself. After spending 20 minutes sprucing up, my gaze swept across the room, finding a hairdresser who was free, and asked him to adjust my hair. The hairdresser, who was there to work, as soon as he heard me call, immediately stood up and came to my side, asking softly, "How should I address you?" "Just call me Xiao Ci. This suit is a slim-fit wine red style, so please give me a hairstyle that matches." Decisive and authoritative way I spoke made the hairdresser subconsciously feel pressured. He obediently replied, "Yes, sir." The stylist looked through the mirror, observing my face closely. Noticing that I really looked radiant in the reflection, with sword-like eyebrows and eyes bright as stars,
eye straight bridge of the nose. The facial features were incredibly distinct. It was a handsome face with a deep oriental beauty. With a face like this, styling the hair basically took very little effort. It would look good no matter the style. Xiaoxi, are you a professional violinist? You seem quite young. I wasn't sure how to respond, putting a hand to my forehead. I'm only 17. In truth, my real age wasn't that high. The hairdresser paused, surprised, 17 years old. Are you serious? In this Beifu city, the Xie family is one of the 3 largest clans. The performers invited by the Xie family, while not necessarily famous, must surely have a solid foundation. Hiring young people is indeed cheap.
Nhưng người trẻ sao có thể gánh vác được cả buổi tiệc lớn thế này?
If the performance failed, wouldn't it do more harm than good? Of course, that was the reality. Since they dared to invite him, he, a hairdresser, a mere employee, could have no say. The hairdresser thought about it and immediately understood. Concentrating on my hair, perhaps because I was young, he didn't make the style too mature. His skillful hands combed me an elegant hairstyle, using hair wax to fix it slightly. I put on a simple obsidian earring myself. Anything else was a matter of tears, because I didn't have any money to buy them anyway. With the outfit and hair finished, it was now 6:30 p.m. I went to the break room to check the violin. This instrument was originally a decoration for Century Jindu, borrowed for temporary use because I needed to perform. This violin wasn't cheap at all, worth nearly 1,000,000 yuan. I adjusted the strings, then played a short test passage, confirming everything was fine before sitting down to play with my phone. Location, Century Jindu. Anyone want to hear some music? I can come out and bring you guys in. Fu Shijin messaged. I'm already at Century Jindu. Xiaoxi, are you joking? In this Beifu city, Old Master's birthday banquet is being held there. Only Qin Feng's family managed to get an invitation through connections. Qin Feng wanted to bring us along but couldn't even do that. Xiaoxi, can you really bring us in?
I didn't intentionally investigate their backgrounds. Nhưng lúc này cũng đã có hiểu biết sơ bộ.
Just getting you guys inside is fine, but no parents allowed.
Thinking it was fine for the boys to come play, but adults would definitely come to network. If their family power wasn't great enough, wandering aimlessly around the banquet could easily annoy the Li family. The venue belonged to the Xie family, but the Xie family wasn't the protagonist of this party. I had to think of my father, too. I exited WeChat and called Zhou Yuancheng, telling him to let my people in later. Hearing it was just 3 underage boys, Zhou Yuancheng immediately agreed.
Young master, do you have photos? I'll send them to the security at the gate.
I have them, I'll send them to you. I hung up, sending photos of Fu Shijin, Mu Gi, and Mu Chuan to Zhou Yuancheng. After sending the photos, I guess those brothers would need to dress up a bit, so I took the suit to the restroom to change. Once dressed, I tucked my phone into a secret pocket I'd altered myself, shouldered the violin case, slipped into my polished leather shoes and took the elevator downstairs. The birthday banquet for Old Master Li was held in the outdoor central garden of Century Jindu. The party was about to officially begin, and the performance troupe was already in position. There were no song or dance acts at the banquet, only piano solos and instrumental ensembles. I scanned the hall once, found the piano performance platform, pulled a chair over, and sat down. Guests filed into the hall one by one. Pianist Chui Yanyan was playing. She would have to play until the end of the party. Chui Yanyan, seeing me eating as soon as I arrived, was a bit speechless. She whispered a reminder. There are guests in the hall. This is bad for your image. Aren't you afraid Manager Joe will dock your pay if he sees this? I replied innocently, not afraid. He only hired me to play one song, and it's not like I'm being paid that much anyway. I thought to myself, if it weren't for the mandatory banquet and having no money for new clothes, I wouldn't have bothered coming here to play the violin, because my performance fee is quite expensive, you know. Since I wasn't afraid, Chui Yanyan didn't say anything more. She flipped to a new page of sheet music, changing the subject. What are you planning to play later? I'll play whatever you're playing, sister. Chui Yanyan looked skeptical. Are you sure? I know a lot of songs. How about Frere Jacques? Or no, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? Yanyan paused for a moment, her fingertips dancing swiftly over the keys. I shook my head. Not that one. That song is nearly 12 minutes long. I meant the simple Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, the one about 1,000 stars in the sky. It's over in a minute, so much easier. Chui Yanyan's expression became hard to describe. Xiaoxi, you weren't hired by someone to sabotage this, were you? I chuckled. My eyes scanned the surroundings, noticing almost no one around the stage, and started seriously talking nonsense. Of course not. My father put in so much effort to get me in here, essentially wanting me to find a like-minded partner here. Just think about it, sister. Everyone who gets in here is of the wealthy elite. If I can take 1 or 2 ladies home, wouldn't that change my life? A step up into heaven. Kui Yanyan couldn't help but glare. You said it yourself, they're rich and noble. You think they'd bother with you, let alone wanting 1 or 2. Truly a delusional dream. Yanyan Nuna,
Don't you read novels? Dominant female CEOs love guys like me, perfect build, handsome, with a brilliant aura,
and multi-talented to boot. One look and their hearts would skip a beat. Cui Yanyan was a bit at a loss for words. Stop reading so many stories, boy. Someone with no power or status like you. In real life, would at most be a gigolo or a side piece. You'd never set foot through the front door. One must live realistically and be self-reliant. Only then can you hope for a bright future. After speaking, Cui Yanyan suddenly remembered my age and felt embarrassed. This kid isn't even an adult yet, and I'm using words like gigolo or side piece. Was that a bit too much? I suppressed a laugh, continuing to tease Cui Yanyan. Still better than exhausting oneself as an employee. I'm certain that with this talent and looks combined, I will surely rise to the top in one step and bring the main empress herself back to the manor. Before I could finish, a mocking voice interjected. Of course, it's you, daring to discuss being a gigolo for others in broad daylight, or a side piece, truly a low-class, worthless sort. I heard Lin Qian's voice. Secretly annoyed, I frowned. Turning to see Lin Qian standing below the performance stage. Lin Qian had come alone, dressed in a purple tailcoat, hair slicked back with glossy gel, draped in branded watches and expensive accessories. I looked down at him from my vantage point, curled my lips into a slight cold smile, and mimicked Lin Qian's pretentious tone. That's right, I also enjoy being people's stepfather. Where is your mother? Introduce us, won't you? Lin Qian was so angry he jumped, his face flushing deep red. You damn delivery boy. Did you think Wen Wan would jump out to protect you again? If you provoke me, I'll have someone throw you out by the neck. What did you just say? Here, aside from the guests, everyone else is my person. Xietzi, open your eyes wide and watch closely tomorrow. His surname was Shi, and Century Jindu was the Shi family's estate. Are you crazy? A young master working as a delivery driver, hiding your identity just to be insulted by others. I stood up abruptly, an overwhelming presence radiating from me. Arms crossed over my chest, clicking my tongue. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Trembling like that. Are you about to have a stroke and try to blame it on me? Oh, I'm just so terrified. Lin Tian guessed my identity. His soaring rage vanished instantly without a trace, and he slinked away, disappearing from sight. If I were just a delivery man, he would dare to humiliate me in front of the crowd. But this delivery man held the status of the Xie family's young master, so he could only coil back and play nice. The Xie family was a power on par with the Li and Shen families, one the small Lin family could never afford to offend, truly a typical case of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. I sat back down. Cui Yanyan was so stunned she forgot how to play the piano. Xiaoxi, are you really the young master of the Xie family? I smiled and asked back, do I not look the part? Cui Yanyan, observing me carefully once again upon hearing that. This youth before her eyes indeed did not seem to come from an ordinary family. Every gesture of mine was generous and refined. Amidst such a luxurious banquet, I didn't show the slightest hesitation or fear. This was not something a poor 17-year-old boy could accomplish. But Xiaoxi, if you are indeed the Xi family's young master, even a talent performance should be the grand finale, shouldn't it? I made a gesture for her to stop. Don't ask any more. It would be impolite to keep asking. I knew very well in my heart the Xi family's rules are something outsiders cannot know. Even if I work, I must say it's for personal interest, never revealing that I cannot take money from the family. But tell me, what decent family actually likes working for others? I only love money. I don't love working for others at all. I couldn't lie to myself and say the words I like working for others. Cui Yanyan nodded repeatedly, asking nothing more, took a deep breath and concentrated on the keys. Only now did she have a sudden realization. The declaration about a handsome guy marrying a CEO wasn't a joke. This young master truly has the ability to bring a CEO home, and it would be a perfect match within the super-rich circles. As for an employee like herself, she should just stick to her duties, making sure no mistakes occur during the banquet. I bowed my head, leisurely enjoying some fruit. Zhou Yuansheng, seeing the guests increasing in number, hurried over and whispered, "Young master, please pay a little attention to the group's image. Right now, no one knows your identity yet. But later, when President Xi comes to introduce you, then everyone will know. The young master sitting cross-legged like this, casually sitting and eating here, won't it make outsiders mock us for having poor family discipline? I know. Have my friends arrived?" I put down the fruit plate and extended my hand. Zhou Yuansheng turned to get a wet wipe, then came back to wipe my hands. The person at the gate hasn't called me yet, so they probably haven't arrived yet. All right, I'll go out and see. I'll come back when it's my turn to perform. Yes, sir. Your leather shoes are polished so brightly. Please be careful as you walk. I hummed a response, then stood up and strode out with pride, walking so forcefully that it created a breeze. The guests subconsciously turned their gazes toward me. That gentleman looks unfamiliar. I wonder which family's young master he is. He looks so handsome, and he's carrying an instrument too. He's probably just a musician performing at the banquet. By now, Lin Tian had found his older brother and anxiously pulled Lin Lei away from the crowd. "Brother, I think I've caused a major disaster." Lin Lei looked around, then his face darkened, giving Lin Tian a hard slap on the back. "What kind of place is this for you to be like this? Could you use your head to think for a moment? Which family's member have you offended?"
Lin Tian rubbed his aching back. "Brother, wasn't I just looking for something to eat? Then I saw that delivery guy, that Shietzi kid. He was sitting by the piano stage. He was speaking so arrogantly, saying he wanted to be people's stepfather. I only scolded him a few times, and then he said that aside from the guests, everyone here is his person." Lin Lei didn't quite understand. "What do you mean, your person, his person?" "Oh my god, brother, his surname is Xie. Do you remember how he introduced himself before? The Jin in Century Jindu. He is definitely the young master of the third branch of the Xie family, that young master who hasn't appeared in public for a long time. How could that be possible?
If he were a Xie family young master, why would he ever work? And the most difficult job at that. That kid is full of schemes. Maybe he just happens to have the surname Xie, and knowing this is the Xie family's domain, he just used it to bluff you guys." Lin Lei paused after saying that, thought for a moment, then continued. Tian, tell me, how was he dressed?" Although Lin Lei didn't believe it, to be safe, he still needed to confirm carefully. Lin Tian recalled. "He wore a suit that I've never seen, among any major brands, and he only wore a single normal earring, with no other accessories on him. Was it high-end custom-made? It didn't seem like it. Even custom-made clothes have their own unique characteristics." Lin Tian was speaking when he suddenly saw something. He pointed toward the banquet hall entrance. "Brother, look over there. Is that him?" Standing 1.8 meters tall, in a wine-red suit, I cut a striking figure as I moved through the banquet hall. Lin Lei followed me with his gaze, staring intensely at my attire for a long moment. It's clearly not a high-end luxury brand, nor a custom-made piece. The young master of the 13th branch of the Xi family has been abroad for years, making his first appearance now. How could you be dressed in this Korean style? We've definitely been tricked. Hearing this, Lin Tian felt a sudden wave of relief. He clenched his fists. That wretched, annoying brat. How dare he lie to me? I'm going to find him and settle the score. Lin Lei held Lin Tian back. "Stop acting up. The banquet starts in less than 10 minutes. There's no rush to teach him a lesson. Not right now. Let's make a plan before we deal with him." Lin Tian nodded immediately. "Yes, brother. Tell me, what should we do?" I walked toward the main entrance of the Century Jindu Hotel. Fu Shijin was nowhere to be seen, but I spotted Xie Hui peeking from behind a dragon-carved marble pillar, acting sneaky and looking around restlessly. Xie Hui was wearing a tight black shirt with sparkling pointed leather shoes, looking exactly like a nightclub host. If Xie Hui actually appeared at the party looking like this, people might think the Xie family was on the brink of bankruptcy. I fought back laughter until my chest trembled. Finally, I simply couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. As fellow traveler in misfortune with Xie Hui, I was quite unethical as I circled behind him to mock him. "Brother Hui, what happened to you? Why did you come here looking like this? It's so embarrassing." Xie Hui turned his head in shock and saw me looking dashing. He gritted his teeth and gestured wildly. "Shi, you still dare to laugh. This is all your fault, and going to bite you to death." He wasn't originally supposed to come, but Uncle Ji Chuang insisted, saying Shi hadn't appeared in public for a long time, so he should come to show his support and introduce Shi to some friends. Thus, he was forced to be here. But since he had to come, they should have at least lent him a suit and some accessories. Unexpectedly, Uncle Ji Chuang said that Xie had prepared his own suit and accessories. Now look what happened. He couldn't borrow party clothes from Xie and had to pay out of his own pocket. He hadn't earned much from his part-time jobs this past month, so there was no way he'd waste money on that. So he just bought this random outfit and took a taxi. He felt restless the entire way here. Once he arrived and saw how elegant and grand everyone was, he didn't even dare to step through the door. It was beyond embarrassing. If he dared to walk in like this today, then tomorrow at Jinyuan High School, he would never have a moment of peace. And the mastermind behind all this was the brat standing in front of him, wearing an incredibly punchable smile. I reached out and easily caught the charging Xie Hui, making him unable to move, then said in a teasing tone, Hui, seeing you doing so poorly makes me feel so relieved. Xie, you bastard. I was living comfortably at the main house. It was bad enough you got me kicked out by Grandpa,
Now I have to serve food, wash dishes, and white tables every day. And yet you still bully me. You're not human. Looking at Xie Hui's pitiful, tearful face, my mouth moved faster than my brain. Brother Hui, I know you want to cry, but wait a second before you do. Your hairspray is so cheap. As the tears flow down, they're leaving 2 white streaks on your face. It looks incredibly greasy and gross. It's fine if you scare me, but it wouldn't be good to scare the flowers and guests in the hall later. That would be bad. Xie Hui stood stunned for 3 seconds, then suddenly burst into even louder sobs. While crying, he lunged at me. He wanted to risk his life for a fight. I'm good to people, but I'm not very good at comforting them. So I used a grappling move to pin Xie Hui against the wall. Fortunately, no one was paying attention to this corner. The scuffle between the two of us was known only to us. With Xie Hui's hands locked behind his back, he kept repeating one sentence, "Xie Si, let me go. I'm going to bite you to death." Brother Hui, I was wrong.
If you stop attacking, I'll let go, okay? No, we are mortal enemies.
I must bite you to death today. My head throbbed. After a moment of struggling, a brilliant idea struck me. Brother Hui, are you worried about how to enter the banquet hall? I have a way to help you get in, without losing any face. Xie Hui stopped crying instantly. He sniffled twice, his voice still a bit nasally. What way? Seeing Xie Hui's mood gradually stabilize, I finally let go. While rubbing Xie Hui's arms, I said, I'll swap my suit with yours. Although mine isn't high-end custom-made, it's still worth over 100,000 yuan. It's enough to keep your dignity. Xie Hui asked reflexively, then what about you?
My eyes sparkled as I put my arm around Xie Hui's shoulder. I knew Brother Hui cared about me. Even though you were crying so heart-wrenchingly just now, you're still worried about me. Xie Hui gave an awkward huff and turned his head away. Who cares about you? I don't care about you at all. All right, you don't care. Let's go. Wash that ritual paint off your face first. Xie Hui suddenly remembered something and looked around nervously. Seeing that there wasn't a single soul around, he let out a sigh of relief. That was close. Thank goodness I was in a hidden corner, otherwise I wouldn't have any face left. Because Xie Hui's face was a mess, I led him through the staff passage upstairs to my temporary break room. In the room, I pushed Xie Hui into the bathroom.
Hurry up and wash yourself. I still have to go downstairs to play the piano. I'll be back around 7:40, then I'll swap clothes with you. I thought to myself, since I borrowed such a nice outfit, I should complete my part-time job well. Otherwise, with my father's scheming nature, he'd definitely make me pay for the suit later. Xie Hui clung to the bathroom door. Swear it, you won't lie to me. Don't leave me here and never come back. I raised my hand. I swear. Only then did Xie Hui feel at ease enough to close the door and tidy himself up. I stepped in front of the mirror to check myself. My clothes were still neat, not a speck of dirt. Looking at my reflection, I thought for a moment, then called Chu Yuanzhang. Prepare some pieces of black velvet for me. Bring them to the dressing room opposite my break room in a bit. Xie Hui's height wasn't the same as mine. I figured I would definitely need to adjust the suit a bit when I came back up. Understood, I'll have them brought to you in 10 minutes. Chu Yuanzhang didn't ask for a reason. Since the young master had ordered it, he would simply follow through. I hum up and glance at a WeChat message. Xie Si, are you there? The message was from Fu Shijin. Xie Si, reply when you see this. We're at the door, still sitting in the car. We don't dare to go in without seeing you. I replied, I've already told Manager Chu of the hotel. He knows you guys are coming. You can just walk straight in. Muga was a bit worried. Is it really okay if you don't come out to greet us? Haha, brothers, just relax. Just step forward boldly. Anyone who dares to stop you is definitely blind. Muga wondered who had given Xie Si such confidence. Didn't he say he was working a part-time job here? Then he said he'd get a few people into the party. Did he really have enough authority for the manager to let them in? Muga couldn't help his doubts and confirmed once more. Xie Si, is it really no problem? Of course. Receiving such a firm answer, Muga finally said, all right then, we're heading in. You go on with your work. The three of them cheered each other up. But when they got to the door and saw everyone had invitations, their hearts suddenly leaped into their throats. What now? They're asking for invitations and we don't have any. Don't say it, and panicking too. Now that they thought about it, they realized they had been too excited earlier. They hadn't considered what would happen if they couldn't get in, and how they'd explain it to their families. The trio of Fu Shijin stood there anxiously, not daring to move. The security guards controlling the entrance saw the three of them and sent one over. Are you Mr. Fu Shijin? Mr. Mu Ji and Mr. Mu Xuan? Please come inside. Our manager has already instructed us. You three do not need to show any invitations. Hearing this, the three of them felt the hearts that were hanging in mid-air suddenly settle down. They quickly regained their composure and stepped into the Century Jindu Hotel. Under the guidance of the hotel staff, They headed straight for the banquet hall. Just as I returned to the hall, I happened to run into Fu Shijin's group and stepped forward to greet them. Shijin, Mu Gi, Mu Shen, have fun, everyone. I have to get to work. Fu Shijin nodded blankly, almost failing to recognize me. If the old CAC was a handsome youth, then my current look was no different, from a dark monarch of the night. I didn't need any elaborate jewelry. I radiated an aura that took people's breath away. I strode away, avoiding the crowd and circling around back to reach the piano platform. Shijin, Muji, and Mu Xuan stood there dazed for a long time before recovering. They almost didn't dare to claim they knew him. Even though Shi was wearing a masquerade mask, he was still incredibly handsome. Muji couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps because his natural gifts are so good. Is that why he's so narcissistic? Ha ha, Shi. He just helped us get into such a high-class party. Don't talk about him like that. Let's not just stand here. Hurry, let's go find Xin Feng. I had reached the piano platform and reached out to place a white feather mask onto Cui Yanyan's face. Cui Yanyan was slightly startled, but fortunately her skill level was excellent.
Despite the interruption, the piano music didn't break for a second. Now that the guests were increasing, she couldn't play as casually as before. The guests here all had some level of musical appreciation. If she hit even one wrong note, she'd be throwing away her own career. Cui Yanyan's fingers danced nimbly over the keys as she looked up at the young man standing beside her. She asked softly, Xiesi, why did you suddenly find a mask to wear? Actually, with the mask on, people wouldn't recognize Xiesi, but Cui Yanyan recognized the suit I was wearing. I decided to tease her a bit and narrowed my eyes mysteriously. Sister Yanyan, have you ever heard of the genius violinist Avian Stylin? Avian Stylin? Isn't that the genius
Pianist who became famous at age 12.
And at age 14 performed at the Golden Hall, opening 3 consecutive solo concerts, with every single seat sold out. Cui Yanyan suddenly realized something. She gasped, her pupils shrinking. Don't tell me you are. I'm about the same age as him. With the mask on, no one can tell the difference. I can pretend to be him. Elevate the class of our performance. Cui Yanyan thought to herself, how dreadful. It turned out she had been hoping for a moment, but it made sense. That maestro was so famous in the musical world. How could he possibly appear at a birthday party like this? If he really came, the media would have flocked here to grab headlines. It wouldn't be this quiet. Cui Yanyan briefly didn't know how to comment on my overly bold ideas. Forget it. Master Avian is a legend in the field. In my band, 9 out of 10 people are his fans. If you impersonate him, I'm afraid today you won't be able to walk out of that door. So, after the performance, you must insist you don't know me. Otherwise, if I get beaten up, don't blame me. I said this while adding another line. Remember to say you've never seen my face. Otherwise, if I get beaten, I'll find someone to beat you. Cruel enough? Cui Yanyan had a massive headache. She discovered that this young master's words and actions were entirely unconventional and didn't follow common sense at all, but she could only nod in agreement. After all, she was just an employee, and no one was foolish enough to oppose the boss' son. She asked, Shakesy, so what are we playing later? I gave the same answer. Whatever you play, I'll follow along. Cui Yanyan thought for a while. Salute d'amour, then. This piece is perfect for a birthday party. I set the violin case down, took the violin and bow out of the case, and stood by the piano, placing the violin on my shoulder. By now, nearly all the guests had arrived. Precisely at 7:30 p.m., the host of the party, Li Zhongtian, entered with several juniors of the Li family. Immediately, cheers and greetings rang out loudly. The banquet hall became extremely lively in an instant. Yanyan paused for about 2 minutes, waiting for the noise in the hall to subside slightly before switching to the next piece. I let her play a short passage before placing my bow on the strings, harmonizing with the piano's melody. In such a bustling atmosphere, the duet between piano and violin would only be heard by those who truly wanted to appreciate the music. I didn't care at all about the world outside. From the moment the first note sounded, my mind only held the violin on my shoulder. I captured the rhythm of this piece perfectly, spreading emotions of extreme tenderness. Under my lead, Cui Yanyan felt herself playing exceptionally well. Fu Shijin, Mu Gi, and Mu Shen were sitting where they could see the piano platform directly. Their eyes were glued to me, completely unable to look away. Mu Xuan cupped his face and sighed. Xiesi is so amazing. This playing is definitely concert hall level. Mu Xuan nodded in agreement. Exactly. But why didn't he use this talent for part-time jobs before? If he specialized in playing at parties, wouldn't that be much easier than delivering food outside? Moreover, with his current skill level, pay would surely be around this figure. Mu Xuan held up 3 fingers. Fu Shijin pondered for a moment, then offered his guess. I think maybe Xiesi is just experiencing life. After all, he's also a professional photo editor.
and a photographer too. Just those two jobs alone are enough for him to live comfortably in Jiangcheng. That's very likely.
Cameras worth millions, accessories worth millions too. Muju paused for a moment. Is he really not the young master of the Ji family? An ordinary family wouldn't have the money to let their child learn so many things, let alone spend a fortune on such equipment. He also remembered Muju's lingering concern about the fact that GC had instructed the staff to let them in. Someone who could command the staff of the Central Jindu must have a background that was far from ordinary. Fu Shijin and Mu Xuan looked at each other. Last time, GC didn't deny either. He only told us not to ask any more questions. If he really is a member of the Ji family, yet still has to work part-time for living expenses, then it proves the relationship between him and his family isn't very good. Indeed, I shouldn't be too curious. Our guessing is just speculation. Maybe after Xietzi finishes his performance, we can try asking again. Mu Ge and Mu Xuan both nodded in agreement. Xie Juchuang arrived at the hall a few minutes after Li Zhongtian. He presented the birthday gift first, then looked around but couldn't find his son. He was also curious about what the boy would wear to the party. Could he really have dared not to come? While he was doubting, the piano music suddenly stopped. The violin's tones shifted abruptly, and the devil's trill began to echo throughout the hall. At first, people were still engrossed in their conversations, but as the music reached its climax, the entire room gradually fell into silence. Such is the power of music. Whether an expert or a layman, everyone would stop to listen. Furthermore, devil's trill is extremely difficult. To be able to perform it so perfectly truly commanded respect. Li Zhongqian saw many guests listening intently and smiled, lightly fingering his prayer beads. Jichuang, where did you hire this violinist from? He's quite something. Shi Jichuang looked at the violinist standing proudly in the distance for a moment before withdrawing his gaze. Hiring the performers was handled by the manager. I'll call them over to ask later. Li Zhongqian immediately waved his hand. No need. No need to go to such trouble. I heard your son has returned from abroad. I haven't seen him in years. Is he here today? At the mention of me, the smile on Xie Jiquang's face became even gentler. Uncle Li, I did tell Xie Si to come today. Haha, that's great. I can introduce my granddaughter Mohan to him. Mohan is about the same age as him. Children of the same generation should have a lot to talk about. As Li Zhongtian spoke, he glanced at Li Mohan standing nearby. Li Mohan was staring blankly at the piano platform. Li Zhongtian was slightly displeased and frowned. He reached out and gently pulled Li Mohan. Mohan, say hello to Uncle Xie. Li Mohan quickly snapped back to her senses. Facing the elder, her cold face broke into a smile. Hello, Uncle Si. Uncle Li. I haven't seen Si yet. When I see him, I'll tell him to come and greet you. Si Zhiquang explained to Li Zhongtian, then turned and smiled at Li Mohan. I heard from your grandfather that you'll be transferring to Jingyuan High School this year. Yes, I will enroll at Jingyuan when the term starts. That's wonderful. My son CC also studies at Jingyuan High School. You young people should feel free to get to know each other. As for whether this girl would catch his son's eye, that was another story. Because his son's marriage wasn't something a father like him could decide. In fact, no one could interfere. His precious son had already endured so much hardship in life. There was no reason to make him suffer more for the sake of an alliance. Yes, Uncle Shi. Li Mohan replied politely. There was no one to monitor her at school anyway. Choosing whom to associate with was her right. If she didn't want to, she could just ignore him. There was no need to make her grandfather unhappy right now. Everyone was chatting quite animatedly. Just as I finished the piece, I put the violin away and wove through the crowd to find Chu Yuanzheng. I shoved the violin into his hands, transfer the payment directly to my bank account, and remember to tell all staff except for my father not to let anyone know the violinist was me. You guys better coordinate your stories. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your position. This was because just now, when I caught Li Mohan's burning gaze, I suddenly remembered some unpleasant memories from the past. Li Mohan was truly a psycho. Back then at the concert, she insisted on challenging me in broad daylight. After her crushing defeat, she still wouldn't let go, blocking my way to school every day. I had to take a half-month leave, pretending to have dropped out to finally escape. If Li Mohan remembered my face and followed me now, it would be the end of me. I wouldn't have a single day of peace in Jiangcheng. As for Lin Tian knowing I was the violinist, there was absolutely nothing to worry about. Lin Lei liked Li Mohan. If they knew Li Mohan was looking for that violinist, they would never utter a word to her. They'd even find ways to prevent Li Mohan from finding out. Chu Yuanzheng didn't dare to be curious about why such arrangements were necessary. He just obeyed and silently carried out the order. I looked around stealthily like a thief, kicked off my leather shoes, and with shoes in hand, wove through the back of the crowd, running at a terrifying 50-meter sprint speed. Following the staff-only passage, I returned to the hotel's temporary break room. I whipped off the formal coat and rushed into the bathroom. Chehui said grumpily, "Even if I am really your brother, can you please not show off your body in front of me? Comparing myself to you really is maddening." He seemed extremely self-conscious that I was 185 centimeters tall, while he himself was only 175 centimeters. He grumbled while walking out. Looking at us, who would believe we're cousins? I turned on the shower and shouted toward the door. "Brother Hui, don't mind those small details. Let me wash off this makeup first." I spent 3 minutes showering, then another 2 minutes thoroughly removing the makeup. After finishing, I opened the bathroom door, poked my head out, and asked, "Have the clothes been brought up yet?" Xie Hui took the staff uniform the waiter had just brought over. Tossing it straight at me, I caught it with quick reflexes. I got dressed properly right there in the bathroom, and then stepped out. I measured Xie Hui's shoulder width and leg length, then sat down at the sewing machine to alter the suit. I shortened the hem of the trousers, sewed up the redundant vent at the back of the jacket, and even added inside the blazer luxurious black velvet lining. Xie Hui put on that charming suit, still feeling a bit uncertain. "Are you sure this suit looks like? It's worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. It is beautiful, I'll give you that, but it has no brand markings at all. The guests in the banquet hall are all from elite families. One look and they'll know it's a no-brand item. Of course, it's not possible yet. Manager Joe only paid 20,000 for this set. Wait for me a moment." I took my backpack out of the locker and pulled out from a pouch a custom-made silver tassel brooch. I pinned it onto Xie Hui. "Now it's worth hundreds of thousands. I actually believe your crazy talk for a second. But I must admit, this brooch is stunning. Paired with this suit, the whole outfit suddenly stands out. What is this made of? The material doesn't matter. What matters is this. Look at this." I took out my phone and snapped a picture of the brooch. The Baidu search page appeared. I showed the search results to Xie Hui. After seeing it, Xie Hui's lips twitched slightly. "Isn't this considered a counterfeit? If people find out, I'm afraid I won't be able to show my face in elite circles again." Looking at his reaction, I knew he finally understood. This tassel brooch is not just a pin, but also the logo of G2, an obscure international brand. While this brand is very niche, the prices for their clothes are astronomical. They only release exactly 18 outfits every year. Each piece is one of a kind in the world. This company has no mass-produced items for sale. In other words, getting their clothes requires not just money and status, also immense power. And right now, I help Xie Hui own a self-made luxury item. I know full well that wearing a fake is more humiliating than wearing a no-brand piece. I still remain remarkably calm and composed. "Brother Xie Hui, would I ever let you be humiliated like that?" I took my tablet out of my backpack, took a photo of Xie Hui using graphic design software. I quickly rendered the image of the suit, then edited and uploaded the image. After waiting for about 5 minutes, I opened the brand's official website and showed it to Xie Hui. "This should do it, right?" Xie Hui was stunned. "Is this brand really this impulsive?" "No, Xie C, how on earth did you pull this off?" "I'm an honorary designer for G2, after all. Wearing luxury clothes is just about a few pieces of fabric and a sewing machine, that's all. Just post it on the homepage and it's done. Who would know your suit was just fresh out of the oven?" Regarding the designer thing, Xie Hui didn't have any more questions. He knew that since childhood, I possessed extraordinary artistic talent. At 8, I could already replicate world masterpieces, so designing clothes was naturally as easy as pie for me. Now that the photo was on the official site, Xie Hui was finally completely at ease. He looked at himself in the mirror, then touched his empty collar and bare wrists. Even though neither of us could find a single luxury watch right now, it was still much better than the pathetic look from before. Noticing Xie Hui's small gesture, I turned and walked toward the bed. I rummaged through the messy pile of fabrics on the bed, then picked up a needle and thread to start sewing. Quickly, I crafted a vibrant, colorful, decorative band. "As for your wrists, not to be blunt, brother Xie Hui, but you can't go on living like this. You don't even have a decent pair of cufflinks. Of course, I'm not on your level. You've been good at everything since you were a kid. Making money is just child's play for you, isn't it? I don't have such extraordinary talent. At home, I don't have a penny to my name, and my studies are so intense right now, with my ability. The only thing I can really grasp is my education." Reflecting on the past few years, Xie Hui felt a pang of self-pity. I said nothing. Without talent and effort, one is just a mediocre face fading into the crowd. Doesn't the story of Shang Zhongyang illustrate that perfectly? I looked at Xie Hui, thought for a moment, took off my own earrings and put them on him. These earrings looked small and inconspicuous, but they were actually bought for 23,000 yuan.
Fully equipped, Xie Wei was ready to enter the banquet.
He turned to look at me. Xietsu, are you really going into the banquet hall in that waiter uniform? Of course, I replied. This way the surprise for my dad will be even bigger, right? Brother Xihui, you go down first. I'll dry my hair and come along later. I think Uncle Juchang will be more horrified than surprised. You really are his son. Your knack for tormenting people is exactly like your father's. Xihui said no more, straightened his blazer, and went out to take the elevator downstairs. My leather shoes fit him perfectly, neither too big nor too small. He couldn't fathom how I was so tall, yet my feet weren't large at all. After Xihui left, I immediately picked up the hairdryer to dry my hair. Once done, I performed a series of tasks on my phone. About 10 minutes later, after wiping all traces from the surveillance cameras, I walked out while checking my WeChat messages. Fu Shijin, Shitsi, why did you disappear right after the performance? Mugi, Shisi, are you the young master of the Shi family? Mu Xuan, is it true? Xin Feng, is Shisi really the Shi family heir? Mugi, we're just guessing, because Shisi played so beautifully, it feels like no ordinary person could reach that level. I didn't immediately answer the group's question about my identity, only messaging back, brothers, I've found 2 part-time jobs, can't talk now. Am dressed and heading off to serve tables. Fu Shijin, bro, are you serious? 1 minute you're the musician stunning the entire audience. Next you're downstairs carrying plates. The contrast is just too much. Of course I love money, the more the better. Fu Shijin put his phone down, thinking to himself that Shisi probably wasn't the Shi family heir. Serving at such a prestigious event, he'd be humiliated to death if he were recognized later. Makes sense, we probably overthought it. Shisi is likely just, well, talented and has some connections. A wealthy heir serving tables at a high-end banquet. No one would ever believe that. Li Muhen followed her grandfather, socializing with members of the elite families. As soon as she was free, she hurried to find the person who had just played the violin. The sound and technique were too similar to that person. The one who had disappeared for 3 years. The one she had been quietly searching for all that time. He was as mysterious as the enchanting sirens in Western mythology, with an ethereal beauty, living in uncharted waters. Unless he wanted to be found, no one ever could. Now, after such a difficult struggle, to see someone who was very likely him, she had to find him at all costs. She had to confirm if he was avian. If he was, nothing could be more wonderful. If not, she would simply continue her search, until she could complete that unfinished 4-hand concerto. Li Muhan's gaze scanned the entire banquet hall, but she couldn't see that tall, slender figure in the wine-colored suit anywhere. She pondered for a moment, then threaded through the crowd, going behind the piano stage. Hello, could I trouble you for a moment? May I ask if the young man just now was avian? Stellan? Where did he go? Li Muan spoke the name, without any worry that Sui Yan Yan wouldn't know it, because that elf-like boy was already legendary in the piano world, known to everyone. The girl's voice was cold, making Sui Yan Yan's heart leap into her throat. The emotion ZSC simulated really was just like avians. She had warned him not to impersonate avian, and now someone who knew avian had come looking for him. If they found out the performer was actually ZAC, he would definitely be viciously attacked by avian's fans. Tri Yan Yan was very satisfied with their collaboration. As an employee, she decided to protect her employer. She looked Li Muhan up and down a few times, and calmly replied, I'm sorry. He arrived wearing a mask, so I don't know who he is. He left immediately after playing. I have no idea where he went. Li Muhan stared intently at Cui Yan Yan, but couldn't glean any useful information from her face. She apologized for the trouble, and went to ask manager Zhou of Century Jindu. Zhou Yuanqing felt that young master played really well, but not so well that the third young lady of the Li family would come looking for him personally. Recalling the young master's command not to ask questions, he guessed that the young master and Miss Li knew each other. So he replied with a smile he was invited by our eldest young master. Originally, the eldest master was supposed to perform, but he said he had a friend with incredible musical talent visiting. That person wore a mask to the party, so I'm not sure who it was. After the show, he left in a car with the eldest master. The eldest master just asked for a hotel uniform to be sent up, likely to change and leave directly, so he won't be coming back here. He answered that way, so that when Miss Li sought out the eldest master, she wouldn't suspect his real identity. That way, he wouldn't be seen as leaking the young master's secret. Besides, some matters are better explored by the people involved. He was sure the young master would handle it. The birthday party continued. So Li Muhan couldn't give chase right away, but she still didn't give up. Could you give me the contact information?
for your eldest young master. Zhou Yuancheng looked troubled. Miss Li, while our eldest master is quite unconventional, it's better to ask him for his contact details. I cannot make that decision on his behalf. If you absolutely meet it now, President Xi is sitting over there. It might be more appropriate to ask him. Li Muhan pursed her lips in silence. Her grandfather was trying to set her up with that boy named Shi Si. If she went now to ask Uncle Shi for his son's contact information,
Her grandfather would think she was interested in Shi and start talking about engagement, leaving her with no way out.
Li Muhan took a deep breath and decided to set the matter aside for now. After all, school starts in just a few days. She would just ask Shi once classes began. Li Muhan didn't know then that the name Shi was only a source of worry for the elders. Even if she did, she wouldn't have immediately connected it to the boy with a radiant face she had seen earlier that afternoon. I understand. Thank you, Manager Zhou, for your time. You're welcome, Miss Li. Do you have any other questions? If not, I'll return to my duties. No, that's all. Thank you. Zhou Yuanxing breathed a secret sigh of relief.
He was truly afraid she would keep questioning him. He might run out of stories to tell. Luckily, this young lady was reserved, and not too difficult to manage. Zhou Yuanxing turned and left. Li Muhin stood there lost in thought. Lin Tian, who was crouching in a corner, finished eavesdropping and hurried back to his brother. Lin Lei was beaming with smiles, chatting with his circle of friends. Seeing Lin Tian return, he whispered, "What is Muhan doing?" Lin Tian's expression was grim. She's looking for someone. Lin Lei noted his brother's look and thought, then said goodbye to those around him, and pulled Lin Tian into the restroom. Who on earth is Muhan looking for? You won't believe it, but she's looking for that violin player from earlier.
Lin Li's face darkened. Thinking of that masterful performance, his expression grew even worse. Does Muhan know that CC was the one playing? Muhan waited until the party started to enter. By then, CC was already wearing a mask, so she probably doesn't know. Otherwise, she would have gone straight to Wen Wan. Besides, I heard the manager of Century Jindu say that CC left with the C family's young master. It seems CC really isn't from the C family's third branch. The C family has 3 sons right now, all around the same age. We've met Si Fang and Si Hui already. The only one we haven't seen is the third branch's heir. Since CC left with the third branch's heir,
then he's definitely not the Shi family's young master.
Lin Lei breathed a sigh of relief. A huge weight lifted from his shoulders. A pity we prepared so many plans, only for him to leave so early. He paused for a moment, then continued. Hardly anyone saw Shi Si's face clearly, in the banquet hall, and no one here knows him. Lin Tian, the fact that Shi Si was the one playing the violin, must never be known by Muhan. Do you understand? But why, brother? He's just a smelly delivery boy. Even if Muhan found him, it probably wouldn't be for anything important. Because of Avian. The skills Shi Si just demonstrated is on par with Avian, who shocked the music world 3 years ago.
Even his techniques are strikingly similar.
Muhan has been searching for Avian for 3 long years, so we must crush any chance of her finding someone who resembles Avian, right from the start. Lin Tian's lips twitched. Brother, Avian in the news had blonde hair and blue eyes. He's clearly a foreigner. But Xiesi has a very Asian face. Aren't you worrying too much? What if what Muhan loves, simply Avian's peak musical talent? Lin Li's voice was deep. I can't take that risk. The possibility is there. For your brother's happiness, you must keep this secret. Shen Qingshu was also searching for Xiesi. She had seen Xiesi's electric bike in the parking lot, so she had a strange hunch he would be here.
Wandering around the banquet hall, Shen Qingshu still couldn't find him, so she quietly returned to her elder sister's side.
Shen Jiyi was holding a teacup, sitting quietly in the dim light. She was alone for the moment. She looked up at Shen Qingshu. Why are you running around like a headless fly? What are you doing? Shen Qingshu plopped down on the sofa across from Shen Jiyi, crossing her legs casually. So many zombies. Want to play a game to digest dinner, sister? I played all afternoon. Haven't you had enough yet? At the mention of this, Shen Qingshu looked dejected. Playing with those boys means playing in pick and ban mode. It's annoying as hell. You can't even enjoy yourself properly.
I think Shace's skill level is pretty decent. Should we ask him to join us for some ranked matches?
Shen Jiyi took a sip of tea. Lowering her eyes, her thoughts unreadable, she asked indifferently, Did you get his contact info? Yeah, just got it today. Young ladies, may I ask if you like any drinks? My clear voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Shen Qingshu. Shen Qingshu looked up, and her eyes landed right on me. She had guessed I'd be here, but she didn't expect me to be serving tables. Before, she felt that I wasn't nearly as simple as I let on. She even thought I was the Xie family heir who had just returned from abroad. Shen Qingshu quickly lowered her legs and reached for a glass of champagne from the tray.
She asked suspiciously, "Aren't you a delivery boy? Why are you here serving drinks?"
Oh, this? Well, here's the thing. I maintain my professional service manner, flashing a standard 8-tooth customer service smile. I delivered an order here this afternoon, and they said my looks and aura were great, so they hired me to wait tables for 300 yuan an hour. I thought it was a better deal than delivering all day, so I took the job. After explaining, I asked, "Do the two Miss Shens need anything else?" Shen Jiyi remained calm. "No, thank you." Shen Qingxue was more excited. "No more food. I was just about to invite you to play a game. Since you're busy serving, I guess you can't." On the surface, I nodded in agreement, but deep down,
I was declining. "We'll see after I'm off work." Asking me to play games with them? Not a chance. I thought to myself, gaming is supposed to be fun. If it's not going to be fun, then it's best not to bother at all. Shen Qingxue agreed immediately. "All right then." I smiled and nodded in farewell, then carried my tray away. Shen Jiyi waited until I was gone, suddenly asked, "What did you discover about him? You didn't finish what you were saying." Shen Qingxue didn't catch on at first. "Discover what?" Then, her eyes darted around mischievously, and she teased, "I hadn't even finished and you're already asking, could you be curious about him?" "I just don't like things left hanging halfway." Shen Qingxue gave a wicked, playful smile. "Ha ha ha, well then, what perfect timing. Because I'm not telling you anything." Shen Ji stared at Shen Qingxu with an expressionless face. Shen Qingxu hurriedly stood up. "I'm going to find Wei Wei and Ruyan for a drink." Shen Ji watched Shen Qingxu's retreating back for a long time. She frowned in irritation. She really hated it when people left their sentences unfinished like that. I left Shen Qingxu's area and headed straight for Fu Shijin and the others. At their table now, Qin Feng and the parents had gathered with Fu Shijin. There were also two other young men at the long table, whose families were unknown to me. I walked up to the table and winked at Fu Shijin. "Greetings, handsome and charming gentlemen. Would any of you like another drink?" Fu Shijin looked at me in my waiter uniform and found it impossible to connect me to the Xie family's young master anymore. He joked, "Xiezi, you're really committed to this role even in front of us. Give me a glass of red wine." I took a glass of red wine from the tray, handed it to Fu Shijin, then looked at the others. The two strangers, seeing that Fu Shijin, Qin Feng, and I seemed close, smiled at me in a friendly way. "Sure, I'll take a coffee. And a champagne for me." I set down the items I already had on the tray, then went to pour a cup of coffee. After giving the coffee to the young man, I turned to Fu Shijin's group. "Brother, Qin Feng, enjoy yourselves."
"I'm heading back to work." "All right, go ahead." I lifted the tray, scanned the banquet hall once more, calculating my next move. Usually, I only enjoy showing off in front of people I know well. I wouldn't bother serving tables of strangers. As for Shen Qingxu's table, I only stopped there because I overheard them gossiping and wanted to eavesdrop for a bit. I located my old man's position, placed a few glasses on the tray, and carried them over to Zheji Chang. "President Xie, Master Xie Hui, would either of you like a drink?" Zheji Chang glanced at me, then quickly looked again as if he couldn't believe his eyes. When he realized exactly who was standing in front of him, his lips began to twitch, and he rubbed his forehead in frustration. He told him to attend the party with dignity. Yet here he was working as a waiter. Is this something a sane person would actually do? The heir to the Xi family carrying plates and a banquet. Where could he hide his face if this got out? He decided that for today, he didn't know this rebellious son at all. "Go and bring a fruit platter here. You better behave yourself. Stop loitering in front of me." Ji Wei hadn't expected me to actually dare to come down in this outfit. I only had to because I gave the suit to him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he stood up abruptly. "Uncle Ji Chang, let me get that for you." Without waiting for Ji Chang's approval, Ji Wei quickly walked away. When Ji Chang saw no one else was around, he glared at me with pure frustration. "Who gave you permission to come down here and carry plates? This is absolutely humiliating." "My dear father, I'm not just carrying plates. I'm getting paid a proper wage too. Manager Joe is paying me 300 yuan an hour. And earlier, when I played the violin on stage, besides getting to borrow the suit for free, he paid me this much." I held up 8 fingers. 8,000 yuan? I smirked. It's actually 80,000 yuan. Sheiji Chang, good, very good. Are you really going to play it this way? daring to take advantage of the fact that Zhou Yuancheng has to follow orders, fleecing your own family like that.
If you were going to play the violin and even got to borrow a suit for free, then where on earth is that suit of yours? Running around everywhere looking like this, where is your sense of propriety? I only modified it a little bit. Brother Shi Hui is also wearing one, see? Shi Zhiqiang paused for a moment, then his tone softened. Fine, forget it. I won't be introducing you to anyone else today. If there's another banquet and you pull a stunt like this again, don't blame me for taking a cane to you. That melodramatic tone. What era do you think this is? Still trying to use those outdated ways from the Qing dynasty. You're so feudal, Dad. Domestic violence is illegal nowadays, you know? I chuckled as I spoke, took a glass of wine from the tray, placed it on the table, and nonchalantly walked away with the tray. Zhe Zhiqiang lifted his foot, about to take off his shoe. But realizing he was in a public place, he managed to restrain himself. This kid, his words are getting more and more suffocating. He's practically begging for a beating. After being the center of attention, I happily headed over to the food counter. Setting down the tray and the wine, I sneakily reached out to grab some food from the buffet area. I only had a small plate of fruit earlier, and after running around doing all sorts of tasks, am actually quite hungry now. I leaned against the buffet counter, eating while glancing around. These delicacies will be served until 9 p.m. Most people are basically full by now, so almost no one is coming over to get food anymore. I ate very discreetly, filling my stomach, without a single soul realizing that I was here having a feast. After eating and drinking my fill, I took out my phone to check the time. It was already 8:40 p.m. Since I've already made an appearance before the old man, there's nothing left for me to do at this party. I thought for a moment, planning to go upstairs, change into my tracksuit, and head home. Fu Shijin, Mu Gi, Qin Feng, Mu Xuan, am heading out. I have to work a part-time job tomorrow, too. Fu Shijin must have been holding his phone, because his reply came instantly. CSC, do you want to come over here and hang out for a bit? Let me introduce you to some of the young masters that I just met. No thanks, you guys go ahead and enjoy yourselves. Don't drink too much. Remember to have your drivers pick you up early. The reason I didn't ask them to come with me is because making connections here is actually beneficial for their future. As for me, I have no diplomatic duties at the moment. If I wanted to leave, there was no need to drag Fu Shijin and the others along with me. Fu Shijin indeed needed to stay here until the party ended. He quickly typed, "All right then. CAC, watch your safety on the way back." Slipping my phone into my pocket, I hurried toward the exit. Lin Tian and Lin Lei were standing side by side on the other side of the buffet counter. They stared intently at my retreat back and whispered to each other. I thought he disappeared for good. I didn't expect him to come back here and serve again, brother. Why do you think he left and then came back? Who knows, but it's good that he came back. Lin Lei smirked, flashing a meaningful smile. His eyes showed clear anticipation for some drama. Those pampered young masters usually do whatever they want. A pretty boy with smooth skin like him, this will definitely be enough to drag him through the mud. You're still the master strategist. We don't need to show our faces in front of CC at all, so no one would ever suspect us. We were the ones who tipped off those young masters, sending them to cause trouble for him. Tian, keep your voice down. Let's wait for things to get rowdy outside first, then we'll head to the banquet hall entrance to watch the show. Yes, brother, that CC really doesn't know his place. He's been irritating me all afternoon. I must see his pathetic state with my own eyes. The moment I stepped out of the banquet hall, a few drunken young masters stumbled right in front of me. I didn't even give them a single glance, tending to slip past them toward the elevator. One of them immediately reached out to block me. Hey, where are you going, little brother? All by yourself? How about coming to play with us for a bit? We'll pay you 10,000 yuan for one night. What do you say? This price is more than you make serving here for months. I took a step back, dodging the dirty hand reaching out, and calmly grabbed the internal communication radio Century Jindu from my hip. Manager Joe, please send a few people over to help me. At the entrance of this birthday banquet hall, there are some guests who need to be invited for tea. While you're at it, call their parents too. Let's see whose children they are, who have the nerve to cause trouble on the Shi family's territory. The young master blocking my path, seeing me speak so decisively into the radio, felt a sense of impending doom. He hurriedly reached out, trying to snatch it. I dodged him easily, then tripped the guy who was trying to steal the device. Zhou Yuancheng's people arrived very quickly. Less than a minute later, over 10 bodyguards rushed in from outside. Without a word, they escorted those young masters away, taking them to the tea room for conflict resolution. To serve them some sobering tea, everything happened so swiftly and smoothly that it barely affected the guests inside. I didn't need to worry about it anymore.
The staff of Century Jindu would handle the logistics perfectly. Besides, my father was still here. If I were to be bullied right on our own turf, it would be a laughingstock. Relieved, I walked straight to the elevator and went upstairs to change my clothes. After changing, I put on my backpack and went downstairs, telling Xie. Brother Xie, I'm right in front of the banquet hall. Are you heading home?
If you want to go now, I can give you a ride along the way.
Yes, I'm coming. Wait for me. Xie immediately set down his wine glass and smiled apologetically to the young men beside him. My younger brother called me to go home together, so I'm heading out first. Is your brother Xie? I've only heard his name but never seen him before. Wei, why don't you invite him in for a drink? Maybe next time. Right now, who knows what Xie is wearing. If I invite him in looking like that, I'd probably die of embarrassment. The others didn't press him further. All right then, Wei, since you've been drinking, remember to have some sobering drink before you rest. Otherwise, your body will be exhausted when you wake up tomorrow. I got it.
Xie nodded slightly, straightened his trousers, and stepped out to meet me. Lin Tian and Lin Lei were standing in a corner not far from the hall entrance. They glanced at each other, their faces filled with confusion. Why did that Xie change clothes and is just standing there? Where did those young masters go? Why wasn't there any arguing, fighting, or chaos at all? They had been looking forward to watching a scene where Xie would be humiliated and disgraced. As I was about to go and pick him up, Xie suddenly turned his head. His eyes stared intently at Lin Lei and Lin Tian. After guessing my identity, Lin Tian didn't dare to come anywhere near me anymore. In this day and age, what are these two brothers doing standing around peeping? There must be a hidden story behind something this unusual. Maybe those guys blocking the way outside earlier were closely linked to these two brothers. I clenched my fist once. Consider them today, since we're right on the Shi family's territory, which means I'm not allowed to raise a hand and beat someone only to end up in the news. Otherwise, whether those two would be home in one piece is anybody's guess. Lin Lei noticed my gaze sweep toward him, and his face instantly changed, as if he were facing a dangerous enemy. Just from that single glance, he felt an incredibly terrifying pressure emanating from his body, like a wolf prowling in the dark, while he was the prey about to be torn. Know your place. This is the only time. I left that meaningful remark behind and pulled Xie away decisively. Xie didn't think for a second that I was saying those words to him. He turned his head to look around, seeing those two weren't staying in the hall, but were standing outside near the entrance peeping. Countless guesses arose in his mind, but before you could think further, I had already pulled him out of Century Jindu. Lin Qian panted heavily once I was out of sight. His legs were still trembling, nearly collapsing. Brother, that look. It was truly horrifying. Lin Lei wiped his forehead, drenched in cold sweat. Tian. From now on, we must stay far away from him. Lin Qian nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking grain. He admitted he was a bully to the weak, but a coward to the strong. When encountering a tough character who wasn't to be trifled with, he absolutely wouldn't dare to offend them even in the slightest. Xie has a close relationship with the young master of the third branch, and is also close friends with the second branch. This proves that even if I'm not a direct descendant, I'm at least from a side branch, and specifically a side branch member highly recognized by the main family. In short, I'm a true member of the Xie clan. Earlier, he had lost his mind due to anger. Xie bears the name Shi, and has extensive ties with the young masters of the Xie family, yet he hadn't thought deeply about the connection between the main and side branches. The moment they were outside, Xie immediately asked what happened. I shrugged. It's nothing serious. If something had really happened, I wouldn't be standing here in front of you right now. It'd be at the police station. After all, if you lose a fight, you go to the hospital, and if you win, you go to the station. But as for me, I'll never lose. Xie was speechless. You're quite proud of yourself, aren't you? Isn't there a more peaceful way to solve things? Just hearing about police stations and hospitals already sounds miserable. Let's go. I'm dying of sleepiness after working all day. The arrogant Xie was pulled along by my arm around his shoulder, walking toward a flashy neon pink electric bike. I patted the seat. Dear brother Xie. Welcome to the electric ride, flight number 20.260.808. Xie glanced at the flashy bike several times. The corner of his mouth twitched. Xie. Did you actually buy this bike? I perform a knightly bow. Of course, my back seat is always reserved for you. Please get on, Prince. The clear male voice suddenly rang out, giving Xie goosebumps all over. He looked left and right to see if anyone was around, then quickly hopped onto the back seat. Xie, if you pull another ridiculous stunt like this, don't blame me for turning my back and disowning you. You didn't even praise my singing voice, and you even dare to mock my talent? What a heartless man.
Shi Hui gave me a burning glare. I surrendered immediately.
Getting on the bike. All right. I'll just drive then.
I put the key in the ignition and turned on the lights. The small electric bike, which I had modified myself, immediately glowed with brilliant lights of every color across its frame. At the same time as the flashing lights, a very bizarre laughing sound also echoed out. "Cece, let me off right now. Can a Momo person even ride a bike like this? Between being vibrant and being excessively noticed, you chose to embarrass me to death, didn't you? But so what if he's a little embarrassed? Anyway, you're wearing a full helmet, so outsiders can't even see your face. Brother Si Hui, I'll say it again. My back seat is forever yours. Haha, hold on to me tight.
It'll give you the experience of flying." The moment I finished speaking, the bike let out a roaring motor sound and sped off. Shay Hui let out a scream, hurriedly gripping my shoulders. I flew with Shay Hui for 10 minutes straight, only then finally slowing down. "Brother Shay Hui, where exactly are you staying now?" Shay Hui took a deep breath, and only after a while could he find his voice again. "Where else but the staff dormitory of my summer job?" Shay Hui recited the address. I took out my phone and pulled up the map. Seeing where he was, I silently turned the bike around. "It's right near Century Jindu. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Shay Hui reached out and pinched my waist. "Did you even give me a chance to speak?" Right now, my resentment is deeper than a vengeful spirit's. I drove Shay Hui right to the foot of the dormitory building. Shay Hui stepped off the bike, looking down at the clothes he was wearing. "Wait for me a moment. Let me go up, change, and bring them down to you. You don't need to return the clothes. Just give me back the brooch. That's enough." Hearing that, Shay Hui didn't hesitate further. He nodded, unpinned the brooch, and handed it back to me. "Shitsi, thanks a lot for today. Remember to watch your safety on the way back." "I know, hurry up and go upstairs." Watched him go up, waiting until he disappeared before driving my little electric bike home. As soon as I got home, I tossed everything aside, plopped onto the chair, and started scrolling through my phone. I received a message from Shen Qingshu. "Shen Qingshu, aren't you working part-time? The party isn't even over yet, but you're already off work." I lightly swiped my finger across the screen. "I'm just a temp worker. Temps don't exactly have to stay until a fixed time to leave. Temp comes when they want, and leaves when they feel like it." The moment the message was sent, Shen Qingshu replied instantly, "Want to rank up once I get home?" I replied casually as usual, "It's not early anymore. I need to get some rest to recharge. How about I ask you tomorrow when I'm free?" Shen Qingshu thought for a moment. "You really don't have any dark circles at all. I guess you don't usually stay up late." "All right, can I ask you something then? Is it related to the Shay family? I never really intended to hide my identity anyway. From Century Jindu. Wasn't my introduction earlier clear enough?" Shen Qingshu stared at her phone and was stunned for a moment. "Turns out I have been open about my identity from the very beginning. That's fair. I was just working part-time for living expenses. I never said my family background was poor. They were the ones who made that assumption, which is why they never linked Century Jindu to someone like Shay Si." "Shen Qingshu, so what were you doing today? Why were you carrying trays at the party? The world is just one big traveling theater troupe. Don't ask too many questions about things you shouldn't." Shen Qingshu, so which school will you be attending after classes start?
I can ask that much, right? I'm only 17 and just returned from abroad, so obviously I have to go to school. Jinjuan High School. Shen Qingshu narrowed her eyes slightly, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as her fingers flew across the keys. "That's the same school as my sister. Are you in the humanities or science track?" "And not sure. I'll just study wherever my grandfather tells me to." Shen Qingshu. "All right, get some rest early then." Shen Jiyi turned to look at Shen Qingshu. "What are you smiling about? One look at your face and I know you're up to no good." "Sister, I think I'm doing great again." "Well, I'll tell you only after everything is successful."
Shen Jiyi's eyes were filled with suspicion.
"You better behave yourself and don't go causing trouble out there." "Sister, is that really how you see your own biological sister? Am I just a troublemaker in your eyes?" Shen Jiyi pursed her lips and said nothing, but her facial expression said it all. Shen Qingshu rolled her eyes. "Humph, I was actually going to tell you that I just discovered a huge secret, but now I'm not going to tell you anymore." "It's fine. It's not like you're curious at all anyway." That way of telling only half the story of Shen Qingshu was better left unheard. Shen Qingshu was now eagerly hoping I would choose the science track, ideally so I could crush her sister with sheer talent, just like when we were kids.
"Sister, just thinking about it."
Shen Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "Sister, at the party today, did you hear the news about the Xie family's son returning? I remember clearly that you and him were the closest back then. You were even once chased, beaten black and blue by him. It's been a few years. I wonder if he still has that fiery temper, just like when he was little. The smile on Shen Ji's face instantly vanished. Every time she recalled those childhood memories, she felt uncomfortable all over. She stared at Shen Qingxue and spoke coldly. Do you want to experience hiking in the middle of the night and walking home all by yourself? Shen Qingxue immediately dropped her arrogance. Hee hee, sorry sister. I'll stop talking.
Shen Ji's gaze shifted toward the window. The light in her eyes seemed to shatter into pieces. I exited the chat with Shen Qingxue, ending the conversation. Tossed my phone aside and let out a long stretch. After a quick cleanup, I fell into a deep sleep. Because I had set my phone to silent last night, Fu Shijin's gossip group chat had completely exploded. The number of new messages had jumped to 573. Fu Shijin, Shi, are you awake yet? Fu Shijin, my little ancestor. At least give the messages a glance. Fu Shijin, my sister just got back from abroad. She has nothing to do today. Can I bring her along to hang out with us? Mugi, Shi, what time are we meeting up? Laughing at clouds. Shi, why aren't you picking up the phone? Mushuan, Xieqi. Did you oversleep so much that you're ignoring the messages? Xinfeng, it's almost 2 p.m. Should we go to Xieqi's house to find him? I hope nothing bad happened. Fu Shijin, let's go, move out. If this kid is intentionally ignoring us, we definitely have to teach him a lesson when we see him. I scrolled up to check and saw that the earliest message was sent at 8 a.m. I couldn't help but stick out my tongue in embarrassment. I turned off silent mode, starting to reply to everyone, while looking for my charger to plug in my phone. Sorry, brothers. My phone was on silent, and I didn't get a chance to check it after I woke up. Mugi, Xieqi. You scared us half to death. For a moment, I thought you'd been kidnapped. Mushuan, Xieqi. What were you doing all morning? How could you go so long without checking your phone? Don't tell me you slept all the way until 2 p.m. I started cleaning my room the moment I woke up. I'm truly so sorry, everyone. Do you guys want to eat anything later? My treat. Muji, we finished lunch ages ago. You probably haven't even had a bite yet, have you? Where are you guys now? If you've eaten, I'll just grab a quick bite to tide me over. Then I'll take you guys out to play later. Now, you guys just discuss among yourselves if there's anything cool you want to do. Mushuan, Xieqi, our current location, is about 20 minutes from your house, okay? Then you guys figure out where to go. See you soon. I put my phone down, then grabbed my keys and a 100 yuan bill and headed out. School is starting soon, so most shops opposite the school gates have reopened for business. At this time, there weren't many people out to eat. I pedaled my bike, stopped at a random eatery to recharge. After eating my fill, I quickly returned home. Once back, I grabbed my phone, prepared some essentials for going out, and packed them all into my backpack. Then I slung the backpack over my shoulder and walked out the door. When I got downstairs, I sat leisurely on my bike seat and waited. After about 5 minutes, a glossy black Vito business van approached. I hopped off the bike seat and walked toward the vehicle. When I saw right at the car window the face of a woman peeking out, my steps faltered for a fraction of a second. But then I thought to myself, Fu Shijin had already said in the group that he wanted to invite his sister. So I regained my composure and continued walking forward. The Vito van stopped right next to me. I glanced inside the car. Fu Shijin hurriedly waved his hand. Xieqi, hurry up and sit next to me. I saw the empty seat was in the front row, so I wouldn't be sitting with a strange woman. So I smiled, pulled the door open, and climbed in. After I had fastened my seatbelt, Fu Shijin pointed to the woman sitting in the back row and introduced her. This is my older sister, Fu Han. She'll be a senior when school starts. I turned my head to look, nodding politely. Hello, Miss Fu. The moment Fu Han's eyes met my makeup-free face, which was nonetheless incredibly handsome and attractive, her eyes suddenly lit up. Xieqi, little brother. Calling me miss sounds too formal. Just call me sister like Shijin does. Fu Shijin felt a bit embarrassed for her. He couldn't help but give Fu Han a sharp glare, then turned to me and said with a laugh, Xieqi, don't mind her. You can call her whatever you want. I controlled my expression well, kept a relaxed tone, and asked, So have you guys figured out what we're playing later? Muga immediately spoke up. We heard that in the southern suburbs, a new real-life CS paintball arena just opened. We were thinking of taking the whole gang there for a trip. Xieqi, what do you think? My eyes lit up. That sounds great. I'm quite interested in games that challenge oneself like that. Then it's decided. Driver, please head to the southern suburbs. Yes, eldest miss. The car started its engine, heading straight for the city's southern outskirts. Fu Han still had no intention of giving up. after that bland greeting earlier. Xiaozi, the game is about to start. Team up with me, okay? I've played plenty of real-life CS games abroad, so I'll make sure to protect you well. Fu Han was Fu Shijin's older sister. I thought to myself that I should show some respect for Fu Shijin, so I didn't say anything for the moment. Instead, I picked up my phone and sent a private message to Fu Shijin.
Did you want to bring your sister, or did she just force her way along? After texting, I pointed at my phone toward Fu Shijin. Fu Shijin gave a forced smile and looked down at the message, then hurriedly explained, "Please forgive me, I'm so sorry. After I found out you were the young master of the Shi family yesterday, I shouted so loud that my parents heard me, so they ran over to ask what I was yelling about. I'm a terrible liar, so I ended up telling them that I knew you. When they heard I was hanging out with you today, they forced me to bring my sister along. I swear, I didn't want to bring her at all. I'm sorry, Xiaozi, for bringing her here without getting your permission first." I sighed. When family is involved, one is rarely their own master. I quite liked Fu Shijin's personality, so as long as Fu Han behaved and didn't pull anything, I could tolerate her presence. Just this once. Fu Shijin let out a small sigh of relief. "Xiaozi, I promise it's only this time. The next time we hang out, I absolutely won't bring her along." From the moment I got into the car, Fu Han had been staring at me with pure lust, a look that truly made one feel uncomfortable. Fu Shijin felt ashamed to have such a foolish and tactless older sister. I put my phone away, pulled a straw hat from my backpack to put on, and said indifferently, "Miss Fu, I'll be watching then. I woke up a bit early this morning, so please excuse me while I rest for a while." Before Fu Han could even speak, Fu Shijin hurriedly interjected, "Sure thing, Xiaozi, go ahead and sleep. We'll wake you up when we arrive." Mugi, Mu Chuan, and Qin Feng didn't like Fu Han at all either. Fu Han was the typical idle, rich, second-generation type, with average looks but a wild lifestyle, constantly using her family's money to cause trouble. Fortunately, her grades were so abysmal that she had to go abroad to study. Otherwise, who knows if they would have been able to stay friends with Fu Shijin at all. I closed my eyes to rest, and the others followed suit, closing their eyes one by one, fearful that Fu Han would try to start a conversation. Fu Han glanced around the car, not caring in the slightest about their attitudes. She just stared at me with burning intensity, her heart filled with longing. The Shi family heir is so incredibly handsome. He looks like an immortal who descended to Earth. The aura of a great clan really does nurture a different kind of person. If I can win his favor, not only can I bring this beauty home, I'll also gain a slice of the Shi family's power. The Shi family holds half the territory of Jiangcheng. It's a massive clan with centuries of tradition. Fu Han's throat went dry at the thought, and she couldn't help but lick her lower lip. My little brother is actually useful for once, managing to make friends with someone of this stature. I could feel her burning gaze, and my eyes beneath the hat's brim turned cold. I spent the last few years abroad, so I haven't dealt with a local high society in a long time. I used to feel that being the Shi family's young master was the least noteworthy thing about my life. So when it came to my identity, I never thought I had anything to hide. If someone asked, I'd tell them. And if they didn't, I'd just live my life normally. However, what I considered useless was something others couldn't obtain in a lifetime, to the point that as soon as my identity was revealed, certain people started plotting. I couldn't help but sigh internally, thinking that even a young child knows how to lie, so how could an adult be so oblivious? I'll have to find some time to teach Fu Shijin how to lie properly. Otherwise, the next time we meet up, if Fu Shijin brings along a sister full of greed and lustful obsession again, I can't guarantee that. I won't knock all her teeth out. If he's truly beyond teaching, then drifting apart is only natural. Sometimes you have to let go of the desire to help and just respect their fate. Everyone was silent throughout the drive, to the Gun King Club center in the southern suburbs. By the time we parked, it was already 4 p.m. The sun had mellowed and it wasn't yet dark. Perfect time for a shootout. The moment the car came to a full stop, I opened my eyes and was the first one to step out. Fu Han was quick to follow right behind me, running up to my side with fawning attention. Fu Shijin, who had already planned with Mu Ji before leaving, hurried over to throw their arms around my shoulders on both sides, effectively squeezing Fu Han out. Fu Han shot an annoyed glare at Fu Shijin and muttered under her breath to him, "Can't you read the room? Mom and Dad told you to bring me so I could get close to Master Xie. Now get out of my way." Fu Shijin pursed his lips and stood firmly by my side, refusing to budge an inch. Mom and Dad aren't even here. He decided to ignore her, as nothing Fu Han said could sway him. Not wanting to argue in public, she angrily struck Fu Shijin's shoulder and hissed, "You just wait until we get home." Fu Shijin's shoulders slumped from the blow, and he let out a sharp intake of breath from the pain. Mu Chuan found the scene irritating, so he pulled Qin Feng along and stepped up quickly,
using his hip to bump Fu Han aside, then said loudly, "Xiaoxi, let's hurry up. It looks like there are a lot of people here. We won't get any good spots if we wait." Exactly. Let's go. The 5 boys walked in a line forming a tight barrier. Fu Han only dared to lose her temper or get physical with her brother. With the others, not only did she not dare touch them, but she had to force a demure, ladylike smile, so she had to temporarily give up and quietly follow behind at a distance. Seeing Mu Chuan and Qin Feng protecting him like that, Fu Shijin's eyes welled up as he whispered, "Thanks, guys."
Mu Chuan also lowered his voice to ask, "Shijin, are you okay? I saw your sister hit your shoulder earlier. It sounded pretty loud, must have hurt." "I'm fine, let's just move. Let's start and finish this fast so I can take her home. I don't even want to go out for food or bring anything back." Muga burst out laughing and teased him, "You're only tough when you're talking to us. If you were even a little firmer at home, you wouldn't have had to bring her along." Fu Shijin hung his head. "Sorry for the trouble, guys. I promise next time I absolutely won't bring her. If I do, I'll be a dog." I reached out and patted Fu Shijin's head. "Look at that, our Shijin is being bullied so pitifully. I'll help you punish her in a bit."
Muge looked at me curiously. "Are you going to beat her up?" In this world, there are more ways to torment someone than just using your fists. I gave a mysterious smile and said no more. Entering the Gun King Club, I went to the front desk to buy the tickets. Fu Han had originally intended to insist on paying since she said she'd treat us, but as soon as she saw her bank balance, she stood silently by the door, pretending to be fascinated by the scenery. Fu Shijin laughed mockingly. "Totally lacks any ladylike grace, and she thinks she can chase you? What a daydream." I chatted with the cashier for a bit and then chose the most expensive package. Muga couldn't help but pull my arm. "Xiaozi, didn't you say you're being independent?"
"And not using family money. You probably don't make that much from your part-time jobs. The 168 yuan hourly package is enough for us. Don't worry about that. What I'm spending is well within my means, so you guys just have fun. My school living expenses are already in a separate bank account. I won't overspend." Mugi thought for a moment. He paid over 5,000 yuan for my photo editing services recently, so even if I didn't rely on my family, I definitely had money on me, which made him feel more at ease. Once I bought the tickets, everyone went to change into professional CF tactical gear. Clothes and protective gear were all reused, but fortunately the camouflage undersuits were new, though they cost 100 yuan each, not too expensive. After changing, we began to divide into teams. Since there were many players, each team consisted of 16 people. The Gun King Club game instructor handed out maps to everyone, drawing a red circle on them, to indicate which areas were in bounds and out of bounds. After scanning the map, I reached out to pull the strap on Fu Han's bulletproof vest and said very politely, "Miss Fu, I'll be counting on you to protect me in the game later." Muga looked blankly at Fu Shijin, remembering that I said it'd punish Fu Han earlier, so both of them wisely remained silent. My refined appearance satisfied Fu Han's vanity to the absolute fullest. She broke into a radiant smile. "Little brother Xiaoxi, don't you worry, I definitely won't let a single enemy bullet even touch you. Yes, I'm counting on you. Let's go." Fu Han was so mesmerized by my face that she completely lost her sense of direction. She had barely taken a step when, with a thud, she fell flat on her back on perfectly level ground right in front of everyone. The people around were stunned for a second, then burst into explosive laughter. "This is hilarious. She tripped on flat ground, yet she had the nerve to claim she'd protect a hottie. Really have no shame, Fu Han." She clenched her fists. She had clearly felt someone trip her just now, but I was the only one next to her at the time. He looked so gentle and kind. He surely wouldn't do something like that, right? Could it have been an illusion? It must have been an illusion. I ran forward, asking solicitously, "Miss Fu, are you all right?" Fu Han was once again captivated, hurriedly scrambling up and dusting herself off. "Little brother Zhao Si, I've made you worry. I'm perfectly fine." I pretended to sigh with relief. "That's good. Let's keep moving then." Fu Han nodded and kept walking, but after only a few steps, she took another spill. This time I didn't stick out a foot to trip her. I simply stepped lightly on her shoelace. This fall really hurt, and she was almost in tears from the pain. While her face was contorted in agony, she heard me say, "Oh dear, Miss Fu, your shoelace came undone." I didn't mean to step on it. Fu Han looked down at her foot. The shoelace was indeed untied, so she had no one to blame and had to force a smile. "It's nothing. Xiaoxi, don't blame yourself. It's just because I didn't tie my laces tight enough, just on the way to the playing field. It accidentally caused Fu Han to fall 3 times. The third time was right on the stairs, and it was a pretty nasty tumble. Fu Han scrambled up while wincing.
feeling as though her knees no longer belonged to her. However, with this third fall, she genuinely didn't feel anything trip her. It was simply that she was so busy talking to me that she wasn't looking, and she just missed a step and fell. My acting skills were truly professional grade.
I looked extremely worried as I supported Fu Han. Miss Fu, that must have hurt terribly, right? Let me check your injury. With that, I immediately knelt down, pulled up Fu Han's pant leg, and then, with zero regard for pressure, pressed directly onto the knee that was already purple and swollen from Fu Han's impact. Fu Han's face instantly contorted in agony, and her eyes filled with tears, as a natural bodily reaction. I'm sorry, Miss Fu, did my pressing hurt you? I pulled my hand back in a flash. Shijin, you guys go ahead and start. Miss Fu's fall was pretty bad. She probably needs some ice. I winked at them, signaling for them to beat a quick retreat. They immediately got the message. Xiaozi, well, head in first then.
Thanks for taking care of my sister for me.
Fu Shijin, gun in hand. Thought he should put on a bit of an act to avoid any suspicion. So he gave Fu Han a secret encouraging sign, then quickly ran off with Mu Ji and the others. Soon it was just Fu Han and me left there. Fu Han was just starting to get excited about the two of them being alone, her heart fluttering, until a sharp, searing pain brought her crashing back to reality. Ah! I had just pressed down on her other knee. I looked up with a look of pure innocence, natural flush appearing on my cheeks, making me look as though I were bashful. Every time Fu Han saw my face, her mind went completely blank, so she hurriedly covered her mouth to stifle her scream.
It's fine, little brother Xiaozi. Definitely won't be able to play anymore. Let me go get a staff member to help you inside, so they can ice your knee. I stood up and headed inside, first to wash my hands, and then to call for help. I handed Fu Han over to the club staff, then turned back toward the field. Miss Fu, you get some rest. I'm heading into play. Fu Han, who was being supported by a staff member, suddenly bolted upright. You're not staying with me. Huh? I put on a slightly dazed expression. And supposed to stay with you? But this is my first time playing this. I really want to go in and try it out. My mom said I have to make myself happy first, before I can even think about looking after someone else's feelings.
Fu Han's mouth twitched. My eyes were filled with nothing but excitement for the game. And since we weren't even that close, there was basically no way for her to stop me. She took a shaky, deep breath. Of course you should play. Go right ahead, Xiaozi. This little injury is nothing to me. Just watch. She said this while forcing herself to take large strides, all the while constantly hissing in pain. If you weren't looking at her, you might have thought there was a cobra nearby. I saw that she was still stubbornly pushing through, and a mischievous smile played on my lips. But it only lasted for a split second, so fast that no one could possibly notice. Fu Han Nuna seems like she's still doing great. The others have already run off.
So let's hurry and catch up. I'm really looking forward to witnessing your legendary sharpshooting skills, Fu Han Nuna. With that, I reached out and gripped Fu Han's arm, then started sprinting at a speed like a 50-meter dash. Before Fu Han could even process what was happening, the stabbing pain in her knees caused her face to completely distort. Slow down, Xiaozi. Please slow down a bit. Mid-sentence, Fu Han let out another cry of agony. She had twisted her ankle. While being tortured by the pain, she suddenly realized that I was still dragging her along. The club staff watched from behind, witnessing the girl practically being dragged as she ran, their mouths hanging open in astonishment. Good heavens, it's unbelievable. That young guy is surprisingly strong. I hauled Fu Han straight into the combat zone, found a foxhole, and hunkered down. I turned back and saw Fu Han's sweat-drenched face and pretended to be startled. Fu Han Nuna, it's so breezy here. Why are you sweating so much? Are you feeling weak? What do you mean, weak? A woman's pride is not to be trifled with. So Fu Han hurriedly wiped the sweat from her brow with her sleeve. No, of course not. How could that be? It's just that when you grabbed my hand earlier, it just made me a little shy. She desperately wanted to act bashful, but her deathly pale complexion right now made it look as though she was about to drop dead. I decided to give her a masterclass in acting skills. I used a gaze that would look romantic even directed at a dog, glanced at Fu Han, then immediately looked away, acting incredibly shy. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that without your permission. I won't do it again. No, that's not what I meant at all. This is actually the first time I've ever had a guy hold my hand like this. You understand, right? I just hummed non-committally. Fu Han looked at me right in front of her and couldn't help wanting to lean in even closer. Suddenly, I spotted something and abruptly stood up. Fu Han was completely unprepared, so my shoulders slammed hard into her. Without waiting for Fu Han to cry out in pain, I grabbed my own shoulder and cried out in alarm first, the classic move of playing the victim. My shout made it so Fu Han didn't have the heart to scream herself. She sat up and spat out some saliva.
It was mixed with blood, so her teeth must have hit something. I put on a worried face again and leaned in close. But since the space was cramped and there was no room to move, I accidentally stepped right on Fu Han's knee. Then my whole body lost balance, and I collapsed heavily onto her. This time, Fu Han couldn't even manage a sound. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Quickly scrambled off and patted Fu Han's face, but she stayed out cold. My eyes glinted sharply as I leaned in close to Fu Han's ear and whispered something. A girl in the distance saw me and approached curiously. Hearing footsteps, I immediately stood up, pretending like nothing had happened. The girl saw the red armband on my arm and put her gun away. She was on my team. The girl's gaze shifted to the unconscious Fu Han, and her eyes blinked. "Excuse me, hottie, she doesn't look so good. Do you need a hand?" I nodded and stood up. She tripped and fell, and now she's fainted. Her driver is waiting in the air-conditioned lounge over there. Could you please help me take her there? Sure, hold my gun for a second. I took the gun from the girl. The girl jumped into the foxhole, went over to Fu Han, grabbed her arm and hoisted her up. Then they both climbed out of the bunker. The girl got Fu Han onto flat ground first,
then climbed up herself and carried Fu Han piggyback toward the rest area. I stood by and enthusiastically cheered the girl on. Once they reached the lounge, I put on a tearful act to explain to Uncle Zhong why Fu Han had fainted. "It's fine, Master Xie. It'll take care of the young lady. You should go back and keep playing. The tickets are already paid for anyway. Don't let the money go to waste." I agreed it shouldn't be wasted, and since Fu Han obviously couldn't play in her condition, even though the hour wasn't up yet, I quietly went to the front desk and downgraded Fu Han's ticket to a 1-hour package. After getting the refund, I went back to Uncle Zhong. "Uncle Zhong, Fu Han Nuna fell several times. She's probably in a lot of pain. Should we call an ambulance and take her to the hospital?" Uncle Zhong checked Fu Han's limbs, seeing that other than being red and swollen, there were no signs of broken bones. He waved a hand dismissively. "It's all right. Our young lady has been as strong as an ox since she was little. Master Shi, you go ahead and have fun." I looked completely relieved and went back to the field, with the girl who had helped carry Fu Han. As soon as we stepped onto the field, my expression became much more serious. I glanced at the girl standing next to me, and seeing that she looked like she wanted to say something, I said indifferently, "Miss, if you have something to say, just say it." The girl's face turned noticeably red, and she stammered, "Excuse me, hottie, my name is Sun Runway. I think you're really handsome. Can we be friends? Could I have your social media handle?" My eyelashes fluttered slightly, and I put a hand over my cheek, saying bashfully, "Actually, I'm transgender. I just got back from surgery in Thailand. If you don't mind that I'm non-binary, then let's be friends, my little Sun Runway." I used my normal voice at first, but for the last few words, I switched to a deep male voice, making little Sun Runway sound incredibly gruff and coarse. Sun Runway's eyes bulged in shock, looking like she had just swallowed 100 flies, and she immediately took several steps back. Chased after her. "Sweet Runway, are you rejecting me?" But I didn't have any other choice. I've always felt like a girl since I was a child. It took so much work to save up enough for the surgery. I think you really fit my criteria for a partner. Come on, let's exchange contact info. Sun Ruowei let out a piercing shriek. "You damn pervert! Don't you dare come any closer!" My eyes turned red, looking so pitiful. Girls are really just so mean. When you like me, you call me a handsome oppa. But once you find out I'm non-binary, you call me a damn pervert. Sob, I just can't believe in love anymore. Facing someone whose voice shifted between male and female like mine, Sun Ruowei was truly about to go insane. She saw me stop in my tracks. So she grabbed her gun and scrambled away, crawling and running for her life, running as fast as if a ghost were chasing her. The redness in my eyes quickly vanished. I let out a soft chuckle and looked down to check my gear. The match I was playing was an infinite round. It meant that even after a player was shot and killed, they could still continue playing the game. They just had to carry a white death flag first and run to the respawn point before they could start shooting again. The final result of the game would be based on who was hit the fewest times. Seeing that no one was around, I crawled out of the bunker and searched for Fu Shijin while running around. If I encountered enemies while looking for him, I decisively opened fire to take them down. The bullets in the game were paintballs. Hitting an enemy would immediately leave a colored powder mark to indicate they've been hit. In other countries, very few people go out at night. The people there usually play quite intense games. Thanks to that exposure, my shooting skills had become quite decent. Most of the enemies I targeted were taken down with a single headshot. I moved while staying under cover, sniping enemies until I successfully located Fu Shijin.
Fu Shijin was with Mu Ji. There was no sign of Mu Chuan and Tan Feng. I dashed into their bunker like lightning, my gaze sweeping over Shijin and Mu Ji. You two are doing pretty well. The game's been on for a while and you've only been hit twice.
Fu Shijin looked at me, then peered behind me. Being handsome really has its perks.
Xiaoxi, you came all this way to find us and no one shot at you. I gave a bright smile. Don't exaggerate. I've got paint all over my face. It's just that they didn't manage to hit me. Yeah, keep bragging. Fu Shijin always thought of me as a weak, pretty boy, completely refusing to believe I could dodge other people's attacks. Where's my sister? I replied in a nonchalant tone. I accidentally hit her and she fainted from the pain. Uncle Zhang is probably taking care of her now. Fu Shijin's eyes lit up and he secretly gave me a thumbs up. I hope she learns her lesson. A person should at least know their own limits.
One look and it's clear Xiaoqi isn't the kind of person just anyone can fantasize about. She acted like you were already her property as soon as she arrived. I couldn't stand watching it. I'm sure she'll change. Thinking about my hypnosis technique, I couldn't help but smirk. What a truly sinister smile. Fu Shijin and Mu Ji looked at each other and silently swore to themselves that no matter who they provoke later, they must never mess with me. My smile right now looked exactly like a villain in an anime. The type who's ready to draw a gun and blast anyone to pieces. I didn't try to show off after that, just carefully dodged the incoming fire. I stayed hidden for over an hour until the game finally ended. Everyone had a great time. I went with them to return the guns, left the combat zone, and headed to the rest area of the Gun King Club. I took a quick shower in the rest area's bathroom, changed back into my clothes, and used a special makeup remover to clean the paint off my face. Once everything was sorted, I appeared looking refreshed alongside Fu Shijin. Mu Chuan and the others gathered around, discussing what to have for dinner tonight. Fu Shijin raised his hand to make amends for bringing his sister here today and bothering everyone. Dinner's on me tonight. I immediately beamed. That's fantastic. Let's go to Century Jindu for a seafood feast. I've got to treat myself at your expense for real. Wait, isn't that a bit much?
Fu Shijin quickly pulled out his phone to check his balance. After seeing it, he immediately started begging for mercy. Xiaoxi, I only have 7,000 left in my allowance this month. Spare me. If we really go to Century Jindu, if we don't bring 30 to 50 million, there's no way we're leaving that place. I burst out laughing and threw my arm around Fu Shijin's shoulder. Haha, I'm just teasing you. Let's go for a buffet. That way, everyone can pick whatever they like, and we won't have to worry about ordering something someone else doesn't want. Muja raised both hands in agreement. Agreed. So, which place should we go to? You guys know Jiangcheng better than I do. Any good recommendations? Mu Chuan thought for a moment and said,
How about Deep Sea Diary? The food is good, there's plenty of it, and it's not expensive. It's the most popular spot for students. We can just use our phones to buy discount vouchers for about 40,000 each, and we'll be set. Then Deep Sea Diary it is. Once the dining spot was decided, all 5 of us went to meet up with Fu Han and Uncle Zhang. By now, Fu Han had woken up, feeling aches and pains all over her body. The problem was they were all just superficial injuries, not serious enough for a hospital visit, so she could only grit her teeth and question her life choices. I acted as if possessed by the spirit of an actor and rushed over anxiously. As I got close, my left foot tripped over, my right one, and I lunged straight toward Fu Han. Miss Fu, you're awake. Fu Han looked in horror as my face grew larger and larger. I crashed hard into Fu Han's knee. Fu Han's eyes rolled back and she fainted from the pain once again. I awkwardly scrambled up by grabbing the chair, reaching out to grab Fu Han's shoulders and shaking her repeatedly. Miss Fu, what's wrong? Please wake up. Don't scare me like this. Muji and the others truly couldn't hold back their laughter, turning their backs to Mu Chuan and Tan Feng as they cracked up. Mu Chuan's lips twitched. Muji, don't let Uncle Zhang see you. I can't help it. I really can't help it. Ha ha ha. The two of them secretly exchanged signals. I shook Fu Han until she woke up. Fu Han's face was pale, and she was dripping with cold sweat. The moment she saw my face, she looked utterly terrified, exclaiming in fear, Stay away. Get away from me. Uncle Zhang didn't realize that my sequence of actions was intentional, so he looked at me with an apologetic expression. Young Master Xie, it seems my lady is a bit out of it because of the pain. Just leave her to me. I handed Fu Han over to Uncle Zhang, my eyes red as I took 2 steps back. It seems Miss Fu hates me. Did I do something wrong? Young Master Xie, don't think too much of it. Our lady has taken a liking to you from the very first moment she saw you, so how could she possibly hate you? I leaned in closer to Fu Han. Is that true? Miss Fu. My voice carried a strange, captivating charm. Fu Han's pupils contracted as she hurriedly waved her aching hands and wailed miserably, Help me, Uncle Zhang. Get him away. Drive him away. Drive him away quickly. I acted as if I had just confirmed something, and let out a long sigh. Uncle Jong, there's no need to explain. Miss Fu definitely hates me. I'll call a car myself to go eat with Shijin and the others. You should take Miss Fu home first. I'll make sure Shijin gets home safely tonight. Uncle Jong looked at Fu Han in this state, and couldn't help but glance toward Fu Shijin, waiting for him to make a decision. Fu Shijin recalled what I had just taught him during the game, and gave the disruptive Fu Han an annoyed glare.
This is so frustrating. Mom told you to get to know Zhao Si better, didn't she?
Who are you acting like this for? Uncle Zhang, take my sister home first, lest Zhao Si gets upset later and makes me apologize to him again. It's like I'm paying off a debt from a past life. Hearing this, Uncle Zhang nodded and helped Fu Han out. Fu Han's knee was in excruciating pain. As she walked past me, she muttered something and tried to walk faster, her retreating figure looking both pathetic and hilarious. Watching Fu Han and Uncle Zhang leave, I said, "Let's go too. I've already booked a car on the app. Let's go, let's go." Exiting the main door of the Gun King Club, our group happened to cross paths with another group.
Among the girls on the other side, someone wanted to come over and greet me, but was grabbed and pulled away by Sun Ruowei. "Liu Huan, what are you doing running over there?" Liu Huan lowered her voice. "Ruowei, don't you see how handsome that guy is? With such a good opportunity, I have to ask for his contact info, of course." Sun Ruowei's expression was unreadable as she whispered, "He's a trans person." Liu Huan's gaze became complicated. "For real? So handsome, and yet a trans person?" I heard him speak with a female voice with my own ears. How could I be wrong? Let's go. This is so unlucky. Sun Ruowei was dragging Liu Huan away when I chased after them. "Beautiful sisters, why are you in such a hurry?" "Let's be WeChat friends." Sun Ruowei's face went pale with fright as she let go of Liu Huan's hand and ran for her life. Liu Huan also felt a chill down her spine and hurriedly followed. Shijin and the others hadn't heard the conversation between Sun Ruowei and Liu Huan, so they approached me, full of questions. "Zhao Si, what did you do to them? You're so handsome. Why were they so scared they ran away like that?" I flipped my hair and laughed. "Sigh, it's nothing. I just told them that I'm a trans person. That's so like you. You're the best." Just the phrase trans person. And you've broken so many innocent girls' hearts. Deep Sea Diary is located right between Jinyuan High School and Jingren High School. So it was very convenient whether students came from Jinyuan or from Jingren. It was only then that I realized the distance between Jinyuan High School and Jingren High School was actually that close. The five of us stepped out of the taxi, and I took 200 yuan out of my wallet to give the driver. Gun King Club's location was truly remote, so much so that I had to wait in silence when calling a car, and I had to pay extra in cash before the driver would agree to pick us up. The driver beamed upon receiving the money. "Many thanks. Call me next time you need a ride. We can always negotiate the price." With that, he stepped on the gas and sped away. Tan Feng was confused. "Zhao Si, why was that driver so happy?" "It's just 200 yuan. We didn't even pay him extra." That's the simple joy of a married man. Tan Feng understood immediately. "Ah, he's building up a secret fund. Let's not just stand here. Let's go inside." So many students have already gone in just in this short time. We might have to wait for a table soon. Yeah. The five of us hurried toward Deep Sea Diary. The students entering Deep Sea Diary were mostly wearing the Jingren High School uniform, wearing uniforms at this time. It meant the school had mostly likely started classes again. Mu Chuan turned around in surprise and asked, "Zhao Si, why do I feel like your school has already started its new term?" My face was filled with utter confusion. No one notified me about starting school. "Isn't school supposed to start on September 2nd? Tan Feng gave a light cough. "Jingren is a key high school. Could it be that the 11th and 12th graders have to start early?" I became even more bewildered. Why do they have to start early? Shouldn't classes begin after the opening ceremony? Aren't you guys also waiting for the opening ceremony to start school? We're all still hanging out together. Is it only my school that's forcing us back early? That makes no sense. The four of them suddenly remembered that I had been studying abroad and explained. "Zhao Si, our Jinjuan High School is a private elite school. We don't have extra classes. Holidays and weekends are still normal for us. Except for the 12th graders who have evening self-study from Monday to Thursday. The 10th and 11th graders don't even have evening self-study. Jingren High School is completely different. They're under pressure for university admission rates, so they have students come in for early makeup classes. Besides, I heard Jingren's 12th grade even follows a bi-weekly break schedule, meaning they only get a half-day break for every 2 weeks of study.
All remaining time is for classes and practice exams. My silence at this moment was truly devastating. Why did Grandpa put me in Jingren High School? Could I not have gone to Jingyuan High School instead? I thought for a while and then pulled out my phone to call my dad. Dad, when do I have to start school?
Sheiji Chang was in a meeting. His gaze swept across people seated around the long table, and he rubbed his temples while turning his chair around to face away from everyone. I don't know. How about you don't go to school anymore and come work for me instead? Lately, I have meetings every single day, from morning until night. It's boring me to death. Dad, do you even hear what you're saying? I suggest you try being a bit more decent. I gave a slight smirk and decisively hung up the phone, then dialed my grandpa Xie Shushin. Xie Shushin rarely touched his phone. Normally, Grandpa only liked tending to flowers, playing with dogs, and taking walks. The phone rang for a while before someone finally picked up. Is that Xiaoxi? Why this sudden call for Grandpa today? Grandpa, I want to know when Jingren High School's term starts. Is it really on September 2nd? I just went out to eat and saw many students in Jingren uniforms, so I was wondering if classes have already started. Started already? Let me ask the principal. Is there anyone reliable in this family at all? The call was disconnected. While waiting for Grandpa to call back, the five of us picked a small table and sat down. Suddenly, my gaze froze, as it pierced through the bustling crowd and settled precisely on Shen Jiyi. Shen Jiyi was wearing her blue and white uniform. The outfit looked brand new, extremely clean and neat, with the zipper pulled up to the appropriate formal position. She was sporting a warm smile, surrounded by girls wearing the same type of uniform.
Even Shen Jiyi is wearing her uniform. Classes have definitely started again. Is there anyone in this family who's even a bit reliable? Is that it? I took Hui home yesterday, but he didn't even bother to tell me a single word about it. It was as if she felt my resentful and burning gaze. Shen Jiyi looked up. She felt a bit of surprise in her heart. Him again. In just a short half-month. I don't even know how many times I've happened to run into him. It was as if I was present everywhere in her life, and it was truly a very strange feeling. The two just looked at each other in silence until the sound of
the phone ringing interrupted my thoughts. I looked down and swiped the screen to answer. Grandpa, how is it? I've asked about it. The 11th and 12th graders started school a week early, the 26th, but you'll be fine. You're a transfer student, so you only need to show up at school on September 2nd. I let out a sigh of relief. What a relief, thank goodness. I almost became the center of tension on my very first day of school. I understand, Grandpa. Xiaoxi, school starts in just a few more days. Could you come home to stay for a few days? Your grandma misses you very much. I've been busy with part-time jobs to earn money lately, so it truly has been a long time since I visited the old house. I pouted a bit. So Grandpa doesn't miss me? This boy, why are you so competitive?
Shi Shoshin paused after speaking, his voice filled with kindness and love. Xiaoxi, Grandpa misses you a lot too. You were abroad for 5 whole years, and since you returned, we've only met once. Grandpa was the one who loved you most when you were little, so how could I not miss you? I could hear the wistfulness in his voice on the other end. Then I'll come back tomorrow, Grandpa. Good, good, good. I'll have the staff clean up your room for you. The call ended quickly. I looked at my reflection on the phone screen. This face truly left no trace of my childhood self. I smiled at myself in the screen, opened a minigame on WeChat, and played Fight the Landlord for a bit. I waited for Shijin's group to return, and then went to pick out the foods I liked. The 5 of us brought back a massive pile of food. Sohita and no say, everyone took a walk on the street for about half an hour, before each heading back to their own home. I had promised Uncle Jom earlier that I would take Shijin home, so I rode my beloved electric scooter and dropped Fu Shijin off. All along the way, Fu Shijin felt so embarrassed that he was speechless. When we arrived at the neighborhood gate and saw the security guard, he didn't even dare to lift his head. Because how else would he get inside the residential area? The security guard was silently guessing which rebellious youth from which family was coming back from partying. But when he saw Fu Shijin's face, he rubbed his eyes, doubting if he was seeing the right person. The Fu family's young master has always been very well behaved. That person driving the electric scooter must have led him astray. That must be it. The security guard couldn't help but steal a glare at me. Fu Shijin pressed his face against my back and whispered, Uncle Wang, could you open the gate for me, please? All right, I'll open it right away. The security guard asked as he opened the gate, Is that guy driving the scooter your friend? Yes, he is. Security guard seemed about to say something, but stopped. Sometimes choosing friends is truly an art. Don't let yourself be led down the wrong path. I took Fu Shijin to the front of his family's villa. The villa inside was brightly lit. Xiaoxi, it looks like my parents are home. Do you want to come in for a cup of tea?
I smirked with a sinister smile again. It's also a good chance for me to see how your sister is doing. Fu Shijin shivered. Why did those words sound so wrong? Whether there were bad intentions or not wasn't clear yet. But the moment I stepped inside, the person sitting on the sofa, who was being questioned by her parents about today's trip, was Fu Han, who suddenly let out a loud scream and scrambled to the upper floor, running as if for her life. The way Fu Han ran as if a ghost were chasing her inevitably raised suspicions as to whether I had done something to her. However, when her parents talked with her earlier, all of Fu Han's expressions were perfectly normal, with no signs of mental instability whatsoever. Before the two elders could ask why Fu Han was like that, they eagerly and warmly invited me to sit down. I kept my head lowered, my voice trembling. Uncle, Auntie, I'm sorry. Uncle, Auntie, I don't think I'll stay. Miss Fu seems very afraid of me, and I really don't know what I did wrong. I'll take my leave now. Young Master Xie, please don't mind her. The girl. She's just in a lot of pain from the fall, so she rushed back to rest. The Fu father finished speaking, though even he didn't find his words convincing. I, of course, wasn't a fool. I left the Fu household sadly, the performance executed perfectly. Fu Shijin saw me to the door, watched me disappear, then followed my instructions, entering the house with red eyes. It's all your fault, Mom and Dad. Now Xiaosi doesn't dare hang out with me anymore, and as for her, I have no idea what's wrong. The Fu parents had no way of knowing what had happened to their daughter. To soothe Fu Shijin's mood, the father immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to him. Shijin, invite young Master Xie out tomorrow, and sincerely apologize to him on behalf of our whole family. I know you feel frustrated too, but as long as young Master Xie isn't angry with our family anymore, then we'll buy you whatever you want. Fu Shijin gave a resentful huff, then reluctantly obeyed, and went upstairs to wash up. Fu Shijin returned to his room, leaning his back against the door, as his limbs went cold, and he slid down to sit on the floor. If I hadn't lent him a hand, then his parents, seeing him going out with me, would surely have forced him to bring his sister along with him. Moreover, since he hadn't helped his sister get close to me at all today, he surely wouldn't have escaped being scolded by his parents. Fu Shijin hugged his knees, curling up. Tears fell uncontrollably. His life had never once gone the way he wanted it to. I had no idea that Fu Shijin, after returning home, had fallen into such a deep depression. I rode my little electric scooter back to my rented room, swapped my shoes, grabbed some clean clothes, took a shower and tidied up my things. Once I was out of the shower, tossed the pile of dirty laundry into the washer, dried my hair, and relaxed in my gaming chair. I picked up my phone and opened the food delivery to check the status of yesterday's complaint. My appeal was approved, and the refund was credited back to my account. I immediately withdrew the 5,000 yuan, closed the app, and checked my bank card balance. I still had nearly 90,000 yuan left. If I spend this carefully, it should last me the whole semester. After checking the balance, I hopped on WeChat for a quick scroll. Having just returned from abroad, the friend list was actually pitifully small. Aside from my family members, there was only Fu Shijin's group, and a handful of other friends. Oh right, and then there's Shen Qingshu. No new messages on WeChat, so I set the phone aside. I pulled out the phone I use overseas to check it out. As soon as it connected to the internet, social media messages came flooding in. I checked my emails first, wrapping up some unfinished tasks. By the time I was finished, it was already 2 a.m. After sending the last few documents, I yawned and crawled into bed. As expected, I woke up late the next morning. I tossed and turned, fumbling around the bed, until I finally grabbed the ringing phone and answered. I don't have money, and I'm not buying insurance. I don't want free promotional eggs. Not interested in mall sales either. Not changing my phone plan. Not getting a credit card. And I don't have any dark web history. I'm not evading any taxes. If you're calling the cops on me, just send them over. I'm right here in front of Jinyuan High School. I've dealt with so many spam calls that I perfected this blunt response, leaving Butler Ho Lan at the main villa stunned. Master Shesi, it's Ho Lan. Master asked me to check what time you'll be returning. If you're coming back for lunch, I'll start preparing it. My groggy mind suddenly snapped awake. I squinted out the window. Once my eyes adjusted to the light, checked my phone, 10:30 a.m. I'm coming home right now. Understood, Master Shitsi. Hanging up, I sprang out of bed, changed into some comfy sportswear. I grabbed my backpack and shoved in my tablet, laptop, and phones, everything. Once packed, I dashed downstairs. I pedaled like crazy toward the villa halfway up Beishan Mountain. That villa area is quite far from Jinyuan High School. It took me over an hour of high-speed cycling to get there. I arrived home drenched in sweat just as lunch was being served. This time, only my grandparents and Shay Fang were home. I waved and greeted them. Grandpa, Grandma, brother Shay Fang. I woke up a bit late today,
Have you been waiting long? Xie Shushin stood up and told the butler to get me a towel. See, you're dripping with sweat. Why didn't you take a taxi?
I biked up here, Grandpa. As I spoke, I reached out to take the towel from butler Ho-Lan. After wiping off the sweat, I sat down to eat with my grandparents. Only after that did I go upstairs to shower and change. My grandparents usually nap in the afternoon, so after my shower I stayed in my room to check my mail. I was busy until 3 p.m., then went out to help Grandpa water the flowers and brush the family's golden retriever Alice. I stayed at the old house leisurely for 5 days, returning to my rented room only at the weekend. Shivui knew I had to go back and cook for myself. Seeing me eat well and dress nicely every day, he was gritting his teeth in frustration. Go back and cook your own meals. Look at you, all high and mighty.
Of course I am. Hey, Shivui, Grandpa even gave me a 5,000 yuan red envelope, said it's for my living expenses. Shivui just wanted to hang up the video call right then and there. But then something occurred to him, and a sinister smirk played on his lips. Gloat all you want. Let's see how long that smug face of yours lasts. I shot back. Oh, I'll be gloating for the rest of my life. Shivui rolled his eyes and immediately hung up. September 2nd, the sky was crystal clear, and sunlight streamed through the window onto my face. I stretched and jumped out of bed, quickly washed up and changed into my school uniform. It had been 2 years since I'd stepped onto a campus, and I felt an unusual surge of excitement.
I went downstairs and cycled to school. It was only 7:30, but the streets were already bustling with traffic. I stopped by the breakfast shop across from the school gate and bought 2 steamed buns. Munching on the buns, I pushed my bike onto the campus. Taking a deep breath of that youthful school air, I squinted my eyes with a smile, looking at the distant buildings. People nearby were curiously asking their friends, "Who's that guy? Have you seen him before? He's insanely handsome. I've never seen him." The new 10th graders don't have uniforms yet, and they're all away for military training this week. Since he's wearing this uniform, he must be an 11th or 12th grade senior. The 11th and 12th graders were also buzzing,
Saying they'd never seen this boy before either.
Maybe he's a new transfer student. I'm not sure if he's in 11th or 12th grade. Speaking of which, Lee Muhan just transferred to 12th grade Science Class 1 a few days ago, and she's absolutely stunning. If she stood next to this guy, they'd be a perfect match. Our study goddess Shen is way prettier. Of course, Lee Muhan is top tier, but Shen, the study goddess, belongs to everyone. Hee. I ignored the prying eyes all around, admired the scenery for a bit, and quickly finished my bun. Then I stopped someone to ask where the bike parking was. The person I stopped was a boy with a very cute round face. The moment he saw me, his eyes lit up. Whoa, such a handsome guy. Are you a new transfer student? This guy was already in 12th grade, and with a face as striking as mine, I was bound to be famous across the school. Since he'd never seen me, I had to be new. I nodded. Yeah, I just transfer here. Could you tell me where the bike parking is? Follow me, I'll show you the way. The boy led me to the parking area. After I parked, he smiled and introduced himself. Hey there, I'm Chen Yang from 12th grade Liberal Arts Class 1. And you? I was a bit surprised. What a coincidence. I'm CSC, just transferred to the arts class. So you're CSC. A few days ago, Lee Movin joined Science Class 1, and she's incredibly gorgeous. My classmates heard there was another transfer coming, and they were all hoping for a total hunk. Looks like their wish came true. Chen Yang glanced at his watch as he spoke. Shisi, we've got to hurry. There's a placement exam today, and it starts in 10 minutes. I know where your exam room is. Let me take you there. I froze, blinking in shock. Huh? What exam? Who starts school with a test on day 1? Chen Yang pulled me along hurriedly, explaining as we went. This is a crucial assessment. The results determine class placement. If your score is low, you'll be kicked out of the arts class. There are 4 liberal arts classes. The lower the number, the better. Everyone is giving it their all. I followed behind him in a daze, and by the time I sat down in the exam room, my brain was still completely frozen. I instinctively touched my face. My face was still there, but my dignity was about to vanish. The arts class tests literature, math, English, and a social studies block. I was okay with lit, math, and English. But as for history, geography, and civics, I didn't even want to think about the outcome. It wasn't about being smart. It was that I'd never studied these subjects abroad. Ring! The bell signaling the start of the exam blared, snapping me out of my indignant thoughts. Mechanically, I pulled a pen out of my backpack, ready to face the paper. No matter how much I was crying inside, I couldn't leave it blank. Like they say, just fill up the page. Maybe a few random guesses will hit the mark. However, when the literature paper was handed out, my heart turned as cold as ash. What on earth is classical Chinese? And these ancient poems? Where am I and who am I? On a 150-point test, I thought I'd get at least 120, but now I see I was way too optimistic. I couldn't answer a single one of these. If I'd known there was a test, I would have just called in sick. Great, just great. School just started and my reputation is already in the gutter. I'm definitely going to become the poster boy for handsome but dim-witted. While lost in my thoughts, I managed to doodle a picture expressing my big sadness on the answer sheet. I glanced around guiltily and hurriedly used whiteout to cover it up. My shifty behavior must have looked too suspicious because the proctor walked over and tapped twice on my desk. Keep your eyes on your own paper. Look around once more and I'll give you a 0. I gave a forced smile and whispered back, "Yes, sir, I understand." My voice sounded quite pleasant. The proctor stared at me for 2 seconds, thinking to himself that I was a total idiot. His gaze shifted from my handsome face to the exam paper, where he saw a patch of fresh white out covering a drawing of a chubby hamster. The hamster was hugging a tombstone that said, "Big Sadness." The proctor couldn't help but glare at me, then walked away with a look that said, "I've got my eye on you." I finished the literature exam with a blank mind, feeling completely drained of energy. Despondent, I rested my chin on my hand and stared blankly out the window. The other students in the room kept stealing glances at me. Sensing the intensity of their gazes, I turned my head to look back. The students were startled, awkwardly averting their eyes in a hurry. They were dying to know my name. But I looked so grim right now that no one dared to approach me. I slumped over my desk and let out a long sigh, looking small and pitiful. Placement exams lasted all day. I only had 10 minutes to be sad before the next subject started. The second subject was math. The math paper was simple. I could see the answers immediately. But the problem was the test required showing the steps, and points would be deducted without them. At this very moment, the mental math I'd learned as a kid was useless. Great, there goes another subject. When it was time for English, I was like a fish in water, finishing the paper in no time. The social studies block in the evening was the real disaster of the millennium. The moment I put pen to paper, I was speechless. Sticking to my motto, better to guess wrong than leave it blank, I filled in every single answer. Walking out of the exam room, I felt like half my soul had vanished. Right then, I ran into Hui again. Hui looked radiant. He shot me a glance, smugly tilted his chin up, and walked off with his friends. Look at Chase's face. You can tell he totally bombed the test. That'll teach him to be so arrogant. No more acting superior now. Ha ha. Now I understood what Hui meant. 2 days ago. He knew about the exam and didn't say a word. At least give me some time to study. After struggling with exams all day, I hadn't even recovered by the next morning, before being hit with bombshell news. Results are out. Since these results determine class placement, the ranking list for the placement exams was posted publicly on the bulletin board. Watching a crowd swarming the board from a distance, I quietly pulled out a face mask to hide my already too conspicuous face. I didn't want to see those pathetic scores even once. Just as I was about to head straight to class, by some cruel twist of fate, I ran into Chen Yang again. "Shici, what's wrong? Allergies? Why the mask? You look so sad." "You can still recognize me even with the mask on, of course. Your aura is so unique. Once I see you, I don't notice anyone else." I thought to myself, is it really that extreme? I looked around once. Good grief. There were indeed quite a few guys and girls secretly peeking at me. Is there a block of tofu nearby? I just want to ram my head into it and end this. It'd be one thing if I had high scores, but right now I really don't want any attention. Chen Yang didn't understand the pain in my heart and just dragged me toward the bulletin board. It seemed Chen Yang cared a lot about his scores, as he started searching as soon as we arrived. After a moment he found his name, his voice bursting with joy. "Shichi, this is great. I'm 110th overall and 52nd in the block exam. That means I get to stay in class 1. Lit. Oh wait." I forced a laugh. "Ha, well congratulations then. Let's go. Stop standing here looking at scores. I'm sure there's a list in class 2. Chen Yang looked up blankly and asked, "Shichi, aren't you going to find out where you ranked?" I waved my hand. "Nah, my scores are terrible. I've definitely dropped out of the top 100 and into class 4. "No way. Teacher Lu Bing said you're a top student. Otherwise, when you transferred, they wouldn't have put you in our arts class." I hurriedly pulled Chen Yang out of the crowd and whispered, "That's definitely a baseless rumor. I'm actually a total academic failure." Chen Yang figured a teacher wouldn't lie, so he didn't get why I was claiming that. But seeing the sadness in my eyes, he stopped asking and let me lead him upstairs. Elsewhere, Wen Wan, Shen Jiyi, and Li Muhan were heading to the bulletin board. "Sister Shen Jiyi, you didn't really need to come down.
I could have checked the results for you. Don't I usually do that anyway? Shen Ji stared straight ahead, without saying a word. Li Muhan, one hand in her pocket, said coldly, "It's good to come and see." Shen Ji's performance at Jingyuan has always been number one, but now that I'm here, that spot might just slip to second place. Wenwan scratched her head, only just realizing, "That's right, I heard Sister Li Muhan is also a genius. I wonder who's better between her and Sister Shen Ji." While chatting, they arrive on the first floor and stood before the bulletin board. Li Muhan had just started school and was already voted the school beauty by the boys. With two great beauties appearing at once, the surrounding crowd instinctively made way. Shen Ji spotted her name at the top of the list with a single glance. She calmly averted her gaze and scanned through everyone else's scores. Wenwan leaned in curiously. "Sister Shen Ji, your name and Sister Li Muhan's are right at the top. What else are you looking for?" Shen Ji gave Wenwan a cold look, and Wenwan immediately shut up.
Sister Shen Ji can look at whatever she wants, since when is it my business? But Sister Shen Ji is acting really strange this time. She never used to care about other people's scores, yet here she is carefully checking every single name as if she's searching for someone specific. Wenwan watched silently as Shen Ji continued her search. When she saw my name, her gaze faltered for a moment, but then she quickly moved on. After seeing she was tied for first with Shen Ji, Li Muhan stood aside and waited. Suddenly remembering something, she followed Shen Ji's lead and started scanning the list. She had been buried in books and exams until her brain was mush. She almost forgot about the incident at Grandpa's birthday party. She had been trying to get in touch with that cellist.
Li Muhan looked through the entire list and only found one student with the surname Xie. Xie? Could it be the same person? Why does the name Xie sound so familiar? Clearly, Li Muhan hadn't paid any attention to the me she met at the villa that day. She didn't take me seriously at all. After thinking for a while, she still couldn't recall where she heard the name. Since she couldn't remember, she didn't remember thinking about it further. She noted my class and looked away. After checking the whole list, Shen Ji lowered her head in thought and walked upstairs. Li Muhan raised an eyebrow and caught up with Shen Ji. "What's on your mind?" Shen Ji's voice was a bit subdued.
An old acquaintance. He didn't go to Jingyuan High School and doesn't seem to be at Jingren either, the two best high schools in Jiangsheng, yet there's no sign of him at either, so where on earth is he studying? Maybe I should spend some time checking out other schools. Things between my family and the Xie family weren't exactly pleasant back then. I don't even know if he'd want to see me again. The fact that I'm looking for him must be kept secret for now. Li Muhan looked intrigued. An old acquaintance? Who? Shen Ji shook off her daze, returning to her usual calm self and said softly, "It's not important." Fine, everyone's got their secrets. Li Muhan didn't press any further. I didn't find out my scores from a teacher, but from my own grandfather's mouth, a total nightmare. Entraben. On the phone screen. Entraben. Grandpa Shi was laughing so hard his eyes were practically shut. "Haha, you finally got what was coming to you? Haha, 81 in literature, 100 in math, 83 in English, and for the social studies block. You got a whole 36 points. Did you actively avoid every single correct answer on that block exam? You're dead last in the whole grade, and you're 200 points behind the person in second to last place. Haha." I heard the mocking laughter through my Bluetooth earpiece and just wished I could dig a hole and crawl into it. What an utter humiliation. This 300-point score is definitely a catastrophic failure in my otherwise brilliant life, a historical stain that I'll never be able to wash away. My face darkened, feeling incredibly frustrated. "Grandpa, could you please stop teasing me? Careful, or I'll jump off the school building right now. Go ahead, it's too low to kill you anyway." "Grandpa, do you even hear yourself?" I coldly hung up. Just as I hung up on Grandpa, my father's phone called. Usually, I'm afraid someone might have an emergency, so I answer every call. As a result, after enduring Grandpa's mockery, I had to take hits from my parents and siblings one after another. And finally came Si Chujie's anguish wail. "It's over. It's really over. Brother, how could you fail the exam so badly? Today, that brat Si Chow kept walking past me and mocked me 3 whole times. Even a great man's reputation can be wiped out by a measly 300 points. I'm no great man, but in this house, my dignity is definitely gone. I'm not afraid of anything, except failing to be a good role model for my dear little sister. Jia Bao, I know you want to cry, but hold it in for a second. Who's been spreading my scores around?" Shi Chujie sniffled as she answered. "Shi Chao said brother Shi Hui told everyone." "I see. Just stay calm. I promise you this year I will definitely bring home that #1 spot for you to see. Okay? But brother, why did you only get 300 points?
In her memory, her brother was a study god who learned everything so fast and was even brave enough to study abroad all by himself. About those 5 years overseas,
I had no family around to look after me. I was so brave, so talented. How could I only score 300 points? Shie Chujai wiped her tears. Brother, did someone mess with your scores? I've only just started. I just enrolled, that's not possible. It's a long story, so I didn't want to explain further. Jiabao, just focus on your own studies. After a round of being mocked by the whole family, I felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Hearing the bell for class ring, I silenced my phone, put it away, and trudged back to class. It was actually morning self-study time. I had already gotten permission from the teacher to step out and take the call. And why doesn't the school confiscate phones? Jinjin students are famous across Zhangcheng for their incredibly high self-discipline. If a student lacked even that basic level of self-control, they'd only be the ones getting left behind. If you don't care about your own future, why should anyone else bother worrying for you? I returned to my seat and placed my literature book and workbook on the desk, getting ready for the upcoming lesson. I noticed quite a few girls were stealing looks at me, and I felt completely fed up. I thought to myself, sometimes being too handsome is more of a curse. I could already foresee my 300-point score quickly spreading through the whole school, and then everyone would swarm over to look at me like some exotic monkey in a zoo. What a glorious scene that would be. But right now, homeroom teacher Lu Bing walked into the classroom carrying a stack of exam papers. Her face was as black as soot. Because my appearance was so striking, she didn't have to look far. With one glance, she spotted me sitting at the back row, right by the back door. Student CSC has just joined our class, so I probably don't need to introduce him to everyone again. Lu Bing paused for a moment, then continued. CSC, come up here right now. Come up and read the fill-in-the-blank section of your ancient poem out loud for the whole class. Under the gaze of so many people, I had to swallow my pride and walk up to the podium. Lu Bing pulled out the answer sheet from the very top of the stack and handed it to me. Read it. I took my own answer sheet, lowered my head, and inched closer to Ms. Lu, trying to make myself as small as possible. Left home as a child, returned when old. Hair turned snowy white, achieved nothing at all. Ha ha ha. The students below couldn't hold back their laughter anymore. I looked at Lu Bing with total embarrassment. Lu Bing gave a cold laugh. What kind of show are you putting on for me? An old friend bids farewell to the yellow crane tower in the west, green mountains and deep clouds, no day of return. Golden cup and precious wine worth 10,000, hidden moon and dim winds sleeping by the boat. Green mountains beyond mountains, towers beyond towers, entrusting the orchid to the clear blue waves. The divine turtle is thin but still has the strength to eat. Difficult demons are truly endless. After I finished reading the last line, I couldn't lift my head at all. I thought to myself, if I'd known I'd be humiliated like this, it would have been better to just say I got 0 points. 0 points and still having to be shamed up here. The class erupted in laughter. Unbelievably funny, laughing to tears, truly a difficult demon. What on earth is a difficult demon? Oh my god. Our new friend CSC is actually quite talented. Haha. Dim wind music sleeping by the boat. It's all over. I can't even remember the line after golden cup and precious wine worth 10,000 anymore. I was being publicly executed. I pursed my lips tightly.
Lu Bing glanced at me as if thinking of something, took a deep breath, and her expression softened slightly. Enough, quiet down. Xie indeed didn't do well on this part, but in this mock exam, he was the only one who got a perfect score in the essay section. His foundational knowledge is just a bit weak, not that he lacks ability. Everyone take your answer sheets back. Those who wrote off-topic essays, come to my office for tea after class. Because Lu Bing demanded order, the students who were suppressing laughter stopped immediately, fearing they'd be invited for tea for being off-topic. Being off-topic now can still be salvaged, but being off-topic in the college entrance exam means missing out on top universities. A small mistake leads to a huge gap. No one wanted to fall behind. I stepped down from the podium, returned to my seat, and started sulking. Everyone finished receiving their answer sheets. Lu Bing began correcting the papers, analyzing the lost points. I listened attentively, correcting my mistakes, and learning more test-taking skills. Lu Bing used one class period to finish explaining the entire exam. The bell rang and she didn't linger long, calling a few students to follow her before dismissing the class. As soon as Lu Bing stepped out of the classroom, a few boys in the class walked up to me. They looked at me with scrutinizing and mocking eyes. Ms. Lu said you were a top student before. Seems like it's just because you have a good father. There are almost no problem students at Jingyuan High. Cramming you in here must have cost a lot of money. Right, friend Shi? I folded my exam paper neatly and put it away. Calmly raised my head and said nonchalantly, "Of course, the rice you eat is sponsored by my family. Eat less at lunch. I'm afraid you'll catch my stupidity.
and then turn around and blame me for my score. You pulled down the class average and were not even allowed to talk. I looked around, raising a brow in disdainful confusion. Aren't you blabbering right now? I don't see anyone muzzling you. But then again, I can smell your bad breath from 2 meters away. For better or worse, you should brush your teeth or use mouthwash. Studying is important,
But don't be so obsessed that you forget to brush your teeth. The nearby students couldn't help but laugh. This kind reminder was harder to hear than an insult. The boy who mocked me immediately turned beet red. You're the one with bad breath. Possible. I brush morning and night. I brush 3 times a day. Haha, what on earth do you mean by 3 times a day? Setting aside the grades, this she-see guy is actually pretty funny. Chen Yi is also quite something. Picking a fight with someone as soon as they get to school. Ms. Liu said she-see isn't without ability. His foundation is just a bit weak. Oh, isn't it just jealousy because she-see is so handsome? Haha, we can see through it, don't say it out loud. But you have to admit that She-see looks good from every single angle. His grades are a bit bad, but he's a top-tier beauty anyway. At least he has the looks. Everyone added a word, and Chen Yi was fuming, tears starting to stream down. He kicked my deskmate's desk hard, then ran back to his seat and wailed over his desk. The boys who usually hang out with Chen Yi glared at me fiercely, then ran over to comfort Chen Yi. By comparison, even though I won the verbal battle, I looked rather solitary. Even Chen Yang, the first person I knew, didn't come close or speak up for me. That's how this comedy ended. Some girls flocked over to ask for my WeChat. Of course, I didn't give it, thinking to myself, if nothing unexpected happens, It'll be sorted into the liberal arts class. With people I'll have nothing to do with later. There's no need to waste my time getting to know them or making friends. I slumped over my desk in annoyance. Seeing no interest, the girls dispersed on their own. Just as I predicted, that 300-point score made me famous. Many idle students flocked to the back window like seeing a monkey in a zoo to see what kind of god I was. First, they were stunned by my looks. Then they collectively labeled me a handsome idiot. Wanting to hide but having nowhere to go, I looked out the window, feeling troubled. I pressed my forehead against the desk and took out my phone. Seeing many messages on WeChat, I clicked to check. In Fushijin's gossip group, there were over 100 new messages. No idea what was going on. I entered the group, scrolled to the first message, and read down. Fushijin, Xiao Si, is this you? I see so many people sharing this score sheet. The Moments is exploding. Mugi, ha ha ha. 300 points. So funny, it's true that when God opens a door, for you he also closes a window. Mushuan, Mugi, don't say that. Xiao Si must be very sad right now. Qin Feng, exactly. Mugi, others can trample him into the mud, but we cannot. Mugi realized his slip of the tongue and apologized quickly. Sorry, Xiao Si, I shouldn't have joked like that. Qin Feng, Xiao Si, if you're unhappy, you must let it out, don't keep it bottled up. Tonight after self-study, let's go eat together to cheer you up. After reading the messages, I sighed softly. Good news travels fast, but bad news travels faster. Bad things spread like the wind. But the concern for my brothers in the group warmed my heart. I replied, brothers, I'm fine. Don't worry about me, I can handle it. Fu Shijin replied immediately, let's go out for a bite tonight. Now see, there's nothing a BBQ meal can't solve. If there is, then make it 2 meals. Qin Feng, 3 meals are fine too. Xiao Si, my treat, okay? BBQ tonight, it's on me. Meet at the gate of Jinyuan High. Fu Shijin, then let's meet at 11 p.m. I slapped my forehead thinking, this is rough. Self-study until 10:30 p.m. Packing up, and it's already 11 o'clock. The bell rang, I put my phone away, sat up straight, and realized that at some point, my deskmate's desk had been moved away by a gap. My deskmate was a girl, wearing a pair of thick black-rimmed glasses. She saw me staring at the separating gap, and gave a cold snort, muttering, what are you looking at? I don't want to catch your stupidity. I thought to myself, indeed, even a joke can be taken to heart and turn into a perfect irony now. I silently looked away and towards the podium. My math score wasn't too bad. Teacher didn't publicly execute me. He just asked after class why I didn't write the calculation steps. If I had, I would have gotten at least 130 points. It's not that I didn't want to write them, I just couldn't. All my answers came from mental calculation. There were no formulas to apply. The foreign language score was the most confusing part. I thought I'd get a perfect score, but I made a bunch of grammar mistakes. I spoken the language abroad for 5 years, yet I couldn't get the local grammar exercises right. Anyone in my shoes would definitely suspect the examiner made a mistake. As for politics and history, I was completely in the clouds during the exam. With a score of 36, I managed to dodge every correct answer,
Only getting 2 big politics essay questions right, hard to even comment. I had to endure death glares from the liberal arts teachers.
The last afternoon period and 3 evening self-studies were all about mock exams. Everyone seemed used to it, writing with lightning speed. I was writing while flipping through brand new textbooks. In the end, I couldn't stop sighing. I wonder if it's too late to accept my old man's job offer. If it's not already too late. With these grades, my salary in the company would be heavily deducted. I thought I'd better study hard. Otherwise, I won't be able to hold my head high in the future. Finally finished the self-study periods. Out of 6 papers, I only finished 4. I put the 2 unfinished ones in my bag, slung it over my shoulder, and rushed out as soon as the bell rang. The 10th, 11th, and 12th grades of Jingyuan High are in 3 separate buildings, with no connection to each other. My art class was on the 2nd floor of the 12th grade building. When self-study ended, many were still engrossed in doing more exercises, but someone like me, rushing out the moment self-study ended, was definitely one of a kind. Therefore, all the students in the classes I ran past couldn't help but look out curiously. Isn't that the handsome idiot from the art class? They say a stupid bird must fly early. He's running so fast the moment class is over. He must be afraid of flying too slowly. I saw him looking quite attentive in class earlier. I actually had a bit of a good impression then. Looking at him now, he's just a playboy young master. Maybe not even a young master. I saw his shoes only cost 200 yuan. What kind of young master wears 200 yuan shoes to school? I was running so fast that I didn't hear those students whispering. With a sprint speed, I headed straight to the bike rack to meet up with Fu Shijin's gang. The 12th grade self-study at Jingyuan ended at 9 o'clock. Muga didn't participate in self-study. He waited for Fu Shijin's group. Then they walked to Jingyuan High together and had to wait for another hour. Everyone was starving to death. As soon as I appeared, Muga's eyes lit up. Xiao Si, you finally came out. I'm about to die of hunger. I'm definitely going to make you go broke tonight. Fu Shijin and Mu Xuan observed my expression closely. Seeing I looked normal, they breathed a sigh of relief.
I know a great BBQ place. Let's go eat there. The place Fu Shijin mentioned was deep in an alley near Jingyuan. The shop wasn't big, but it was packed with students. The 5 of us ordered as soon as we entered. Then we waited in a corner for an empty table. The 5 of us leaned against the railing. Muga leaned in and asked, Xiaozi, why didn't you come to Jingyuan to study? If you scored 300 at Jingyuan, people would just say a young master was playing too hard. It wouldn't cause such a shock like it did at Jingyuan High. Jingyuan High is famous for its strict teaching. You can find top students everywhere. Even the second to last person scored over 490. My results really turned things upside down, making people wonder
Exactly how much money my family donated to squeeze me in there.
It's not that I didn't want to enter Jingyuan. I sighed, probably because of the money. Tuition at Jingyuan High is 18,000 yuan a year, but Jingyuan costs over 100,000 per semester. I simply didn't have the money to go there. Can you give a more convincing explanation? Your family is clearly filthy rich. I saw their disbelief and my heart felt even heavier, thinking no one believes the truth nowadays. Mu Xuan remembered that I had to work part-time for living expenses. Feng asked if it's about the tuition. Did your family not donate to the school and just let you enter Jingyuan High? I nodded without hesitation. Absolutely. My clan would never use connections to get me into a school. Besides, isn't there an art class there? My grandfather probably used my art achievements to handle the admission. They suddenly remembered the banquet that day, my flawless and divine performance. Now they truly believed it. If I had made a big splash in the talent exam, maybe I would have been recruited directly. No need to follow the college entrance exam path. But why? Xiaozi, your family is so wealthy. No pocket money and tuition is limited too? It's a long story. I'll skip it. I paused for a moment and added, in short, my future only depends on myself. My family won't give me any help. Fu Shijin and the others understood. This is a private family matter. They shouldn't ask more. Seeing they couldn't probe further, everyone tactfully changed the subject. Muga chuckled. Xiao Si. I used to see you always calm and gentle, unfazed by anything. We thought you were an elite top student who always has everything under control. Well, I am. Most of the stuff on the exam I haven't learned yet. They don't teach literature or politics history like this abroad. After my explanation, the group understood immediately. I knew it. That result simply didn't match your confidence at all. And we forgot that you went abroad right after elementary school. How can you do well on things you've never learned? Scoring 300 might have already surpassed many people. Qin Feng looked worried. Xiao Si. With no foundational knowledge, I'm afraid your next year will be very difficult.
I shook my head slightly, looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle in sorrow. My tone was somewhat solemn. It's just for the next 3 months. I made a promise to my younger sister today. This year, I will take the #1 spot in the entire grade. This time, Fu Shijin, Mu Shen, Mu Ji, and Qin Feng were all frozen for a full minute. After that minute of silence, Mu Ji gave a thumbs up in admiration. Impressive, you're truly the best. To actually dare to make such a promise. In this genuine hive full of top students, stand out is not something you can do just by suffering a little. Fu Shijin made a cheering gesture. Then good luck. Mu Shen patted my shoulder.
Maybe you should just call your sister and tell her it was just a joke.
Qin Feng chimed in, exactly. Only 3 months to be first in the grade at Jinyuan High. Even if you spent 72 hours a day studying, with almost no foundation, it's an utterly impossible feat. I shook my head firmly. I never break what I've promised. Since I was little, I've always been the most talented person in my sister's eyes, even more so than my old man. When I first came back to study, she was so happy. I don't want to let my little sister be disappointed ever again. Seeing the firm look in my eyes, they tactfully shut up, because there was no point in advising further. Some things I must experience for myself before turning back. The group of us had to wait until 11:30 p.m. to get a seat. We gathered around a small wooden table, eating BBQ and drinking soy milk. After eating and drinking our fill, Fu Shijin quickly paid the bill first. I immediately transferred the money back to him. I said it was my treat. Take the money. How could we actually let you pay? We were just joking earlier. And you don't need to feel bad for my wallet. The day I left my house, my old man sent me a whole 100,000 yuan to apologize to you, so I can spend this money freely. Rich people are truly annoying. I exclaimed, only to realize I had just insulted myself as well. Let's not be stubborn then. Fine. Next time if it's my turn, let me pay. Don't fight for the bill anymore. I got it. Leaving the BBQ shop, I saw them off to their family cars waiting for them, then leisurely cycled home. Home at last, but I couldn't shower and rest immediately, because there were still 2 exam papers to finish. I didn't bring books, only the papers. I opened my tablet and flipped through the digital version of the 12th grade politics textbook. Flipping and writing diligently, it wasn't until 3 a.m. that I solved all the papers. By then, drowsiness hit hard. I quickly washed my face and brushed my teeth, then set the alarm. My head hit the pillow and I fell fast asleep. The next morning, I woke up on my own at 6:30. For the 12th grade morning self-study, day students must be present by 7:20. Taking advantage of the early hour, I took a shower to wake up, tossed the dirty uniform into the washing machine to hang up when I returned tonight. Cycling to the school gate, I quickly bought 2 buns for breakfast. I ate while walking my bike to the rack. After parking, I hurried towards the school building, stepped into class exactly at 7:20 when everyone had already started their morning review. I sat down in my spot, glanced at the book others were holding. I rummaged through my desk to pull that book out. During morning reading, the class officer would collect yesterday's homework. I mimicked the reading for a while. Seeing the group leader coming to collect the homework, I took the 2 papers I brought from home out of my bag, then leaned down to search the desk for the 4 papers completed yesterday. As I rummaged through the desk, my gaze froze. The papers were gone. I remembered clearly that yesterday I left those 4 completed papers right on top of the books in the desk compartment. Yet right now, in the compartment besides the books I flipped through last night, there was no sign of those 4 papers. Just in case someone took them and didn't return them, but tucked them into a random book, I flipped through every book to look. 4 exam papers, not too thick, but not exactly thin either. After searching and finding nothing, they must have been taken or destroyed. Group leader Hong Yu began to lose patience. Shesi, why are you being so slow? Can you hurry up a bit? I need to prepare for the new lesson after collecting these. If you don't want to study, don't. Waste other people's time. Okay? I had to hand over the 2 papers from my bag. Sorry, the literature, math, English, and history papers are lost. I'll turn these 2 in first. Hong Yu snatched the papers, almost tearing them, and sneered. If you didn't do it, just say so. Don't make up excuses. Truly trash. Sometimes in this world, there is groundless malice. I glanced at Hong Yu, then nonchalantly looked away and continued my morning reading. I won't argue now, to avoid affecting other students' self-study. As for those 2 words, trash, I told myself I'd use my strength to pay her back later. Looking at the lines in the literature book, I suddenly felt amused, a mysterious smile playing on my lips. Even the books seemed to remind me that what goes around comes around. As soon as morning self-study ended, I sent a message to my grandfather. Then I looked up at the podium, where a surveillance camera's red light was blinking, and put my phone away to focus on the lecture. Everyone, take out your notebooks. Today we won't study new material. Instead, we will review all
Math formulas from 10th to 12th grade. Class monitor, write all those formulas on the board for me. Math teacher Sima Songri said,
then glanced at me meaningfully. He felt I was a very intelligent child. Yesterday, he specifically asked the principal to find out about my background. The principal didn't explain my background, but only said I was admitted due to outstanding art achievements. Extremely high artistic talent. When the talent exam comes, maybe he'll be recruited directly. Whether test scores are good or not isn't that important. No need to worry about him. Even though the principal said there was no need to interfere, but Sima Songri did not want to give up. Is it not just that he only writes the answers during exams? He did not even bother to write a single formula or the solution process, so he will take all the formulas learned in high school and make me copy them all down. He believes that with my intelligence, I will definitely achieve great results next time. When I heard about copying and memorizing formulas, my eyes suddenly lit up. I hurriedly took out my notebook and compared it with the whiteboard to take notes. The teacher has served it right to my mouth. If I do not show some effort, I would feel guilty toward the cook. Everyone spent 10 minutes copying and memorizing. In the time that followed, Sima Songrui presented simple exercise types for each formula. After a period of explanation, I learned a great deal. When the bell for the end of class rang, I still felt unsatisfied. Sima Songrui heard the sound of the bell and immediately dismissed the class. Just like Lu Bing, he did not drag out the time at all. Indeed, as long as students are self-disciplined enough and do not do personal things during class, teachers basically do not need to take advantage of the little time between classes to cram knowledge into students' heads. Sima Songri took his books and lesson plans and went outside. I hugged my notebook and chased after him, following behind Sima Songri like a little tail. Teacher Sima, do you have any good books you would like to recommend? I want to practice problems for a few days to consolidate the knowledge I learned today. Ideally, exercises that are broad in scope. It is fine even if the difficulty level is a bit high. Sima Songri smiled in a very good mood. A teacher does not fear a slow student, only one who gives up on themselves and refuses to study properly. Follow me to the office. I will write a list of books for you in a moment. Once you buy the books, read them and practice a lot. If there are any problems you do not understand, just come and ask me. Yes, Teacher Sima. I followed Sima Songrui to the teacher's office. His office was a large one, with more than a dozen workstations for teachers inside. Sima Songrui went to his seat and sat down. He took a blank sheet of printing paper and wrote the titles of the books on it. I stood to the side with nothing to do. Looked up and saw Lu Bing walking in from outside with a grim expression, thinking about the stolen exam papers. I took out my phone to check WeChat messages. Grandpa has already contacted the police. Principal Song Qian has finished the investigation and sent me a short video. Xie Shusen, Xiao Si, you do not need to worry about this anymore. Grandpa has handed it over to Song Qian to handle. If the outcome is not satisfactory, just tell me. Daring to touch my grandson. Let me see if their family even wants to live in Jiangcheng anymore. I know Grandpa has a fiery temper. I quickly typed a reply to him. Let's not do the implicating the whole family thing. Find the person responsible. It's not that big of a deal. Xie Shusen looked at his phone, adjusted his reading glasses, and typed slowly. I am very relieved that you have learned to follow the law. I am even happier that when you face trouble, you no longer carry the burden all by yourself. Oh gosh, Grandpa, don't say that. You're making me shy. Class is about to start. I won't chat with you anymore. I put my phone away. Sima Sonri had also finished writing the book list. He handed me the paper with the titles of 5 books. For now, look through these books first. Wait until you have finished all the exercises in these and have no more knowledge gaps, then come find me again. I received the list with both hands. I folded the paper and tucked it into my notebook, then hugged the notebook and bowed. Thank you, Teacher Sima. Sima Songri capped his fountain pen and mentioned another matter. I heard from the class president that you didn't turn in your math homework today. Do you not know how to do it? You can come find me for anything you don't understand. Just as I was about to say something, Lu Bing approached. Her voice was cold, every word exuding frustration. Shacy, go back to class first. I have something to discuss with Teacher Sima. I ignored Lu Bing's poor attitude and nodded obediently. On the way out of the office to return to class, quite a few students in the hallway were looking at me. Few of them pointed at me, gossiping about backdoor entry or being the disgrace of Jinyuan High School. Turning to the classroom, everyone in the room cast a glance at me. A few students had opinions about me, lowering the class average, and started buzzing with gossip about me. The volume was as if they were afraid I wouldn't hear. I thought to myself that I would be changing classes at noon, so I didn't bother arguing with them. Just casually walked to my seat and sat down.
I took a picture of the book list and sent it to my dad's assistant, asking him to buy them and leave them at the security room. There was no other choice. The schedule at Jingyuan was too packed, and the academic workload was too heavy. If I waited until after evening self-study to buy books, the bookstore would have been closed for ages. I sent a message along with 1,000 yuan. Distant son, the surplus is for your travel expenses. Sorry to bother you. Sun Yao, young master, it is no trouble at all. I happen to be free as well. I will bring the books to the security room for you at noon. Do you need to buy any other books? You can let me know all at once. Also, please buy me some additional literature, politics, and geography workbooks. Thinking for a bit, I sent another 1,000 yuan. I am afraid of overspending, so I will leave this 1,000 with you for now. If I need to buy more school supplies later, I will get in touch with you then. Sun Yao intended to return the money, but I quickly withdrew my hand. Understood, young master. I put my phone away and opened my notebook to memorize the formulas. My memory is excellent. Roughly memorizing it after reading through just twice, clutching the notebook, I took out another notebook to rewrite the formulas from memory. A few classmates were mocking me, bad-mouthing me for a while, but seeing no reaction from me, they gradually went silent and watched me curiously. He doesn't look like the lazy student type. With him failing the exams so badly, could there be some hidden story behind it? And telling you, aren't you also being blinded by that face of his? What hidden story could there be? How could anyone perfectly avoid every single correct answer like that? Could it be he wanted to be famous right at the start of the term, so he intentionally scored that low, just to attract everyone's attention? True, and if he really wanted attention, just relying on that fair, scholarly face of his would have been more than enough.
Forget it. Let's stop talking about him. Class is about to start. Get your materials ready. The bell for the start of class rang, and the classroom immediately fell silent. Lu Bing entered carrying lesson plans and a USB drive, bringing a wave of cold air as she walked in. No one understood what was going on, looking at each other in confusion. The whole class is silent as cicadas in winter. Lu Bing bent down and plugged the USB into the computer tower, then stood up and brushed her hands. She picked up a marker and wrote 4 large words on the board. The whole class stared at those 4 words with complete bewilderment. Only I understood the reason why, so I remained calm. Lu Bing set the marker down and then slammed her hand hard on the teacher's desk. The loud sound made everyone's heart skip a beat. Normally, teacher Lu Bing always had a stern face. When someone naturally serious suddenly gets angry, their aura is nothing short of a volcanic eruption. But, school bullying? We didn't do anything like that, did we? Could it be that a student from another class was bullied, and teacher Lu found out, so she's here to warn us? Lu Bing's gaze swept quickly over several people below the podium, seeing only confusion and bewilderment on their faces, and in their eyes she became so angry she almost laughed. She had come to school in a good mood early this morning, only to be summoned and scolded by the principal for half an hour. Meanwhile, the culprits who caused all didn't even realize they had done anything wrong. Did they really think the school's surveillance cameras were just ornaments, believing no one would know what they had done? Absolutely naive and foolish. Lu Bing leaned slightly and pointed her ruler at the 4 large words on the board. Today we will not be lecturing on new material, nor will we be reviewing. Instead, we will discuss this. What is school bullying? And what behaviors constitute school bullying? Let's start with the first student in Group 1. As soon as she spoke, Chen Yang at the front of Group 1 stood up in a panic, his heart thumping as his hands nervously gripped the edge of the desk. School bullying. Is picking on classmates, beating up classmates. Hearing Chen Yang stuttering, someone couldn't help but let out a laugh. Lu Bing's gaze shot over like a sharp knife. Normally, it could be overlooked. But does her expression look like she is joking right now? The students who had laughed turned pale, hurriedly looking down and not daring to act up anymore. Lu Bing withdrew her stern gaze. Shen Yang, do you have anything to add? Shen Yang hurriedly shook his head. No, nothing, Teacher Lu. Next person then. A female student, Ma Long, sitting behind Chen Yang, stood up. School bullying is behavior that takes place at school, intentionally or maliciously, through forms like physical violence, verbal abuse, or social media to carry out bullying, insulting and causing harm to others. Teacher Lu, I have finished. I have nothing to add. Okay, sit down. Next person. Teacher, school bullying also includes giving others nicknames, leading the isolation of friends, maliciously causing physical conflict or extorting money. Each group has 8 people. I listened quietly for a few minutes, and soon it was my turn. I stood up, my voice calm and soft. Teacher Lu, I don't know what school bullying is at all. Someone's voice whispered sarcastically. Truly a handsome idiot. Everyone said so much and he still knows nothing.
Haha, that nickname really fits him perfectly. The classroom was very quiet, so that sarcastic murmuring became clearly audible. I casually glanced at the two who had just muttered, and without showing any reaction, I continued. I only know that when someone takes my belongings without
my consent, that is an act of theft. When someone hits me without reason, that is intentional injury. When someone spreads false rumors about me on the internet, that is called defamation. Spreading truths about me is an invasion of privacy. Forcing me to give them money is called extortion. Locking me in a place where no one else is, that's called restricting personal freedom or kidnapping. These are all crimes found in the penal code. At this point, I paused for a moment, as if thinking of something, then as if suddenly realizing. So, when these things happen at school, they are called school bullying? Teacher Lu. I use the gentlest tone, speak the sharpest and coldest words. Anything once linked to the law will cause most people to feel a sense of fear. The entire class suddenly fell dead silent. The students who stole my exam papers and destroyed them, at this moment, their hearts felt like they were hanging by a thread, as if something were stuck in their throats. Today, the teachers suddenly used class time to lecture on school bullying. Could it be that during the break, I had gone to the office to report the missing exams to Teacher Lu? The ones who did the bad deed were quite calm at first, thinking it was because a bullying incident had occurred elsewhere in the school, so Teacher Lu was strengthening the moral education for the whole class. But now their own actions were coming back to haunt them. They glanced at each other, breaking into a cold sweat. Shadesy doesn't have magic eyes. He probably doesn't have any evidence to accuse us, right? Besides, it was only tearing up a few of his homework papers. Even if it's exposed, it probably won't be a big deal. Lu Bing, after hearing my definition of school bullying, suddenly felt her mood turn complex. After watching the surveillance footage, in the principal's office, she had pleaded for mercy for the students who stole the exam papers. She hoped the school wouldn't make a school-wide announcement about the incident, because those students normally perform excellently, and stealing exam papers was, after all, only a minor mistake. She wanted to give them a chance to correct their ways, not wanting the matter to become excessively unsightly. She certainly didn't want the high school lives of those students to be burdened by unnecessary trouble, or to have it affect their future university entrances. But the crimes under the penal code were being brought up for consideration, and then seemed to be soothed away. Youthful ignorance had become the best protective umbrella. Was what she was doing right or wrong? I looked up and gazed calmly at Lu Bing. When Lu Bing met my gaze, a sense of shame suddenly surged in her heart. Those eyes were truly too pure, as if untouched by a single speck of dust, making one feel an involuntary, endless guilt. Stealing exam papers is indeed not a large matter, but when the class president turned in the list of those who hadn't submitted homework, only the name Xie Si was on that list. If not for the surveillance footage, I would have been reprimanded by the teacher for not doing my homework. At that time, even if I said the papers were stolen, no one would have believed me. Because in reality, no one is bored enough to steal someone else's homework. If I hadn't thought to check the cameras in time, I probably would have been punished by her by now. Being punished by standing out in the hallway, is that really just a minor thing? The loss of the exam papers, for someone who is the center of gossip like me, is absolutely not a small matter. My label as a handsome idiot would have been further labeled as a liar and a lazy, useless person. When all those malicious words surrounded me, would this still be as mild as she thought? Lu Bing suddenly felt it was ironic. She was passionately lecturing about school bullying, yet while she herself was covering up and lightening the punishment for bullies, hiding their bad deeds, standing on their side, wasn't she a bully herself? Lu Bing took a deep breath and set the ruler down on the desk. We are not studying this period anymore. Switch to self-study. Chen Yi, Jiang Chao, Liu Xiaoqi, Sun Jia, Hong Yu, and Xiezi as well. All of you, follow me to the office. The tense class suddenly buzzed with excitement. Everyone felt that something was not quite right. A few girls who had just been named, along with some boys, were on the verge of tears. The teacher calling them out specifically like that proved she certainly knew the truth, that they were the ones who had stolen my exams together. If they had known earlier that stealing just a few exam papers would cause such a massive storm, they definitely wouldn't have dared to play such a lowly trick. Moreover, this time they were publicly named in front of the class, right in the middle of all those staring eyes. They couldn't dare to imagine what kind of terrible gossip there would be in the class and the school after this incident. The more they thought, the tighter their chests felt. But wasn't this exactly what they had intended for me to suffer? I was also a bit surprised. From the beginning, I had realized that Lu Bing intended to resolve everything peacefully. As a student, I couldn't oppose a teacher,
So I intentionally mentioned that taking things without permission is also considered theft. The goal was to needle those exam thieves a bit, to make their self-esteem feel hurt, leading to shame and anger. But it seems that this time I unintentionally had a strong impact on Teacher Lu. Tisk tisk. Since Teacher Lu decided to handle this seriously, I'll just go and see how she deals with it. Though I was the victim, I carried the mindset of an outsider watching a play, following Lu Bing to the small office. This small office was a private workspace. Lu Bing had borrowed this office from the grade dean, Lu Boyang, to handle the business, and then called us in. Lu Boyang lent the office but didn't leave immediately. He sat to the side, sipped tea while observing the situation unfold. The story of students stealing exams to frame a classmate might be unknown to outsiders, but the principal, the dean, and he were all fully aware of it. If it were him, he would issue a school-wide criticism, making them write self-reflection papers in front of the whole school. Do not disregard a small good deed by not doing it. Do not disregard a small evil deed by committing it. If they are taught properly once, there will be thousands of more violations in the future. Lu Bing sat in the chair behind the desk and said in a low voice, I'm sure you all know the reason why I called you here, right? Chen Yi and the others hummed their heads, cold sweat pouring out. I knew about it before. I asked you to speak in class about what school bullying is. The goal was for you to realize your own mistakes, so that after class you would proactively find me, voluntarily admit your fault and apologize to Shi Si. However, after hearing my words regarding the definition of school bullying, I realized my thinking was incredibly flawed. I once thought that as long as you came to admit your fault, it meant you knew you were wrong, and stealing a few homework papers wasn't anything too heinous, just an apology would suffice. But now I no longer think that way, because I didn't consult the student Shi Si beforehand. Shi Si didn't know how I wanted to resolve this. Yet I was unilaterally making decisions on his behalf. Even if you were to apologize, it would be because I was using my status as a teacher. Force Shi Si to accept your apologies. Shi Si is the victim, yet I, a teacher, was deepening that wound even further. If I can't demand justice for Shi Si this time, then will student Shi Si ever trust a teacher again in the future? If treated unfairly once, will the victim ever dare to step forward again to fight for their legitimate and legal rights? I thought I was minimizing the damage to the lowest degree, but in reality, what am I protecting? Is it to let you understand that when you hurt others, you only need to say a word of apology and it's over? Or to let you assume that as long as you have backing, it doesn't matter what you do wrong? It's true that your academic achievements are outstanding, ranking highly across the entire province, but your character is flawed. If you don't receive a proper lesson this time, it will be planting the seeds of disaster for the future. No matter what profession you enter, you will only become the toxic roots of society. Lu Bing spoke a long monologue, finally looking toward me. Therefore, student CSC, how do you want to handle today's matter? A smile still lingered on my face, completely unaffected by the stifling atmosphere pervading the office. Teacher Lu, do you want to hear the honest truth or just social pleasantries? The blue veins on Lu Bing's forehead twitched. In such a serious situation, I had thrown back a counter question like that, as if all she had said so far was in vain. Lu Bing looked at me, trying to soften her voice. Shetzi, stop being so nonchalant. I called you here to solve the problem together, so feel free to state your opinion. If those requests are reasonable, then the punishment will follow your proposal. Teacher Lu, compared to a cheap apology from those who know no shame, those superficial words mean absolutely nothing. I, on the other hand, prefer using physical punishment. Chen Yi and the others looked at me, their faces turning pale. What kind of physical punishment could there even be in a school? Those people had basically realized their mistake, so no one dared to utter a word, quietly awaiting the final verdict. How do you want to punish them? Lu Bing felt that she might have over-dramatized today's issue too much, but looking at me, I didn't seem serious at all. Perhaps even without the camera, these tricks of slander and framing toward me would likely not affect me in the slightest. Of course, my state was just an isolated case. I had enough confidence from the moment I stepped into the office. I always maintained the posture of an outside observer. That attitude was entirely different from other bullying victims, with absolutely no common ground. Lu Bing couldn't help but quietly add a sentence. If it's too excessive, that won't work either. The punishment must be proportional to the incident and within the allowed scope. Oh, didn't you say their academic performance was excellent? That their rankings are even at the top of the province? Then within the next 3 months, let them publish a scientific paper in prestigious journals, the topic of their choice. This should be quite light, right? It's not too physically demanding, and it will consume some of that excessive energy they seem to have. I think that while completing that paper, they will surely gain a deep awareness of their own mistakes and will never dare to bully others so casually again. For me, this matter. Actual harm hasn't even had time to form. Punishment should naturally be based
On the actual situation to decide. Rather than using the excuse of being wronged, punish however one wants. If punishment has no limits, there will be no end. Lu Bing was stunned. She never expected me to punish people by making them write a thesis, let alone publishing it in a famous journal. On the surface, it seemed light and insignificant, but a thesis is not that easy to write. Even university students have to prepare their graduation thesis for an entire year. Plenty of people fail the dissertation round. It's quite a way to torment someone. Ms. Lu suddenly felt lucky that she had intervened. Otherwise, if I were left to seek my own revenge, there's no telling how far things would have gone. Judging by my behavior from start to finish, I'm definitely not the type to just take things lying down. When these students ran into me, they really were unlucky enough to hit a brick wall. Lu Bing thought of this and let out a small laugh. All right, Xia Si has proposed a solution. Chen Yi, do you all accept this way of handling it? If not, you can suggest something else. They looked at each other in confusion, but there was no sign of objection. However, Sun Jiao weakly raised her hand. Teacher, what happens if we can't complete it? Lu Bing looked toward me, and I widened my eyes, using an exaggeratedly shocked tone. No way, that can't be right, can it? You guys are so outstanding. How could you possibly fail to finish? Can you show a little spirit, please? You're already discouraged before even starting. If you really can't complete it, then write a public letter of apology and publish it in well-known magazines. Include your full names, ages, and the school you attend, your class, home address. There are only these two ways. I won't accept any other form of apology. If the punishment doesn't leave a deep impression, then what's to stop you from doing it again later? Not everyone is like me, discovering the truth behind everything, just before any real damage could be done. I said this, and suddenly my eyes reddened. I was already being criticized by everyone for my bad scores, and yet you guys stole the exam papers just to bully me, making me look like a delinquent in the eyes of my peers and teachers. If my mental resilience were any weaker, wouldn't I have fallen into a deep depression already? Then it's decided. The one speaking was Lu Boyang, who had been eavesdropping. It's almost time for class. Xisi, head back to class. The 5 of you, sign a written pledge at Ms. Lu's desk before you can leave. I was interrupted mid-performance, but I still nodded obediently, decisively turning to leave the office. Back in the classroom, the students saw me returning alone. Driven by curiosity, they all stared at me in unison. I tossed my hair back and sat down. If you all keep looking at me like that, I'm going to start charging a viewing fee. There were quite a few jokesters in the class. Xisi, I'll pay 10 yuan for a look. Go ahead, take a look. You think it'd actually take your money? Actually, there was one thing I found quite baffling. Since I was definitely going to be transferred anyway, I don't know why Chen Yu's group bothered with this scheme. It's like they have no brains at all. Xisi, are you really transferring? Many suspected my family had influence, that I could stay in class 1 without having to move. A series of question marks popped up in my head. Who guessed that? They're overthinking it, really. Have those people ever seen a precedent for that? It seems so. At Jinyuan, money can't solve everything, so why did they think it'd be the exception? The school bell rang for class, and the crowd surrounding me dispersed. Chen Yu's group entered just as the bell chimed. They thought they'd return to face scrutinizing glares from their classmates. But it wasn't like that at all. Everyone was seated properly, as if nothing had ever happened. Even as they returned to their seats, someone jokingly asked, "Is it true you guys are entering the national writing competition? And you'll even get published in a famous magazine." They were stunned. Clearly, they were punished with a dissertation. So how did it turn into a writing competition? They couldn't help but look toward me. I flashed a bright smile and mouthed the words, "No need to thank me." They withdrew their gazes with complicated expressions. They had conspired to set me up, yet I still preserved their dignity. In comparison, they felt truly ashamed of themselves. My reasoning was actually quite simple. If I didn't puff them up a bit, how would they ever take writing this dissertation seriously? Otherwise, they'd just quit halfway and no one would know. Sometimes I have to face reality. Tu hai la ai kung kaluk pham silum. Quiet down eventually in its own way. Secondly, everyone makes mistakes at some point. Given the actual situation, they need an appropriate chance to make amends, rather than being completely destroyed. Of course, if they had committed a grave error, then things wouldn't be let go so easily. Abroad, when dealing with those big tough girls, the guys' methods weren't exactly gentle. After returning home, I've become much more kind-hearted. Wow, the domestic atmosphere really does nourish the soul. The next few classes pass peacefully. After finishing lunch around 12:40, everyone began moving classes according to the new distribution list. The art class students watched as I actually started packing up my things. Even though they heard me say I'd transfer with their own ears, They were still a bit dazed. For a moment, they couldn't recall why they had been so certain before that I wouldn't be moving away. Sun Jia and Liu Shaoqi dragged Chen Yi over to me. "Shetsi, let us help you move your books." I paused for a second in my movements, looking up at their smiles. Complaining that I'm too slow? They immediately panicked and waved their hands. No, not at all. We just wanted to lend a hand. Carrying all these books is quite heavy. All right then, thanks. All the high school textbooks and workbooks stacked together were over a meter high. They really were heavy. Class 1 and Class 4 are on the same floor. This reshuffle was like a major shakeup. Every class had quite a few changes in personnel. I carry my books to the new classroom. Less than greater than. Thanks to the help. Less than greater than. All my books were moved in just one trip. Less than greater than. Before Chen Yi's trio finished helping and returned to class, Sumjia stuffed 4 envelopes into my hand. "Shesi, even though you said it wasn't necessary, we still want to apologize. We targeted you because we thought you used connections, thinking you pull strings to stay in Class 1. We just simply hate people who use the back door. We're truly sorry. We were narrow-minded and misunderstood you. This time, we fully realize our own mistakes. Well, write the dissertations well, so you can see our sincerity in apologizing." I picked up the envelopes to look. Each one had a different person's name on it. Hong Yu's wasn't among them. About Hong Yu. Liu Shaoqi explained hesitantly. "Hong Yu doesn't hang out with our group. She'll probably find another time to apologize to you. Last night, they only stole the exams to hide them, to make me panic first thing in the morning." Unexpectedly, the idea to destroy the exams was actually Hong Yu's suggestion. However, since things had come to this point, they weren't trying to shift the blame. While the greater responsibility lay with Hong Yu, they had to own up to what they'd done. They're almost adults now, capable of distinguishing right from wrong, so they wouldn't make excuses for their errors. "I see. I accept the apologies from the 4 of you. You can go now." The 3 of them bowed slightly to me, and then quickly ran off. I opened the letters and skimmed through them. Seeing they were apologies, I finished reading and stuffed them in my bag. Looking around, I found an empty seat and sat down. Since my vision is good, I chose to sit in the back row, leaving the front seats for classmates with poor eyesight. After sorting my books, I put them into the large cabinet on my right. I stood up and ran to the school gate to get the stack of books Sun Yao had bought for me. The lunch break bell rang, and since I don't have the habit of napping, I sat quietly in the classroom and started my homework. Maybe because I just changed classes, there were many new classmates I didn't know, but everyone's attitude toward me was quite friendly. The boy sitting next to me glanced at my workbook a few times, and then gave me a small smile and a greeting. "Hey there, I'm Luan Bin." Luan as in Luan Bin, Bin as in Luan Bin. I stopped writing and looked up at Luan Bin. "Hi, I'm Shisi." "Haha, I know. You were a sensation from your very first day here." Luan Bin realized he might have misspoke and hurriedly explained, "Shisi, I didn't mean to mock you. I've just heard about you. I greeted you because I wanted to say, if there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. My math scores are actually pretty decent." I smiled and nodded. "I've got it. I'll definitely ask you if I run into a tough problem." Luan Bin rested his chin on his hand. "You're really handsome when you smile." I didn't know whether to laugh or cry and turned Luan Bin's chin away, telling him to look in another direction. "Don't look at me like that. It's so embarrassing." "Hee, but you really are handsome. It's like an elven prince from a fairy tale." Truly beautiful. The student in the seat in front turned around. "Shetsi, have you ever thought about auditioning to be an idol? I bet if you debuted, you'd be famous nationwide. If you were a star, I'd binge every drama you're in. I watch every show you're on. Albums, posters, photo cards. I buy them all. My mom has to sneak around every time she comes home." I felt like I couldn't accept that kind of life and shook my head slightly. No way, being a star means having no privacy at all. I'd rather be an ordinary person and be free. With my looks and abilities, wouldn't I shine in any profession anyway? The student in the row in front of Luan Bin. "Well, that's true, but are you being a narcissist?" Luan Bin suddenly felt my personality was very approachable. "You wanted to become brothers with me. Shexi, why don't we add each other on WeChat first? From now on, we can encourage each other and improve together." I took out my phone, sure. After adding him, I didn't chat but continue with my work. I read the problem first, then used the formulas I learned to solve it. Once finished, I flipped to the answer key to check, continuing to the next question if correct, and analyzing where I went wrong if not. Luan Bin waited by my side, just waiting for me to ask him for help. As it turns out, I was so focused that I forgot everything around me. He couldn't help but lean in. "CC, if you find something you don't understand, Trying to figure it out by yourself won't work. You have to speak up and ask. Don't be shy. Luan Bin's face practically had the words, "Ask me," already written all over it. I blinked and pushed the problem I just got wrong over to him. I got this one wrong. Luan Bin looked at the workbook. The answer to that question was written right above it, but the formula and the final result didn't match at all. Luan Bin thought for a moment, picked up a piece of scrap paper to recalculate and said, "CC, you applied the wrong formula. Yet the answer is somehow correct. Why did you write the answer first and then the formula? If you didn't follow the formula, how did you get the result?" I calculated the answer first, then plugged in the formula. It was just simple arithmetic. I'm just not very proficient with the formulas yet. Good heavens, you've got to be kidding me. For a problem like this, to use simple arithmetic to calculate it, the amount of calculation must have been enormous. Luan Bin had a mountain of complaints, but he didn't even know where to start, finally just silently giving me a thumbs up. You're truly incredible. Lunch break ended and I went to the restroom. When I returned to the classroom door, classmates suddenly called out enthusiastically, "Shesi, did you see that beautiful girl in the hallway? She's looking for you." Confused, I turned around and saw Lee Muhan surrounded by several boys, her whole body radiating impatience. How did she manage to find me here? Surely Lin Lei wasn't stupid enough to rat me out. I really didn't want to deal with Lee Muhan, but since she'd already come all this way, and she was standing right there. If I didn't go over, I was afraid those nasty rumors would spread even further. I calmed myself for a moment, and then walked toward Lee Muhan. Standing outside the circle, I maintained the persona. It established at the Xiangjiang villa. With a look of doubt on my face, I asked in a clear voice, "Hello, Lee Muhan. I heard you were looking for me. Is there something I can help with?" The boys around Lee Muhan shot daggers at me with their eyes, but as soon as they saw my face, they immediately surrendered. Even if he were a handsome idiot, he was still an incredibly good-looking guy. Besides, he had the kind of handsome face that looked so gentle. Even they found such a guy likable. Lee Muhan heard the voice and turned her eyes toward the source of the sound. When she saw my face, her gaze froze. "It's you? Turns out we haven't never met after all." What a strange way to put it, as if she came looking for me without knowing what I looked like. Lee Muhan felt something was off, but she had no choice but to believe that the person before her was indeed the Xie family's young master. Uncle Xie had said his son attended Jingyuan High School, and I was the only new transfer student with the surname Xie. Are you so bored you've gone mad? Running around delivering food. Within a minute, hundreds of thoughts swirled through Lee Muhan's mind. Ultimately, she decided that whatever I did outside was none of her business. She said casually, "Shietzi, I have something to ask you. Can you come with me for a moment? I just want to ask a few things." Lee Muhan's gaze wasn't warm at all, which put me at ease. Lee Muhan strode ahead to the corner of the hallway. Once there was no one else around, she directly stated her intention. "Shietzi, I want to get the contact info for someone." "Whose contact?" "The person who played the violin at your family's birthday party the other day. Could you give me their contact information, please?" The manager said that person is a friend of yours. What a great lie. Manager Joe was quite sharp, to directly steer suspicion away from me. No matter who Lee Muhan suspects later, it definitely won't be me. I suppressed a laugh and pondered for a moment. They really are a friend of mine. May I ask why you want to contact them? After all, that person isn't me. I can't just hand over a friend's info to you so easily. Lee Muhan didn't want to share her inner thoughts with an outsider. She thought about it and said, "It's fine if you won't give it. But can I ask something else?" I raised an eyebrow, giving up that easily. That's not like her personality from 3 years ago at all. "Sure, go ahead and ask. I want to know if that violinist is actually Avian Stillen." Lee Muhan's voice couldn't hide its tension. This answer was clearly very important to her. I pretended to think. "Avian? You mean that famous piano genius?" At the party that day, I caught her burning gaze. I thought she recognized someone from the music world and was planning to cause trouble again like years ago. Turns out she was actually looking for me. I put on a face of being caught between laughter and tears. "Student Lee, don't you think this question is quite strange? My friend is a violinist." Lee Muhan opened the Case Show app and found a video to show me. Avian can play the violin. The Devil's Trill. Coincidentally, the same piece played at the party. The emotion in both was strikingly similar. The video she had was filmed secretly, in a music room with only one person. The face wasn't visible. Only short, slightly curly hair, golden like the sun, perfectly straight back, and an elegant, slender figure. The bow moved back and forth across the shoulders, and an exquisite melody echoed in the air. This video had an extremely high number of likes and shares on Case Show. So while those abroad might not know Avian could play the violin, everyone in the domestic industry definitely knew it well. No wonder I teased Tui Yanyan that day.
and after finishing the piece, Tree Yenyen looked at me in pure astonishment. You really played that? Turns out the fool was me all along. I watched the video for a bit.
My ability to control my expressions kept me looking calm.
It really is similar, but my friend isn't avian. As for their real name, I'll have to ask if I'm allowed to tell you, before I can get back to you, okay? Was it the inventing a friend trick again? I had just learned that trick myself. The light in Lee Muhen's eyes faded, and she disappointedly put her phone away. No need. If it's not them, then I'm not curious about your friend's name. Sorry for bothering you. After saying that, Lee Muhen turned and left. Her silhouette looked dazed and lost. She'll probably be fine. Trying to recall the scene when we met that year, it wasn't anything particularly special. She's the type who, as soon as she hears of anyone
With a style like avian, has to go and ask them.
surely she doesn't hold a grudge, and has been searching for avian all these years, just for some kind of revenge. But this girl is also quite naive. She believed whatever I said. If I'd known she was looking for avian sooner, I would have just met her openly back then, and I wouldn't have had to flee the birthday party in such a rush. One should know that my current outfit is completely different from what I wore at the concert. Even my own assistant hardly recognizes me sometimes. Having settled one matter, I hummed a tune as I returned to class. Luan Bin saw my triumphant and cheerful face, hurriedly pulled me down to my seat. You're grinning so much.
Did Lee Muhan come to confess her love? I choked on my own spit. How could that be? She and I don't even know each other. When I was delivering food last time, she couldn't even remember my name. Clearly, she's not someone who only looks at faces. She only came to ask me about a few things. Luan Bin was so shocked he couldn't control his volume. What? Delivery? You went to deliver food? No, you said a whole lot, but all I heard was the phrase, delivering food. I reached out and covered Luan Bin's mouth. Lower your voice. Quiet. Don't shout so loud. I was a bit too late covering his mouth. Almost the entire class had heard Luan Bin, and everyone looked toward me at once. So the rumors on the forums saying
Shei-Tsi used to deliver food were actually true. I looked up and around. Everyone simultaneously and in sync looked away. Since I had admitted to the delivery job myself, my reputation as poor was now officially confirmed. Quite a few people felt a sudden sense of relief in their hearts. Truthfully, toward those who are excessively wealthy, there is always a certain sense of distance. People fear that interacting with them will be seen as sycophancy. If my family background were ordinary, on the contrary, they feel much more comfortable socializing with me. Luan Bin saw everyone's reaction and gave me an apologetic smile, whispering, Sorry, Cici, I was just so surprised. You're not even an adult yet, so why are you running around delivering food?
Is it to experience life? No, it's to earn living expenses. I answered honestly to avoid any misunderstanding. I added, Of course, I do have some money. My family gives me 5,000 yuan in allowance every semester. The reason I work part-time is because I overspend a bit, and I'm afraid it won't be enough. Plus, I find working part-time to be quite fun sometimes. Luan Bin felt that I was just trying to act tough. The curriculum for the 12th grade is very heavy. 5,000 yuan barely buys some study materials, plus the night self-study fees and tutoring costs, leaving almost nothing at all. Luan Bin was about to say more, but then decided it was better not to ask further. Xiaoxi explaining like that must
Be because he has high self-esteem and doesn't want to be pitied by others.
Why should I expose it? I'll just care for him more in our daily lives from now on. Just then, the school bell rang for the next period, and their conversation came to a sudden halt. I found the book I needed for class and placed it on the desk, resting my chin on my hand as I waited for the teacher. The first period of the afternoon was with homeroom teacher, Fan Yushan. The name sounded dry, but in reality, the homeroom teacher was a middle-aged woman who was as gentle as water. She always smiled throughout the lesson, speaking in a soft, steady voice. Occasionally, some mischievous students would mimic her, but she never got angry,
simply reminding them to be quiet before continuing with the lecture. Sometimes those mischievous students really are a headache for teachers, but for their fellow classmates, they are the catalyst that makes the classroom less dull. Imagine throughout a long day, if everyone was serious from beginning to end, who could possibly survive more than 200 tedious days ahead? Class ended. Teacher Feng put down his book. Everyone, let me ask you, can I take a little bit of your break time? Yes, sir, the girls shouted together loudly. Very good, there are many of you who just transferred classes, so there are many new faces in our class. So, shall we take turns introducing ourselves? Yes, Teacher Feng. Good, let's start with the first person in Group 1. We'll introduce ourselves in an S pattern. Soon enough, it was my turn. I stood up and greeted everyone warmly.
I'm sure everyone's ears are tired of hearing my name lately, but I'd still like to introduce myself officially. I am CAC. Right now, my grades aren't very good, but I will try my best to improve my performance so I don't drag the class down. My main talents are drawing and playing the piano. Seeing my scores, I'm sure everyone will guess I got in through the back door. I'd also like to explain officially, I entered this school as an arts-gifted student. My artistic achievements are decent enough. As for my hobby, it's money. In the future, I want to make a lot of money.
I finished speaking and sat down. Most people listen selectively, ignoring everything else, only hearing the part about my hobby being money. The whole class couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, such a simple hobby. My hobby is also money. Haha. Even a handsome guy has such a common hobby. Me too, me too. I also want to make a lot of money after graduation to improve my family's situation, so my parents don't have to work so hard anymore. I love money too. I won't turn down cash or gold. Teacher Feng cut through the class's noisy excitement just in time. All right, everyone, settle down. The break is only 15 minutes long. Wait until everyone finishes their introductions, and then you can get to know each other later. Yes, Teacher Feng. Class fell silent again. Luan Bin stood up. Hello, everyone. I'm Luan Bin. My best subject is math. My specialty is tennis, and I also like music. I've learned to play the guzheng. If any of you have trouble with math, you can come ask me. 15 minutes really passed by quickly, and before everyone could finish their introductions, it was time for the next lesson. Teacher Feng Yueshan gathered his books. Well, continue during the next break. As for the seating, stay where you are for now, until the monthly exam at the end of the month. Then we'll rearrange seats based on your performance. Teacher Feng walked out with his books, as Teacher Sima Songrui walked in. The whole class gasped in astonishment, wondering why I poked the extremely excited Luan Bin. Hasn't Teacher Sima always been teaching at our school? Why is everyone so surprised and thrilled? Of course we're surprised. Teacher Sima is an elite core teacher, the head of the math department at Jingren, and the homeroom teacher of the grade 12 advanced science class. He only teaches math for the top science and arts classes. Our class 4 arts was supposed to have Teacher Yan or Teacher Bin. For a teacher who stands atop Jingren's math pedestal, to walk into class 4 arts, how could we not be shocked? Believe it or not, if Teacher Sima confirms he's teaching us, those dramatic kids will be so happy they'll flip their desks. I nodded, pretending to understand. In studying, one's own effort is part of it. But the teacher's ability is also inseparable from success. A great teacher produces a great student, as they say. Teacher Sima Songrui stepped up to the podium. He set down his books and a stack of test papers, picked up a whiteboard marker, and wrote 4 large characters on the board. Sima Songrui. Greetings, class. My name is Sima Songrui. You can simply call me Teacher Sima. We greet you, Teacher Sima. Everyone shouted in unison. The roar so loud it almost blew the roof off the classroom. After the greetings, one student immediately asked the burning question. Teacher Sima, will you really be teaching math to our class? That's right, everyone. Over the coming year, I will push all of you so we can improve together. If there's anything you don't understand, you must think deeply and ask more questions. Understood? Ah, that's wonderful. Faced with the students' soaring enthusiasm, Teacher Sima Songru's signal for silence. Let's begin the review phase. We'll do a test today, 30 minutes for the paper, and I'll review it in the last 15 minutes. Please take this test seriously. Since this is my first time teaching this class, I'll use this test to gauge your current academic level. Having finished speaking, Teacher Sima began handing out the papers. Everyone in class was eager, secretly promising themselves to perform well. The test papers were passed from the front to the back. As soon as I received mine, I started working. I finished the multiple choice and fill in the blanks in 5 minutes. For the essay part, I began applying formulas slowly. Others use formulas to find the answer, but I'm a bit different. I use the answer to work backwards to the formula, mainly because I just started dealing with these things, and my application isn't quite proficient yet. Give me a few more days of testing, and I can shift my focus to other subjects. My goal for this month is to climb 300 spots in the overall grade rankings. As for English, just reviewing more domestic exercises will be enough to boost my score. And for literature, I need to look at more classical prose and poetry. History and geography are just matters of memorization. If I put in a little more study time, I should be able to pull those grades up. I thought to myself, took a deep breath, flipped the paper over, and continued with the remaining questions. Teacher Sima stood on the podium, scanning the room, then stepped down to check on the class's progress. Observing as he went, he stopped by my side to watch me work. It's no exaggeration to say that his request to teach math, Class 4 Arts, was specifically because of me, since I'm studying here.
In the placement exam the day before yesterday, the hardest essay question was designed by him. Only 4 people in the entire grade got the right answer. 3 were in his elite science classes, and the last one was me. He had high expectations for my mathematical potential,
And in reality, I didn't disappoint. Even though I've only just memorized the formulas, I could already solve the essay questions methodically. It's just that my method was a bit strange. Others reasoned forward from the hypothesis, while I reasoned backward from the solution. Teacher Seema watched me for a while, then looked over at my deskmate. Seeing that this kid worked very fast, with a very high accuracy rate, he nodded in silent approval. Before this, he only taught specialized classes, so he hadn't had the chance to meet math-gifted students from other classes. Coming to teach Class 4 Arts this time happened to allow him to nurture those who have a passion for mathematics. Teacher Seema stood between me and Luan Bin for about 3 minutes, before moving on to observe other students, searching for any more seedlings who could participate in future math competitions. As soon as Teacher Seema left, Luan Bin excitedly grabbed my hand, whispering breathlessly. Teacher Seema watched me solve the problems. He even nodded silently. I'm so nervous. I thought, hey, if you're excited, take it easy and loosen your grip on me a bit. 30 minutes flew by while everyone was focused on the test. Once time was up, regardless of whether I was finished, I immediately put down my pen and looked up at the whiteboard. Teacher Seema was writing the answers with a marker. After writing the multiple-choice answers, fill in the blanks and calculations, he put the marker down. All right, everyone, it's done. Check your answers for the first part. If there are no questions, we'll move directly to grading the essay questions. But if you don't understand something, stand up and ask, and we'll look at how to solve those difficult questions together. With 2 minutes left in the lesson, Teacher Seema had finished reviewing the entire test. Everyone began calculating their own scores. Teacher Seema stepped down from the podium and took my test paper. With my way of solving problems, calculating my own score would surely be inaccurate. Luan Bin, seeing his idol standing right there, had eyes glowing with excitement. He leaned in close to watch the teacher quickly make red marks across my clean test paper. The multiple choice and fill in the blanks part at the front. I got every single one correct. For the essay questions, only the calculations were right, while the proofs were almost entirely wrong. Teacher Seema finished grading and wrote around 110 in the score box. Not bad, you've improved by 10 points. Follow me to the office after the period ends. Looking at my score, I curled my lips slightly and nodded obediently. Yes, Teacher Seema. Luan Bin's eyes darted back and forth. Why was Teacher Seema so interested in my score? Was he planning on giving private tutoring? He couldn't help but speak up. Teacher Seema, can I come along too? He also wanted to be privately tutored by Teacher Seema. Teacher Seema didn't answer immediately. He took Luan Bin's paper and graded it quickly, wrote 145 in the score box, then wrote the names of some basic exercise books on the sheet. Your foundation is excellent. First, buy some of these advanced competition level exercise books to work on. Luan Bin looked at the book titles on his paper. Even though he wasn't being tutored privately, he still felt very happy. Yes, thank you, Teacher Seema. The bell rang and Teacher Seema returned to the podium, told the math class monitor to tally the class scores, then walked out with his lesson plan. I hurriedly followed him, and we both entered the large faculty office. Teacher Seema sat in his chair and spoke. Shisi, I called you here because I wanted to ask if you'd like to come here during lunch breaks for extra tutoring. When I watched you work just now, notice your calculation speed is incredibly fast, but your foundation is still weak, and you don't know how to apply formulas yet. Of course, I agreed, then asked happily, Teacher Seema, how much is your fee per session? The fact that I was working as a delivery driver, Teacher Seema had heard whispers about it. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't worry about money. There's no extra charge. You just need to focus on studying well. I asked in shock. Working overtime without overtime pay? Having been an employee, I know that if a boss asks for unpaid overtime, the resentment in one's heart is heavier than a ghost's. Teacher Seema looked at me for a moment, seeing that I wasn't worried about my lack of money, but truly believed that any extra work must be paid. He blurted out a question. Didn't you study domestically before? No, why do you ask? A teacher charging their own students for extra lessons is actually illegal. I thought, my silence right now is thunderous. If this were abroad, the teachers probably would have stormed into the principal's office and flipped tables, shouting anti-exploitation slogans while giving the principal a few slaps. I really didn't know much about the domestic education system. I thought for a moment and said, Teacher Seema, I won't come during the lunch break. I'll come after the second period every day during the long break. That way it won't affect your lunch break.
Teacher Sima thought for a bit and agreed it was fine. All right then, during the long break it is. Tutoring will start tomorrow.
Yes, Teacher Sima. Then I'll head back to class now. I turned and strode out of the office. Teacher Liu Ba, sitting opposite Teacher Sima, finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, Sima, that kid is really interesting. Working overtime without overtime pay. That inquisitive tone, so full of conviction and courage, made me think that teaching for free was the crime. Teacher Sima poked his head over the desk partition. Teacher Liu, why were you so quiet just now? It's not like you at all. Teacher Liu Ba was the kind of person who would tease even a passing dog, always talkative and cheerful. To hear something so amusing and remain silent was indeed very strange. Teacher Liu felt a bit helpless. Yesterday, the PE class for Class 4. Arts was taken over by Teacher Candy, that same student from just now. Came to the office after class to ask Teacher Liu questions. Seeing me sitting right here, he pointed right at me and asked, "Did you have a stroke? Why are you still sitting here?" The other teachers in the room almost died from laughing so hard. So I was afraid if I spoke up, he'd come drag me back during class by any means, and kick Teacher Candy out of Class 4 Arts. Teacher Sima's smile widened even more upon hearing that. So the person the teachers were gossiping about
In the office yesterday was this kid.
Yeah, that's him. He looks like such a well-behaved, quiet boy, but when he opens his mouth, he leaves people speechless. Then you better hide well tomorrow. The third period after the long break, Class 4 Arts has PE. Teacher Liu scratched his neck. I know. Returned to class. Many other students were also coming in from outside. Teacher Feng stood at the podium, waiting until all students were present, and let Group 8 continue their self-introductions. There were only a few students left, so the introductions ended quickly. So Kiyotio Song, Teacher Feng proceeded to elect the class officers. I didn't want to be an officer at all, so while everyone was voting, I just kept my head down and focused on my exercises. I thought, practice tests. I need to do many, many practice tests. Making money is fun, but why is school so agonizing? Spaced out for a minute, vaguely hearing Teacher Feng at the podium say, it seems the entire class has unanimously voted. Shietzi is the arts and sports representative. Shietzi, do you accept? Luan Bin poked me. Little Xie, what are you spacing out for? Teacher Feng is calling you. I stood up abruptly, saying awkwardly, Teacher Feng, I've never been a class officer before, so I don't know if I can do a good job. Well, would you like to be the arts and sports rep? You can use this as an opportunity to challenge yourself. Everyone voted for you.
Unanimously. It's hard to turn down your classmates' kindness.
Teacher Feng, unwilling to serve as an officer. The voting ended just as the bell rang for class. A student near the front got up to clean the whiteboard. I glanced at the schedule, then saw Tang Yu walking in, and my heart felt even more bitter. I want to go to PE. I thought, even in prison you get fresh air, right? Why won't the teachers even let students go to their physical education class? Tang Yun straightened her collar. What just blurred past? I ran quickly to the main office, almost colliding with the PE teacher Liu Ba as he walked out. With lightning reflexes, I leaned against the wall for balance, my expression remaining calm and unfazed. Teacher Liu, however, was startled and stumbled back 2 steps. Seeing that Teacher Liu looked perfectly healthy, and thinking of how our PE class was taken over again, I couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. Teacher Liu, you haven't had a stroke today. Aren't you planning to come teach our PE class? The corner of Teacher Liu's eye twitched. He suddenly bent over, clutching his stomach. My stomach hurts so much today I can't teach. I see. You should take better care of yourself, Teacher Liu. If you can't teach PE anymore, maybe see if you can switch to teaching another subject and leave PE to a teacher who's in better health. Haha, Teacher Liu choked on his own spit. Haha, this boy's words really do leave people completely speechless.
Laughter echoed from behind. I turned my head. It was Teacher Sima. Walking behind him was Shen Ji. Shen Ji saw me looking at her and gave a slight nod as a greeting. Nodded back, then greeted Teacher Sima Song Rei. Hello, Teacher Sima. Don't waste time here, follow me inside. Teacher Sima spoke as he led the way into the office. After a few steps, he turned around. Teacher Liu, you should seriously consider carrying out my suggestion. If you can't manage it, don't force it. Your health is what matters most. Teacher Liu missed a step and almost tumbled over. He steadied himself and played along. Student Xie, I will carefully consider your suggestion. I withdrew my gaze and kept walking. Teacher Sima went to his desk and sat down. Ji, what is it today? Shenji took a slip of paper from her pocket and handed it over. Teacher Sima looked over the paper. You want to request this weekend off. Is there something happening with your family? I have some personal matters to attend to. Can you tell me what those matters are? Shenji shook her head. She didn't want to elaborate. Teacher Sima thought for a moment, then signed his approval on the leave form.
Shenji's grades were excellent, so missing one weekend wouldn't affect her much. Having successfully requested leave, she thanked teacher Sima, then turned to leave the office. Before departing, she also politely nodded to me.
I nodded back, pulled over a red plastic chair, and sat down next to teacher Sima's desk. In the office, the eyes of the class monitor turning in assignments kept flashing, as if they caught wind of some juicy gossip. Sensing their probing gazes on me, I turned my head and glanced back at those students. Seeing me look, they immediately retracted their gazes. Lately, I've been stared at so much that I don't even bother to care anymore. I turned back, opened my book, and began the lesson. Shen Ji walked lightly upstairs back to class 1. As soon as she entered, she saw Lee Muhan's face, indifferent but with a hint of weary boredom. Since Shen Ji was in a good mood this time, she casually asked, "Muhan, what's wrong?" Why do you look so troubled?
Lee Muhan said nothing, taking out her phone to type. Today she felt like confiding in someone. Shen Ji returned to her seat and sat down, seeing the phone in her desk drawer lit up. She took it out to read the message. Lee Muhan, I've been looking for someone for years, and I just saw a glimmer of hope, only to find it wasn't him. Thinking of Lee Muhan going to find me yesterday and causing a stir, Shen Ji texted, "Are you talking about CSC?" Lee Muhan, it's not him. I went to him to ask about the violinist, who performed at the birthday party a few days ago. Shen Ji, so you went yesterday to confirm if that violinist was the person you've been looking for. Lee Muhan,
Shadesi told me that friend of his is an avian.
Shen Ji's gaze faltered for a moment. Shadesi Oppa, since when did Muhan become so polite? Lee Muhan, you know who avian is, don't you? Shen Ji suppressed her confusion. I've heard the name, a piano genius. Lee Muhan thought of that name. She put her phone down, her mood heavy with frustration. Traces they leave are so similar. I didn't expect it to not be him. How could it not be? If he's not the one, then where is that person? Shen Ji had no answer. She patted Lee Muhan's shoulder. As long as he's alive, they will surely meet again one day. Sima Songri was going to teach me starting from the first chapter of grade 10, first semester.
After explaining each key point, he asked if I understood.
I kept answering that I did. It reached the point where he finished half the book in just 15 minutes. The amount of information was so vast that he feared I couldn't digest it, so he couldn't help but ask, "Do you truly understand all of this?" Not only did I understand, but I also assigned Sima Songri's teaching task for tomorrow as well. Teacher Sima, let me do some practice tests during break tomorrow. Just prepare some questions related to what we covered today. My face was full of confidence. Do you really understand? Or do you understand nothing at all? Well, testing is a good way to check your proficiency. Sima Songri finished the entire book, 5 minutes still left before class started.
I gathered my books and thanked Sima Songri, then used the restroom before returning to the classroom. The whole class suddenly whipped their heads around, like hungry wolves spotting a piece of meat. Everyone's eyes were glowing as they stared at me. I couldn't help but touch my face. Is there something on my face? Won Bin pulled me down with a beaming smile. It's not that. Just 20 minutes ago, someone saw Shen Ji greeting you. In just those 20 minutes, the school forum has almost exploded. This is the one right here. I just finished looking as Luan Bin handed his phone to show me the school forum. Today's hot news at Jingren. Did the school beauty Shen Ji smile at CC from Jingren's humanities class? I thought to myself, what's there to smile about?
We just nodded to greet each other in the office earlier. Is this really worth writing a whole news article about? I handed the phone back to Luan Bin. These people really have too much free time. It was just a nod. We didn't even say a single word. Luan Bin's eyes suddenly lit up. So you and Shen Ji really do know each other. I didn't confirm whether we knew each other or not. Last time I went to deliver food, it was to the Shen family villa. There was a whole group of people sitting in the living room then. That was also the time I met Lee Muven. All right. Luan Bin couldn't get any more gossip, so he let go of my hand and asked curiously, which delivery platform is it
that actually delivers to the villa district?
I took out my phone and opened the delivery app to show Luan Bin the last order I delivered. It's this one. The delivery fee for this one was quite high. Luan Bin leaned in closer to take a look. It really is quite high. Aside from this one that's nearly 200 yuan, all the other orders are small ones for just 4 or 5 yuan. Xiao Si, your summer break must have been so exhausting, right? It wasn't exhausting. Delivering food is actually quite fun. I thought to myself, of course. The most fun part was still at King Chang Gui Xiao. Those small orders for 4 or 5 yuan. Working all day and being exhausted only gets me about 100 yuan. Luan Bin felt pained by my resilience. I noticed Luan Bin looking at me a bit oddly,
so my lips twitched slightly. Look, don't go making things up in your head. I really don't find it exhausting. I'm having a lot of fun. Seriously, I swear. Luan Bin nodded perfunctorily. Right, tons of fun. I tried to explain further. It really is fun. Yeah, sure it is, fine. I didn't have the energy to explain anymore. The bell for class rang and teacher Lei Yan, the geography teacher, walked in from outside. As he entered, I saw the students from the arts class, laughing and talking as they passed by the window. When they saw me, they waved at me through the glass. I slid my chair closer to the back door and whispered, "What class do you have next? Why are you all heading out?" "It's PE class." My heart suddenly skipped a beat. Are you worried your PE teacher will get swapped? But he's so healthy. The arts class student didn't quite get what I meant. They did change the PE teacher, but teacher Lu's health isn't bad either. "Hey CC, is your poor health just an excuse?" Lei Yan places books on the podium. "CC, sit up straight for me. Who gave you permission to whisper with students from another class during my session?" I shrunk my neck back and slid back to my original spot. The arts class students looked into the room for a moment and then quickly hurried away. I pouted, muttering under my breath, "I'm telling you, if his health is bad, he should just change careers. Out of all subjects, why teach PE?" In my heart, I really wanted to have PE class. Why is that? Can't teacher Lu just stick to his principles? He should teach his own classes himself. Luan Bin tried hard to hold back his laughter, his small face turning bright red. Oh man, Xiao Si is just too hilarious. Xie Yang, who was sitting in the front row, and OD also heard my muttering, their shoulders shaking as they tried not to laugh. Teacher Lei Yan stood on the podium and noticed the unusual atmosphere near the back door, his sharp gaze cutting through the air. Xie Yang stood up to answer a question. "What is the circumference of the equator?" "Teacher Lei, the equatorial circumference is 40,075.7 kilometers. Xie Yang, you may sit down." "Xie Si, stand up." "What is the equatorial radius?" I stood up. "Teacher Lei, it is 6,378.2 kilometers. You may sit down." Luan Bin stood up to answer a question. "Mount Everest." Lei Yan questioned all four of them in a cycle, and since everyone answered correctly, his anger dissipated somewhat. He told everyone to open their books and started the lecture. I spent 3 seconds mourning the sacrifice PE class and then opened my notebook to start taking notes. After class, I asked Luan Bin gloomily, "Why doesn't our class get to have PE while the arts class gets it as usual?" Luan Bin didn't find it strange at all, speaking in a matter-of-fact tone. "Well, exactly. They get it because they're the arts class. The worse the grades are, the more you need to study to catch up." I immediately felt even more resentful. This is pure prejudice. Who says our class can't outperform the arts class? Pfft. This time Xie Yang couldn't help but laugh, turning around. "Xie Si, the class divisions are based on exam results. The reason we're sitting here is because we currently haven't outperformed them." I refused to believe it, clenching my fists slightly, looking as if I'd just been injected with chicken blood, and pulled out my math workbook to start solving problems. "Xie Yang, Xie Si, buddy, wake up a little. You're ranked dead last." After a long day of classes, last period of the afternoon was self-study. Since there was no teacher during self-study, test papers were handed out one after another. I sighed deeply while working on the paper, and Luan Bin couldn't help but turn to me. "What's with all this sighing? Is there a question you don't know how to do?" "I just want to have PE class." Luan Bin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Xiao Si, has that been on your mind all day?" "Yeah, I really want PE class." I stood up as I spoke. "I'm going to petition the principal. If they don't let me have PE, I'm transferring schools. If none of the 12th grade classes had PE, then I might be able to bear it a bit longer." Clearly that wasn't the case, so I have to fight for my legitimate rights. Like having the full number of PE classes every week. Luan Bin didn't think it'd actually go, so he laughed along. "Ha, Xiao Qi, then go ahead and find him." "Fine, and going." I marched out of the classroom with determination, leaving Luan Bin wide-eyed. "Wait, seriously, Xiao Qi? I was just joking." I was sitting in the last row right by the door, so slipping out didn't actually draw much attention. But Luan Bin's shout caught the attention of the whole class. Someone noticed my empty seat and asked curiously, "Luan Bin, where's Xie Qi?" He said he wanted PE class, so he went to find the principal." "What?" Luan Bin stood up in a panic, about to run after me and drag me back. Before you could even move, I dashed back in like a whirlwind. Luan Bin sat down, bewildered. "Why are you back so soon?" I collapsed onto the desk in misery and cried out, "Don't even mention it. Fallen before the battle began." The late emperor died before completing his mission. Luan Bin had no idea what I was talking about,
but he quickly found out the reason. The discipline director, Jinhua, in her high heels, appeared right in front of the humanities class door, her dark expression looking truly terrifying. Who was it that just ran out of class instead of self-studying? Stand up right now. The humanities class immediately went dead silent. No one spoke. They just kept their heads down, pens moving on their papers. So no one's coming forward? Fine, then does anyone want to point them out? Very well, you're certainly a united group. Since you're so united, I'll punish everyone together.
Everyone stand up and go to the track to run laps for me.
My eyes suddenly lit up. It's PE class. Luan Bin tugged at my shirt, whispering tearfully, Xiaozi, stop dreaming about your PE class. Ms. Jin will make us run at least 10 laps, and we won't be allowed to go home until we're finished. A lot of people in this class won't be able to make it. 1 lap of the school track is 300 meters, so 10 laps is 3 kilometers. We've been doing nothing but practice exams since 11th grade, with very little exercise. How can we handle such high-intensity punishment? Hearing that, the light in my eyes instantly vanished. I slowly stood up, raised my small hand, and sniffled with my head down. Ms. Jin, it was me just now. I felt my hemorrhoids acting up again, so I wanted to go to the shop. As I spoke, large tears began to drop onto my test paper, leaving Jinhua momentarily speechless. Her face stiffened. Then she said in a softer tone, "Follow me. The rest of you, continue your self-study." I wiped my face with a tissue, timidly tugged at my shirt, and then walked out through the back door, following Jinhua to the discipline director's office. The humanities class students looked at each other in confusion as Xia Yang turned around. Luan Bin, didn't you say just now that Xia, that hemorrhoid thing, is actually a bit embarrassing to mention in front of everyone? Luan Bin was also extremely flustered at this moment. Xiao Si really did say he was going to find the principal. My emergency escape was successful. It's truly a miracle. I obtained a hall pass from the director's office, stepped out, and went straight to the restroom. When you're acting, you have to go all the way, so as long as the process is complete, no one can catch me. It's just a shame that I missed a chance for a disguised PE class. I felt an endless wave of sadness in my heart, glumly washed my hands, and slowly headed back to class. Luan Bin looked at my expression and assumed I'd just been given a harsh scolding by Ms. Jin, so he hurried to comfort me. Xiaozi, don't be sad anymore. After school, I'll take you out for something delicious. There's a barbecue shop near school that's absolutely fantastic. My spirits immediately lifted, and I nodded vigorously. Sure. There's nothing a good meal can't fix. If there is, it's just because the food wasn't good enough. Luan Bin, seeing how easily I was cheered up, was almost moved to tears. He thought about how much I must have suffered since I was young, to be so easily bribed by food like this. He decided that when we left the school gates, he definitely had to buy me tons of delicious things. After tossing and turning with various thoughts, only 20 minutes remained of the self-study period. After class, I hurriedly picked up the test paper and started working. The bell for dismissal rang out, so I put my pen down, tidied up my desk a bit, stretched my arms wide, and stood up. Let's go, Luan Bin, let's go eat! Okay. Luan Bin also finished tidying his desk, then stuffed his phone into his pocket, and pulled me along by my arm as we headed out. The barbecue shop Luan Bin mentioned was the same one I'd visited before with Fu Shijin's group. Before we even reached the door, a crowded and noisy sea of people packed together caught my eye from a distance. Based on the style of the uniforms, most were students from Jingchuan, and there were so many of them. If we stay here waiting for BBQ, I'm afraid we won't make it in time for evening self-study. It's strange. There usually aren't this many people around this time. My sharp ears caught the sound of continuous shouting. It sounds mostly like male voices. Could the Jingchuan school beauty be here? A school beauty? Luan Bin's eyes darted around mischievously. Xiaoxi, why don't we go take a look? Let's not. I'm just guessing anyway. Looking at this, there's no way we're getting any food, so let's just go. Fu Shijin had mentioned before that the Jinchuan Beauties fan club is very intense, and I didn't want to get involved in unnecessary trouble. Luan Bin pulled on my arm and shook it persistently. Xiaoxi, let's just have one look. The curiosity of young people isn't something that can be easily dismissed. I couldn't stand Luan Bin's whining, so I took a mask out of my pocket and put it on. There's no other way even a small commotion would have him rushing over. The school forum just spread some baseless rumors about me and Shen Jiyi today, so it's better to be cautious. I should cover my face a bit more, to avoid being targeted for no reason later. Luan Bin and I continued walking forward. People near the front gate were blocking the entire path, making it impossible to move forward. The boys blocking the door saw the two of us approaching and looked us up and down before holding out their hands. This place is fully booked, so be smart and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for getting rough. The gatekeepers didn't look like people you'd want to mess with. So Luan Bin could only whisper resentfully, "Let's go back, Xiaoxi." The gatekeepers weren't particularly tall, so I could easily see inside the courtyard. In the courtyard, the school beauties were indeed there. Shen Qingshu, Shen Ziyi, Liu Ruyan, and Li Muhan, along with another beauty it'd never seen before. They were all sitting at one table having a meal. Next to them, boys were gathered in thick circles, both inner and outer. Students from both Jingdren and Jingchuan were present. Judging by their aura and style of dress, their families must be quite well off. I quickly scanned each person's face. My gaze paused when I saw Xie Fang being surrounded and fawned over. A moment later, I let out a slight smile. It seems Brother Fang Fang is doing quite well at Jingchuan. Let's go. I followed Luan Bin's lead and turned to leave. Once we left the small alleyway, Luan Bin finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. He asked worriedly, "Xiaoxi,
Those guys earlier looked really fierce. You weren't scared by them, were you? I wasn't scared at all." I gave him a gentle reminder as I spoke. But seriously, Luan Bin, it's best not to meddle in things you shouldn't. Otherwise, bad things can happen easily. After leaving the barbecue shop, Luan Bin and I had a simple dinner together at an eatery across from the school gate. When it came time to pay, Luan Bin fought to pay the bill just like he did at lunch. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop him. This friend of mine was really giving me a headache. "Luan Bin, I have money. I really do have money. You don't need to treat me. I know you have money, but keep it for buying more study materials." With such a heavy daily workload right now, we only get half a day off after 2 long weeks. You can't use that precious half day off to work part-time, just to earn living expenses. Luan Bin spoke as he reached for his phone to scan the payment code. I quickly caught his hand. "I don't need that. Lately, I've just been taking online photo editing jobs. Working for half an hour or an hour every night when I get home is enough to cover my living expenses for the whole day. I really do have money." Disbelief was written all over Luan Bin's face. His eyes were full of emotion. He thought, Xiaoxi is truly so resilient. With such high daily academic pressure, he still has to work part-time to survive after getting out of school so late. I was almost at a loss for words over my friend's misunderstanding. After thinking for a long time, I decided I had to provide the most concrete evidence, so I showed Luan Bin my bank balance notification. "Look, it's a 5-figure number. I really have money." Luan Bin stared wide-eyed at the message on the phone screen, freezing for 3 seconds before hurriedly rubbing his eyes. Then a look of total disbelief and a very complex expression came over him. "Xiaoxi, didn't you say before that for 1 semester, your family only provides 5,000 yuan in living expenses? Then why is your balance so incredibly high? Is delivering food really that lucrative these days?" "It's not entirely from deliveries. I also have my part-time job at the escape room. That's over 10,000 a month. Besides, aren't I an art student? Every time I perform, the fee is several 100,000 yuan or more." "What? Several 100,000 as a starting price?" My silence was deafening at that moment, as Luan Bin had absolutely no idea how he was supposed to react. But in the end, I couldn't be blamed for this. It always said I had money. It was just that he'd made assumptions and imagined that I was just trying to act strong. But as it turns out, it's quite something. I'm as honest as anyone can possibly be. Having money means actually having money. I didn't bother acting polite with him at all. But if you've already earned so much money yourself, does your family still send you monthly living expenses? Yes, my family is much wealthier than that. Sending money is because parents have the obligation to educate and the responsibility to raise their children. Fine. Feeling stung by the remark, Luan Bin reached out to jokingly strangle me, his attitude doing a total 180-degree flip as he gritted his teeth slightly. "You're treating me today." "Sure, my treat." I couldn't help but chuckle, and then I added, "But the fact that I earn a lot of money working must be kept an absolute secret. There's someone at school I care about a lot. I don't want them to feel inferior to me in every way and end up developing an inferiority complex." Luan Bin immediately swore not to breathe a word to anyone. "Fine." He asked curiously, "Who are you talking about?" "Haha, I'm not telling you." I let go of Luan Bin, and by then he'd stopped insisting on paying. I took out my phone to scan the code and pay the bill. The two of us stepped out of the little eatery together. By then, there were hardly any students left on the street. We both dashed back toward the school at full speed, just as the evening self-study bell rang, making it into the classroom just in time. Luan Bin and I, out of breath, looked at each other and burst into laughter. Luan Bin rested his chin on his desk, staring intently at me. "A face as handsome as jade, you really are good-looking."
Do you ever feel narcissistic when you look in the mirror every day? Xiao Si. I toss my head back proudly. Who wouldn't be narcissistic if they were this handsome?
There are some things only others should say. Saying them yourself just sounds cheesy and awkward.
Luan Bin immediately got goosebumps all over. He hurriedly rubbed his arms. Oh my god, so cheesy. It's killing me. It needs 3 tons of degreaser to wash off that cheesiness. I only gave a gentle smile in response, and quickly transitioned into a state of focused study. I opened the test paper that had just been handed out, picked up my pen, and began working diligently. Seeing this, Luan Bin felt a surge of motivation and quickly started studying to keep up with me. It took me exactly 2 class periods to finish all my homework. By the 3rd self-study period of the evening, I was engrossed in a history book, reading with great pleasure. History, you see,
feels no different from reading a novel when you get into it. With thousands of years of timeline overlapping and intertwining, it truly contains incredibly interesting things. If I read it very carefully and ponder over it deeply, I can learn a lot of beneficial lessons from it. When the evening self-study session finally came to an end, I had no more homework left to take home and work on, so I decided not to even bother carrying a backpack. I tidied up my desk neatly, slipped my phone into my pocket, and intended to leave immediately. While walking down the stairs, I happened to see Jie Hui. Jie Hui was hanging out with a group of his friends. The whole group was laughing and chatting as they went downstairs. I suddenly stopped in my tracks, and my lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile. But then I immediately pressed them together again. Luan Bin turned back and asked curiously, "Oh, why aren't you keep going?" I let out a gentle sigh, my voice sounding a bit distant. Luan Bin, tell me, what can make someone grow up in a short amount of time, but in a way that isn't too cruel? Do you want someone to grow up? Who it is doesn't matter. Just try giving me your opinion. Luan Bin began to seriously consider the question. A moment later, he shook his head slightly. There isn't a way. If you want to pull a seedling to make it grow faster, you have to break its roots. And besides, once it's pulled up, who knows if it will even survive? Whether a young tree will die prematurely is something no one can predict. It's better just to let nature take its course. Even if it doesn't grow as fast as a whirlwind, at least it's certain to bear fruit one day. Luan Bin and I burst into laughter a moment later. It's true that outsiders see things more clearly. You're right. And besides, I've never actually asked what he really wants. Maybe he just likes a simple life, or wandering all over the world. A person doesn't live more than 100 years. In the end, living happily is the most important thing. Luan Bin listened, but his head was still in the clouds. I didn't intend to say anything else, and pulled Luan Bin quickly down the stairs. The two of us trotted all the way to the school gate. I saw Luan Bin off to the private car his family had sent to pick him up. Yesterday, Luan Bin and I weren't very close yet, so I'd only watched as he got into the car. But this time, I personally saw him off. Thinking I should show a bit of politeness, I smiled and greeted Luan Fu, who was in the driver's seat, speaking up to say hello. Hello, sir. I'm a friend of Luan Bin. My name is Shi Si. Shi Si? The one who only got 300 points on the survey exam. The name Shi Si shocked the entire group of Jingren school parents. Luan Fu's previously smiling face stiffened in an instant. He spoke dryly. Kid, Shi Si, you better head home. After Luan Fu finished speaking, he rolled up the car window and quickly started the engine, driving straight away. I guess I spoke up a bit too soon. Domestic parents really do place a huge importance on grades. Not only do they care about their own children's results, but they also judge the grades of their children's friends. Looking at Luan Bin father's attitude just now, he is definitely the kind of parent who is completely obsessed with grades. My entrance exam score of 300 really makes people want to stay away the moment they hear it. Feeling troubled, I took out my phone and messaged Luan Bin. No matter what your parents say when you get home, just agree with them and let it go. Don't bother arguing back. After school tomorrow, I'll take you to eat something delicious to make it up to you. Inside the Luan family's car, Luan Bin was startled. He sat bolt upright and turned to look back. Dad, what are you doing? I didn't even get to say goodbye to Xiao Si yet. What you're doing is so rude. Luan Fu's face darkened as he scolded Luan Bin. I'm being rude? I think you're the one who's lost your mind. How could you befriend someone like that? Luan Bin also flared up in anger. What kind of person? Xiao Si is great, he's hardworking and ambitious, and he's handsome too. Hardworking? Ambitious? Ridiculous, what ambition? Getting a measly 300 on the entrance exam. Final year is so important. How can you be so foolish? Luan Bin, I'm warning you. You are not allowed to associate with that kind of person anymore. Otherwise, I'll contact your teacher immediately. You'll either change classes or I'll have him kicked out. With that pathetic score of 300, he doesn't even belong at this Jinyuan high school.
I just need to organize the Parents Association to sign a petition for his expulsion, and he'll definitely be out of Jinyuan. I mean what I say. Luan Bin's eyes grew red. Dad, you can't interfere with freedom to make friends like this. If I don't interfere, he'll drag you down and ruin you. There's no room for negotiation. The message I sent received no reply at all. Feeling upset, I put away my phone and slowly walked home. Back home, I turned on the AC and took a relaxing shower. I checked my phone for messages several times.
It's already late, yet Luan Bin still hasn't replied to me. It seems things aren't looking good. His parents wouldn't resort to domestic violence, would they? Parents who lose their cool when they're angry tend to get physical easily. I was a bit worried about Luan Bin's situation, so I sent another message. Luan Bin, are you okay? Reply when you see this, I'm really worried about you. Right after sending it, a red exclamation mark appeared right next to the message I just wrote. I stared at that exclamation mark and tossed my phone aside. I opened my computer to start handling some work from abroad. I've been busy all day, so I don't have time to dwell on these things. Whatever comes, I'll just deal with it. No need to let negative emotions get to me. I took a deep breath and focused intensely on my work. After finishing the overseas work, I edited some photos for a while. Fu Shijin and his group must have promoted me at school. Lately, quite a few people have been adding me on WeChat to ask for photo editing. The boys from Jingchuan kept sending candid photos of Shen Qingshu, Liu Ruyan, Young Weiwei, and some girl I didn't recognize. And the boys from Jingyuan were taking photos of Shen Jiyi and Li Mohan. Angles these creepers used were truly bizarre. They might as well have sent photos of them in the bathroom. I saved the photo I just finished and moved to the next one. Are they crazy? Someone actually stalked the bathroom for a candid shot. I zoomed out of the photo, checked where the photo came from, then immediately contacted them to cancel the order. Sometimes I take a deposit, sometimes I don't. This one happened to have no deposit, which saved me some trouble. As soon as I sent the message, the person who was still awake replied, asking why I was canceling. I clicked on my saved message templates and set my code of conduct. First, no private photos. Second, no lewd photos. Third, no editing with malicious intent. Fourth, commercial photos have different rates. Fifth, I reserve the right to refuse. I take what I like and cancel what I want. The rules were clearly stated beforehand. You're still asking me why. Do you really want to go to prison? As soon as I sent go to prison, the typing status from the other side vanished. Right after that, he blacklisted me. I didn't want to deal with that scumbag anyway, so I just deleted him to be done with it. After deleting, I opened my chat with Shen Qingshu. Girls should know how to protect themselves when they are out. That candid photo wasn't of Shen Qingshu, but it was definitely a girl from Jingchuan. If you manage to sneak one photo, there's no guarantee there aren't dozens more. I left the chat and saw it was already 3 a.m. I sent the edited photos to the respective clients, then turned off the computer and crawled into bed, yawning. As expected, I woke up late the next morning. I didn't rush into class until after 7:40. My face was haggard with dark circles under my eyes, looking absolutely exhausted. The morning study session teacher glanced at me, following back the scolding he intended. "Shisi, go to your seat. And don't be late again." "Yes, sir," I replied, then shuffled toward my seat. When I saw the person sitting next to me, my steps faltered for a moment. Then I regained my composure, walked to my spot, and sat down. Luan Bin had moved seats. I scanned the room and happened to see Luan Bin looking at me too. Luan Bin was now in the first row of Group 8, directly diagonal from my seat. Luan Bin's eyes were puffy and swollen, with visible dark circles underneath. The moment our eyes met, he quickly looked away. Under pressure from his parents, he had compromised. Even though I said I got in through art talent, he didn't know if that would be enough to keep me here after scoring only 300, or if it could stop the complaints from the Parents Association. I sighed softly at the situation. Having such controlling parents, Luan Bin must be suffering. Feng Zhao peeked around and whispered, "Xiao Si, what's up with you and Luan Bin? Did you guys have a fight?" This morning he insisted on asking the teacher to change seats, and his dad even came in person to find teacher Feng. I guess Luan Bin family wouldn't let him hang out with me anymore, but since I didn't know the full story, I didn't want to comment further. "It's nothing. Our friendship is just hitting a small wave. Everything will be fine, right?" Seeing he couldn't dig up anything useful, Feng Zhao went back to his morning reading. Though he wasn't really focusing, his mouth kept rambling on, muttering his own translations while memorizing. Reaching the peak. "Oh my god, it's so towering and tall. It's crazy high. The road to Shu is so hard to travel. The way into Shu is so difficult. Harder than climbing to the blue sky. It's even harder than plucking stars from the sky." I rummaged through my bag for a bit, pulled out an earplug and stuffed it into my left ear. I was afraid Feng Zhao's rambling would drive me insane. After morning classes, while eating lunch, I took out the phone I'd ignored all morning to check my messages. Shen Qingshu had replied to my message with 2 question marks. I shoveled food while typing with my left hand. There's a creeper in your school stalking bathrooms for photos. Shen Qingshu, who was also eating, lost her cool when she saw the message. What the hell? How do you know? I've been making money editing photos lately, so when I take an order and the client sends the photos, I see them. My eyes almost exploded from that stuff. Shen Qingshu gripped her phone, her face darkening. A candid of me? What kind of perverted hobby is that? Stalking the girl's bathroom? It wasn't you, it looked like your friend. But who knows if you're next. Shen Qingshu.
I got it. But as a rich young master like yourself, why are you even taking orders for these kinds of photos? Who said I accepted the order? I almost called the cops, you know. I just didn't want to ruin my reputation, so I'm warning you to keep an eye out and investigate. Shen Qingshu. So what's the guy's account name? No comment. I have to protect client confidentiality. Otherwise, no one will come to me for edits anymore. Shen Qingshu thought for a moment and stopped asking, turning to tease him instead. Have you gotten over the shock of that 300 score? Please, I've survived much worse storms than that. Shen Qingshu felt a lump in her throat seeing him call himself Oppa. The 3 young masters of the Xie family are all 17 this year, and if they meet at official events later, she really would have to call me Oppa. By the way, when did you change your name? Weren't you called Xie Xiaoyu before? Why did it suddenly become Xie Si? My legal name has always been Xie Si. Go ask any of our elementary school friends. Nobody even knew your name was Xie Si. Not just elementary friends, even her. Older sister is still convinced I'm Xie Xiaoyu. It's obvious that no one in the outside world knows my real name as the eldest young master. This made her feel a bit expectant, wondering how shocked her sister will be. She realizes I am actually Xie Xiaoyu. Just imagining it made Shen Qingshu feel quite delighted. I recalled Shen Ji's distant demeanor. My eyes flickered. It's better they don't know, so I can just go to school in peace without them coming for revenge. I used to be very well behaved at home, but at school the only word to describe me was chaotic. I really don't want to bring up the past, so let's just let it lie. After eating, there was still some time before the nap, so I went with Feng Zhao to buy milk. While buying, I picked up a carton for Luan Bin as well. Thinking for a moment, I quickly paid for Feng Zhao's portion too. We're all friends. If I'm giving to Luan Bin, I'll give to you. A carton too, so don't refuse. Feng Zhao chuckled. You're quite kind, aren't you? I raised an eyebrow teasingly. Nah, don't give me that fake praise. KTVU? Your internet speed isn't fast enough for that yet. I quietly looked up what KTVU actually meant. After searching, I tickled Feng Zhao while his arm was around my shoulder. Laughing and playing, we left the shop and headed back to class. I placed the milk on Luan Bin's desk without a word, then went back to my seat and dove into solving problems. Luan Bin looked at the milk and immediately opened one to drink. This is really good. Xiao Sis still cares about me after all, eating with someone else but still bringing me milk. It's enough to make me cry. After a few sips of milk, Luan Bin pulled all the snacks out of his desk, rushed to my side like lightning, shoved them into my arms, then hurried back to his seat. We're clearly in the same class, yet he acts like a thief, being so secretive. I smiled slightly, stuffed the snack into my desk, and went back to focusing on my work. After solving problems for 20 minutes during the break, I still yearned for the free air outside, so I put on my eye mask and dozed off a bit. They say anything can happen in your dreams. I stayed up late last night, so I fell into a deep sleep immediately. Not until the bell for the end of the break rang did I take off my mask. With hazy eyes, I stepped out of the classroom. Feng Zhao hurriedly chased after me. Going to the bathroom? Let's go there. I clenched my fist with a look of determination. I have to go to PE class. There's a PE class every day on the grade 12 schedule, yet I haven't attended a single one since I started. How pathetic. And definitely getting this afternoon's PE class back. What? Feng Zhao asked in confusion, remembering how I clamored for PE yesterday too, only to end up suffering from hemorrhoids. He said blankly, Isn't that just going to the bathroom again? No, I have to go to the principal's office. Buddy, wish me luck. The moment I finished, I sprinted downstairs, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Feng Zhao exclaimed in wide-eyed shock. Outsy looks so slim and frail. How can he run like the wind? With the speed of a 50-meter sprinter, I rushed to the principal's door, peeking around, finding the hallway deserted. I pushed the door and slipped inside. Uncle Song! I was just about to shout when I saw Vice Principal Lu Pingwen sitting there, along with Grade 12 Director Lu Baiyang. My voice suddenly caught in my throat. My toes curled in my shoes from embarrassment, wishing I could just dig a hole and hide. 3 pairs of eyes fixed on me at once. I forced a smile and greeted them.
Hi, good afternoon, Vice Principal Liu, Director Liu. Song Qian looked at me mockingly. Xiaozi, why'd you stop shouting? Is your throat sore, or are you finally embarrassed? Song Qian was my elementary principal, and also my distant uncle, so he knew my personality like the back of his hand. The relationship was just like family. I clicked my tongue softly. Principal, we should show each other some respect, so we can still look each other in the eye later. Song Qian's lips curled slightly. Come here, what's the matter? I rubbed my hands together and approached. Principal, it's like this. I've been at Jingyuan for 5 days now, and lately I've noticed that the other students are physically frail. They're constantly getting sick, sneezing and coughing, even just sitting in class. With a bit of sun makes them faint from heat stroke. If that happens during the college entrance exam, wouldn't their mental state collapse immediately? If they aren't mentally strong, they can't perform well. So I think. The moment I spoke, Song Qian guessed my intent. He interrupted.
So you think the school should hire more counselors? No, that's not what I meant. I corrected him quickly. We'll have a counselor by this afternoon. Anything else? He didn't even wait for me to finish before brushing me off. What I was going to say was, persisted. If there's nothing else, please leave. Song Qian waved his hand. Lu Pingwen turned away, his back to me as he let out a laugh. Turns out the principal has his childish moments too. I pouted in frustration. All right, just say what's on your mind. Beating around the bush doesn't suit your character at all. Lu Pingwen reminded me with a smile. I bit my lip and gritted my teeth. Fine. When you go home alone tonight, you better be careful. I quickly covered my mouth. Oops, my mouth moved faster than my brain. Cough.
Now that's the nephew I know. I thought you were possessed earlier. Song Qian laughed brightly. No more teasing. Are 5 PE? Classes a week not enough for you? But the PE teacher, Lu Ba, is always sick. The day before it was a cold, yesterday was a stomachache, and today he claims to be half paralyzed. It seems like he's caught every possible disease in the world. Having someone so sickly as a PE teacher is really making things hard for him. How about this? Swap him for a PE teacher. That would be great. I explained helplessly. I wouldn't even dream of getting all 5 classes a week. But at least let us have 4. Song Qian frowned at LV Baiyang.
Locking students up like this all day, are you trying to send them to prison? No wonder people online say students today are so fragile. They don't exercise at all in high school, so of course they're weak in college.
LV Baiyang chuckled. Principal, most grade 12 classes still attend PE regularly. Perhaps the teacher of class 4 wants students to make up for lack of talent with hard work. I'll remind the teachers to pay attention to this. Seniors shouldn't be cooped up in class all day. They need some physical activity too. Song Qian nodded, not wanting to embarrass LV Baiyang, but turned to me with a serious expression. Director LV is right. With your current academic performance, you should be studying.
Yet you're only worried about PE? Do you want everyone to laugh at you again? Those scores were mine, so I didn't bother defending myself. I just bowed my head sadly. I promised to try for a higher score on next month's exam. I looked up at Song Qian and asked tentatively, how about breaking into the top 1,000 of the grade? Jingyuan has over 1,500 students in grade 12, and most of them are elite nerds. Climbing from the bottom to the top 1,000 for someone with a shaky academic foundation like me is no small challenge. Song Qian shook his head, speaking in a tone that allowed no negotiation. It must be the top 500. Many parents have been questioning why I admitted you to this school. You need to have some self-respect.
Next month, I want all that gossip to completely disappear. Song Qian emphasized the last words with heavy authority. I found this request completely baffling. Principal, I entered based on my outstanding art talent results. My specialized scores are more than enough for admission. Academic scores are just for show anyway. Why would anyone have questions? The problem is no one knows your true strength. Or do you plan to hold a concert to prove your talent to the whole school? I wouldn't object to that. No thanks, forget that. Top 500 it is. You'll do it, all right? I shook my head, weary, recalling the time. I ran into a total lunatic, which is why I decided to return home.
Part of it was to avoid that nut job, and it's been hard to find a few days of peace.
I don't want to show off with a concert. If that freak tracks me down here, then my life is as good as over. After reaching an agreement with Song Qian, I quickly left the principal's office. The office area around here is usually very quiet, so I moved along without any trouble. I went downstairs from the office area into the school shop to buy an ice-cold peach black tea to cool down. I took several sips of the chilled tea. Right as the bell for class rang, I stepped into the classroom. Feng Zhao glanced left and right, then lowered his voice. Xiaozi, did you really go to the principal's office?
You don't really think you'll make the top 500 next time? I collapsed onto my desk and groaned. Don't even mention it. I've spent years running wild across the world, respected by both the underworld and high society, undefeated under the heavens. Here I am, intimidated by a refined, middle-aged man. Power truly is a terrifying thing. Maybe I should just go stage a coup. No one would dare talk that big, without a liter of liquor in them. Feng Zhao suppressed a laugh and waved in front of me. Xiao Si, wake up, class is starting. Stop daydreaming over there. I glanced at Feng Zhao. With a cluttered mind, I sat up straight and rubbed my face. Do I really look that untrustworthy? Why does everyone think I'm joking when I'm being serious? I suspect that even if I said I'm avian later, it'd have to show all kinds of ID for anyone to believe me. Still, that scene sounds pretty entertaining. I went back to studying. LV Bayang immediately sent a notice to the faculty group. Grade 12, LV Bayang. At everyone. Notice. From now on, all teachers please note, do not take over other subjects' time periods. If you want to hold extra classes, you must submit a request to me. Please acknowledge upon receipt. Foreign language, Lu Chunxiang, acknowledged. Literature, Lu Bang, acknowledged. Foreign language, Yang Yun. Why is that? We just want to teach the students more. It's all for their own good. For example, in the class 4 I am teaching, their grades are already behind other classes. If they don't try harder, won't they just fall further behind? Geography teacher, Loing An. Exactly. Director Liv did a student complain to trigger this request. Chemistry teacher, Li Yan Hong. With poor grades, instead of catching up, they dare to complain to the director? That's outrageous. Tell me which student in our class it was. I won't even bother with them during my class anymore. If they want PE so bad, they can study it themselves. This is absolutely infuriating. What on earth is Lu Bayang from the 12th grade saying? He's even resorting to threats. Isn't Li Yanhang from chemistry feeling resentful? Standing there for the entire 45-minute lesson, are we so worthless that we'd actually enjoy just standing around like that? Anyone can see at a glance that the relationship between the principal and me is far from ordinary, so Lu Bayang naturally couldn't expose me. There's no clear right or wrong in this situation. Students have their own thoughts, and teachers have their own justifications. From a health perspective, skipping physical education is truly not an option. Lu Bayang thought for a moment and typed a reply. No one filed a complaint. The principal discovered it during his rounds. So many 12th grade classes don't step foot outside all day, leaving their physical health so poor that they catch fevers, colds, and headaches at the drop of a hat. Even getting heat stroke just from sitting in the sun in the classroom. If this happens right in the middle of the entrance exam, won't their mental state collapse instantly? Without a strong mindset, how can they achieve high scores? That's why the principal is mandating PE classes and has decided to hire an additional psychological counselor. Students have negative emotions. They must be allowed to release them in time. Otherwise, suppressed feelings could lead to depression. The 12th grade teachers group fell silent for a full minute. Everyone began to compromise. In the third period of the afternoon, Humanities Class 4 had PE. Less than greater than. Everyone remained in their seats out of habit. Less than greater than. Without the slightest intention of moving. Less than greater than. Craning their necks to look outside. Less than trying to see which teacher would come to substitute, so they could pull out the right textbook in time. When they saw Teacher Liu walking over with a beaming face, quite a few students had to rub their eyes and look again, their expressions full of disbelief. Why is Teacher Liu coming here? Did the foreign language, politics, history, and geography teachers finally take pity on them and decide to give them a break? You have to realize they aren't like me, who transferred in later. They've been studying nonstop for 12 days now, and every day except for bathroom breaks and meals, they hardly ever step foot outside the classroom. Even the 11th grade schedule wasn't this perverse. To be honest, if things continued like this, I really couldn't be sure if I'd lose my mind. Cooped up in class all day long, so many. Negative emotions have absolutely no outlet. With Teacher Liu not yet in the room, everyone's hearts were still in their throats. Waiting until Teacher Liu's footsteps finally entered. Humanities Class 4, the whole class woke up as if from a dream, erupting in enthusiastic cheers. Resting my chin on my hand, I narrowed my eyes and teased, "What wind blew our dear Teacher Liu over here? Are you feeling healthy today, sir?" Teacher Liu scanned the room, then turned his gaze toward me. The moment he saw me, the smile on his face brightened considerably. Of course, never better. Now class, stand up. We're heading to the stadium to assemble. A bad premonition suddenly flickered in my heart. The others were beyond thrilled, jumping up and shouting, "This is amazing, let's go, let's go! If we get to the stadium a bit early, we'll get an extra minute of PE. Teacher Liu, can we bring our books?"
A small group of students who weren't particularly fond of physical exercise raised their hands to ask. Teacher Liu told them they could bring whatever they wanted. And so everyone was happy, cheerfully leaving the classroom and heading downstairs. Feng Jiao threw his arm around my shoulder, leaning on me as if we were sworn brothers. He whispered a question. Hey, Xiaozi, did you really go see the principal? Didn't I tell you already? I even got threatened because of this.
I have to break into the top 500 in the whole grade next month. You have no idea how pathetic I looked then. All weak and helpless. Boo-hoo-hoo. Feng Zhao gave a secret thumbs up. That's legendary. No one else would dare. But you just rushed in there regardless of everything. I lifted my head high with pride. You bet. But that look of admiration in your eyes is way too obvious, my little brother. Feng Zhao reached out and tickled this sensitive spot on my waist. I think you're going crazy from joy. I've always been ticklish, so my ABS tightened instantly. Feng Zhao wouldn't have known if he hadn't touched me. But as soon as he did, he jumped. Whoa, you actually have ABS. What kind of divine specimen are you?
Handsome, perfect build, and even a six-pack.
Quick, let me have a look. Feng Zhao, there are so many people out here. I said, hastily clutching my shirt and explaining, it's just a bit of training. They're not that visible unless you touch them. At our age, when all we do is grind away at our books, hardly anyone actually has abs. This makes you look so cool, Xiaozi. I really admire you more and more every day. If only you were a girl, I would definitely chase after you. Plenty of my friends abroad have muscles too, and they all look so rugged, like real muscle dolls. Xiaozi, do you even have foreign friends? Of course I do, I replied, but few of them are still in school.
Most of them have already started their careers. I suddenly remembered something. Turned my head to look at Feng Zhao and spoke meaningfully. Hey Feng Zhao, listen. Those ladies I know are all incredibly outstanding social elites. Want to see if any of them catch your eye? I'll give you their email addresses so you can reach out. Feng Zhao's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. That sounds great. Jiang Shuang interrupted from behind. Hey, the others are already way ahead. Feng Zhao, Shixi, stop gossiping and hurry up. Feng Zhao sped up, urging, Xiaozi, show me the photos after school, okay? I want to interact with some international friends too. I looked back and flashed a bright, carefree smile. Ah, the budding emotions of youth. How truly wonderful. Haha, Wen Wan was dragging Shen Ziyi down the stairs, and they both suddenly caught sight of that radiant smile. Wen Wan couldn't help but pause, stopping for a moment before waving. Xiaozi, what a coincidence. Class has started and you're still out here for PE. I looked up toward the stairs and replied, yeah, does your class have PE too? That's right, they're calling for assembly. In our class group, well, head off first. As Wen Wan spoke, she pulled Shen Ziyi and hurried down, the two of them brushing past us. Wen Wan and her three friends quickly disappearing from sight. Feng Zhao was about to ask something else, but realizing it might be my private business, he decided not to pry. Xiaozi, we should hurry up too. The rest of the class has already vanished. The humanities class, 4 students lined up in 4 rows by height, 2 for the boys and 2 for the girls. Being one of the taller boys in the class, I instinctively separated from Feng Zhao and walked to the back of the boys' line. Once the formation was settled, Teacher Liu told everyone to run 2 laps first. Since many were physically inactive, they were already out of breath after just 2 laps. Reaching the finish line, some sat while others stood, looking completely exhausted. In contrast, my expression remained as calm as ever, standing perfectly straight as if I hadn't run a single step. Tilted my head up slightly. I could see a line of teachers standing along the tree-lined path, a fairly large group. Nearly all the teachers without classes were there. Som Chin, seeing the students' running condition, hardened his expression and said they must utilize the mid-session breaks from now on. They've only run 600 meters and they've all collapsed. If I didn't know better, I think these students had just walked out of a nursing home. Those with the potential to enter top universities won't suffer just from doing a few less practice problems. Liu Beiyang knew Song Chin would be inspecting PE this afternoon and had already anticipated being scolded, so he offered a conciliatory smile and said, yes, principal. I will definitely arrange the mid-session exercises properly, implementing it starting next Monday. Song Qian thought for a moment, then added with a hum, from now on, don't schedule the 12th grade classes too densely either, to say nothing of having the whole weekend off, but they should have at least 1 day off a week. We're currently in the final review stage, so there isn't much new knowledge left to teach. We must trust that our students are outstanding enough, and not think that cramming in an extra pile of classes is going to change anything. Having finished his instructions, Song Qian didn't care to stand in the sun any longer, so he turned and left. Liu Beiyang had a headache over this sudden change. The students would surely love it, but he wasn't sure if the parents would agree. Because sometimes it's not the students who want to compete,
It's the parents who only feel at ease when every hour of the schedule is packed. After the run, Teacher Lu, receiving a new task, told everyone to line up and led them to a shaded area to do exercises. They had learned this mid-session exercise in 10th grade and only practiced it occasionally in 11th. Except for me, who didn't know the moves. Everyone else knew it by heart. So Teacher Lu beamed and called me out of the line to teach me personally. Come up here since you haven't learned it yet. Stand at the front to observe and learn. Once you've mastered it, only then will the whole class be allowed free time. Teacher Lu immediately shifted all the pressure onto me, so I replied,
Yes, Teacher Lu. I stepped out of the formation and went to the front. I could easily see Teacher Lu's less than kind intentions, but I wasn't worried in the slightest. After all, I'm well versed in dancing. These simple exercise movements, I could memorize them after just one glance. And that's exactly what happened. After Teacher Lu led the class through one round, I performed all the movements again on my own, without making a single mistake. Furthermore, my movements were so precise and graceful that it was as if the instructional fitness video itself had been filmed by me. Teacher Lu was a bit stunned and asked, Student Shisi, have you learned this exercise somewhere before? I chuckled and pointed at myself.
Teacher Lu, I'm a humanities class 4 student. Given my artistic background, these moves aren't difficult at all, because I learned so quickly. Teacher Lu had no excuse to make things difficult for me anymore, so he waved his hand and said, All right then, you all can have free time now. Anyone who wants to play ball, go register with the sports rep, Li Wenhao. Li Wenhao would then go get the equipment. Being free so early, everyone was extremely excited. Boys of Humanities Class 4 looked towards Science Class 1 and hurried over there. Those figures dashing along looked much more energetic than during the run earlier. Many boys wanted to play ball, so they crowded around Li Wenhao to register. I wasn't very interested in playing ball, so I just stood there, watching the direction the other boys in class were heading. In my line of sight, the students of Science Class 1 were doing exercises. After the Humanities Class 4 boys got there, they sat down on the edge of the plastic track to watch the Science Class 1 students practice. I thought to myself, if it were just a group of ordinary students exercising, it naturally wouldn't be worth watching. But Science Class 1 had both the school belle and a genius practicing there, so it was truly a sight to behold. Xiaoxi, let's go over there and take a look too. Feng Zhao ran up to my side, pulling me toward the Science Class 1 assembly point, where we joined the other boys from our class. Feng Zhao and I sat down together. I saw Feng Zhao immediately pull out his phone and start filming quite openly. I peered over and saw that Feng Zhao was pointing the camera at Shen Ziyi and Li Muhan to record them. I was a bit puzzled and asked, Hey Feng Zhao, you've been in the same school for so long. Why do you need to record this? This is the school belle doing PE. A rare opportunity like this must be recorded for posterity. Haha, all right then. I thought to myself. Although I didn't understand this hobby, I still respected his choice. After watching for a bit, I said, Feng Zhao, your phone's camera is really subpar. It's so blurry under the sunlight. Feng Zhao sighed and said, During high school, my parents are so afraid I'll play too much and lose focus. So they refused to buy me a phone. I had to beg for ages before they finally got me this one, just for calls and photos. With such a budget phone, the image quality naturally can't be sharp. So I said, My phone takes decent photos. Why don't you use mine to film, and I'll send it to you via WeChat later. I pulled my phone out of my pocket, unlocked it, opened the camera, and handed it to Feng Zhao. Lu and Bin watched from a distance, and seeing Feng Zhao and me interacting so closely made him feel a bit uneasy. Even though Xiaoxi said he wanted to use next month's exam to prove his academic strength, there's still nearly a month until then. Could it be that by then, Xiaoxi won't be close with me anymore? Luan Bin was instantly flooded with a sense of insecurity. He glanced around and saw no surveillance cameras in the stadium, and the teachers present were only PE teachers. Surely no one would go snitching, right? At this thought, Luan Bin's courage surged significantly. He jogged over and plopped down to my left. With another person suddenly appearing beside me, I turned my head to look and smiled, asking Luan Bin quite naturally, Are we still going to buy books together after school? Luan Bin had cried for half the night, so he had almost completely forgotten the book-buying appointment. He thought for a bit and then spoke hesitantly. My dad will probably come to pick me up. If he sees me with you, I'm afraid he'll fly into a rage again. Luan Bin, and how about you just come with me? Feng Zhao poked his head out from beside me, even though the person in question hadn't said a word, to explain anything to the public. All the classmates understood clearly that it wasn't because of any conflict between Luan Bin and me, but because Luan Bin's family had forbidden him from associating with me. As for the reason, it was obviously because of that disastrous 300-point diagnostic test score.
Even though I had said myself that I got into a school based on my artistic talent, no one has yet missed any artistic talent from me. So Luan Bin's parents forbidding him from playing with me was something most people could understand.
Luan Bin's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. That's right. You have a high rank in class. I'll just follow you then, and we'll coordinate to convince my dad to head back. Feng Zhao nodded his head, thought for a moment, and then said, Actually, Luan Bin, at school, you really don't need to be afraid that hanging out with Xie Si will cause any trouble. None of our classmates are going to snitch, and the teachers aren't that bored either. You just need to be a bit careful when going home after school. Luan Bin, but my dad has already spoken to Teacher Feng. Feng Zhao, oh, Teacher Feng is as gentle as water. He would never speak ill of anyone behind their back. Teacher Feng really is an extremely mild-mannered person. A flame of hope was rekindled in Luan Bin's heart. He turned and hugged me tight, prompting me to tell him, Rest assured, but I didn't tell you to be quite this free and easy in broad daylight like this. Feng Zhao poked Luan Bin. We're in front of another class, remember? Keep up your image a bit. Luan Bin lifted his head and scanned the surroundings, seeing that everyone around was staring at him, or more accurately, gazing at the figures of him and me. Among them, the looks directed toward me were incredibly intense yet mingled with a bit of bashfulness. Bashful yet seemingly wanting to approach and get acquainted. I've only been at the school for a few days, but I've already been voted to the top of Jinyuan High School's male god rankings. Beauty always commands admiration, but since the school forbids early romance, everyone strictly follows the rules, only daring to admire from afar, without any love letters or nonsense like that. Luan Bin just kept sidling up next to me. He tugged at my arm. Xiaoxi, let's stop watching others. Let's go play badminton. Feng Zhao saw that science class first was almost done, so he handed the phone back to me. Xiaoxi, let's head off together. The three of us walked side by side to the sports rep, Li Wenhao, to borrow badminton rackets. I really couldn't have guessed it, even though Xiaoxi looks like a frail scholar, who knew he'd be so good at badminton. Feng Zhao chuckled, looked mysterious, and whispered, Let me tell you something. Xiaoxi actually has abs, and they feel amazing. Luan Bin's eyes immediately shone like stars. Are you serious? I definitely have to feel them after school. Just thinking about it makes me want to cry. He used to have those things called abs too, but since starting high school, they've all united into a single mass. Feng Zhao, of course it's true. I felt them with my own hands. Luan Bin and I played badminton together, and at first hardly anyone noticed. But after we had rallied back and forth over 20 times, without the birdie ever hitting the ground, we gradually drew the attention of several students. Some began to move closer to us, and sat on the edge of the plastic track to watch. Wen, clutching a volleyball, looked up at the gathering crowd. Ji Xiesi looks pretty cool playing badminton. Shen Ji heard this but remained completely unmoved, reaching out to snatch the ball from Wen's hands. At that moment, Li Muan also glanced over for a bit and offered an honest assessment. From the looks of it, Xiesi is actually playing quite well. A boy who can jump over a meter high to smash a birdie is a rare sight anywhere. And he doesn't just do it. He looks completely relaxed while doing so. Even Li Muan had spoken up, so Shen Ji cast a subtle glance toward me in the distance. Under the shade, my face was lit by a radiant, self-assured smile. As my steady gaze directed toward the air, it seemed that what I was staring at wasn't just a birdie, but a prey that had fallen into my sights. Suddenly, I made my move. My tall frame was incredibly agile and flexible. With a light spring of my toes, I leaped high into the air. The swim of the racket sent the birdie with a powerful rush of wind straight toward the other side, a lethal close-range smash. The girl I was playing against rushed forward. Because her footing was unsteady, she collapsed onto the ground. Falling on the plastic track probably wouldn't break any bones, but with a fall that hard, it was definitely impossible to avoid some serious scrapes and bruises. Seeing this happen, I quickly tossed the racket aside and said, Look, even though I'm playing seriously, I didn't say you had to risk your life like this. I thought to myself, if she fell face first and broke some teeth, it would be a huge sin on my part. As I spoke, I quickly rushed over and firmly grabbed the girl's arm. Everything happened in a flash. No one could see how I applied the force, but the girl's body spun through the air once, and then she landed steadily on her feet. She didn't feel any pain, but her head was still a bit dazed. She just stood there stunned while I let go, as if nothing had happened, and turned around to pick up my racket. The boys and girls watching were all gaping in awe. What just happened? They had been staring at it the whole time, yet they still couldn't clearly see those movements. They only saw me glide over in an instant, getting close to the girl and catching her. Luan Bin's eyes blazed with admiration. He immediately jumped up from the ground, cupped his hands over his mouth to act as a megaphone, and yelled, "Shoutzy, you're so cool." That shout stirred up that corner of the field. The young boys and girls were all incredibly excited and stood up at once. I gave my hair a light toss, signaled for everyone to keep quiet, and tilted my chin up to say, "Don't fall too hard for me. I'm just a legend." Everyone laughed and said, "Do you always have to be so dramatic when you're looking cool?" The group of students watching didn't know whether to laugh or cry as they sat back down. A girl from Science Class 4 asked curiously, "Hey Shishi, I heard you were an art student. How are you so good at badminton too?" "I'm not just good at badminton. I'm also great at hitting people. Care to experience it for yourself?" The girl thought of my swift movements from earlier, shrank back her neck and said, "Well, I suppose that won't be necessary." Over on the volleyball court, Wen Wan saw Shen Ji staring in my direction. She was spaced out, not moving at all. Wen Wang put down the volleyball, tapped Shen Ji's shoulder and teased, "Sister Ji, if you keep staring over there like that, the guys watching you play ball will probably think you've fallen for Xie Si." Shen Ji seemed startled by something, immediately withdrawing her gaze. She scanned the surroundings. Those guys over by the volleyball court are watching me play too. One of them even stood up and is coming toward me. Wen Wan had just finished speaking when she noticed the situation and exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god, it turns out some people's charm can really captivate both men and women alike. School is almost over, let's go." Shen Ji's heart was fluttering a little at this moment. She had just been lost in thought because of that boy glowing with life under the sun, the boy who embodied the very essence of youth. This wasn't the first time. The last time was in the escape room. She had clearly seen the face of a boy, someone she didn't even know. Getting distracted by the same person so often was definitely not a good sign. Shen Ji clenched her fists and took a deep breath, and without waiting for Wen Wan's reaction, she immediately headed straight for the academic building. "Wait, Sister Ji, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me." Wen Wan quickly tossed the volleyball to a classmate and chased after Shen Ji. Li Muhan's eyes scanned the area, then she glanced at her friend and followed at a leisurely pace. Now that Li Muhan and Shen Ji were gone, the students gathered around the volleyball court. All rushed toward me at once. Lately, they had been seeing news on the school forum constantly, so to say they weren't curious about the new transfer student would be impossible. They sat down on the other side of the track, resting their chins in their hands as they watched, then asked, "Hey Shusi, I heard you got into this school. As an arts student, which instrument are you best at?" I kept my eyes on the shuttlecock, responding as I played. "Why doesn't anyone think I might be a painter?" "Then what kind of painting do you do? Ink wash? Sketching? Oil painting? What style?" I let out a hearty laugh. "I know how to play the piano. You're asking for a beating, you know that?" I continued playing while smiling and answering their questions. After a while, everyone was shocked to find that this unrealistically handsome boy was actually very approachable. I wasn't arrogant about my looks, nor did I have the pretentious ego common among some art students. Everything I did radiated friendliness, and my words were often so humorous that they left everyone doubling over in laughter. Everyone joked and teased. "Shitsi, aren't you afraid of getting hit for talking like that?" "Hitting me? That would be like punching a marshmallow. You're quite quick with the comebacks." Of course, my home internet is faster than a snail's pace, so I'm used to that high-speed sensation. Fun PE classes always pass by in a flash. School ended and the crowd quickly dispersed. I went to return the badminton racket, then headed back to class with Luan Bin and Feng Zhao. Before we even made it into the classroom, the grade 12 building erupted in a deafening roar of cheers. The students near the stairs looked at each other in confusion. What's going on? Laughing that loud. Have they all gone crazy? It sounds like someone mentioned a holiday. What kind of break could make them this happy? Could it be we're getting the whole weekend off? There's no way we're getting 2 days off. We're in grade 12. That's something you can only see in dreams. If we get even half a day off each week, I'd be thanking the heavens. Everyone hurried upstairs, planning to ask students from other classes. But then we saw our homeroom teacher already in the room, so the whole group scurried back to their seats. What a coincidence! Our homeroom teacher was already there, in the arts class. The students who entered laughing suddenly froze when they saw Teacher Feng Yu Shan already standing at the podium. Everyone hurriedly tiptoed to their seats and greeted. "Hello, Teacher Feng." Teacher Feng Yu Shan pursed his lips, his face full of worry, and his voice was much lower than usual. "Everyone take your seats. I have an important announcement." Seeing the expression on Teacher Feng's face, everyone's hearts began to race. Could it be bad news? Was that cheering earlier because tomorrow's half-day off was canceled? Please no, we've been studying for 2 weeks straight. I'll die if we don't get a break. Teacher Feng Yushan waited for everyone to settle down, but he didn't speak immediately. He just kept sighing, making everyone even more anxious. I sat behind a tall stack of books, fiddling with my phone. I already knew what Teacher Feng was going to say, so I was struggling to hold back my laughter. The news at Jinyuan is really fast. Uncle Song just finished the faculty meeting, announcing that grade 12 won't have Saturday makeup classes anymore. The gossip group was already buzzing, asking if I wanted to hang out tomorrow. Did you guys plan a spy in my school? Our teacher hasn't said a word yet.
But you guys know everything. Fu Shijin?
Haha, of course not. It's just that in some families, one kid goes to Jinyuan High, and the other goes to Jingren High. The news that Jingren was giving Saturdays off had spread everywhere, and many parent groups were in total shock. They were debating heatedly whether the Jingren teachers had gone crazy, why they would suddenly give students Saturdays off. After all, Jingren had been famous for its competitive performance for over 20 years, and its status was far from ordinary. I even heard that not a few parents opposed this Saturday break. They were even planning to form a committee to confront the teachers. Mubi said, "I see it, these parents aren't the ones in school,
So they don't understand the agony of studying. From dawn till dusk, sleeping only 5 or 6 hours a day, and that goes on for a year or two. Even when they're in the hospital on an IV, they're still clutching books and doing homework. Just that sleep deprivation alone, who knows how long it'll take to recover after high school graduation. Plus, with such intense study, if the college entrance exam doesn't go well, then that person's entire life feels ruined." Fu Shijin said, "That's so true. I heard that yesterday at high school number 3, a boy couldn't take the academic pressure anymore and jumped to his death. His parents are losing their minds. At first they insisted it was the school's fault, but after an investigation it came out that the boy didn't just have school assignments. He also had to force himself to do piles of test papers assigned by his parents at home. He studied until 2 a.m. every day, and yet his parents woke him up at 5 a.m. for school. He was only getting 3 hours of sleep a night. If he dozed off in class and the teacher told on him, he'd get a brutal beating the moment he got home. Even now, his parents think they did nothing wrong. They claim because they didn't lay a hand on him at times, and only scolded him a bit, they weren't to blame. But reporters found out that while they didn't hit him, they berated him every single day, scolding him for at least 2 hours each time. And their words were incredibly cruel. All the neighbors could hear it. The day the boy jumped was right after a massive argument with his parents. He threw himself from the 31st floor. Anyway, let's not talk about it. Anyway, let's not talk about sad things. See, you guys are off tomorrow, want to hang out? I'm busy this month, am not going anywhere. Truly disciplined person. Keep studying hard even during holidays. I'm a perfect example. Would you die if you didn't brag and be narcissistic for one day? Haha, still that same familiar tone. Definitely his unmistakable style. Our teacher is about to speak. I'm logging off. I put my phone down. All of teacher Feng Yushan's actions had successfully made everyone's hearts, except for mine, hang in suspense. At this moment, teacher Feng finally spoke. "Class, I have some good news. And some bad news to share with you. The bad news is..." A student quickly interrupted him. "Sir, can we hear the good news first?" Teacher Feng Yushan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "The good news is that starting this week, after Friday's last self-study period is canceled, you won't have to come in for Saturday makeup classes either." The whole class froze in stunned silence for a second, but they didn't dare celebrate just yet, tentatively asking, "Teacher Feng, so what's the bad news?" "The bad news is that only Class 1 and Class 2 get the break. Class 3 and Class 4 won't get it, and your mid-month break is canceled too. In other words, you'll have to wait until winter break to rest, as if your breaks are being used to compensate Class 1 and 2. The bad premonition had come true. The entire class immediately wailed in agony. How could the school do this? This is discrimination. It's not fair. "Teacher Feng, I want a break. Studying straight for a whole semester will drive me crazy." "Teacher Feng, I don't care. Either we all get a break together, or no one gets one at all. You can't be this biased." What was harder to accept than not getting a break was that in the same school and the same grade, some people got one while others didn't. Teacher Feng Yushan turned his face away, chuckling to himself for half a minute, before regaining a serious expression to face the class again. "I have another piece of good news. Do you want to hear it?" "Sir, I don't want to hear anything else. Just tell us that bad news was a lie. Say it, sir. Please say it. We can't handle this shock." Haha, teacher Feng Yushan finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing.
Seeing a ray of hope, the class fell silent instantly, all eyes fixed on Teacher Feng with expectant looks, just waiting for him to say the bad news was fake. Teacher Feng Yushan covered his mouth and cleared his throat, saying seriously, "The good news is, the principal knew you'd have opinions, so he hired another psychological counselor. If you feel uneasy in the future, just go to the counselors to let it all out. Forget that counseling. If there's free time for that,
It would make more sense to give us a few extra days off."
someone was on the verge of tears. I'm feeling extremely uncomfortable right now. Teacher Feng, can't you tell the principal not to discriminate like this? Sir, I'm so sad. Counselors can't save me. Only a holiday can rescue this soul. Everyone spoke at once, a barrage of tragicomic exclamations pouring out non-stop. Teacher Feng Yushan was working hard to stifle his laughter, but finally he grinned broadly, laughing until his shoulders shook. All right. Everyone settle down. Start cleaning now. Once you're done, you can head home. The moment Teacher Feng finished speaking, the entire room fell deathly silent, followed immediately by a thunderous
Round of applause and cheers that reached the heavens,
startling the students in the neighboring classes. After they had celebrated to their heart's content, they realized they had been badly pranked by the teacher. Teacher Feng, you're so mean for teasing us like that. I almost ran off to pick a fight with the principal. Lucky I held on to my last bit of sanity. Sir, our little hearts can't take such scares. I had no choice. After all, I graduated from Jingdren myself, and back in my day, we never had benefits like these. Teacher Feng Yushan sighed softly, then continued. Although the meeting changed the holiday schedule, you still need to complete your assigned homework well. If getting weekends off makes you slack off,
and your parents complain to the principal again,
and the break gets canceled again, don't say I didn't warn you. We know, sir. Getting time off school. Everyone's hearts were soaring with joy, and their response was both loud and unified. Oh, Teacher Feng, if we're off tomorrow, do we still have evening self-study tonight? No need. Just hurry up and clean. As Teacher Feng spoke, he suddenly turned his gaze to me. CSC, I have a task for you. Next Tuesday is Teacher's Day, and the school is holding a blackboard newspaper competition. After school today, could you work with some classmates to complete a blackboard newspaper? I was busy discussing with Feng Zhao about how to meet at the bookstore,
so my heart skipped a beat in surprise.
A moment later, I stood up and nodded. Yes, Teacher Feng. Once Teacher Feng finished assigning the task and saw there was nothing else to say, he strode out of the classroom. The students quickly packed their things and began the cleaning duty. I pondered for a moment, then stepped onto the podium. Hey everyone, sorry to bother you. Does anyone want to volunteer to stay after school for the blackboard newspaper? Everyone looked at each other hesitantly. With such a precious holiday finally here, all they wanted was to bolt straight home. But the blackboard newspaper was a collective task. They didn't have the heart to leave me to struggle alone. The room fell silent for 2 whole minutes.
Just as I was sure no one would volunteer and was bracing myself to handle it solo,
2 girls and 1 boy stepped forward. The girls were Chu Hao and Zhang Na, and the boy was Shang Wei. Shitsi, I know calligraphy. Can I handle the writing? Shitsi, I can draw. Let me take care of the characters. Then I'll handle the coloring. Without meeting anyone to organize them, the 3 had already divided the labor themselves. I smiled and nodded. Guys, discuss the layout first. I'll go to Teacher Feng's office to get colored chalk. I quickly turned and left the classroom. By the time I returned from the teacher's office, most of the classmates had already left, leaving only the cleanup crew finishing their tasks.
I placed the box of chalk on the podium, then went over to Luan Bin and Feng Zhao.
I don't know when I'll be finished, so why don't you guys head to the bookstore first? If I finish early, I'll come find you. If it's too late, just go home ahead of me. It's fine, CSC. We can wait for you here. Besides, we have so much homework anyway. We can just do it while we wait. I thought for a moment, then replied, Right then. In that case, I'll try to finish up with the others as quickly as possible. With that, I gathered with Q Hao and the others around a desk. I combined everyone's ideas and quickly sketched a draft on paper with a pencil. Once the sketch was done, I laid the paper flat on the table.
Take a look. Is this the design we want?
If it's okay, let's get started. The whole group stood agape at my rapid drawing speed, and it took a while for anyone to find their voice. XC, that's exactly the style we wanted. It's just that this sketch looks incredible. It must take a lot of time to draw. Even though they had volunteered to help, in their hearts they still wanted to finish early and go home. It's fine, as long as you like it. Well, stick with this model. I'll handle the complicated parts. You can finish your parts, and head home early if you want. Let's do our best, everyone. Let's aim to finish this in 30 minutes. I put the sketch down, and began marking coordinate points on the blackboard.
Once the positioning points were all drawn, Xu Hao took over the writing part. Jiang Na and I were in charge of the art, and Shang Wei was responsible for coloring. Coloring was the easiest task. I clearly labeled the color codes for each spot on the design, so we just had to follow the sketch and color it in. The drawing itself came next. The hardest part was definitely the writing. The characters couldn't be too big or too small, and inconsistent sizing would ruin everything. Handwriting had to be neat and as beautiful as a printout, with perfectly even spacing between each word. Only then would the overall layout look pleasing to the eye. So without needing to redraft, I danced with the chalk, as if performing a scaling spell right on the blackboard, perfectly recreating the sketch from the scrap paper. It was a portrait of a teacher holding a book and giving a lecture. Jiang Na also finished her part, which consisted of stylized figures and candles. Meanwhile, Xu Hao was still struggling, with the characters sweating profusely. Those who had finished their task had been waiting for over 10 minutes. In the end, everyone came to a conclusion. Xu Hao, looks like your practice isn't quite there yet. Ever since those people left, I haven't touched calligraphy once. I was forced to train so hard when I was little, but in the end, everything had to give way to the college entrance exam. I don't even know what the point of practicing this writing was.
Back then, I even got beaten just for being too lazy to practice. But because of those two words, university, everything I once persistently pursued can be discarded just like that. Xu Hao's confession made everyone present fall into a somber silence. They themselves had learned quite a few artistic talents since childhood, but ever since stepping through the gates of high school, studying had consumed all of their time. Passions that were once their pride and joy had ultimately been left to gather the dust of time. Waiting until Xu Hao put down the pen after the last character, I suddenly had an exciting idea. To celebrate our first successful collaboration, why don't we all take a photo together? Great idea. That's wonderful.
Jiang Na responded enthusiastically right away. Luan Bin tossed his pen aside and jumped up. I want to be in the photo too. Jiang Na suppressed a mischievous smile. You're not allowed. You didn't even help. I don't care. I just want to take a photo with Xiezi. Luan Bin sprinted to my side and struck a pose, when he suddenly saw something that turned his face deathly pale. I was holding my phone, waiting for Feng Zhao to come over, so I curiously looked in the direction Luan Bin was staring, and saw someone looming at the door of the arts class. Person was peeking inside, no one knowing how long they had been standing there. The face had no smile, nor did it seem at all distracted, making Luan Bin instinctively shrink back in fear. His arms went limp, his smile vanished instantly, and he lowered his head, whispering, Dad. Luan Fu saw Luan Bin's state and cleared his throat awkwardly. It's inconvenient for you kids to take the photo yourselves like this. How about I take one for you? Luan Bin snapped his head up in shock, and the others looked at each other in utter disbelief. Luan Bin's father had strictly forbidden him from associating with me this very morning, yet now seeing the two of us together, he wasn't furious. He even offered to take our picture. The whole group was bewildered, unable to make head or tail of it. I reacted instantly, flashing a bright smile. Yes, please, thank you so much. No trouble at all, not at all. Luan Fu walked into the classroom, took the phone from my hand, and snapped. A beautiful photo for the whole group. By the time the photo was taken and I had sent it to our group chat, Luan Bin's head was still filled with giant question marks. Luan Bin thought for a moment, then pulled Luan Fu out into the hallway to talk privately. Dad, did you take the wrong medicine today? Why didn't you scold him just now? It's so incredibly strange. This morning when you drove me to school, you looked like you wanted to eat people alive. Luan Fu raised his hand and gave Luan Bin a sharp rap on the head. You brat, how can you talk to your father like that? Luan Bin winced and rubbed his forehead. How can you blame me for this? It's because you're acting so weirdly. Luan Fu was silent for a long time before speaking. Luan Bin, I'm sorry. Yesterday, your mother and I overreacted, accidentally hurting you and your friend as well. Luan Bin thought he had misheard. His eyes widened in shock. Dad, you're not possessed, are you? His father, who was usually incredibly strict, was actually humbling himself to apologize with other parents. Even if they knew they were 100% wrong, they would still resort to stubborn logic like, I'm your father or I'm your mother, and act as if nothing happened. Luan Fu stood with hands on his hips and barked, Hey, I've had just about enough of you. Luan Bin grinned and scratched the back of his neck. Dad, it's only been one day. What made you change your mind so quickly? Teacher Feng showed me the surveillance footage of your class. That boy, although his test score wasn't great, he's actually a very eager learner, and he's having a very positive influence on you. Yesterday, I didn't fully understand the situation, so I had a biased and forced perspective. So after talking it over with your mother, we've decided not to forbid you,
from hanging out with CSC anymore. Furthermore, when I went to work today, I happened to hear some colleagues talking about a boy at school number 3 yesterday who took his own life due to extreme exam pressure. You're our only child. If I really push you too far, the consequences are something your mother and I could never bear to think of, although your parents long for it so much,
hoping that you can get into a prestigious university so that you can have a bright future ahead of you, and your career will be a bit less arduous. But no matter what you do, the absolute precondition is that you must live a good life. As your parents, there isn't much we can do to help you. In this grueling college entrance exam, perhaps the only thing we can do is provide our child with a comfortable and peaceful learning environment. Oh, Dad, you're truly wonderful. Luan Bin grabbed Luan Fu's hand, shaking it back and forth in excitement. Seeing Luan Bin like this, Luan Fu felt a quiet sense of relief and let out a gentle smile. 5 people in the classroom all turned their heads toward the door. Luan Bin turned around and saw 5 pairs of eyes blinking at him. Hey, don't look at me like that. My dad said he wants to treat you guys to dinner. Luan Fu looked completely bewildered. When did I say that? Feng Zhao rubbed his arms. Luan Bin, stop acting like that. It's bad enough that little C is crazy. Are you becoming like him too? I don't want to get stuck between you two and become a target for the whole world. I raised my eyebrows, glancing at Luan Bin, then reached out and put my arm around Feng Zhao's shoulder. Hey, how could you say that to him? You're breaking his poor little heart. Exactly. I won't stand for it. Luan Bin said while winking playfully at Feng Zhao. Qiu Hao, Shang Wei, and Zhang Na all had speechless expressions. In telling you, there are still outsiders here. Feng Zhao felt deathly embarrassed, his head full of dark lines as he prepared to lunge at me to tickle me. I quickly scurried away to Luan Bin's side. Feng Zhao didn't dare misbehave in front of Luan Fu, so he just gave us a look that said, just you wait. After Luan Bin and I finished playing around, I quickly packed my school bag, turned off the classroom lights, carefully locked the door, and then left school with everyone to find something to eat. Even though Luan Bin said his father would treat us, no one really wanted Luan Fu to spend much, so the whole group just had a bowl of wontons across from the school to quickly finish dinner, and then immediately caught a ride to the bookstore to buy study materials. The bookstore trip was a plan made by Luan Bin, Feng Zhao, and me. Qiu Hao and the others didn't need books, so they split up and went home after eating. Uncle Luan drove the 3 of us to the largest bookstore in Jiangcheng. Once he dropped us off, he handed Luan Bin some money. Luan Bin, I won't go in with you. Kids won't feel comfortable with a parent tagging along. Come out when you're done. I'll be waiting right here. Luan Bin's eyes sparkled as he took the money. Yes, father. The 3 of us entered the bookstore together. My goal was clear. Buy all the books I needed. The stack of books was over a meter high, leaving Luan Bin and Feng Zhao staring with their mouths wide open. Little C, are you planning to tie your hair to a beam and stab your thigh with a needle just to study? I shook my head. For someone with a poor foundation, if they want to improve their scores in a short time, and the Sea of Problems strategy is a solid choice. I plan to practice countless exam papers, memorize every type of question, and then I'll leave everyone in shock. Feng Zhao swallowed hard, a wave of admiration surging in his heart. He suddenly understood why I always maintained such confidence. It was because I never felt inferior. Even low scores were just a small hurdle. I would put in the effort to pull my grades up, rather than giving up. Luan Bin looked down at the thin books in his hands. Compared to mine, he felt like he was being crushed to dust. If his dad saw this difference, he'd definitely get slapped. Luan Bin put on a serious face, setting his small pile of books aside. Little C, watch these books for a second. I'm going to grab a few more exercise books. After the group paid at the counter, because I had so many books, the staff enthusiastically packed them carefully and asked if I needed a cart. Actually, I could carry them, but I didn't want to carry a stack over a meter high. Looking like a target for attention outside, so I nodded and agreed. Leaving the bookstore and returning to the car, Uncle Luan was quite surprised to see that Luan Bin had bought a thick stack of books. It was truly unexpected. He knew his son best, and Luan Bin wasn't usually that eager to study. Usually, either he or his wife had to push him. Yet this time, he voluntarily bought so many exercise books. While Uncle Luan wondered what had changed Luan Bin, he glanced at my pile of books and nearly had a heart attack. He couldn't help but offer some advice. My boy, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I smiled shyly. My grades aren't great, so I want to try harder. But you have to rest too. How can you possibly finish all these exercises? I replied, Uncle Luan, I know what I'm doing. Luan Bin suddenly burst out laughing. Before, his dad wouldn't even let him hang out with me. But now seeing me buy so many books, he was advising me not to study too hard.
It was absolutely hilarious. Uncle Luan didn't feel it appropriate to say more. After all, what parent doesn't want their child to study more? No one tells a child not to learn. Someone else's child having ambition is a good thing. Uncle Luan thought for a bit, then looked at Luan Bin. Luan Bin, study with Shi from now on. If there's something he doesn't understand, make sure you guide him enthusiastically. He took the chance to feel a bit proud and replied with a smile. Yes, I understand, Dad. Uncle Luan started the engine and drove me home first. When we arrived at my building, Uncle Luan even helped me carry the books up to my room. After all the books were inside, Uncle Luan, seeing I lived alone, kindly advised me, careful while living alone. Make sure to bolt the door tightly at night. I walked Uncle Luan downstairs, closed the door, and went to the window to watch the Luan's car drive off. Only then did I sort the books and arrange them on the shelves. Then I opened my computer and started working. Whenever night falls here, it's daytime on the other side of the hemisphere. This time zone difference is truly wonderful. Right after school, I can get straight to work, and it doesn't affect my money making at all. I thought to myself, a wage earner who reaches my level is truly rare and hard to find. After processing a pile of emails in my inbox, I drew a few more drafts and sent them off. Having finished the tasks at hand, I pulled the homework out of my bag to work on it.
Since school ended early, I finished all the assignments, stopped grinding, washed up, and climbed into bed. As for the gossip, there was no spicy news in the group chat for me to follow, but Shen Qinshu sent me a message to thank me, saying the peeping Tom had been caught. He was a professional criminal, targeting both boys and girls alike, and then selling the footage on the dark web for profit. I replied, well, that was a quick turnaround. Shen Qingshu wasn't asleep yet and replied immediately, of course it was. How could the school tolerate such a vermin appearing on campus? I responded, you say they don't tolerate it, yet hasn't he been active for quite a long time?
Shen Qingshu didn't want to hear my sharp remarks anymore, so she changed the subject.
By the way, did something happen at your school today? My sister's expression hasn't been right since she got home. Is it because the principal suddenly grew a heart and gave the 12th graders every Saturday off? Does that count? My sister would never look like that over such a small thing. She seems dazed, like she has a heavy heart. Something bad must have happened. I felt a bit speechless. Then you're asking the wrong person. How would I know what happened to her? You should go ask Wenwan or Li Muhan instead. Shen Qingshu giggled. I feel like most of my sister's mood swings are about men. How about you help me keep an eye out? Does she have a secret crush at school?
I'll pay you a fee.
I'm swamped with studying. I have zero interest in being a private detective. Then why do you still have time to chat with me? That's a good one. After you inherit your fortune, are you going to stop eating and drinking too? Shen Qingzhue, fine. Want to play a game? It's late, I'm going to bed. After sending that, I exited WeChat and hopped on Kuaishou to scroll through short videos. The first video I scrolled into, 7-second Fish's livestream. It had been a while since I checked on that impersonation saga, so I clicked to take a look. There were tons of people sending gifts in the livestream. It seemed that after the impersonation was exposed, it didn't really have much of an impact on 7-second Fish.
He was still active on the live streaming platform, as if nothing had ever happened. Occasionally, anti-fans would mock him in the comments, but most were friendly moderators who quickly kicked troublemakers out to control the situation. I only watched for a few seconds before leaving, thinking, as long as he isn't using my name to scam people out there, then whatever happens to 7-second Fish has nothing to do with me. I don't need to worry about it too much. After exiting the stream, I clicked on the search bar to see what the hot news was today. But when I saw the #1 spot on the search rankings, my eyes widened and I pursed my lips, speechless. Do these people have nothing better to do? Why does everyone love stealing other people's identities?
Do they think the real me is dead or something? If I just step forward and expose them, wait, could someone be laying out bait? The moment I thought of that possibility, my mood immediately calmed down. I clicked on that top trending news, and the link led me to a live stream room. The room title was The Hunt, Return of the King live stream. The streamer's name was Resurrection. Real name registration had begun on the afternoon of October 31st last year. Accounts with over 1 million followers had to display their real names. Resurrection's followers had exceeded 10 million, so Resurrection was likely a verified real name. This streamer named Resurrection didn't show her face. In a small corner of the live stream screen, only a pair of slender, fair hands were visible. One could vaguely guess from those hands that she was a young girl, with a fairly tall build. Hearing her voice, she was indeed female. At that moment, Resurrection was playing a hit domestic shooter, Peace Elite. The Patek Philippe watch on her wrist sparkled with every move, looking even more brilliant and luxurious under the studio lights. The corner of my lip twitched slightly.
I thought, the standards for impersonating someone have really gone up. I wouldn't even dare to buy that watch worth tens of millions of yuan. It seemed that if the suspicion of being baited was 10% earlier, now the probability was 99.99%. Too bad the opponent guessed my gender wrong. I'm a boy, for heaven's sake.
I watched the stream for a bit longer in that room. No one questioned if Resurrection was the real Y. The screen was filled with comments like, "You're so cool, sis." Quite a few people were sending gifts too, but it didn't seem to be because of the fake Y title. Simply because Resurrection's plays were so smooth. They couldn't contain their excitement and sent gifts as encouragement. I thought for a moment, then clicked on Resurrection's profile. Although Resurrection had a massive following, there wasn't a single video on her account. I switched to Weibo and Baidu to search, but didn't find any useful information. Judging by the hot search keywords, Resurrection's use of Y's identity to livestream had only started very recently. So what was her motive for doing this? What did she want to achieve by luring the real Y out? I rested my chin on my hand and pondered, thinking for a long time without finding a clue. Looking at the clock, it was already 1 a.m., so I picked up the remote, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. Well, I'll deal with it tomorrow. Accustomed to waking up early for school, woke up quite early. I crawled up and the first thing I did was check my work emails. After settling everything, I finally started cleaning the apartment. After cleaning for about 10 minutes, I suddenly realized I wasn't short on money. So why was I breaking my back cleaning like this? Isn't the joy of having money meant to be spent? So I tossed the rag aside, picked up my phone to open WeChat, and sent a message to Ciji Chang. "Dear Dad, are you there?" 10 minutes had passed since I sent the message, but Ciji Chang hadn't replied yet. I figured my dad probably wasn't working on the weekend, so I decided to just call him directly. Ciji Chang was incredibly irritated when he heard the phone ring. He had been entertaining guests until late last night, and after coming home, he had to handle a pile of work. He only finally got to bed at 4 a.m. It was only 8 a.m. now. He wondered who was bored enough to call and disturb him early on a weekend morning. Ciji Chang reached for the phone on the bedside table and glanced at the screen. It turns out it's my damn son. He picked up and roared. "I'm warning you, this better be important." Already so hot-tempered early in the morning, I thought to myself, spinning my chair around. As I spoke, "Actually, I do have a little something, Dad." Ciji Chang took a deep breath. Knowing that when this kid says he has a task, it's usually a big deal, he tossed the blanket aside and sat up, trying to soften his voice a bit. "What is it?" "Dad, here's the thing. I'd like to borrow 2 of our housekeepers to come over every Saturday and clean my place for a bit. I'll pay them a wage of 100 yuan an hour. The reason I wanted to hire from within was that the Shi family's housekeepers were very consistent. They worked for us for 10 or 20 years already, so they wouldn't need much training or orientation." "Is that all for such a trivial matter?" Ciji Chang's face darkened as he flopped back onto the bed. "I thought it was something major. Couldn't you wait until I woke up to call?" He paused for a moment, his eyes gleaming with calculation before continuing. "Come by my place for a while this afternoon." I thought for a bit and then asked, "Dad, did you stay out very late with guests yesterday? You only got to sleep at 4 a.m. That's rough. What's my fee for this?" Ciji Chang chuckled. "You little brat, you really won't take any losses. 30,000 for the afternoon, how's that?" "It's a deal. By the way, could you hire a top-tier mathematician for me? I've still got a mountain of homework to finish." "Fine." Ciji Chang hummed in agreement, but couldn't help but advise me. "Studies are just that, studies. Don't go putting too much pressure on yourself." Ending the call, I took the laundry out to dry, then sat down at my computer to start grinding practice papers. The housekeepers sent by Ciji Chang arrived at my rental place barely half an hour later. They were incredibly experienced professionals, well-trained and systematic. Basically, I didn't need to say a word. They just picked up their tools and started cleaning efficiently. Afterward, I slung my backpack over my shoulder and took a taxi with the 2 housekeepers to the villa where Ciji Chang usually stayed. As soon as I got home, Shi Chujia came running with a fruit platter, waddling up to me excitedly. "Big brother, come eat some fruit. I prepared it myself just for you." I changed into my indoor slippers and reached out to gently stroke Shi Chujia's head. "Good girl, Jia Bao. In that case, I must definitely taste your handiwork." Shi Chujia giggled and used a fork to lift a piece of mango to my lips. I opened my mouth and took a bite, the sweet flavor melting on my tongue. After chewing and swallowing the mango, I asked, "Where's Dad?" "He's in his office." "I see." I hummed a reply and headed straight upstairs. Halfway up, I suddenly turned back. "Jia Bao, come with me." I started learning how to handle family affairs since I was 12. Even if I was a bit clueless then, am fairly proficient by now. Since Chujia made her choice, she should start learning gradually. She shouldn't be like brother Xia Hui, with no one to guide him, wasting his golden years in study. That would be such a pity. Xia Chujia looked up blankly. Big brother, do I have to come with you too? Dad's office is for serious business. Usually, he won't let you just play around in there. Of course, now follow me. As soon as I finished speaking, I headed straight upstairs without waiting for Xie Chujia. When I entered Xie Zhichang's office, I saw the spot where I used to do homework as a kid had already been cleared and prepped for me. I greeted the old man before walking to my seat. After some hesitation, Xie Chujia finally followed me up, peeking her head through the doorway. I smirked and beckoned her. Come here, Jiabao, you can sit by me, or by Dad and watch us work. It might be a bit boring at first. Xi Zhichang, sitting behind the desk, raised an eyebrow. He adjusted his glasses but said nothing more. Normally, he was swamped with thousands of tasks, with practically no time to care for his children. Back then, I was raised entirely by my grandparents, and I've turned out fine now that I'm grown. So he didn't intervene much in Chujia's summer break, to the point he almost forgot this 12-year-old child had already made a choice for her own life. Making that choice meant accepting hardship, yet he had let her enjoy such a leisurely summer vacation. Both for his children, he couldn't let one suffer while the other flourished. Your previous training plan. Apply it to Chujia starting tomorrow. Xie Chujia, who was running toward me at the time, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She looked around frantically, only to catch her dear father's scheming gaze. Xie Chujia gulped hard, hurriedly racing to sit down beside me. Pulled open the desk drawer, finding my childhood books still neatly arranged inside. I took out the red-covered book on top and handed it to Xie Chujia. Xie Chujia looked at the title and blinked in confusion. Big brother, is this? Business must learn law first. Exactly. Know the law so you don't break it. Study up. After criminal law, move on to corporate law. Xie Chujia scratched the back of her head. Do I have to start memorizing this dry stuff already? Of course. Your mind is still sharp right now, so you'll memorize it very quickly. Big brother, the entire book? What else, my dear Jiabao? You must take advantage of being home before moving out, to learn as much as possible from Dad, so you don't have to worry about starving later. Otherwise, once you graduate from college, you'll have to pay 5 million yuan a year into the family fund. You probably have to live on rice and water to save that much. The Shis don't feed idlers. If you chose independence, it's not just about surviving. You have to build significant achievements. This is directly linked to inheritance rights. A person without real ability can never dream of inheriting the family business. For instance, if Dad hadn't built his own company and paid the required amount into the family fund, he would have lost the right to inherit the assets under grandfather's name. The assets meant for him would have been moved into a financial trust for the children with actual talent to inherit. If none of the grandchildren could do it either, the rights would continue to be deferred for future generations, because the existence of a massive corporation is not just about making money for oneself. It directly affects the livelihood of tens of thousands of other families. The Xie family tree has many branches. To stand firm in the cutthroat business world and resist pressure from other great families, we need truly capable people at the helm. Of course, if you don't care for the inheritance and choose a life of indulgence, the family is open to that too. You just have to take responsibility for your own life. Xie Chujia thought of the stack of agreements she had signed months ago and decisively opened the criminal law book, sitting down to memorize it seriously. In her little home, her father was the CEO, her mother was an A-list star, and her brother's talent was second to none. Naturally, she couldn't just remain lazy and hold everyone back. In the office, I helped Xie Zhichang review document files, while Xie Chujia diligently memorized her book. Each with their own task, the atmosphere was incredibly harmonious. I stayed busy working until 3 p.m. When I finally finished reviewing and sorting the stack of documents the old man had given me. Clutching the neatly organized pile of files, I placed them in front of Xie Zhichang. Dad, these 3 contracts don't meet the requirements. Send them back to be redone. We can sign these 2 artists, but forget about this IP, it's just a waste of money. As for these investment items, only the F-Style tourism project looks somewhat promising. For the rest, you should go on a field inspection once more. Don't be afraid of the trouble. I finished reporting everything. Xie Zhichang brought out the documents I said could be signed, pulled out those requiring signatures, and signed and stamped them. Then he handed me the parts he hadn't finished for me to continue reviewing, while he used his laptop to start a video meeting, simultaneously calling his assistant to bring the documents back to the company. Xie Zhichang being on holiday didn't mean everyone was off. Most employees across the company worked in shifts, and operations barely stopped for a moment, 24 hours a day.
Looking at Ziyi Chang, who was processing documents at home even during his break, finally realized his position isn't easy at all. When the staff are off duty, they have free time to hang out, but for him, it all depends on the situation. I suddenly thought about how I have to study and work at the same time, even more miserable than my dad. Empathizing with others only makes you weak, so I decisively withdrew my tiny bit of conscience and went back to my seat to continue reviewing the documents. I was busy until 5 p.m. to get everything done. I handed all the documents over to Ziyi Chang and checked on Ziyi Chujiai's progress with her memorization. Memorizing a whole book in one day is impossible. Chujiai had only managed to memorize 3 pages by now. I patted her on the shoulder. This efficiency of yours is no good. Get rid of the unnecessary words. Just memorize the main points. You're not becoming a government official. There's no need to memorize every single word. Why didn't you say so sooner? Ziyi Chujiai silently blamed me for not telling her earlier. Studying is your own business. Learning methods are very important. Without a good study method, you'll put in twice the effort for half the results. In your usual free time, you can create mind maps or make PPTs. Look at those PPTs and teach the content back to yourself. Practice more and your memory of the knowledge will be more complete and clear. I got it. Oppa. I'm hungry now. Let's go. Let's go downstairs and eat and study more once you're full. Ziyi Chujiai pouted, feeling like even food wouldn't taste good anymore. My family usually has dinner at 7 p.m., so the housekeeper hadn't finished cooking yet. I went to the fridge to grab 2 bottles of juice, went upstairs for my backpack, and then sat in the living room to do homework. Ziyi Chujiai was naturally lazy when it came to studying, but seeing her oppa helping their father with documents and still working hard on his homework, she immediately dismissed any thoughts of being lazy. Even the most brilliant people are working hard, so what right do I have to be lazy? I must follow my oppa's example. Ziyi Chujiai thought to herself, then ran upstairs to bring her own homework down. She was usually slow and sluggish with her assignments, but now she sat opposite me, started working very seriously. That evening, the whole family gathered together for dinner. After eating, Ziyi Chang was completely finished with his work. He stretched his arms and went out for a walk. Spending those 30,000 yuan was truly worth it. On previous weekends, he always had to stay home struggling with a pile of documents. It was beyond miserable. Of course, I hadn't earned a rest yet. The tutor Ziyi Chang hired for me had arrived, and by coincidence, it was teacher Sima. Sima Songri and I stared at each other in shock, and it took a moment before I invited him in. Teacher Sima, please come in and have a seat. The tutoring session took place right there in the living room. I led Sima Songri to the sofa to sit down, and the servant immediately brought over tea and a fruit platter. Sima Songri looked around. Is this your house? No? Then why are you here? I answered as if it were obvious. It's my father's house. It's not in my name, so I said it's not mine. What difference does that make? Sima Songri was secretly suspicious. After a long silence, he finally asked, Are you the young master of the Shi family? Sima Songri commented, Usually at school you don't look like a rich young master at all. I see you as being very lively and open, dedicated and serious, and sometimes quite a funny character. Compared to your classmates, besides your outstanding looks, there's not much difference. You're so approachable, without even a hint of a high and mighty young master's arrogance. I smiled slightly and replied, Teacher Sima, you might have a slight misunderstanding about wealthy heirs. The world has 1,000 faces, and the young masters of prominent families aren't all brainless like in those TV dramas, or just rowdy and defiant. Honestly, we normally have to study quite a lot of things. Sima Songray nodded. He didn't dwell on the matter further. He opened the second semester 10th grade textbook. Let's begin the lesson. Yes, sir. I opened my book, picked up my pen, and began listening attentively. The tutoring session lasted for 3 hours, and it was nearly 11 p.m. by the time it finished. Ziyi Chujiai, who had been listening in, had fallen fast asleep. I packed up my backpack. Wait a moment, teacher. Let me take my sister to her room first. With that, I set my backpack down, gently lifted Ziyi Chujiai, and headed toward the stairs. The 12-year-old Ziyi Chujiai wasn't short at all, nor was she light, yet when I carried her, it was as if I were holding a soft ball of cotton. My back remained perfectly straight, without showing the slightest sign of exertion. After bringing Ziyi Chujiai to her room, I remembered she hadn't brushed her teeth or washed her face, so I coughed softly and gave her a light tap to wake her up, telling her to brush her teeth before going back to sleep. Ziyi Chujiai sleepily stumbled into the bathroom, and as soon as she finished and walked out, she collapsed, back onto the bed and was out like a light instantly. I let out a faint smile, adjusted the AC temperature, tucked her in, then turned off the light and went back downstairs. When I got down, Sima Songrui had already finished packing up his teaching material. I walked over and put on my backpack. Teacher Sima, did you drive yourself here? I came by taxi. That's perfect. My family's drivers have been idle all day. It's about time they did some work. Ha ha ha. Xie Chang had many cars. There was a massive garage beneath the villa. I picked a random car and told the driver to take both of us home. Teacher Seema's home was in the faculty housing provided by the school, right by the roadside. That complex wasn't far from Jingren High School. I told the driver to drop Teacher Seema off at his door first, and then take me back. I didn't have the driver take me all the way to my front gate. Instead, I got out just outside the residential area and jogged back. I hadn't exercised much all day, so I had to make time to stay in shape. I thought to myself.
After about 10 minutes of running, I reached the area opposite High School number 1, where all sorts of snack stalls were packing up for the night. I went and bought a cup of milk tea, then slowly and leisurely strolled home. In the long, winding alley with its many corners, before I had gone very far, I heard the sound of heavy thumping and kicking. I took out my phone, started recording, and quickly turned toward the source of the noise. Getting close, I stopped right at a corner, using my phone's camera to scout the situation in the alley. This was a dead-end alley with a wall at the back, with the only exit right where I was standing. On my phone screen appeared the image of several delinquent-looking girls,
relentlessly punching and kicking a female student in uniform. Looking at her uniform, I realized she was a student from Jingchuan. The girl being beaten had a black cloth bag pulled over her head, as the thugs kept throwing punches at her. Watching this, I figured they must have been afraid of revealing their identities, since throughout the whole process, not one of them uttered a single word. I marveled to myself. At this moment, if this were a typical novel, the male lead would rush in to sacrifice himself, yelling, "Stop hitting her," while taking the blows for her. And then the girl being beaten would suddenly awaken some unseen strength, taking everyone down to protect the hero. But I was completely different. I had already called the police.
After recording for about 2 minutes, I ran quickly out of the alley to guide the police who were struggling to find the entrance. Thanks to my guidance, the officers arrived silently without sirens, catching those thugs red-handed. I added the officer on WeChat and sent the footage to the person in charge. Then I stood and watched the police storm into the alley, apprehending the group. Everything was settled. I quickly returned home like a silent hero. It was very late by then, but I still handled my tasks as usual before showering and going to bed. After a busy day, I had completely forgotten about that impersonator live streamer I saw on the app yesterday. The next morning, I slung my backpack on and headed out, munching on a steamed bun while scrolling through my phone. The officer from yesterday had just messaged me back, saying the matter had been fully resolved and those students had mediated at the station and returned home. I found it incredibly strange, so I messaged back, "Officer, that girl was beaten so badly, and she still agreed to mediate with the people who attacked her. Those girls not in uniform were vocational school students, all of them minors. On our end, we can only give them a warning and education. The victim chose mediation, likely because she's afraid that once they're released, they'll come back looking for revenge." I understood that all too well. In many cases, the police are powerless to do more. The law can indeed help many people, but it can't help everyone. The issue of retaliation after reporting a crime is incredibly difficult to suppress in a timely and effective manner. I understood clearly because the number of people who encounter a good soul willing to call the police is just a small minority. That girl must have been beaten many times before. While it hurts, truly hurts, the injuries are likely just superficial wounds, not severe enough to warrant criminal charges. The police act strictly according to legal procedures. Beyond a few days of detention or a fine, there's really no way to permanently stop those girls who are beating others. What you did yesterday was exactly right. When things like this happen, you should call the police, instead of rushing in alone. Our police station has commendations for those who bravely do good deeds. Drop by the station whenever you're free to receive it. It can be considered a great personal honor. I understand, officer. The other person smiled and sent another message. Oh, right. The girl who was beaten last night is named Jin Wan. She wanted to express her gratitude to you. So she asked me for your WeChat ID. She's probably already added you, right? I hadn't noticed that at all until now. Exiting the chat window, I discovered there was indeed a pending friend request. I looked at it and immediately hit reject. To me, calling the police was just a casual good deed. I didn't mean a thank you from anyone. I muttered to myself and messaged the officer. I saw it. I have to start my morning self-study now. Goodbye, officer. I put my phone away and walked into the classroom, took a bottle of milk from my desk, drinking it while swallowing a bite of my bun. I could feel the transition from summer to autumn. The weather was starting to get drier. Eating buns is indeed a bit choking, I thought. In my heart, I was calculating. I have to go eat beef noodles tomorrow. I love Chinese cuisine way too much. It only took 2 minutes to finish the whole bottle of milk, that I tossed the empty bottle into the trash before heading back to my seat. Feng Zhao rested his chin on his hand and looked over. Xiao Si, were you busy doing homework all day yesterday? I sent you a message, but you didn't even bother to reply. I hadn't noticed, so I took out my phone to check, only to find quite a few messages that had been pushed down to the very bottom by various food-related public accounts. Sorry about that. I rarely scroll all the way down to see old messages, so I missed it. But I really was a bit busy yesterday. I explained while scrolling down to search for what Feng Zhao had messaged me. Feng Zhao hadn't actually said anything very important. He just asked for the video I filmed during PE class. I found the video and sent it to him. Then opened my history book and started studying. Feng Zhao opened his phone to watch the footage and giggled. I have to admit, Shenji's aura is really something else. She's so noble and pure,
Just like a pearl of the highest order.
just by standing there, she exudes an incomparable air of elegance. I raise an eyebrow, suddenly recalling what teacher Sima said yesterday about me not looking like a young master at all, so I quickly pointed to myself. Feng Zhao, what about me? What about me? What kind of person do I look like? Feng Zhao put away his phone, gave me a glance, and couldn't help but tease. You? One look and I know you're a professional funny guy. I reached out to tickle Feng Zhao. Shi Weizhen, who was standing on the podium, managing the morning self-study session, slammed his hand on the desk. You two at the end of the first row. Focus on your studies properly. How can you be so noisy during self-study? I pulled my hand back in a flash, picked up my book and started reading aloud clearly. Our country was founded in 1949. 2 bombs, 1 satellite refers to atomic bombs. Shi Weizhen's lip twitched slightly, and he had to turn his head away, shifting his gaze elsewhere. Feng Zhao held up his history book to hide his face, shoulders shaking from suppressed laughter. See, I told you that you're a professional funny guy. I was right on the mark. Since I had studied for 3 extra hours last night, this long break was spent doing homework. I had finished 5 major questions. They were all based on knowledge I had already been taught, so I did them both quickly and accurately. At first, Sima Songru was surprised, but now he was used to it, because not a single one of the 5 questions was wrong. Sima Songri gave me 2 more difficult questions, telling me to do them today and check the answers at his office. Before the afternoon's self-study period, I tucked the assignment sheet into my book. Sima Songri set his things down and said, "Tomorrow, group exercises will start during the break. I've already taught you up to the 2nd semester of 11th grade, so this week at school I'll only give you exercises. As for new lessons, wait until Saturday. After we finish everything in the textbook, we'll spend a week practicing exams to be sure, and then I'll increase the difficulty for you. How does that sound to you? Is it okay?" I quickly nodded repeatedly. That's totally okay. Teacher Sima, then I'll head back to class first. I returned to the classroom to find Luan Bin and Feng Zhao huddled over a phone, seemingly discussing something. I walked over and placed the book in my hand on my desk. Luan Bin turned around and pulled my arm. "Xiao Si, you're back. Hurry up and check the forum. It seems someone is looking for you." Someone had posted a screenshot of my WeChat ID on the forum. I frowned, leaning down to take a look. Someone really had posted my WeChat ID. In the comments, many confused students were saying, "Street Prince, this WeChat name doesn't look like a high school student's name at all." Classmates who had added me on WeChat were getting curious and asked the original poster why they were looking for me. The original poster recounted the whole story from last night, explaining they wanted to say thanks in person, but after repeatedly sending friend requests that weren't accepted, they had to come to the forum to find the person. The students in Arts Class 4, after interacting with me for a few days, all liked my personality very much. None of them were going to bother telling that person Street Prince was actually me. They figured that since the other person said I didn't accept the request, I clearly wanted nothing to do with them. Surely they wouldn't do something unnecessary to cause me trouble. I scrolled through all the comments and saw that no one had yet revealed my real name or current location. I withdrew my gaze, stood up straight, and said with a laugh, "The forum has really been posting about me for thousands of years now. Being famous is such a bother." Luan Bin saw my attitude and knew immediately that I wasn't at all worried about things on the forum causing any negative impact. So he let out a sigh of relief and gave me a sharp glare. "Would you die if you didn't narcissistically admire yourself for a minute? I'm this handsome, so why shouldn't I be allowed to be narcissistic? Now stand up so I can sit on my throne for a bit. The king's legs are about to fall off from standing too long." Luan Bin immediately hugged the desk tightly. "This throne belongs to me now. You go stand in the back, you little eunuch." Little eunuch Luan Bin, you have dared to offend and provoke this king. Now prepare to receive your punishment. I reached out to tickle Luan Bin, who hurriedly scurried into Feng Zhao's arms to hide. Feng Zhao sighed, "My 2 crazy friends. Ha ha. Being your classmate, we get to watch a free play every day. It really couldn't be any more fun."
Luan Bin, dodging while laughing, was almost out of breath. Luckily, the school bell rang just then, saving him from a certain defeat. I pulled my hand back. Luan Bin slowly shifted his butt off my chair, but not before raising a fist. Little eunuch Xiao Si. Just wait until after school, I'll show you. I gave a slight disdainful smile. I know how to fight back, you know.
Bring it on if you've got the guts. Luan Bin made a funny face and quickly slipped back to his own seat. I sat down in my chair, logged into the school forum on my phone, found the post with my WeChat ID, and sent a private message to the author. I was the one who called the police last night. Delete the post immediately. Is it really you? Opa, I'm truly thankful to you for saving me yesterday. Could you give me a chance to thank you in person? My gaze darkened slightly. Making such a huge scene just to find someone. Does she think everyone is a fool? Please tell those people not to mess with me. I thought to myself, sometimes it's unclear who call in the police is really meant to protect. After I sent that message, there was no reply for quite some time. I didn't have the luxury to sit around and monitor it, so I put my phone away and focused on the lecture. Once class was over, I checked the forum again. The post with my WeChat ID still hadn't been deleted. Jinwan finally replied, I'm sorry, Oppa. I'm so sorry. They're threatening me, saying if I don't contact you and lure you out, they'll beat me to death. I'm really terrified. Even though I'm a student at Jinchuan, I'm only here on special admission for my grades. I have no way to stop them from coming after me. Please just tell me where you are. They'll probably only beat you up once. Please help me, I'm begging you. Such blatantly cowardly words made me laugh out of pure annoyance. I thought, while it might not be nice to say, some people really deserve the beatings they get. The thugs were detestable, but such pathetic weakness was truly pitiable. I tossed my phone aside. A cloud of gloom passed through my eyes, but in an instant that darkness vanished completely. Not a soul had time to notice it. The moment the teacher left, Luan Bin swooped in like a gust of wind. Little eunuch Xiao Si, hurry up and return the throne to this emperor. I rested my chin on my hand and looked at Luan Bin. Try calling this chair and see if it answers you. Luan Bin immediately squatted down, leaning against the chair and saying, Luan Bin, reporting to my esteemed king. Quickly come and reclaim the throne that belongs to you. Eventually, I had to give in to Luan Bin's peerless, thick-skinned antics and shared half the seat with him. It was lunchtime. Luan Bin didn't want to eat at the school cafeteria, so he suggested going off campus to find something to eat. Feng Zhao said anywhere was fine, so the three of us left the classroom together, headed downstairs and made our way toward the school gate. Seeing the three of us boys going to eat together, Xiang Shen took a glance, then consciously walked in another direction with Peng Li, having no intention of following us inside the school. Early dating would mean an immediate call to parents, after all. Normally, Feng Zhao had to eat alone. It was fine for him to tag along as a childhood friend. But if you were to follow us while we were out as a group of guys, it would look a bit odd and out of place. Luan Bin, Feng Zhao, and I had just stepped out of the school gate when we saw a group of 5 blonde-haired guys gathered together. It wasn't that I wanted to give them nicknames, but each of them genuinely had a head of disheveled, unkempt blonde hair, probably because they'd left home without washing it. Those 5 blonde heads looked so greasy that you could probably scrape enough oil off to fry a fish. All 5 ran up to block the school gate, standing nonchalantly by the security office, in an incredibly arrogant manner. When the guard approached to question them, they laughed dismissively, with an air of defiance and recklessness. I'm just here waiting for my younger brother. His name is Shi Si, and he's a student here at Jingren. Because I'm quite well known at school and warmly greet everyone every time I enter the gates, the guard has a very good impression of me. He gave them all a suspicious look over. Are you sure you're Shi Si's older sister? Let me see your ID card for verification. In this day and age, who carries a physical ID card anymore? I don't have it. Another blonde-haired guy stepped forward, speaking up for the girl claiming to be my sister. Mr. Guard, our boss name is Shi Yuan. She really is Shi Si's older sister. The guard's face remained skeptical. That Shi Si boy is so handsome and dashing, so why do you look so ugly? Sir, why are you attacking me personally like that? Jie Yuan said resentfully, immediately mashing her teeth in anger, clenching her fists as if she were about to teach him a lesson. The other 4 blonde guys wanted to laugh but didn't dare, their faces turning beet red from the effort. They told her pretending to be relatives wouldn't work. The 3 of us heard the guards retort and immediately burst into laughter. Luan Bin gave a thumbs up. Officer, you're truly the best. Feng Zhao stopped laughing and began to worry. One look at these people and you knew they were up to no good. He asked in a low voice, Zhao Si, do you know those blonde guys? I shook my head, not exactly. But on the forum today, didn't someone look for me saying they wanted to repay a debt of gratitude? They're the ones who beat those people up last night. Luan Bin stared at me in a daze. Xiaoxi, how about we just go back to school to eat? As he spoke, he immediately pulled me back toward the school. This time, those blonde-haired punks faced the school's security guards, still acting as if nothing was wrong, shamelessly talking nonsense to claim they knew someone. If we were blocked right outside the school gates, it would probably be very difficult to escape. I nodded. I didn't want to spend my lunch break dealing with such an annoying matter either. We had only taken a few steps when a sharp-eyed blonde guy spotted my striking appearance and immediately ran toward me. The blonde guy reached out to block our path, cunning smirk playing on his lips, his tone so casual, as if we were old friends. Little brother Ji, sister Shi is waiting for you. Didn't we agree to have lunch together? Where are you going? My eyes narrowed slightly as I thought to myself. Someone must have tipped them off. Recalling recent events, I haven't provoked anyone these past few days, except for Hong Yu from the arts class, who had targeted me for no reason, and still hasn't met me privately to apologize. I have always gotten along with everyone, which is evident since not a single friend from my class has taken the initiative to reveal my identity on the forum. However, now is not the time to investigate who snitched about me leaving school for lunch. Luan Bin and Feng Zhao gripped my arms anxiously. They were good, studious students who only focused on their books, rarely clashing with the outside world. How could they have ever seen a scene where they were blocked like this? Right now, they didn't even dare to breathe heavily, let alone know how to handle the situation at hand. I was all too familiar with life's storms, so I calmly looked toward the people in the security room. Uncle Lu, Uncle Hong. I don't know these people. The security room was right there, so I naturally couldn't let them take me away right at the school gates. The blonde guy blocking me froze, then spat on the ground. Damn you, kid. If you've got guts, just you wait. We won't let you off the hook. Security guards immediately sprang into action. Blonde-haired punks glared at me before fleeing instantly. It wasn't the first time problem students from other schools came to Jingren to cause trouble. Catching these types doesn't really solve anything. They'd just be released after a quick trip to the police station, so the guards didn't bother chasing them. Guard Liu Xiao walked up to me and asked worriedly, "Young Master Shi, how did you get mixed up with those thugs? From the looks of them, they definitely won't let this go. When school ends in the evening these days, it's best to have your family come pick you up." I didn't explain much, just nodded obediently. I understand, thank you for your concern, Uncle Liu. We're heading off to eat now. Liu Xiao chuckled. You're quite bold, aren't you? Still not scared and in the mood to eat after that. I shrugged. There's no other way. An empty stomach can't support a soul. Skipping a meal makes my limbs weak with hunger. If I don't eat properly, I won't be able to concentrate on the lectures this afternoon. And if I don't study seriously, people will laugh their heads off if I fail the next exam. The famous 300-point exam incident at Jingren School was something hard for people to forget. Liu Xiao laughed even harder. Haha, go on then, hurry up. I pulled my arms free from their grip and took the initiative to hold Luan Bin and Feng Zhao's hands. The three of us headed toward the cafeteria together. Luan Bin and Feng Zhao were still dazed, as if they'd lost their souls. I pushed the two of them down into vacant seats. Scared? Luan Bin nodded, rubbing his cheeks. A little bit. My heart was racing like crazy when we were blocked, and my hands and feet went completely cold. I really didn't know what to do. Gently patted their shoulders. You two sit here and rest for a while. I'll go get the food. Lunch break isn't going to last much longer. Luan Bin grabbed my hand and asked, Xiaoxi, aren't you afraid at all? I gave a calm smile. Fear doesn't do anything but ruin your mood. It's completely useless. When you face a problem, you just solve it. But those five looked really fierce. What if they block you again when school lets out? You live alone and the alley leading to your home is so dark. It's okay, I've studied martial arts. While I won't say I'm a great fighter, I can certainly make it so the opponent doesn't have the strength to hit me anymore. Luan Bin felt that 2 fists couldn't beat 10 hands. Even with martial arts, it would be hard to take on 5 people. Tonight, just take my family's car home. I'll tell my dad to drop you off right at your doorstep. I was never one to hide, so I didn't say yes or no, but skillfully changed the subject. Let's worry about that later. Eat first. I'm so hungry, I'm about to faint. Let's go get our food together. Since they felt safer inside the school anyway, Feng Zhao regained his composure and immediately stood up. Luan Bin didn't want to be left sitting alone either, so all 3 of them went to get lunch together. After being delayed for a good while, the number of students in line wasn't large anymore. Everyone quickly got their portions, then found empty seats to sit down. The 3 of them ate their meal in silence. After finishing the meal, Feng Zhao used a tissue to wipe the grease from the corner of his mouth. I've been thinking, and something feels off. Xiaoxi wasn't supposed to show his face to those guys. How did they know the person who called the police last night was actually Xiaoxi? Luan Bin hadn't thought of this before,
but hearing Feng Zhao mention it, he immediately put his little brain to work thinking about it. Luan Bin suddenly slammed the table hard, exclaiming in outrage, "That post on the forum searching for a benefactor, I'm afraid expressing gratitude was just a lie, and finding the person was the real goal. Humph. Your imagination is running a bit too wild. If what you say is true, wouldn't that be repaying kindness with enmity? Well, no, as soon as we check." Luan Bin took out his phone to access the forum, searching for the post he had seen this morning. After browsing for about 5 minutes, he held the phone out in front of Feng Zhao and me, channeling his inner Sherlock Holmes. "Xiaozi, Feng Zhao, look at this." Someone replied to the post, saying that Street Prince is Xiaozi's WeChat, and they even revealed the school, grade, and class. Those blonde punks showing up here at noon is definitely closely related to this person who leaked the identity. There's absolutely no mistake. Feng Zhao looked at the username of that reply. The other party's name on the forum was just a string of chaotic characters. This is definitely a burner account. If they're using a burner to reply, you can already tell just how malicious their intent is without being told. Luan Bin set his phone down. "Xiaozi, right now the enemy is in the shadows, and we're in the light. What should we do?" I looked up at Luan Bin, who had a dead serious expression, and couldn't help but chuckle. With analysis like that, it would be a waste of talent if you didn't become a detective. "Hey, Xiaozi, don't laugh. I'm talking to you seriously. While my dad can drive you home from Sunday to Friday, Saturday is our day off. What if someone reveals where you live? Won't your commute to school become very dangerous then?" Facing those two pairs of worried eyes, I suddenly burst out laughing even louder and apologized, as I truly couldn't hold it back any longer. Luan Bin started to get a bit annoyed. "Xiaozi, if you don't take this seriously, I'm going to tickle you." The smile didn't fade from my lips as I patted Luan Bin's shoulder. "Don't worry, nothing will really happen to me. Even though I live alone and not an orphan, there are just a few immature punks. I just need my family to step in and it'll be settled instantly." Of course, I had no intention of asking my family. I had already given a warning beforehand, yet these guys still dared to block me right at the school gate, so I must personally teach them a lesson and show them how to be decent human beings. After a while, Luan Bin suddenly remembered, calling that I had once mentioned my family was well off. Although he didn't know exactly how wealthy, for a person with money, settling these matters really was as easy as turning over a hand. "Goodness, Xiaozi, you're so mean. See me and Feng Zhao so worried, yet you didn't bother telling us sooner that you already had a plan to deal with it. Haha, all this time, I haven't spent a single second worrying about this. Wasn't my reaction obvious enough? I don't care, you have to treat me to bubble tea now. All right, I'll treat you and Feng Zhao after self-study." Leaving the cafeteria to return to the classroom, many classmates swarmed around me. "Xiaozi, are you okay? We were browsing the forum just now, and saw some thugs blocked you at the school gate." Sighed, wondering to myself why. Even this had to end up on the forum. With studies being so busy, couldn't they put a bit more focus into their learning? I gave a forced smile. "I'm fine. Our school's security guards did a great job. They chased them all away. I don't have a single scratch. But they already made threats. What do you plan to do after school?" I replied, "After school, I'll go home and do homework, obviously." "The homework isn't the point. We're asking what your plan is for the way home." "I'll just ignore it. At worst, I'll get into a fight." The group surrounding me was speechless. I was truly beyond hope. Just as they were about to say more, the bell for afternoon classes rang, so they switched to bombarding the class group chat instead. This commotion caused Teacher Feng, Teacher Sima, Teacher Li, and Teacher Lei to appear. The moment the teachers spoke up, I understood that this matter would definitely no longer be a small one. So he Feng Yushan walked into the classroom. He entered from the back door and patted my shoulder as I was bowed over my work. "Xiaozi, come to the office with me for a moment. I have something to talk to you about." No one in the class was sleeping at this point. Everyone turned their heads to look at me simultaneously. My head started to ache, but I stood up anyway and followed Feng Yushan to the main teacher's office. At this time, none of the teachers in the office were taking a break either. The second I stepped inside, dozens of eyes converged on me, making my scalp feel numb. Seeing Lu Boyang's presence, I felt even more pressured. Since even the head of the grade had personally come, Uncle Song must surely know by now. And if Uncle Song knew, it meant Grandpa had likely heard the news too. If Grandpa already knew about this, then I'm afraid those thugs won't even give me the chance to deal with them myself. Thanks to the forum, I had gone from the center of the storm to being an outside observer. Everyone was so enthusiastic in their care and help for me that I momentarily felt a bit overwhelmed and unadjusted. Because when I was abroad,
Whenever I encountered danger, most of the time, I had to fend for myself. I took a deep breath to adjust my mood, silently thinking to myself that those blonde-haired guys were actually lucky. I quietly walked behind Feng Yushan all the way to his desk. Once Feng Yushan had sat down, he pulled a red plastic chair
from under the desk for me. Xiaoxi, please have a seat. You can probably guess why I called you here. Regarding those thugs who blocked you at the gate, could you tell me the whole story from beginning to end? That way, we teachers can help you resolve this trouble. Teacher Feng, may I check the content on the forum first? Of course, go ahead. I took out my phone and logged onto the forum, where there were dozens of posts about me being surrounded by the thugs. Posts were full of both photos and videos. Most people assumed that I had offended someone I shouldn't have, bringing this disaster upon myself and being tracked down by the other party to settle the score. However, people still hadn't linked these guys
To the previous post about searching for a person. To express gratitude.
After finishing all the related content, I exited the forum, opened the camera app on my phone, and showed Feng Yushan the video I recorded last night. My phone has an excellent night mode, so even though it was recorded at night, everything was extremely clear. The 2-minute video quickly ended, and Feng Yushan began to frown and thought, because you saw someone assaulting a student, did you step forward to intervene? And so they came here to cause trouble for you, right? I shook my head. I called the police immediately, and I didn't show my face at all at that time. Feng Yushan looked a bit puzzled. And how were they able to find you?
I smiled, my tone still very calm, as if I were telling a story of little importance. That brings us to the girl who was rescued. She posted my WeChat ID on the multi-school forum, claiming she wanted to find me to repay my kindness. And that's how these guys tracked me down for revenge. Teacher Feng Yushan didn't seem to want to think ill of someone. Perhaps these two things aren't necessarily related. Since you helped her, maybe she truly wanted to meet you to say thanks? I didn't argue further, but simply showed the screenshot of the final chat on the forum to Feng Yushan. After Feng Yushan saw it, his face looked as unpleasant as if he had just swallowed a fly. He sighed, speaking with an extremely complex mood. Xiaozi, I understand everything now. Go back to class and take your lunch break.
I'll handle this. I absolutely won't let my students' physical safety be threatened. Doing a noble deed only to be betrayed like this afterward would make anyone in that situation feel incredibly bitter. The character of that Jingchuan student was truly lacking. Someone rescued her, yet she could utter such shameless words. Teacher Feng told himself he had to find the principal immediately to ask the principal to step in and speak with the principal of Jingchuan School. I put my phone away, gave an obedient nod to the teacher, and returned to class for my lunch break. Feng Zhao saw me return while he was busily writing in his notebook,
Then nudged me with his elbow and told me to look.
The teacher called you over to ask about those delinquent students, right? The teacher said he'll handle it. Although I lost a chance to get some exercise for my limbs, my heart still felt very warm. At least in this incident, the teacher had fully trusted in my character from the very beginning, rather than immediately asking if I had done anything wrong the moment we met, or using harsh words like, where there's smoke, there's fire, to shift the blame back onto me. That's great then. I hope we don't run into those thugs again when school ends. Yeah, anyway, go to sleep. Feng Zhao gave me an okay sign, put his pen down and slumped over the desk to start his nap. A faint smile crossed my lips as I took out my phone to check my WeChat messages. I thought to myself, if all went as expected, then my dear loved ones must have sent me quite a few messages by now. Upon entering the app, that turned out to be exactly the case. Rarely do you show kindness, only to meet with such trouble. Haha, it's just so, Grandpa. Living in this world means encountering all kinds of people. I'm used to it. Xie Shushin stared at the message and remained silent for a long time. He gave a soft sigh. This brat, so young yet talking like a little old man. Hey, does talking that way make one youthful? Grandpa, that's really not necessary. Those thugs, how do you want to handle them? Hee, I plan to personally give them a sound thrashing. Let me take care of it then. Don't let those things dirty your hands. If you really want to train your body, I'll book a few instructors to spar with you, okay? I exited the conversation to check other people's messages. Xi Jichang seemed to understand me perfectly, as he had already booked instructors for me. He sent both the address and contact information. Whenever you want some exercise, just go to the Taekwondo dojo and find the prearranged instructor. Jie Chujia didn't seem to know anything about this yet. She was still whining that. Dad had arranged a physical training session for her today, and the instructor was so tough she was in agonizing pain.
The other siblings also sent their regards, likely knowing that Grandpa would step in to settle it, so they just asked a few brief questions. That was all. The gossip group and Shen Qingshu also messaged to ask about the situation. I replied to each message one by one, but when I saw Shi Hui's message, I held my phone and fell into deep thought for a long time. I thought to myself, though we both chose the path of self-reliance, Shi Hui and I had certain differences. When Xie made choices for his own life, he also chose to rise on his own, so he knew exactly how to educate his children properly. Meanwhile, second uncle chose a political marriage, living off clan subsidies month after month. He himself lacked a broad vision or deep knowledge,
So he fundamentally couldn't teach Xie Hui anything truly useful.
This led to Xie Hui just focusing on schoolwork the entire time I was studying abroad. By the time I finished my studies and returned, Xie Hui was still diligently studying. As such, at school, second uncle hadn't arranged any effective training or practical exercises for brother Hui, so no one in the family could currently predict what field Xie Hui would be suitable for in the future. Of course, maybe he already had his own direction in mind. Thinking of this, I quickly typed a message. Brother Hui, have you taken your lunch break yet? Not yet, I'm still doing homework. About those thugs, Grandpa probably knows by now, doesn't he? The teachers and Grandpa will handle it just fine.
That's good then. How have your studies been lately? You won't shame the family in next month's exam, will you? Haha, you really bring up the one thing you shouldn't. How are we brothers supposed to love each other at this rate? Brother Hui, Dad has started training sessions lately. Summer break is coming. If you're interested, you can join Chujia for some training fun. Shi Hui grinned, but the corners of his mouth dipped thoughtfully, staring at the phone screen in contemplation for a long time. Finally, he typed back, "No, it's okay, Xiao Si, thanks for the offer. Uncle Chang helped me before, and even arranged a training plan for me. I just wasn't persistent enough to see it through. In the future, I want to pursue scientific research, To work in research institutes,
or maybe even become a screenwriter. In short, I'll be responsible for my own life. You don't need to worry about me." Seeing his message, I replied, "Yes, I understand. If you ever need help, feel free to reach out. While I can't give you any money, I'm always happy to lend a helping hand." I put my phone away and buried my head in homework again. That afternoon, Grandpa sent news that everything had been resolved. Those thugs would absolutely never appear in front of me ever again. As for the specific method of handling it, Grandpa didn't explain it clearly to me. Seeing he didn't want to tell, I didn't bother asking further, only guessing silently in my mind
that perhaps all 5 families had to move away, leaving Jiangcheng immediately to start a new life somewhere else.